Chapter 1. It was a hot summer afternoon, and the air was filled with the humid smell of earth after a heavy rain had just stopped. Beside a remote trail, Chen Fan seemed to have lost all his strength and sat slumped on the cold stone steps. Just an hour ago he witnessed a scene he would never forget. He was a junior student at an ordinary university in Chengdu. His family was well off as his parents ran a small restaurant. Although their life was not rich, it was warm. My girlfriend Lin Xiaoman is the school beauty and she likes anime and cosplay. In order to support her hobby, Chen Fan lived frugally and even worked secretly to buy her expensive sea clothes and props. Today Lin Xiaoman said that she was going to participate in an important comic exhibition shoot, and the photographer was Zhang Wei, who was well known in the circle. Chen Fan wanted to give her a surprise, so he bought her favorite dessert and arrived at a cafe near the agreed location in advance. However, he did not wait for Lin Xiaoman, but saw Zhang Wei's flashy white Mercedes-Benz on the side of the road. The car windows were covered with dark film, but the body of the car was shaking slightly. The curious crowd prepared to go forward to listen to the fun. He approached as if possessed by a ghost, and through the gap in the dark car window, he vaguely caught a glimpse of a swaying figure in the car. Along with the unbearable sound, he saw Lin Xiaoman. The pure white over-the-knee stockings she was wearing, which were originally intended for cosplay, were now piled up messily at her knees, making her legs look even longer and straighter. Her plump breasts, with her rapid breathing, almost broke free from her loose clothes, forming a heart-pounding curve. Lin Xiaoman's charming moans and Zhang Wei's triumphant laughter could be heard intermittently from inside the car. "Xiaoman, you're really awesome. You're much better than those cosplayers who can only strike poses. Wei Ge, you are so bad. What about Chen Fan? If he knew. He's a poor student, what can he buy for you? Which of the bags, cosmetics, and 5-star hotels can he afford if you follow me? If my photo wins an award at this comic convention, I'll take you to the Maldives." Hateful. But that idiot Chen Fan is really nice to me, but he's so useless. He can't even afford a decent gift. Compared to you, there's a world of difference. Chen Fan regretted his curiosity. He ate the melon on his head and felt dizzy and cold all over. The girlfriend he held in his hands and thought was as pure as a piece of white paper turned out to be so unbearable. Filled with anger and humiliation, Chen Fan rushed forward and punched the car window. The sound in the car suddenly stopped. After a while, the car window slowly rolled down, and the disheveled Lin Xiaoman and Zhang Wei looked at him in astonishment. Lin Xiaoman's expression froze at first. She instinctively pulled her messy collar to cover her almost exposed chest, and quickly closed her long legs wrapped in white silk. There was a hint of panic in her movements, but that panic was not directed at Chen Fan, but as if she was trying her best to maintain her dignity in front of Zhang Wei. A flash of panic crossed Lin Xiaoman's face, but it was soon replaced by disdain. "Chen Fan, are you following me?" Zhang Wei hugged Lin Xiaoman and smiled contemptuously. "Did you see that, kid? Xiaoman is my woman. If you know what's good for you, get out of here and don't bother me." Chen Fan pointed at Lin Xiaoman with red eyes, his voice trembling with extreme anger. "Why?" Lin Xiaoman straightened her messy hair and said indifferently, "Why, Chen Fan, look at yourself in the mirror. Besides being nice to me, what else do you have? I'm tired of squeezing on the bus with you and eating at street vendors. What I want are brand name bags, luxury goods, and a life that you can never give me in my lifetime. So this is the reason why you betrayed me?" Chen Fan's heart sank completely into an ice cellar. "So what? Let's break up," Lin Xiaoman said and urged Zhang Wei to drive. The roar of the Mercedes-Benz engine splashed mud and water all over Chen Fan, and then drove away. Chen Fan walked to the riverside, his mind dispirited, recalling every detail of the past. All that sweetness now seemed like endless irony. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more he felt unwilling to accept it. He slipped and fell with a splash into the river, which had risen due to the heavy rain. The cold river water instantly enveloped him and he felt suffocated. In the last moment of his blurred consciousness, he seemed to hear a voice. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of the vibrating cell phone woke Chen Fan from his confusion. He suddenly opened his eyes and found himself lying on a soft and comfortable big bed, not in the cold river water. "The sun shines on my face through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. I am not dead?" Chen Fan looked around in confusion. This is a bedroom decorated with extreme luxury, with an area of at least 200 square meters, a separate dressing room and bathroom, and even a small indoor observation deck. The floor was covered with a cashmere carpet that felt very tactile, and on the walls hung abstract paintings that were difficult to understand but looked very expensive. Where is this? Chen Fan propped himself up with a splitting headache, memories flooding back like a tide. He picked up the phone next to his pillow, and the screen showed Thursday, August 15, 2024. Wait until 2024? He remembered that he discovered his girlfriend's infidelity during the summer vacation of his sophomore year in 2018. He hadn't been lying in a vegetative state for 6 years, had he? There is severe confusion and discontinuity in memory. He opened the mobile banking app and was completely stunned when he saw the long string of zeros in his account balance. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 123.5 million? Chen Fan pinched himself hard, and the intense pain told him that this was not a dream. Just then a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding! It has been detected that the host has suffered a major blow in life and is on the verge of despair, meeting the binding conditions. Ding! The super-rich consumer rebate system has been successfully bound. Ding! The world background has been optimized based on the host's subconscious, and the host's current identity information has been updated. Ding! This system is dedicated to helping you experience the ultimate life. You can earn high rebates and points by spending. Please enjoy your life. System? Chen Fan's spirits lifted, and a pale blue virtual light screen appeared before his eyes. Host, Chen Fan. Age, 24. Charm, 75. Decent appearance, decadent temperament. Constitution, 60. Staying up late for a long time, sub-health. Wealth, 123,500,000 Huaxia coins. Initial optimization funds. Rebate multiple, 3 times all reasonable consumption can get 3 times cash rebate. Points, 0.1 point is earned for every 10,000 yuan spent, which can be used for lucky draws. Current mission, squander and become stronger. Chen Fan's brows were furrowed at first, then slowly relaxed. He remembered that after being betrayed by Lin Xiaoman and Zhang Wei and falling into the water, he thought he was dead. Unexpectedly, not only did he not die, he also encountered the legendary system, and it seemed that even his life background had undergone earth-shaking changes. He quickly sorted through the new memories that were flooding in his mind. The history and culture of this world are very similar to that of the Earth in his previous life and the world he had experienced before. But his family has undergone tremendous changes. My father Chen Guodong is no longer a small restaurant owner, but has started from scratch and become a giant in the domestic engineering machinery field. The chairman of Tiangong Heavy Industry has a net worth of hundreds of billions of yuan. He is a low-key person and rarely appears on the rich list. Mother Qin Yaji is no longer a restaurant owner, but the co-founder and chief scientist of Jishir Pharmaceutical, a top domestic biopharmaceutical company, and her wealth is also very high. Chen Fan is the only son of these two big bosses, a true super-rich second generation. I am currently unemployed and thinking about my life after graduating from university. Because he insisted on being with the ordinary girl Lin Xiaoman, he had some unpleasantness with his family. He moved out and lived alone for half a year, leading a self-righteous independent life. So I didn't die after falling into the water, and I activated the system. The system also optimized my family background. In other words, I came to a parallel world. Chen Fan muttered to himself with a bitter smile on his face. If she had such a family background, would Lin Xiaoman still be interested in Zhang Wei's broken Mercedes-Benz? It's impossible. Maybe she doesn't know her true identity at all, and will still choose to leave because of the ordinariness she deliberately created. Chen Fan took a deep breath. Well, this kind of betrayal is enough once. God allowed him to live again and gave him such a miraculous family background and system. If he were still immersed in the pain of the past, it would be a waste of God's gifts. A cold glint flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. Lin Xiaoman, Zhang Wei, I will repay you 100-fold for the humiliation you have inflicted on me, but not now. You are not worthy of being my opponent. What he needs to do now is to familiarize himself with this new identity and this powerful rebate system for the rich. Get 1 point for every 10,000 yuan spent with triple rebate. The corners of Chen Fan's mouth curled up unconsciously. It's time for me, Chen Fan, to take a good look at the scenery on the top of this mountain. Chapter 2. System, come out and talk. Chen Fan muttered to himself. Ding. Hello, host. The super-rich consumer rebate system is here to serve you wholeheartedly. The cold, mechanical voice rang out again. Chen Fan sat up straight and began to carefully study the pie that fell from the sky. Is there any restriction on how this triple rebate works? Ding. All legitimate purchases, regardless of the amount, will receive triple cash back. The rebate amount will be automatically transferred to the host's designated bank account in real time. The system will ensure the absolute legality and rationality of all funding sources, so the host does not need to worry about any risks. For example, if the host spends 100 yuan to purchase a product, the system will immediately return 300 yuan to the host's account. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. This meant that the more money he spent, the more money he would get, and the net profit would be double. What about points and raffles? Ding! For every 10,000 Chinese yuan spent, the host will receive 1 system point. Points can be used to participate in the system roulette draw. The roulettes are divided into primary 100 points time, intermediate 1000 points time, and advanced 10,000 points time. The higher the roulette level, the more valuable the prizes. There is a chance to draw special skills, props, or even limited time rebate cards with higher multipliers. Ding! Newbie benefits have been loaded. The system has given the host an additional 1 billion Chinese yuan as startup capital, which has been deposited into the host's bank account. System prompt: when the host's cumulative consumption reaches 10 million yuan, the system will undergo its first upgrade, unlocking more features. Stay tuned. 1 billion? Chen Fan's breathing stagnated and he quickly opened the mobile banking app again. Sure enough, the number in the total account balance column has soared from more than 120 million to 1.1235 billion. Even though Chen Fan had already accepted his identity as a super-rich second generation, he was still shocked by this string of numbers. What does it mean to have more than 1.1 billion in cash? How many listed companies in China cannot reach this amount in annual net profit? Most of the wealth of those so-called Forbes rich people is in fixed assets such as stocks and real estate. Asking them to come up with 10 billion in cash in a short period of time will definitely be a huge loss. And he now has such a huge amount of funds at his disposal. System, this gift package for newbies is really too generous and inhumane. Chen Fan couldn't help but complain, but his mouth corners stretched to his ears. Ding! This system is designed to help the host experience the ultimate life. Money is just the most basic tool. Chen Fan deeply believed that with this money, plus the triple rebate, his life was like a cheat. In his previous life, it was not right to say that he was the ordinary Chen Fan before he was betrayed by Lin Xiaoman. Not to mention 10 billion, even 1 million seemed like an astronomical figure to him. For a sea server worth tens of thousands of dollars, he would eat steamed buns for several months. And now? Ha ha! Chen Fan laughed softly, with a hint of relief and a hint of infinite longing for the future. He stood up, stepped barefoot on the soft carpet, and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. This is the top-floor duplex in Tianyu Mansion, the top luxury residential area on the banks of the Jinjiang River in Chengdu. The view is excellent, and you can take in most of the prosperity of Chengdu. Downstairs is a carefully maintained private garden and outdoor swimming pool. Master, are you awake? A gentle voice came from outside the door. Chen Fan responded and the door was gently pushed open. A middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed in a neat butler's uniform and with his hair combed meticulously, walked in. He was Uncle Fu, the Chen family's head steward. Good morning, Uncle Fu. Chen Fan nodded. New memories told him that Uncle Fu was a loyal man who watched him grow up. Breakfast is ready. Madam is at home today and she has specially asked the kitchen to make your favorite crab roe soup dumplings and bird's nest porridge. Uncle Fu said respectfully with a kind smile on his face. Mom didn't go to the company today? Chen Fan was a little surprised. In his new memory, his mother Qin Yaji was a typical workaholic. Madam said there is an important family meeting today, Uncle Fu replied. Family meeting? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow but didn't ask any more questions. After washing up and changing into comfortable home clothes, Chen Fan went to the restaurant on the first floor. Beside the long dining table, a beautiful woman with an elegant temperament and good maintenance, who looked no more than 37 or 38 years old, was sitting and watching a tablet. It was his mother, Qin Yaji. She wore a high-end Chanel suit and applied delicate light makeup even at home. Her every move exuded the powerful aura of a superior. Come and have breakfast when you wake up. Qin Yaji put down the tablet and cast a scrutinizing gaze on Chen Fan. You came back in the middle of the night, reeking of alcohol, and were hanging out with those questionable people? Chen Fan's heart moved. It seemed that in the past, he had caused his parents a lot of worries because of Lin Xiaoman's affairs, and even became a little self-destructive. Mom, I won't do that again. Chen Fan pulled out a chair and sat down. His tone was calm but with a hint of firmness that he had never had before. A hint of surprise flashed in Shinyaji's beautiful eyes. Her son seemed a little different today. His eyes were much clearer and he no longer had the decadence and rebelliousness of the past. Oh, the sun is rising from the west? Her tone was still cold but her eyes softened a little. I hope you'll keep your promise. Your father will be back from the capital today. We'll have dinner together tonight and I have something to tell you. Got it. Chen Fan picked up a crystal clear crab roe soup dumpling with chopsticks, took a small bite, and the delicious soup instantly burst in his mouth. Eat slowly, no one's going to snatch it from you. Shinyaji glared at him and then changed the subject. You're not a child anymore. It's been 2 years since you graduated from college. Doing nothing all day isn't a good idea. I've discussed it with your dad and we're planning on letting you gain some experience in the investment department of Jisher Pharmaceutical. I'll give you a small goal first, use 100 million yuan of funds and double it within a year. How about that? Double 100 million? In the past, Chen Fan thought this was simply a fantasy, but now. Mom, I'm not interested in medical investment. Chen Fan put down his chopsticks and said seriously. I want to do something I enjoy. Shinyaji frowned slightly. Things you like? Like, continuing to race cars and hang out with your scoundrel friends, or dying for some unworthy woman. Obviously she had heard about what happened between Chen Fan and Lin Xiaoman and was extremely dissatisfied. Chen Fan gave a bitter smile. Mom has passed away. I want to go out for a walk first, relax and spend some money. Spend money? Shinyaji seemed to have heard something funny. Our Chen family doesn't need your pocket money. Take this card. There's 5 million inside. It's your pocket money for this month. If it's not enough, tell me. She casually took out a black bank card from her bag and pushed it in front of Chen Fan. 5 million pocket money. Chen Fan thought to himself that she was indeed his biological mother. If he had received this money in the past, he would probably have been so excited that he would not be able to sleep for 3 days. But now he has more than 1.1 billion in his bank card, and this 5 million is indeed just pocket money. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, and the meaning is different when it is given by my mother. Thank you, Mom. Chen Fan took the bank card without hesitation. But I want to go to the Magic City recently. Magic City? Shinyaji nodded. It's good to go out and see the world. Your father has an old comrade in Modu, the president of the Donghua Association. His surname is Long. He can take care of you when the time comes. Don't worry about your safety. Uncle Fu will arrange it. No need to be so troublesome, Mom, I just want to stroll around by myself. Chen Fan didn't want to have bodyguards around him all the time. Shinyaji hesitated for a moment and said, okay, be careful. If you don't have enough money, tell them not to lose anyone from the Chun family. I understand, Mom, don't worry. Chen Fan grinned. Enjoying life starts from Shanghai. Chapter 3. After saying goodbye to his mother Shinyaji, Chen Fan returned to his room. He looked at the huge sum of more than 1.1 billion in his bank card and the 5 million his mother had just given him, and his heart was filled with pride. System consumption starts. As his first stop, he did not choose to go to those top shopping malls, but instead opened the Warwick Mall on his mobile phone. Since his father is the chairman of Tiangong Heavy Industry and his mother is the founder of Jisher Pharmaceutical, the mobile phone he uses naturally cannot be too shabby. Warwick Mate X5 Collector's Edition 16GB plus 1TB Feather Sand Black, price, 19,999 yuan. This is it. Chen Fan placed the order without hesitation. Ding! The host has spent 19,999 yuan. The triple cashback of 59,997 yuan has been received. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1.9999 system points. Almost simultaneously, a text message alert sounded, 59,997 renminbi deposited, current balance 1,128,539,997.00. Cool. Although it is only a small amount of money, the feeling of not feeling bad about spending money but actually making money is really amazing. Next, Chen Fan went on a shopping spree in the online mall. The latest model of Apple Vision Pro costs more than 30,000 yuan. Alienware's top-of-the-line gaming laptop is priced at 50,000 yuan, buy it. Sony PS5 Pro top configuration plus a full set of VR equipment for 20,000, buy it. DJI Mavic 3 Pro Master Kit is priced at 30,000 renminbi, buy it. After all the operations, I spent nearly 200,000 yuan without realizing it. Ding! The host's cumulative spending is 198,888 yuan, and the triple cashback of 596,664 yuan has been received. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 19.8888 system points. Bank account balances increased instead of decreased. This feeling is too high. Chen Fan felt a little dizzy with excitement. However, online shopping ultimately lacks the fun of personal experience. The real rich people still have to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention in offline physical stores. He called Uncle Fu and asked him to prepare the car. Their destination was Chengdu's top luxury shopping mall, IFS International Financial Center. Half an hour later, an obsidian black Maybach S680 stopped smoothly at the main entrance of IFS. Chen Fan, dressed casually, got out of the car and walked straight into the mall. IFS is home to numerous flagship stores of major luxury brands: Hermes, Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Gucci, Prada. A dazzling array of luxury. Chen Fan's goal was very clear: to change his outfit from head to toe. He first walked into an Armani flagship store. "Hello sir, welcome to Armani. How can I help you?" A tall and pretty female shopping guide wearing a black business suit immediately came up to him with a professional and sweet smile on her face. Chen Fan nodded calmly. "Help me match a few sets of clothes suitable for daily wear, and 2 more formal suits." "Okay, sir, please follow me." The female shopping guide led Chen Fan to the VIP area. Chen Fan's eyes swept over the new season styles. He wasn't much of a fashion expert, but his aesthetic sense, after the system's optimization, was still spot on. He casually pointed at a few jackets, shirts, pants, and shoes. This, and that, wrap them all. At first, the female shopping guide thought Chen Fan was just looking around casually. After all, he looked too young and his clothes were ordinary. But seeing that he chose things without blinking, and specifically picked out expensive new models, I was secretly surprised and the smile on my face became more sincere. Soon Chen Fan selected 5 sets of casual clothes, 2 sets of high-end suits, and matching leather shoes, belts, and other accessories. "Sir, the total cost of these is 856,000 yuan. The female shopping guide carefully quoted the price. Swipe the card. Chen Fan took out the black card with a limit of 5 million given by his mother. Ding! The host has spent 856,000 yuan. A triple cashback of 2,568,000 yuan has been received. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 85.6 system points. Bank SMS reminder: 2,568,000 renminbi deposited, current balance 1,130,649,773.00. Sir, do you need us to deliver your clothes to your home? The female shopping guide's attitude became more respectful. Spending nearly 1 million at a time makes him definitely a big customer. Just send it to my car and the driver will take care of it, Chen Fan said while looking at the female shopping guide. Her appearance is about 80 points and she has a good figure, especially her long legs wrapped in the skirt are quite eye-catching. "Okay sir, could you please add me on WeChat? I'm Xiaoya, the account manager of our store. If you have any needs in the future or if new styles of the brand arrive in the store, I can notify you as soon as possible." Xiaoya took out her mobile phone with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Chen Fan saw through her thoughts but did not refuse. It's never a bad thing to have multiple contact information for beautiful women. After adding Chen Fan on WeChat, Xiaoya enthusiastically helped him carry the shopping bags to the door and watched him leave. After changing into a brand new set of Armani casual wear, Chen Fan felt that his overall temperament had improved a lot. It is true that clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. Next stop is Ducati. A motorcycle is one of the 3 treasures of a man. A good car is a symbol of speed and passion. There were not many customers in the Ducati showroom, making it appear more spacious and bright. "Welcome to Ducati, sir." A capable female salesperson came up to greet him. "Take out the most expensive or representative items in your store and let me see them," Chen Fan said directly. A hint of surprise flashed across the saleswoman's eyes, but her professionalism kept her from asking any further questions. She smiled and led Chen Fan to the VIP viewing area. Soon, several sleek, powerful Ducati motorcycles were presented, their engines roaring softly. "Sir, this is a Ducati V4 SP2, priced at approximately 450,000 yuan. It's a racetrack weapon, extremely lightweight and powerful. This one is a 1260S cruiser, with a unique style and a price of 380,000 yuan. It's also quite popular in the market. Chen Fan's eyes finally landed on a motorcycle with a more radical design, dotted with carbon fiber parts. What about this one? Hello sir, this is our ultra-lightweight V4, limited to 500 units worldwide. It is purely handmade and uses a large amount of aviation-grade carbon fiber. It is the pinnacle of our brand. The public price is about 1.3 million, but because it is extremely rare, the market price is at least double, and it requires extremely high purchasing qualifications and a long wait. The female salesperson introduced with a hint of imperceptible pride in her tone. The public price was 1.3 million, and the market price doubled to over 2.6 million? Chen Fan's heart moved. With his current wealth, he could afford to ride such a bike. However, purchasing qualifications and waiting time are a problem. Aside from this one, are there any other top-tier models available? The saleswoman thought for a moment and said, Sir, we just got a V4S for 290,000 yuan. We also have a Street Fighter 54 SP2 for 420,000 yuan. Both are in stock and ready for you to buy. Let's take the Street Fighter 54 SP2. Help me with the paperwork. Chen Fan pointed at the muscular Street Fighter. Although it is not as exaggerated as Street Fighter 54, it is enough to show its status, and its appearance is extremely fierce and its performance is also top-notch. Yes, sir. The saleswoman was delighted. This young customer was indeed a hidden talent. The total is 420,000 yuan. Chen Fan took out the black card again. Ding! Detected host spent 420,000 yuan. Triple cashback of 1.26 million yuan has been received. Congratulations to the host for earning 42 system points. Bank account balance, 1,132,091,361 yuan. Astride the brand new Ducati Street Fighter V4 SP2, the matte black body glows with a cool luster under the light, and the wide handlebars and full fuel tank fit the body perfectly. Chen Fan sat on it and felt it. The self in the mirror was definitely a weapon to attract girls because of this outfit. Not bad. He nodded with satisfaction. Coming out of IFS, Chen Fan looked completely renewed. Wearing Armani suits worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, with her own Ducati motorcycle waiting for her, she looked completely different from when she first entered the mall. If you have money, you should get everything you've ever wanted. Chen Fan smiled. In one afternoon, he spent a total of 1.27 million yuan, received a cashback of 3.8 million yuan, and obtained 149.4887 system points. This makes money faster than a money printing machine. Chapter 4. Back at the top-floor mansion in Tianyu Mansion, Chen Fan asked Uncle Fu to put away the things he bought today. He nestled comfortably on the leather sofa in the living room and began to study the lottery function of the system. The system opens the primary roulette wheel. Ding! The primary roulette has been opened. Each draw consumes 100 points. The host's current points are 149.4887 points, which allows one draw. Do you want to start? Start in front of Chen Fan, an ancient bronze will appear on the light blue virtual light screen, with many vague symbols engraved on it. As he thought about it, the roulette wheel began to spin rapidly. After a moment, the roulette wheel slowly stopped, and the pointer finally stopped on a grid emitting a faint light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining one physical strengthening fluid basic. After use, it can slightly improve physical fitness and eliminate some sub-health conditions. This is not bad, it hits the target right away, and Chen Fan's eyes lit up. His physical fitness was only 60 before, which really needs to be improved. Choose to use without hesitation. A warm current instantly rose from the dantian and quickly circulated throughout the limbs. The body, which was originally somewhat tired due to long-term irregular work and rest, seemed to be injected with new vitality, and even the spirit became much more refreshed. He called up the properties panel again. Host, Chen Fan. Age, 24. Charm, 78. Appearance is acceptable, temperament is slightly improved. Constitution, 70. Sub-health status improved, full of energy. Wealth, 1,132,091,361 yuan. Rebate multiple, 3 times. Points, 49.4. Current mission, squander, then become stronger. The physical fitness increased by 10 points, and even the charm increased by 3 points. It seems that as the body gets better, the whole mental outlook will also change. It seems that this lottery is still something. Chen Fan is even more looking forward to the intermediate and even advanced roulette. The next morning, Chen Fan decided to set off for the Magic City. He used his mobile phone to book a first-class ticket from Chengdu to Shanghai for 8,880 yuan. Ding! Detected host spent 8,880 yuan. Triple cashback of 26,640 yuan has been credited. Congratulations host for earning 0.888 system points. The bank account balance rose slightly again. Uncle Fu had already arranged a vehicle to take him to the airport, and there was a dedicated person to take care of luggage check-in and VIP channel services. Inside the VIP lounge of Chengdu Shuangliu International Airport, Chen Fan drank coffee leisurely while waiting to board the plane. Hello, Mr. Chen, your flight now has priority boarding. Please follow me. A tall stewardess wearing the airline's red uniform and with a standard smile came up to him and said with a slight bow. This stewardess has a great appearance, figure, and exquisite makeup. She is at least an 85-point beauty. If it were the old Chen Fan, he would probably feel a little embarrassed if he took the initiative to talk to such a beauty. But at this moment, Chen Fan just nodded calmly. Okay, thank you for the trouble. Money is a man's courage, not to mention that he is not only rich, but also handsome and has a good figure. Through the VIP channel, under the guidance of the flight attendant, Chen Fan quickly boarded the plane and arrived at the spacious and comfortable first-class cabin. He had just settled into the soft leather seat when a flight attendant, completely different in temperament from the one who had guided him, approached him. She was also wearing a well-tailored red uniform, but her figure was more graceful. Her long, shiny black hair was tied back, revealing a smooth forehead and a delicate oval face. She has a delicate nose, cherry lips, and a pair of bright eyes, with the gentleness and agility unique to Jiangnan women. Especially when she leaned forward slightly, her long legs, perfectly outlined by dark stockings, stretched out an alluring curve under the tight dress. With every slight movement, he could even imagine how warm and delicate the skin under the black stockings was. This stewardess's appearance and figure are definitely above 90 points. She is a rare beauty. She walked to Chen Fan and leaned over slightly, and a light and elegant scent of jasmine drifted into Chen Fan's nose. The plane entered a stable flight state. Chen Fan leaned back in the soft seat and took out his mobile phone to check the balance of his bank account. A series of numbers came into view, and it was surprisingly more than 1.1 billion. This is too much money. Chen Fan looked at the numbers in the account and sighed helplessly. He needs to spend more lavishly to become stronger. But this splurge is not an easy thing. Large-scale consumption such as buying airplanes and yachts is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. I need to think about how to spend this money efficiently. He glanced at the squandering tasks flashing on the system interface and fell into deep thought. Do I really have to make a big investment and lose it all? But the squandering that the system mentioned does not seem to refer to investment failure. Just as Chen Fan was thinking, Su Wanqing appeared in the first-class cabin again. She considerately offered blankets and drinks to other passengers, then came to Chen Fan and asked softly, Mr. Chen, how's your orange juice? Would you like another? Thank you, but no thanks. Chen Fan replied politely. Su Wanqing smiled and nodded. When she took back the empty cup, her eyes inadvertently swept across the bank account interface on Chen Fan's mobile phone. Although it was just a quick glimpse, the long string of numbers that followed allowed her to quickly calculate about 1.1 billion. This result was like a bolt of lightning, instantly striking her mind. She trembled in her heart but remained calm on the surface, with only her fingertips trembling slightly and imperceptibly. She forced herself to remain calm and looked away, her voice still gentle. Okay, sir, if you need to rest, you can draw the curtain, it will be quieter and more private. After saying this, she turned and left, but her back was no longer as professional and indifferent as before, but instead had a hint of haste. Chen Fan naturally saw all of this. He raised the corners of his mouth into a playful smile. It seems that this trip is full of surprises. He did not rush to close the curtain, but waited quietly. Sure enough, not long after, Su Wanqing came over for inspection again. This time her pace seemed to slow down a lot, and she glanced towards Chen Fan from time to time. When passing by his seat, she stopped and spoke hesitantly, Mr. Chen, I noticed that you seem to be thinking about something. Is there anything I can help you with? Her voice was a little lower and softer than before, as if it carried a hint of the soft Wu dialect unique to Jiangnan and a hint of curiosity and concern. Chen Fan looked up at her with a knowing smile in his eyes. Well, it is indeed a little troublesome, but... Captain Su, didn't you say that drawing the curtain would be more private? He raised his eyebrows slightly, with a hint of invitation in his tone. Su Wanqing's pretty face flushed instantly. She bit her lips lightly, and finally mustered up the courage to walk to Chen Fan's seat and slowly pull up the heavy curtain of the first-class cabin. As the curtains were completely closed, the noise of the first-class cabin was instantly isolated. In the small space, there were only two people and the slight roar of the plane engine. The atmosphere in the air became subtle at this moment. Is this much better? Su Wanqing turned around. She did not stand up completely, but leaned over slightly, with her hands gently resting on the back of the chair, just a few inches away from Chen Fan's cheek. Her figure looks even more graceful under the well-fitting uniform, especially the pair of slender legs wrapped in black stockings under the skirt, which glows seductively under the soft light, making people dazzled. Her black hair fell down, carrying the fragrance of jasmine, gently brushing against Chen Fan's nose. Her beautiful eyes were like two crescent moons with an alluring light, gazing at him with curiosity and a hint of shyness. Chen Fan looked at the nearly perfect face in front of him and smiled softly as he smelled her elegant fragrance. His style now that he has transformed from a poor loser to a rich second generation is to accept everyone who comes to him. Yeah, it's definitely much better. He spoke in a low voice, his eyes wandering unscrupulously over her delicate oval face, nose, cherry lips, and her curvy breasts and long legs in black stockings that were accentuated by her uniform. He could even clearly see the slight rise and fall of her breasts under her uniform. Under his unbridled yet playful gaze, Su Wanqing felt her ears burning, and every breath she took was unconsciously quick. She tried to lower her eyelids to hide the surging emotions in her eyes, but her long eyelashes could not hide the secret desire and shyness ignited in her autumn eyes. Mr. Chen, do you have any troubles? Can you tell me about it? Her voice was even lower, almost a whisper. She leaned forward a little more. Although her body did not touch his directly, the heat emanating from her body could clearly be seen through the fabric, vaguely sticking to his arm, allowing him to feel the warmth of a woman so close to him. The gentle caress of her fingertips on the back of the chair was more like a painting of some kind of unspoken hint in his heart. My worry is, I have too much money and I don't know how to spend it. Chen Fan said in a low voice with a hint of helpless joking. Su Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle when she heard it. The laughter was as light as a silver bell, with a hint of relief and ease. She raised her head, her autumn eyes filled with smiles, but more of them were indescribable charms. She finally stopped suppressing the impulses in her heart and boldly met his gaze. She did not answer his worries, but led the topic in a more ambiguous direction. Having too much money is also a sweet worry, but Mr. Chen, I think there are some things that money can't buy. She almost whispered in his ear, her warm breath mixed with her body fragrance, like the softest feather, gently brushing against his skin and causing a tingling sensation. Her soft lips seemed to brush against his earlobe intentionally or unintentionally. The curtains in the first-class cabin completely isolate the noise from the outside world, turning this small space into a secret place isolated from the world. Time seemed to be stretched out, and yet it also seemed to suddenly speed up, leaving only the intertwined sounds of the two people's increasingly heavy breathing, and the silent but rapidly spreading heat until it boiled over. Time seemed to be infinitely stretched at this moment, and also seemed to be pulled away in an instant. When the plane announced the landing instructions, Su Wanqing seemed to wake up suddenly. She stood up in panic, her pretty face flushed red. She quickly pulled open the curtain, as if trying to escape from this enclosed space. When she looked at Chen Fan again, her watery eyes showed not only panic but also moist charm and an indescribable lingering feeling. Her lips seemed to be even redder and fuller than before. Mr. Chen, we have arrived at our destination. Her voice was still trembling, as if everything that had just happened had made her a little confused and disoriented. Chen Fan looked calm, with a faint smile on his lips. Well, thank you for troubling me, Flight Attendant Su. He picked up the luggage beside him, touched the business card in his pocket, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Chapter 5. The Shanghai Pudong International Airport is as crowded as ever. Chen Fan was dragging his suitcase and just stepped out of the arrival hall when several taxi drivers surrounded him, attracted by the smell. Handsome guy, where are you going? My car is new and I drive it very steadily. Look at me, young man. I've been driving for over a decade. I can drive around the magic city with my eyes closed. Chen Fan didn't bother to waste time talking to them and just casually gave them an address, the Bund, Pujiang Hotel. The middle-aged driver closest to him, with a slick smile on his face, immediately held up 3 fingers and shook them. 300 yuan, fixed price, no bargaining. Master, if you pay by meter, I think it's only about 80 yuan? Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. What time is it now? There's a traffic jam. Do you want to take a ride? If not, get out of the way. The driver frowned and waved his hand impatiently. You're from out of town, right? If you don't understand the local market, don't talk nonsense. Several drivers nearby immediately chimed in. That's right, 300 yuan is a bargain for you. Young people are dressed so brightly, but they can't even afford 300 yuan? Chen Fan chuckled and didn't argue. He slowly took out his mobile phone, opened an app and operated it a few times. In just over 10 seconds, a dark Mercedes-Benz S-Class slid silently in front of him and stopped. The car door opened, and a driver in a neat suit quickly got out and bowed respectfully. Hello, sir, I am Xiao Zhang, the driver you reserved. Xiao Zhang swiftly took the suitcase from Chen Fan's hand, put it properly in the trunk, and then opened the back door. The taxi drivers who were talking at once and acting arrogantly just now were now all silent, their eyes almost popping out of their heads. They could only watch Chen Fan get into the dazzling luxury car and drive away. Bah! Damn it, why are you pretending to be so arrogant? The middle-aged driver spat at the rear of the car and cursed sourly. The interior of the car was spacious and the leather seats felt great. Chen Fan leaned back comfortably. The driver, Xiao Zhang, observed the young passenger calmly through the rearview mirror. Anyone who could call an S-Class private car so casually must have an extraordinary background. Sir, is this your first time in Shanghai? Xiao Zhang asked tentatively. Well, come out for a walk and relax. Then you've made the right choice by choosing the Pujian Hotel. It's a century-old establishment and one of the most historic hotels in all of Shanghai. After about half an hour's drive, the Mercedes-Benz stopped steadily in front of the famous Pujian Hotel on the Bund. This magnificent building, built in 1906, stands quietly, like an old man who has experienced a century of wind and rain. Even in the Bund where neon lights are flashing and every inch of land is worth a lot of money, it still exudes its unique classicism and elegance. The doorman reacted quickly, trotting forward immediately, attentively took Chen Fan's luggage, and led him through the revolving door into the magnificently decorated lobby. Standing at the front desk was a female receptionist who was about 27 or 28 years old. She had delicate makeup on and a well-fitting professional suit that perfectly outlined her exquisite figure. She raised her eyes and glanced at Chen Fan, her well-maintained brows slightly frowned, almost imperceptibly. Although the Armani suit Chen Fan was wearing was well-tailored, based on her experience of seeing countless people, she felt that the man in front of her was still too young, and he came alone, so he didn't look like one of those big business clients who spend money like water. Hello sir, do you have a reservation? Her voice was formulaic and lacked much enthusiasm. No. Give me the best suite you have. Chen Fan said in a flat tone. Sir, the best room in our hotel is the presidential suite, and it costs 120,000 yuan per night. She paused and added, and you need to pay the full amount in advance. Without saying anything, Chen Fan took out a pure black card from his pocket and handed it over. Swipe the card, it will be open for 3 days first. The professional smile on the receptionist's face froze slightly. She took the black card and subconsciously looked at it carefully for a few seconds. Although this level of black card was not the first time she had seen it, only the truly top-tier wealthy people could own it. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll check you in right away. Her attitude suddenly took a 180-degree turn, and her voice became several degrees sweeter. As our distinguished diamond member, you can enjoy a free room upgrade. Chen Fan didn't react to her dramatic change of expression, but just waited quietly for the card to be swiped. Ding! The host has spent 360,000 yuan. The triple cashback of 1,080,000 yuan has been received. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 36 system points. The balance in the bank account jumped up by more than 1 million. Mr. Chen, this is your room card, for the presidential suite on the 31st floor. Our concierge manager will personally guide you to your room later. The female receptionist handed over the room card with both hands and a kind smile. At this moment, a familiar voice with a hint of joking sounded behind him. Oh my god, isn't this Chen Fan? Chen Fan turned around when he heard the voice and saw a man in an ordinary casual t-shirt and jeans walking towards him with a look of exaggerated surprise on his face. This person was his college roommate, Wang Lei. Wang Lei? Why are you here? Chen Fan was also a little surprised. Wang Lei walked up to Chen Fan, his eyes darting around him as he exclaimed in amazement, I'm on a business trip and staying at this hotel. You're quite good, dressed so well. This outfit must be quite expensive, right? It's okay. Chen Fan responded indifferently. Not bad? Wang Lei scoffed, raised his hand and patted Chen Fan's shoulder with considerable force. Chen Fan, we've been roommates for 4 years. I don't know your family's background. Your little restaurant would be lucky to make 100,000 yuan a year. Your clothes must have cost tens of thousands of yuan, right? Did you borrow money from a loan shark to come here and act rich? Hearing this, the expression of the receptionist next to him changed quietly again, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Chen Fan was once again filled with a hint of scrutiny and suspicion. Wang Lei, I don't think I need to report to you about what I spend, right? Chen Fan's voice became a little colder. Hey, brother, why are you pretending with me? Wang Lei put on an I get you expression and lowered his voice, making sure everyone around him could hear. I'm working in sales for a foreign company now. I earn at least 300,000 yuan a year, and I've made a name for myself in Shanghai. If you're really short of money, tell me and I'll lend you a few thousand. It's no problem. Wang Lei's deliberately raised voice ensured that every corner of the hall could hear clearly. The gazes from all around, which were already intermittent, became even more intense at this moment. The professional smile of the receptionist at the front desk froze completely. She looked at Chen Fan, and the trust that had just been established collapsed in an instant, and suspicion once again took over her expression. Could there really be something fishy about the card this person swiped? Chapter 6. No need. Chen Fan said in a flat voice, turned around and was about to leave this place of trouble. Hey, wait. Wang Lei stepped in front of him with a fake smile on his face. By the way, Chen Fan, do you still remember Lin Xiaoman? He lowered his voice, but measured it to make sure that the people around him could hear him. I heard she's doing really well in Shanghai right now, becoming a well-known internet celebrity. She's even signed with some MCN company and has hundreds of thousands of fans. Chen Fan's forward step suddenly stopped. Wang Lei was very pleased with himself when he saw this, and he was even more ruthless when he said, she is a hot commodity now. The rich second generation chasing after her can line up from the Bund to the other side of the Huangpu River. At the last class reunion, she accidentally mentioned you and said that you two had broken up a long time ago. TSK, back then you were so devoted to her, and what happened in the end? You ended up getting kicked out. In the lobby, the sound of subtle discussions gradually became clearer, and a series of inquiring and slightly contemptuous glances fell on Chen Fan without any concealment. Have you said enough? Chen Fan turned around slowly, his tone unable to tell whether he was happy or angry. What's wrong? Are you upset because I hit your sore spot? Wang Lei grinned, and his smug look was particularly glaring. Brother, let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart. These days, if you don't have money, don't touch women. Lin Xiaoman? She has very high standards now. She probably wouldn't even bother to look at ordinary people. Oh, is that so? Chen Fan's mouth curled up in an inexplicable arc. He walked back to the front desk. Give me a bottle of the most expensive red wine in your hotel. He said to the already bewildered receptionist, put it on my room bill. The receptionist was stunned for a moment before she regained her voice. Sir, our most expensive bottle is a 1982 Chateau Lafite, priced at 180,000 yuan. I want it. Chen Fan's tone left no room for doubt. The receptionist looked embarrassed and cautiously reminded, Sir, for such high-value purchases, we usually recommend cash or pre-authorization. She hadn't finished her words yet. Chen Fan had already taken out his mobile phone and scanned the payment QR code at the front desk. Ding! The host has spent 180,000 yuan. The triple cashback of 540,000 yuan has been received. Congratulations to the host for earning 18 system points. Your payment has been successful. A cold electronic prompt tone came from the POS machine speaker. The receptionist's mouth was so wide open that an egg could almost fit in it. The smile on Wang Lei's face also completely froze. 180,000. You just paid it without blinking an eye? What the fuck is going on? Also, Chen Fan's voice sounded again, calmly without a trace of ripples. Please prepare the most expensive set meal in your restaurant for me and send it to my room. Okay, sir. Our top-quality Wagyu beef set menu costs 38,000 yuan. The receptionist's voice trembled with excitement. Chen Fan scanned the code again. The payment success prompt sounded again. Ding! The host has spent 38,000 yuan. The triple cashback of 114,000 yuan has been received. Congratulations to the host for earning 3.8 system points. Wang Lei was completely confused. In total, more than 200,000 yuan was spent just like water? This guy didn't even frown. He opened his mouth and squeezed out a sentence after a long time. Chen Fan, where did you get so much money? What does this have to do with you? Chen Fan took the room card from the receptionist with an indifferent expression. By the way, Wang Lei. He changed the subject. You just said that Lin Xiaoman is in Shanghai, right? Do you have her contact information? Wang Lei nodded subconsciously, then shook his head violently. Yes, but. Send it to me. Chen Fan's tone was brief and powerful. No, Chen Fan, don't be stupid. Wang Lei said anxiously. Lin Xiaoman is different now. What kind of people are surrounding her? You. I asked you to send it to me. Chen Fan's voice suddenly turned cold, and an invisible pressure instantly enveloped Wang Lei. Wang Lei was frightened by his sudden momentum and could no longer speak the words in his throat. He hurriedly took out his cell phone, tapped the screen a few times with trembling fingers, and sent Lin Xiaoman's WeChat ID. Chen Fan confirmed receipt and didn't look at Wang Lei again. He followed the concierge manager who was already waiting there, and walked towards the elevator. The elevator door slowly closed. Before the last crack disappeared, Chen Fan vaguely heard Wang Lei's distraught muttering coming from the lobby. This guy, what on earth has he been through? Inside the presidential suite, outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the lights on both sides of the Huangpu River are as dazzling as an overturned galaxy. However, Chen Fan had no intention of appreciating this priceless night view. He sank into the soft leather sofa, his fingertips sliding across the screen of his mobile phone, stopping at Lin Xiaoman's WeChat avatar. It was a carefully edited selfie, with perfect makeup and a sense of deliberately created alienation and charm. He clicked on the dialog box and hovered his finger over the input box for a moment. Xiaoman, it's me, Chen Fan. The message was sent successfully. On the chat interface, the other party's status quickly changed to read. But there was no reply. Time passes by every second. About 5 minutes later, Lin Xiaoman's message slowly popped up. Chen Fan? How do you have my WeChat? There was an obvious sense of surprise and vigilance between the lines. Given by Wang Lei, Chen Fan replied. I'm in Shanghai now. If I have time, I'd like to meet you. This time, the other party's silence lasted longer. Chen Fan could almost imagine the hesitation and weighing expression on Lin Xiaoman's face at the other end of the phone. A full 10 minutes. Lin Xiaoman's new news just appeared again. There's no need to meet up, we've been apart for a long time. The tone was polite, but also contained a refusal that left no room for argument. Just chatting, catching up as ordinary friends. Chen Fan sent another message. I'm quite busy right now, so I'm afraid I don't have much time. Lin Xiaoman's reply was still cold. Chen Fan let out a light breath, a meaningful smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. He opened the photo album on his phone and found 2 screenshots of himself paying at the front desk. One of them is a receipt for 180,000 yuan worth of Lafite red wine. The other one was a payment record for a Wagyu beef set meal worth 38,000 new Taiwan dollars. He sent these 2 screenshots directly. Almost the moment the screenshot was sent, Lin Xiaoman's message bounced back immediately, so fast it was shocking. Which hotel are you staying in now? Chapter 7. The Bund, Pujiang Hotel, Presidential Suite. Chen Fan replied. As soon as he finished speaking, his cell phone screen suddenly lit up, and the caller ID showed Lin Xiaoman. Chen Fan swiped to answer the call. Hello? Chen Fan. Those screenshots you sent me, are they all real? Lin Xiaoman's voice came from the receiver, with incredible shock and a hint of imperceptible haste. Of course it's true. Chen Fan's tone was calm. Where did you get so much money? Chen Fan's voice was emotionless. Want to know? Then come out and talk. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and then a low male voice could be heard. Chen Fan recognized it as Zhang Wei. Lin Xiaoman's voice came again, with a hint of subtle tension. Okay, let's meet and talk. In half an hour, at the cafe downstairs in the hotel. Can. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the dazzling night view of the magic city below, with a playful arc at the corner of his mouth. Today's meeting is destined not to be peaceful. At the same time, in a high-end apartment not far from Pujiang Hotel, Lin Xiaoman put down her phone and walked quickly towards the man sitting lazily on the sofa. Zhang Wei. Her current outfit was a step up from when she was in Chengdu. She wore a well-tailored haute couture dress, the latest luxury brand bracelet on her wrist, and her makeup was so exquisite that there was not a single flaw. She looked like a typical fashion internet celebrity. Are you sure those screenshots are real? Zhang Wei's brows were twisted into knots. Lin Xiaoman paced back and forth in the room, her high heels tapping against the floor, feeling a little irritated. I checked. The presidential suite at the Pujian Hotel is 120,000 yuan a night, no doubt about it. But Chen Fan, doesn't his family just run a small, shabby restaurant? Where does the money come from? She couldn't figure it out. Zhang Wei took out a cigarette, lit it, and slowly blew out a puff of smoke. Is he trying to show off? Borrowing money to show off in front of you? Borrow? Lin Xiaoman scoffed and shook her head. Who would be so foolish as to borrow money to stay in a presidential suite and open a bottle of wine worth 180,000 yuan? They're crazy. Then this becomes interesting. Zhang Wei narrowed his eyes, a hint of calculation flashing across them. If Chen Fan is really rich, then your choice back then would be quite interesting. Lin Xiaoman's face instantly darkened. Zhang Wei, what do you mean by this? What I mean? Zhang Wei flicked the ash from his cigarette, his tone cold. You've just started your internet celebrity career, and you've got a lot of money to burn. My money is nothing compared to the real rich second generation. If Chen Fan is really rich, you should reconsider it. It's worth it. He paused and added, anyway, you and I are just a cooperative relationship now, each taking what we need. Zhang Wei. Lin Xiaoman's voice rose and was filled with anger. Why are you so excited? Zhang Wei put out his cigarette. I'm just telling the truth. How long can your pretty face last in a place like Shanghai? Without money, you're nothing. If Chen Fan really does become a financial sponsor, it won't hurt you to go and find out his background. Lin Xiaoman bit her lower lip, her nails almost digging into her palms. You want me to hook up with him again? Hooking up? That sounds so ugly. Zhang Wei chuckled. You two already have a past relationship. Rekindling that relationship is only natural, isn't it? Besides. He changed the subject, his voice revealing a bit of calculation. If he is really rich, we can find a way to make some money from him. If he is pretending to be cool, then let him pay the price for his vanity. What do you say, Xiaoman? Zhang Wei's gloomy expression made Lin Xiaoman feel cold in her heart. But thinking of her current predicament, thinking of those unattainable luxuries in glamorous life, she finally closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she was determined. I know what to do. Her voice was a little dry. Half an hour later, in the coffee shop on the first floor of Pujian Hotel. Chen Fan had already chosen a private seat by the window. He casually ordered the most expensive Blue Mountain brew on the menu, which cost 680 yuan a cup, which was a drop in the bucket for him. Ding! The host has spent 680 yuan. The triple cashback of 2,040 yuan has been received. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 0.068 system points. A pleasant reminder sound rang in my mind. Even buying a cup of coffee can earn you cashback. This system is so cool. Chen Fan? A familiar yet somewhat deliberate voice sounded behind him. Chen Fan picked up the coffee cup, took a sip, and then turned around slowly. Lin Xiaoman was standing at the table. Compared to when she was in Chengdu, her current outfit exuded a carefully crafted internet celebrity style from head to toe. There was no fault in her makeup, her skirt was tightly wrapped around her figure, and every subtle movement seemed to have been rehearsed countless times in front of the live camera. Chen Fan looked at it and felt that the exquisiteness was mixed with too much deliberateness. Sit down. He raised his chin towards the empty seat opposite. Lin Xiaoman sat down gracefully, each gesture perfectly executed. She looked at Chen Fan and her tone changed. You've really changed a lot. People always change. Chen Fan picked up the coffee and took a sip slowly. You are the same. Me? Lin Xiaoman played with her hair that fell on her shoulders. This was a little gesture she often used in the live broadcast room, which always earned her a flood of gifts on the screen. I think I'm still me. You wouldn't have done something as filthy as that in someone else's car before. The soft music in the cafe could not cover up the sudden silence. Lin Xiaoman's face turned pale, and her lips trembled a little, but she quickly forced a smile. That's all in the past, don't mention it, okay? I don't want to bring it up either. Chen Fan put down his cup, and the bottom of the cup made a slight sound when it hit the table. So, let's just be ordinary friends and chat casually. Okay. Lin Xiaoman was visibly relieved, and then immediately asked impatiently, Chen Fan, what are you doing now? It seems, you're doing pretty well. It's a small business at home. Chen Fan said lightly. Oh? Lin Xiaoman's voice rose a few notches. Doesn't your family run a small restaurant? Restaurants, that's only a small part of the business. The little flame in Lin Xiaoman's heart suddenly ignited. Chen Fan had really gone mad. She was almost regretting it. If she hadn't gotten involved with that bastard Zhang Wei, wouldn't this glory be hers now? That's great. Her smile was sickeningly sweet. I knew you were so capable that you'd make it big sooner or later. Chen Fan glanced at her. That smile looked incredibly fake to him. This woman, her eyes lit up when she saw money. Xiaoman, I heard you're an internet celebrity now? Yeah. I signed with an MCN company and have accounts on several platforms. When Lin Xiaoman mentioned this, her chin lifted a little, revealing a hint of pride. Now, the total number of fans on the entire network is over 1 million. Chapter 8. Oh, that's quite capable. It's okay, Lin Xiaoman said reluctantly. This is the industry. It's very competitive. If you don't spend money to package yourself, there's no way out. She sighed softly, her eyelashes drooping, and her voice was full of fatigue. Sometimes, I really feel like I can't hold on any longer. Chen Fan could hear the subtext in her words. He picked up the coffee and took a sip without even raising his eyelids, pretending not to hear anything. While the two were silent, the glass door of the cafe was roughly pushed open with a bang. Zhang Wei barged in with a nonchalant look on his face, his voice so loud as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know he was here. His head shook, and his eyes quickly swept across the hall, immediately setting his sights on Chen Fan and Lin Xiaoman in the corner. Xiaoman, I finally found you. You were hiding here to relax and enjoy the peace and quiet. Zhang Wei rushed to the table in 2 steps, with a fake smile on his face. His gaze shifted to Chen Fan, and his tone changed. Hey, isn't this our busy man Chen Fan? What a rare guest. What's the wind blowing today? Chen Fan glanced at Zhang Wei and didn't like his expression at all. He just snorted through his nose. Well, it's quite a coincidence. Boss Chen, I heard you made a fortune recently? Zhang Wei was not polite at all and squeezed into the empty seat next to him, causing the chair to creak as he sat on it. His body was almost pressed against Chen Fan, he was rubbing his hands, with a malicious smile on his face. His tone was as if Chen Fan owed him millions. How about this, brother? I'm short on money lately. Can you spare some of your money and help me with some cash flow? Before Zhang Wei finished speaking, the screen of Lin Xiaoman's mobile phone on the table suddenly lit up. The shrill ringing of a bell broke the silence of the cafe. Lin Xiaoman lowered her head and glanced at the caller ID. With just one glance, the color on her face disappeared completely. The face was completely pale, without a trace of blood, and even had a faint bluish tint. What happened, Xiaoman? Zhang Wei poked his head out and noticed something was wrong. Lin Xiaoman's hand holding the phone was shaking constantly. She swiped her fingertips across the screen several times before the call was barely connected. I don't know what was said on the other end of the phone. She just mumbled ah, a few times, and each sound was trembling. As soon as she hung up the phone, she completely collapsed. He slumped back in the chair, all the strength in his body drained away in an instant. Xiaoman, what happened? Chen Fan frowned and asked in a deep voice. It's over. It's all over. Lin Xiaoman's voice was broken, and she couldn't help crying. Without warning, tears as big as beans rolled down and hit the back of the hand. I've been reported. She choked with sobs, and each word was extremely difficult to say. The tax bureau wants to check my accounts. And the Cyberspace Administration of China, they said all my social media accounts and bank accounts are all frozen. By the end of her speech, she was almost sobbing and her body was shaking violently. Taxes? Internet monitoring? Zhang Wei suddenly jumped up from the chair, and the chair legs rubbed against the ground and slid backwards with a swish. His eyes widened, almost spitting fire, and his voice changed. Xiaoman, what the hell did you do? Lin Xiaoman cried so hard that she almost fainted, her words breaking into pieces. I didn't do anything. It was just a normal livestream selling goods. How could it become like this? Bringing goods? Chen Fan slowly put down the coffee cup in his hand, and the bottom of the cup lightly touched the smooth table surface, making a slight knock sound. He asked, what kind of goods? Cosmetics, clothes, bags. Lin Xiaoman choked up, tears covering her face, her voice intermittent, the suppliers. Zhang Wei helped me find the suppliers. Zhang Wei's face instantly turned pale, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and he screamed, Lin Xiaoman, you are slandering me. You contacted the suppliers yourself, what does that have to do with me? Zhang Wei. How can you speak so conscientiously? Lin Xiaoman suddenly raised her head, her tearful eyes filled with disbelief. You were the one who introduced it to me. You even said it was a first-hand source and the profit was very high. I'm warning you, Lin Xiaoman, stop talking nonsense here and throwing dirty water on me. Zhang Wei's tone suddenly became fierce, and his face was a little distorted. I'm just taking photos for you and handling some chores. I don't know anything else. Don't even think about blaming me. Chen Fan quietly watched this clumsy farce before him, a hint of undisguised sarcasm on his lips. Zhang Wei, I really underestimated you. It turns out you have quite the business acumen. What do you mean? Zhang Wei turned his head suddenly and stared at Chen Fan viciously, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Let Lin Xiaoman be the one in the spotlight, and you hide behind the scenes to control all the supply and capital flows. Chen Fan's tone was calm, but every word was heartbreaking. Once the truth comes out, push her out as a scapegoat. This trick is really good, diverting trouble away and removing the fuel from the fire. The veins on Zhang Wei's forehead throbbed, and his breathing became heavier. Chen Fan, stop slandering me and spreading rumors. Spreading rumors? Chen Fan took out his cell phone, swiped the screen a few times casually, and then turned the screen to Zhang Wei. Then let's take a closer look at your spending records over the past few months. A new Mercedes-AMG, priced at 800,000 yuan, and I didn't even blink. The down payment for a new house on the sea skyline is 2 million. Also, which of these designer clothes and watches are you wearing is cheaper? A photographer who only earns 30,000 yuan a month, tell me, where does all this money come from? Zhang Wei's face quickly lost its color and turned pale, his lips trembling. How do you know all this? How should I know? It's not important. Chen Fan stood up and walked slowly to Zhang Wei. The oppressive feeling brought by his figure made Zhang Wei subconsciously shrink back. What's important is whether the source of your money is clean or not. His voice was not loud, but it could be heard clearly in every corner of the cafe. Using Lin Xiaoman's account, they were promoting so-called private customization. In reality, they either took the money but didn't deliver the goods, or they used counterfeit and shoddy products to deceive people. The tax bureau's surprise inspection this time should be investigating these shady accounts, right? After hearing Chen Fan's words, Lin Xiaoman froze, as if struck by lightning. Her mind went blank. Zhang Wei, what he said, is this true? You really did all this with my account? Xiaoman, listen to my explanation. Things are not what you think. Zhang Wei hurriedly stretched out his hand and tried to grab Lin Xiaoman's arm, his eyes full of pleading. Don't touch me. Chapter 9. Lin Xiaoman shook off his hand sharply as if she had been bitten by a poisonous snake. You've hurt me terribly. Do you know what's happening? Now my account is blocked, my fans have all disappeared overnight, and I might even face jail time. Zhang Wei, how could you be so cruel to me? Zhang Wei saw that the truth was completely exposed and could no longer argue. The hypocritical mask of warmth on his face was finally torn to shreds, revealing his ferocious true face. To you? Lin Xiaoman, do you really think you are some pure and innocent thing? If I hadn't put so much effort into supporting you, would you have achieved such success today? Now that something's happened, you want to turn your back on me and put all the blame on me? Dream on. You. Lin Xiaoman was so angry that her whole body was shaking violently. She pointed at Zhang Wei and couldn't say a word. Alright, stop acting like a sad story here. Aren't you ashamed? Chen Fan coldly interrupted their quarrel. Zhang Wei, do you think that by pushing out that stupid woman Lin Xiaoman, you can just sit back and relax and rest easy? Since the tax bureau was able to track down Lin Xiaoman, do you think you can escape? Beads of sweat the size of beans oozed out of Zhang Wei's forehead and slid down his cheeks. He roared at Chen Fan with a fierce expression but a weak heart. Chen Fan, what the hell does this have to do with you? Stop meddling in other people's business. Have a finger in the pie? Chen Fan chuckled, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Lin Xiaoman, after all, I've known her before. If I just sit back and do nothing while watching her being schemed against so miserably, wouldn't that be too cold-hearted? How do you want to manage this? Zhang Wei gritted his teeth, squeezing out a few words. Chen Fan, I'm warning you one last time. Don't be so shameless as to provoke me so easily. I've been operating in Shanghai for many years, and I'm not a pushover to be trodden by just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. Oh? Not easy to mess with? Chen Fan looked him up and down with interest, as if he were admiring a clown's performance. Then tell me, what is your extraordinary ability? Zhang Wei slammed his hand on the table, causing the coffee cup to jump and spill some of the coffee. The people behind me are so powerful you can't afford to offend them. To tell you the truth, this incident was just someone deliberately trying to mess with us. If you know what's good for you, get out of here and don't get involved and get yourself into trouble. Someone is messing with you? Chen Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. Who? Chen Fan, do you really want to know? Zhang Wei's expression was filled with a desperate ruthlessness. The ones who did this were none other than your Chen family's sworn enemies. Since they were able to track down Lin Xiaoman, they can certainly track her down to you too. When Lin Xiaoman heard this, her already pale face instantly lost all color, and she murmured in horror, What do you mean? What Chen family? What is going on? The aura around Chen Fan suddenly turned cold. Zhang Wei, do you know my identity? The only son of Tiangong Heavy Industries Chen Guodong, and the darling of Jishir Pharmaceuticals Qin Yaji. Zhang Wei let out a chilling laugh. You think you're hiding well, kid? Humph, someone's been keeping an eye on you for a long time. Your every move is under someone else's control. The air in the cafe seemed to freeze at that moment, and you could hear a pin drop. At this tense and explosive moment, a well-dressed, calm middle-aged man walked in from the door of the coffee shop at a leisurely pace. He walked straight to the table where Chen Fan was sitting. Master Chen, I've long heard of your name. The middle-aged man bowed slightly, his posture humble, but his tone neither humble nor arrogant. My surname is Li, and I'm here to say hello to you, on behalf of an old friend. Chen Fan looked at the middle-aged man who had come uninvited, and his heart was alarmed. Who asked you to come? Mr. Li had a polite smile on his face, but there was a chill in that smile. It's more appropriate for us to discuss this issue in private. However, I can first tell Master Chen a piece of news. Your mother's Jishir Pharmaceutical has recently run into some trouble. What trouble? Chen Fan's voice suddenly dropped. Mr. Li slowly took out a well-made business card from his pocket and gently placed it on the coffee table. Master Chen, why not take a look at today's financial news first? Jisai Pharmaceutical stock has been hitting the lower limits since the opening. Chen Fan quickly took out his cell phone and opened the financial software. On the screen, the share price of Jishir Pharmaceutical was glaringly green, having fallen by more than 10%. What's going on? It's very simple. Someone broke the news that Jishir Pharmaceutical's flagship product had quality issues. Now the internet is going crazy, and regulatory authorities have also intervened in the investigation. Mr. Li's tone was as relaxed as if he was talking about the weather. In just a few hours, Jishir Pharmaceutical's market value evaporated by billions. Lin Xiaoman was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Chen Fan, is your family really that rich? Zhang Wei was also confused. Jishir Pharmaceutical, that's one of the top 3 pharmaceutical companies in China. So, Master Chen, you should understand what I mean now. The smile on Mr. Li's face disappeared. Some people are not someone you can offend easily. Chen Fan gripped his phone tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. What on earth do you want to do? Our request is simple and clear. Mr. Li held up a finger. First, young Master Chen, leave the Magic City and return to Rongqing. From now on, never set foot in the Magic City again. Secondly, this mess between you and Miss Lin ends here. Third, you are not allowed to interfere in Mr. Zhang Wei's affairs anymore. Why? Chen Fan suddenly stood up. Do you think you can scare me with these little tricks? A small trick? Mr. Li's smile turned even colder. Young Master Chen, Jishir Pharmaceutical's billions in losses are just a small trick in your eyes? Chen Fan's temples were throbbing. He suppressed his anger and said, even if you can influence the stock price, you can't really bring down Jishir Pharmaceutical. That's right, it can't be brought down. But your mother, can she withstand the malicious suppression for several months? Mr. Li said slowly. The stock price continued to plummet, banks cut their funding, suppliers stopped delivering, and partners terminated their contracts one after another. This combination of blows would have left a few holes in even the most impregnable empire. Lin Xiaoman suddenly interrupted, Chen Fan, how about just agree to them? I'm not worth you taking such a big risk for me. Shut up. Chen Fan stopped her, this has nothing to do with you. Jiang Wei laughed smugly beside him, Chen Fan, are you scared now? I told you before, in this place of Magic City, there are some big shots you can't afford to offend. Jiang Wei, what high branch do you think you've climbed? Chen Fan turned to him. You're just a pawn in their hands. They can throw you away at any time when they're done with you. Chapter 10. Pawn? Jiang Wei snorted disdainfully. At least I'm a pawn on the winning side. Mr. Li looked at his watch and said, Master Chen, I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it. If you still don't agree in 10 minutes, Jisher Pharmaceutical will probably face more than just a drop in stock price. Chen Fan stared at Mr. Li deeply. Who are you? Why are you targeting our Chun family? Once you agree to our terms, I'll explain the details. Mr. Li checked his phone again. There are only 9 minutes left. Just as he finished speaking, a rapid ring of a cell phone broke the silence in the cafe. It's Uncle Fu calling. Chen Fan's heart tightened and he quickly answered the call. Master. Uncle Fu's voice was filled with anxiety and panic. Something terrible has happened. Madam. Madam just fainted. She's in the hospital now. Chen Fan only felt a buzzing sound in his head. What's going on? Madam has been dealing with the company's crisis today and is extremely nervous. Just now she received a phone call, and she collapsed right after she finished speaking. The doctor said it was an acute myocardial infarction. Uncle Fu's voice trembled, young master, please come back soon. Chen Fan's hand trembled and the phone almost fell to the ground. He stared at Mr. Li fiercely, his voice filled with rage, did you do this? Mr. Li spread his hands, looking innocent, Master Chen, we are businessmen. We believe in making money through harmony. We will not do anything that is against the will of heaven and earth. But as people age and face increased stress, it's inevitable that they'll have minor health issues. You. Chen Fan's fists were clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. He wished he could smash the hypocritical face in front of him into pieces immediately. Master Chen, now you should understand the seriousness of the matter. Mr. Li's tone remained calm. What's your answer? Chen Fan's chest heaved violently several times, and the knuckles of his clenched fists turned white. When he spoke again, all the emotion in his voice had disappeared, leaving only a heart-wrenching calmness. My answer. Chen Fan spoke each word clearly, and each word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Fuck you. The smile on Mr. Li's face froze instantly. Master Chen, are you sure you want to make this choice? Your mother is in the operating room and her life is unknown. I said, fuck you. Chen Fan repeated, his tone even colder. You want me to compromise? You're not worthy. Jiang Wei laughed loudly beside him, Chen Fan, are you crazy? For a woman who no longer wants you, you're even willing to give up your mother's life? Shut up. Chen Fan turned his head suddenly, and the murderous intent made Jiang Wei shut up instantly. Lin Xiaoman stood up tremblingly, Chen Fan, don't be like this, I really don't deserve it. I told you, this has nothing to do with you. Chen Fan took out his phone. Uncle Fu, how is the situation at the hospital? Master, Madam is no longer in danger of death, but is still under observation in the ICU. Uncle Fu's voice became a little steadier. By the way, there is an important situation. I have found the person who called Madam. Chen Fan pressed the hands-free key, speak. They're from the Magic City Li Group. This company specializes in hostile takeovers. The boss behind it is called Li Mingxian. I heard he's a ruthless person. Mr. Li's expression changed, how could you possibly find out? Do you think you did it perfectly? Chen Fan sneered, Uncle Fu, continue. Li Mingxian is targeting our family this time because the big project that Tiangong Heavy Industry recently bid for was originally in his pocket, but was snatched away by the master. I see. Chen Fan looked at Mr. Li, so you're using this as a personal vendetta? Mr. Li pretended to be calm and said, Master Chen, what does it matter if you know the truth? You still have to face reality. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Chen Fan's mind. Ding! The host has been detected to be facing a major crisis, and the special function has been activated. Urgent mission, defeat the hostile takeover bidder and protect the family business. Task reward, 10x consumption rebate card limited to 24 hours, 10 premium lottery opportunities. Special reminder, the host can use system funds to operate in the stock market and defeat the enemy. Chen Fan was shocked. The system has such a function? He immediately asked in his mind. System, what does stock market operation mean? Ding. The host can use a large amount of funds to smash the market and manipulate the stock price. At the same time, all operations can earn rebates. Currently available funds, 1.132 billion in cash, with an additional 10 billion available for emergency credit from the system. 10 billion. Chen Fan suppressed his excitement and remained calm on the surface. Mr. Li, it seems you don't understand my strength yet. What do you mean? Mr. Li frowned. Chen Fan took out his phone and opened the stock trading app. Since you like playing stocks, let's go big. In front of everyone, he began to buy shares of Jisher Pharmaceutical frantically. 10 million, 50 million, 100 million. Ding. Detected that the host spent 100 million yuan on stocks. Triple cashback of 300 million yuan has been received. Ding. Detected that the host spent 500 million yuan on stocks. Triple cashback of 1.5 billion yuan has been received. The numbers on the phone screen jumped rapidly, and Chen Fan's account balance continued to rise. Mr. Li's expression grew increasingly grim. Are you crazy? Spending so much money on stocks that have hit their lower limit? Who said I was buying? Chen Fan sneered, I'm trying to save the market. With the influx of huge funds, the stock price of Jisher Pharmaceutical began to stop falling and rebound. Lin Xiaoman stared at the numbers jumping on the phone screen in amazement. Chen Fan, how much money do you have? Want to know? Chen Fan bought another 1 billion. This is just the appetizer. Ding. Detected that the host has spent 1 billion yuan, triple cashback of 3 billion yuan has been received. Current account balance, 6.732 billion yuan. Mr. Li was completely panicked. Impossible. How could a guy in his 20s have so much cash? Guess? Chen Fan continued. Oh, right, I just applied for a credit line of 10 billion. After saying that, he began to apply for system credit. Ding. The system's emergency credit of 10 billion has arrived, and the current available funds are 16.732 billion. 10 billion. Zhang Wei's voice changed. Chen Fan, what exactly does your family do? My family? Chen Fan didn't even look up and continued buying stocks. Does Tiangong Heavy Technology know? Does Jisher Pharmaceutical know? Tiangong Heavy Industry, the engineering company with a value of hundreds of billions? Mr. Li's voice began to tremble. And then there's Jisher Pharmaceutical, one of the top 3 pharmaceutical companies in China. Chen Fan said calmly, how much do you think these two companies are worth combined? The air froze instantly. Mr. Li's phone rang frantically. He answered it tremblingly, what? Jisher Pharmaceutical stock price hit the daily limit? How is that possible? Chapter 11. Because some people are buying things like crazy. Chen Fan put down his phone with a firm tone. Furthermore, this person will continue to buy until they start to question their lives. He glanced at the Jisher Pharmaceutical stock on the screen, which had already hit the daily limit, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In just a dozen minutes, the 3 billion he invested had tripled in value, and he had 9 billion in cash. Mr. Li, tell me now, who suffered the greater loss? Chen Fan turned around and stared at Mr. Li, whose face had already turned as pale as paper. How much did you lose by shorting Jisher Pharmaceutical? 500 million? Or 1 billion? Mr. Li's throat was dry and he couldn't utter a word. Based on the current daily limit price, your short positions will result in a loss of at least 2 billion yuan. Chen Fan's voice was calm, but every word was heart-wrenching. And I not only made up for the so-called losses I had previously made, but also made an additional net profit of 6 billion. Zhang Wei stood aside, completely stunned, his mouth open wide enough for an egg to fit in. 6 billion. Oh my god, what on earth does that even mean? The idea is, Chen Fan turned his gaze to Zhang Wei with a hint of joking, I only need to snap my fingers now to make people like you completely disappear from this world, leaving not even a trace of you behind. As soon as the words fell, Lin Xiaoman, who had been silent all the time, suddenly raised her head, her voice trembling. Chen Fan, I have something to tell you. Tell me. Chen Fan was very frugal with his words. Actually, I already knew your true identity a long time ago. Lin Xiaoman buried her head lower and lower, and her voice became as thin as a mosquito. From the first time we met, I knew you were the eldest young master of the Chen family. Chen Fan's hand holding the coffee cup paused in the air. What's the meaning? It was me. I asked Zhang Wei to deliberately approach you. It was also me who helped him put on that lame show. Lin Xiaoman's voice became smaller and smaller, almost inaudible. From the very beginning, our goal has been the money in your hands. Inside the coffee shop, the air seemed to freeze and you could hear a pin drop. Why? Chen Fan's tone was calm, without any emotion. Because of Li Mingxian, he gave me 10 million. Lin Xiaoman finally plucked up the courage, raised her head, tears welling up in her eyes. He asked me to cooperate with them to bring down you and the Chen family. He said the Chen family stole his most important project, and he wanted revenge at all costs. Zhang Wei was so anxious that he jumped up and down and shouted in a low voice, "Xiaoman, are you crazy? How can you say such a thing?" Because I regret it. I really do. Lin Xiaoman's tears finally burst out and slid down her cheeks. Chen Fan, I know you must hate me right now, but I really know I was wrong. Li Mingxian promised to give me 10 million as long as he could destroy your company. But when I saw you confront them head on for me, Do you regret it? Chen Fan suddenly smiled, and that smile was so cold that it made the air around him drop several degrees. Xiaoman, do you know where your biggest problem lies? What? Lin Xiaoman felt uneasy because of his smile. The problem is that you naively believe that all this is just a coincidence and an accident. Chen Fan slowly stood up and looked down at them condescendingly. But in fact, from the moment I set foot in the Magic City, I anticipated everything that would happen today. Everyone present, including Mr. Li, was completely stunned. Why do you think I came to the Magic City? And why did I deliberately stay in the best hotels and buy the most expensive luxury goods? Chen Fan's voice became increasingly cold, as if it came from the netherworld. That's because I'm fishing. I'm fishing for you smart aleck clowns. Mr. Li's face instantly turned as pale as snow and his lips trembled. What do you mean? The meaning is very simple. Chen Fan's tone was tinged with mockery. I've long known that idiot Li Mingxian was plotting against my family behind the scenes. I also expected that someone would use Lin Xiaoman as a pawn to get close to me and deal with me. Chen Fan calmly took out his cell phone, tapped it with his fingertips, and a clear recording played out. In the recording, Li Mingxuan's malicious voice was clearly audible. This time, I must completely destroy the Chen family. At any cost. This recording, where did you get it? Mr. Li's voice was full of shock and disbelief. Of course it was provided by my family. Chen Fan turned off the recording casually, his tone flat. Li Mingxian thought his plan was perfect and flawless, but he didn't know that his every move had already been monitored by my family. Zhang Wei felt that his worldview had completely collapsed at this moment, and he muttered to himself in despair. So all of this, from beginning to end, was set up by you? That's right. Chen Fan admitted straightforwardly, including asking you to deliberately get close to Lin Xiaoman, and later letting Lin Xiaoman move to the Magic City to develop. Everything was part of my plan. Lin Xiaoman's whole body went limp, and she collapsed completely into the chair, her face pale. Why did you plot against me like this? Because you betrayed me once. Chen Fan's voice was devoid of emotion and as cold as a piece of 10,000-year-old black ice. So, I'm very curious and want to see with my own eyes whether you will choose to betray me again in the face of such a huge temptation of money. In the end, you really didn't let me down. You, indeed, chose to betray me once again. Chen Fan, you are too cruel. Lin Xiaoman burst into tears and couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Cruel? Chen Fan snorted coldly, full of disdain. Compared to you guys stabbing me in the back, what are my tricks compared to that? He ignored the crying Lin Xiaoman and turned his gaze to Mr. Li. Now, if you have any other tricks, feel free to use them. At this moment, Mr. Li's cell phone rang again urgently. He answered the phone in a panic, and after just listening for a few seconds, his expression became several times uglier than before. What? What did you say? Li Group's stock hit the limit down? How is this possible? Why is this happening? Because someone is shorting the Li Group's stock. Chen Fan's voice was calm and indifferent, as if he was discussing a trivial matter. Moreover, this person has enough funds to drive the entire Li Group into complete bankruptcy. Chapter 12. Mr. Li looked up suddenly. Did you do this? Of course it's me. Chen Fan shook his phone with a playful smile. Just now, I dumped the stock of G-Sure Pharmaceutical and pushed it to its limit up. At the same time, I also took the opportunity to short the Li Group. Calculating the time, Li Mingxian should be in a state of panic by now. It's very lively, right? Before he finished speaking, Mr. Li's cell phone began to vibrate wildly, and the three big words Li Mingxian were clearly displayed on the screen. Mr. Li pressed the hands-free button with trembling fingers. Li Mingxuan's angry and hysterical roar was immediately heard from the other end of the phone. What the hell is going on? Why did our company's stock suddenly hit the limit down? The liquidity in our company account is about to run out. Tell me quickly. Chen Fan reached out and took the vibrating phone from Mr. Li. Mr. Li, how are you? You, who are you? Li Mingxian on the other end of the phone had a hint of barely perceptible fear in his voice. Chen Fan. As soon as these two words were uttered, the other end of the phone fell into dead silence. Li Mingxian, this game is over. Chen Fan's voice was calm and somewhat scary, yet it carried an unquestionable majesty. Now, all of you who participated in this will pay the price for your foolish actions. Chen Fan. Don't go too far. Li Mingxian roared at the top of his lungs on the other end of the phone. Do you think that just because you've ruined my company, this matter is over? I'm telling you, you absolutely can't afford to offend the person standing behind me. Oh? Really? There are others? Chen Fan's tone revealed a hint of strong interest. Why not tell me who the big names are? The Zhao family is one of the 4 major families in Hong Kong. My father-in-law is Zhao Tianhua. I'm his son-in-law. Li Mingxuan's voice rose, full of confidence. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, the Zhao family will make you disappear from Hong Kong completely. Chen Fan raised his eyebrows at first, as if he had heard a ridiculous joke, and then he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zhao family? Which blind Zhao family would dare to accept someone like you as their son-in-law? It's the Zhao Group of Hong Kong City. The Zhao family with assets of hundreds of billions. Li Mingxian shouted with his neck stiff, trying to save some face. Oh, you're talking about Mr. Zhao, Zhao Tianhua? Chen Fan's smile deepened, his tone drawn out. His precious granddaughter, Zhao Xiyu? Li Mingxuan's voice suddenly changed, revealing his undisguised panic. How do you know Xiyu's name? Chen Fan leisurely took out another phone. The screen lit up, and he expertly dialed a number. Sister Xiyu, it's Chen Fan. The call was answered almost instantly, and a gentle female voice with a smile came through clearly. Xiao Fan? The sun is rising from the west today? Why did you think of calling your sister? It's nothing serious. There's this guy claiming to be your husband. His last name is Li Mingxian. He's showing off in front of me and threatening me with the Zhao family. Chen Fan's eyes swept over Mr. Li's pale face. Sister Xiyu, do you know this guy? There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds, and then, like a volcanic eruption, a roar of anger rang out. That bastard Li Mingxian? How dare he use my name to cheat and threaten you? From the tone of your voice, it seems that your relationship is not very harmonious. Chen Fan said lightly. Relationship? Zhao Xiyu's voice was so cold it could break ice. Bah! I divorced that bastard a long time ago. The paperwork was all done. How dare this scumbag, this scum, still do evil things in the name of the Zhao family? Li Mingxian on the other end of the phone felt as if all the bones in his body had been pulled out, and he was completely limp. Xiyu, you, how could you? Li Mingxian, you son of a bitch, listen up. Zhao Xiyu's voice echoed through the receiver, echoing throughout the coffee shop. Every word was filled with icy anger. From this moment on, you have nothing to do with the Zhao family. I'm notifying my grandfather right now to immediately sever all ties with a scum like you. You won't get a single cent from the Zhao family again. No. Xiyu, you can't do this to me. Please. Li Mingxuan's voice was filled with desperate wails, but it only brought an even colder response from Zhao Xiyu. Xiao Fan, that trash didn't do anything to you, did he? Zhao Xiyu's tone immediately changed 180 degrees, full of concern. I'm fine, I'm just a little annoyed by his nagging. Chen Fan glanced at Mr. Li, who looked ashen and almost collapsed to the ground. Sister Xiyu, please do me a small favor and check Li Mingxuan's past to see what bad things he has done. I've been investigating for a long time. Are you still not confident in my sister's work? Zhao Xiyu's efficiency was frighteningly high. That so-called Li Group is a complete shell company, specializing in hostile takeovers. Oh, and by the way, money's really tight lately. I owe a full 5 billion yuan in high-interest loans to an underground bank in Hong Kong, and the interest is compounding. I'm probably being blocked by debt collectors right now. 5 billion? Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. TSK, it seems he's really at the end of his rope and desperately looking for a scapegoat. Xiao Fan, do you want me to fly over right now to help you deal with this trouble? There was an unquestionable strength in Zhao Shiyu's voice. No need to trouble Sister Shiyu. I can handle this little thing myself. Chen Fan smiled calmly. But thank you for the information, Sister Shiyu. After the phone call was hung up, the coffee shop fell into silence, and even the sound of breathing seemed particularly clear. Mr. Li's legs went limp, and he collapsed into a chair with a plop. His face was as pale as paper, and he kept repeating, "It's over. It's really all over this time. Are you afraid now?" Chen Fan slowly walked up to Mr. Li and looked down at him. "Where's that arrogance you had just now? Where's it gone? Shun. Master Chen, Grandpa Chen. Please be magnanimous and spare our lives." Mr. Li slid off his chair with a plop and fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. He no longer had any of his previous arrogance. "We really didn't know you, you had such a powerful background." "Background?" Chen Fan scoffed, looking down at the humble man at his feet. "Do you really think I need to rely on some so-called background to deal with people like you?" He slowly took out his phone, tapped the screen with his fingertips, and pulled up the bank account balance interface. Then he turned the screen to Mr. Li and said, "Open your eyes and see clearly. How much money is in my account now?" Chapter 13. On the screen, a long string of dazzling numbers was clearly displayed, 16.732 billion. Lin Xiaoman happened to catch a glimpse of the number at this moment. She felt a black screen in front of her eyes, her legs went weak, and she fell straight back and fainted completely. Zhang Wei, watching from the side, gasped and his voice changed, 100, more than 16 billion, and it's all in cash. "Oh, I forgot to mention, this is just my usual pocket money." Chen Fan put away his phone nonchalantly and glanced at them. "Guess how much my family's insignificant assets are worth in total?" No one dared to answer, and the air seemed to be frozen. Tiangong Heavy Technology's current market capitalization is 80 billion. Jisher Pharmaceuticals' stock price just hit its daily limit, bringing its market capitalization to 60 billion. Add to that all the other miscellaneous businesses, Chen Fan said, his words slamming like a hammer on everyone's minds. As for the total assets, it barely exceeds 200 billion. And unfortunately, I am the sole heir to the Chun family. Mr. Li completely collapsed. Like a fish out of water, he gasped for breath, his forehead pressed against the cold floor, and begged in a hoarse voice, "Master Chen, please have mercy, spare us this time." "Please spare me?" Chen Fan pulled a small recorder from his pocket and toyed with it between his fingers. "I've recorded every word of those brilliant remarks you just made. Malicious stock price manipulation, commercial fraud, and threats and intimidation, these charges combined are enough to keep you in prison for 10 or 8 years to reflect on your actions." "No. No. Master Chen." Mr. Li burst into tears, his face covered with snot and tears. "I have elderly parents and young children to support. I can't go to jail. When you used those despicable means to threaten my mother, why didn't you think about your family?" Chen Fan's voice was devoid of sympathy, only bone-chilling coldness. "You're begging for mercy now? It's too late." He picked up his phone and dialed a number, "Uncle Fu, please contact our friends in Shanghai. There are a few flies that don't know how to live or die and need special care." A calm and respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. "Okay, master, what do you want me to do to take care of you?" "It's very simple." Chen Fan's gaze fell on Mr. Li, who was kneeling on the ground. His tone was calm but carried unquestionable majesty. "Those who deserve to be sent to prison, don't leave anyone behind. Those who deserve to lose everything, let them lose everything. In short, don't let anyone go." After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan turned around and was about to leave without even looking at the people on the ground. "Wait!" Zhang Wei suddenly got up from the ground like crazy and shouted, "Chen Fan! You can't do this to us. You can't." Chen Fan stopped and turned around slowly, his face expressionless. "Oh? Give me a reason why not." Because we were classmates after all." Zhang Wei seemed to have grasped at the last straw, his voice a little hysterical. "Have you forgotten? Back when we were in school, we had such a good relationship. We were brothers. Good relationship? Brothers? Chen Fan slowly walked back to Zhang Wei, a hint of sarcasm on his lips. Would someone with a good relationship steal his brother's girlfriend? Would someone with a good relationship plot against his brother behind his back? That's all a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. Zhang Wei's voice became smaller and smaller, and his confidence became weaker and weaker. He avoided Chen Fan's gaze and didn't dare to look him in the eye. Misunderstanding? Chen Fan chuckled, and that chuckle sent chills down Zhang Wei's spine. Alright, I'll give you a misunderstanding too. Before he finished speaking, Chen Fan raised his hand and slapped Zhang Wei in the face without mercy. Bang! The sound of a loud and crisp slap was particularly abrupt and harsh in the quiet coffee shop. This slap is for me being blind and treating you as a friend, and also for the nonsense you said behind my back all those years. Chen Fan's voice was as cold as ice. Bang! Another slap in the face, even harder than the last one. This slap is for you shamelessly stealing my girlfriend. Bang! The third slap was so powerful. And this last slap is for you daring to stand here today and threaten me with your ridiculous classmate friendship. Zhang Wei was dazed and dizzy from the 3 slaps, his eyes bulging with stars. His cheeks swelled up at a visible rate, the searing pain nearly unsteadying him. Blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. He covered his face, unable to speak coherently. Chen Fan, you dare to hit me. So what if I hit you? Chen Fan grabbed Zhang Wei's collar, pulled him in front of him, and said word by word, remember this, Zhang Wei. From today on, I, Chen Fan, will be someone you can never afford to offend in your life. If you do it again, it won't be as simple as a few slaps. After saying that, he suddenly let go of his hand, and Zhang Wei fell to the ground in embarrassment and couldn't get up for a long time. At this moment, Lin Xiaoman, who had fainted earlier, slowly regained consciousness. She shook her head, taking in the messy scene before her, and the utterly disfigured Zhang Wei and Mr. Li, their mouths bleeding. Her eyes were instantly filled with endless despair. Chen Fan, you really don't care about our past friendship at all, and you want to torture us to death? Old love? Chen Fan sneered, slowly squatting down and looking straight into her pale, desperate face. Lin Xiaoman, ask yourself honestly, how did you treat me back then? Don't you think it's ridiculous to talk about old love with me now? You said I was poor, that I couldn't give you the life you wanted, and that you had no future with me. Chen Fan's voice was very soft, but every word pierced Lin Xiaoman's heart like a knife. Then you ran off with Zhang Wei and performed a live pornographic show in front of me, disgusting me. Lin Xiaoman burst into tears. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Wrong? Chen Fan stood up and looked down at her condescendingly. If I were still the poor student I was before, would you feel that I was wrong? You only regret choosing the wrong thigh, not regretting hurting me. This sentence accurately hit Lin Xiaoman's worst thoughts, and she cried so hard that she almost died. Chen Fan, I really know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I beg you. Chance? Chen Fan smiled, and that smile was full of sarcasm. Xiaoman, do you know what it means to seek wealth and honor through risk? You can betray me once for money, and you can betray me a second time, a third time. Why should I give a chance to this ungrateful person who can't be fed? Because we once loved each other. Lin Xiaoman cried, her voice shrill. In love? Chapter 14. Chen Fan's smile became increasingly cold, like an ice ridge in the bitter cold of winter. You never loved me as a person, but what I can give you. I couldn't afford it before, so you left without looking back. Now that I can afford it, you're crying and asking for it back. This isn't love, Lin Xiaoman. This is pure business, a transaction. Lin Xiaoman was left speechless by these words, and her face lost all color. At this moment, a rapid ring of a cell phone broke the oppressive silence in the cafe. Chen Fan took out his cell phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was an unfamiliar number from Hong Kong City. He answered the phone. Hello? An old but powerful voice came from the other end of the line, carrying the pressure of someone who had been in a superior position for a long time. Chen Fan, right? I'm Li Mingxuan's father-in-law, Zhao Tianhua. Chen Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. Mr. Zhao, why are you calling me? Boy, you went a little too far in the Magic City today. There was an obvious threat in Zhao Tianhua's voice. Although Li Mingxian is useless, he married my granddaughter after all, so he can barely be considered half a member of the Zhao family. You're torturing him to death like this. Isn't that a bit too disrespectful to our Zhao family? Everyone else in the cafe, including Mr. Li and Jiang Wei, held their breath because of the phone call. Didn't Ti Zhaoxiu just say that she had divorced Li Mingxian? Why did Zhao Tianhua still say that Li Mingxian was half a Zhao family member? What was he trying to say? Chen Fan was silent for a few seconds, digesting this sudden change, and then he spoke. Mr. Zhao, do you mean to stand up for him? The meaning is very simple. Zhao Tianhua's voice became a little colder. Immediately stop all actions against Li Mingxian, and then go back to Rongqing obediently. Don't be an eyesore in the Magic City. Otherwise, don't blame my Zhao family for being rude. The Zhao family is not polite? Chen Fan chuckled, with a hint of danger in his laughter. Mr. Zhao, are you threatening me? This is not a threat, it's a warning. Zhao Tianhua's tone was extremely domineering and left no room for doubt. Your Chen family may have some strength in the mainland, but in Hong Kong City, it's not your turn to speak. Chen Fan's expression instantly darkened, and his voice grew colder. Zhao Tianhua, you'd better understand one thing. What's the matter? Zhao Tianhua asked back with a disdainful tone. If you mess with me, I'll take it. Chen Fan's voice became extremely dangerous, but if you dare to threaten me with my family, that's courting death. There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds, followed by Zhao Tianhua's even more sinister laugh. Boy, you're quite arrogant. Then I want to see what you have to dare to fight my Zhao family. Then let's give it a try. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he hung up the phone without any hesitation. The atmosphere in the cafe instantly dropped to freezing point, so depressing that it was hard to breathe. Mr. Li, who had just collapsed into the mud, now stood up from the ground as if he had been injected with chicken blood, and his face once again showed the arrogant smile of a villain who had achieved success. Chen Fan, did you hear that? Mr. Zhao has personally taken action. Do you still dare to be arrogant now? Ha! Chen Fan glanced at him, and the cold look in his eyes made Mr. Li's heart tremble, but he ignored this jumping clown and quickly dialed another number. Hello, Dad? It's me, Chen Fan. Chen Guodong's steady voice soon came from the other end of the phone. Dad, Zhao Tianhua from the Zhao family in Gangcheng just called me and threatened me. Chen Guodong on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds. Clearly, the name surprised him. Zhao Tianhua is personally involved? It seems things are more complicated than I thought. What do you mean? Chen Fan frowned. He felt that there was something else his father said. Son, these people you offended in Shanghai this time are probably not simple people. Chen Guodong's voice was unprecedentedly solemn. Li Mingxian and Jiang Wei are just pawns. The one who really wants to take over our Chen family is the mastermind hiding deeper behind the scenes. In the coffee shop, when Mr. Li heard Chen Guodong's words, the smug smile on his face froze instantly, and his face turned pale, with cold sweat on his forehead. Dad, please explain clearly. Chen Fan urged. Do you remember the project I mentioned to you before? It's an infrastructure project in the new district of Shanghai. The contract value is as high as 80 billion. Chen Guodong paused and lowered his voice a few degrees. Originally, this project was internally awarded to a large consortium in Hong Kong, but I intercepted it midway and snatched it away. Chen Fan's heart moved, and he immediately understood. So, they want to retaliate against us? It's not just revenge. They want to completely destroy our Chen family and make it impossible for us to stand up again. Chen Guodong's words were like thunder, exploding in the ears of everyone in the coffee shop. Everyone held their breath and dared not make a sound. That Gangcheng consortium has been secretly preparing for this project for 3 years, investing tens of billions in upfront capital and countless manpower and resources. Now all their efforts have been in vain. How can they not hate us to the core? Jiang Wei, standing nearby, was terrified. Although a playboy, he knew how terrifying a conflict on this level could be. He cautiously leaned over and asked in a trembling voice, Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen, that consortium, who is it? Chen Guodong's voice came coldly from the other end of the phone. Hong Kong's top financial group, Yongxing Group. Their background is much deeper than that of the Zhao family. This time, they have joined forces with some local forces in the mainland and are preparing to take a multi-pronged approach to kill our Chen family. Lin Xiaoman trembled all over after hearing this, her face as pale as paper. She said to Chen Fan in a trembling voice, Chen Fan, how about we just forget it? Your family can't afford to offend so many people. Shut up. Chen Fan interrupted her harshly, then continued on the phone, Dad, which forces are they specifically? The first to bear the brunt is naturally the Yongxing Group in Gangcheng. Their leader is Chang Yangxing. This man is notoriously cruel and ruthless. He would do anything dirty for profit. He is a dragon that eats people without leaving any bones. There was a hint of fear in Chen Guodong's voice. Secondly, there are several established families in Shanghai. They originally hoped to get a piece of the pie from this project, but now that they haven't made any money, they're naturally blaming us and want to join forces to attack us. Anything else? Chen Fan asked. He knew that things would never be that simple. The most troublesome thing is that, according to the information I received, they have also won over some connections in Beijing. Chen Guodong's voice became heavier. Chapter 15. Son, this matter has far exceeded the scope of simple business competition. It has risen to a higher level of game. If we are not careful, our Chen family may be doomed. Upon hearing this, Mr. Li's legs weakened, and he almost fell to his knees again. He looked at Chen Fan with a pale face. Chen. Master Chen, now you understand the seriousness of this matter, right? We haven't offended just one or two people, but an unimaginably large interest group. Mr. Li, you seem to know a lot about the inside story here. Chen Fan glanced at him coldly, his tone meaningful. It seems that you are more than just a dog under Li Mingxian. I. Cold sweat flowed down Mr. Li's forehead like a waterfall, his eyes flickered, and he didn't dare to look at Chen Fan. Chen Guodong's voice on the phone was filled with an unprecedented urgency. Xiao Fan, the waters of the magic city are too deep. You must return to Chengdu immediately, return now. Dad, if I leave now, wouldn't it be like telling them that I, Chen Fan, am afraid? Chen Fan's voice was calm, but with unquestionable determination. So what do you want to do? Confront them head on? Chen Guodong's voice rose 8 octaves. Chen Fan's gaze swept over the silent crowd in the coffee shop, and he spoke word by word. Since they've made this move and want to play, I, Chen Fan, will naturally accompany them to the end. Nonsense. You're too impulsive. Chen Guodong practically shouted, the Yangxing Group's influence in Hong Kong is more than 10 times greater than that of the Zhao family. You have no idea how terrifying Chang Yangxing is. Dad, who exactly is this Chang Yangxing? Chen Fan's voice remained steady, as if he was asking a trivial question. He's more than just a character. He's a complete lunatic. Chen Guodong's voice was filled with suppressed fear. 20 years ago, for a project, he had a competitor's only son kidnapped, forcing the other party to lose everything and withdraw. The police investigated for a full 10 years and couldn't find a single clue. Zhang Wei, standing next to him, was so shocked that his entire body was shaking, his teeth chattering. Chen Fan, did you hear that? We really can't afford to mess with this kind of person. Can't afford to offend? Chen Fan's lips curled up in a cold arc, then I want to experience for myself just how powerful Chang Yangxing is. Before he finished speaking, he had already taken out his cell phone and dialed a number neatly. Hello, is this the Yangxing Group? I'm looking for Chang Yangxing. A polite female voice came from the other end of the line. Excuse me, who are you? Chen Fan, Chen Guodong's son. After a few seconds of silence, a gloomy and magnetic male voice replaced the female voice. Little friend, I heard that you stirred up quite a stir in the Magic City. Uncle Chang, how are you? Chen Fan's tone was indistinguishable from his emotions. I heard that you have some opinions about our Chen family? Chang Yangxing laughed lowly, and that laugh lowered the temperature in the cafe a few degrees. Opinion? Kid, your father snatched the fat meat from my mouth, causing me to lose tens of billions. This is more than just an opinion. So what does Uncle Chang plan to do? It's very simple. Chang Yangxing's voice suddenly turned cold. Either ask your father to return the project to me intact and compensate me for all my losses. Or, I will make your Chen family disappear from this world completely. In the coffee shop, you can hear a pin drop. Chen Fan was silent for a moment. When he spoke again, there was a hint of playfulness in his voice. Uncle Chang, I do have a suggestion. Speak. Since this is a business matter, why not follow the rules of business? Chen Fan's tone turned serious. How about we each put our chips on the table and see who has the stronger fist? Chang Yangxing seemed amused by Chen Fan's words. Little friend, you probably don't know what the 4 words Yangxing Consortium mean in Hong Kong City, right? I'm not sure how big the Yangxing Group is. Chen Fan changed the subject, but I know exactly how much money I have. He shook his phone and said, Uncle Chang, would you like to guess how much cash I have available in my account right now? Oh? Tell me about it, it'll broaden my horizons. Chang Yongxing's tone was filled with a hint of disdain. No more, no less, 16.7 billion. Chen Fan Yun reported the number calmly. Besides, this is just my personal pocket money. On the other end of the phone, Chang Yongxing's breathing suddenly became heavier, and then fell into dead silence. Uncle Chang, may I ask, what is the approximate total assets of your Yongxing group? Chen Fan asked. After a while, Chang Yongxing's voice rang out again, with a barely perceptible hesitation, 80 billion. In other words, my pocket money alone is almost 1/5 of your company's total assets? Chen Fan chuckled. Uncle Chang, are you sure you want to compete with me for more money? Lin Xiaoman opened her mouth wide and couldn't close it for a long time. A young man in his early 20s could easily mobilize hundreds of billions of cash. This was beyond her comprehension. Chang Yongxing snorted coldly on the other end of the phone. Boy, money is not everything. You're right, money isn't everything. Chen Fan nodded in agreement, but in the world of business, money is everything. After saying that, he hung up the phone neatly. On the other phone, Chen Guodong's voice had completely changed, filled with panic. Xiao Fan. Were you talking to Chang Yongxing just now? Are you crazy? How dare you directly provoke him? Dad, he came here first. Do you know what he's going to do to you next? At this moment, Chen Fan's mobile phone screen lit up again. Caller ID, unknown number. He pressed the answer button. Hello? Hello, Master Chen. I'm Mr. Chang Yongxing's assistant. A capable female voice came from the phone, her tone respectful but unyielding. Mr. Chang would like to invite you to Hong Kong City for a chat tonight. Hong Kong City? Chen Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. Yes, Mr. Chang has already arranged a private jet and will be waiting for you at Pudong Airport in an hour. The female assistant's voice remained polite. Mr. Chang said that some matters are more sincere when discussed in person. Mr. Li was terrified as he listened to what happened. He shook his hands desperately at Chen Fan, his lips trembling, but he couldn't utter a word. Jiang Wei's legs became weak and he almost collapsed to the ground. Chen Guodong yelled at the top of his lungs on the other end of the phone, Xiao Fan. You absolutely can't go. This is definitely a Hongmen banquet. If you go, you can't come back. Chen Fan pondered for a few seconds, then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Okay, I'll go. What? In the coffee shop, except for Chen Fan, everyone seemed to be under a spell. Chapter 16. Please tell Mr. Chang that I will be at the airport on time in an hour. Chen Fan instructed the female assistant on the other end of the phone. Okay, Master Chen, I'll wait for your good news. After the female assistant said this, she hung up the phone. Chen Guodong was so angry on the other end of the phone, he was jumping up and down. Xiao Fan. How could you agree to him? This is clearly a trap, a dangerous place. Dad, there are some things you can't avoid. Chen Fan stood up and straightened his collar. Since Chang Yongxing wants to see me, then as a junior, I naturally have to go and pay him a visit. But this is too dangerous. Dad, when has your son ever been afraid of anything? Chen Fan's voice was filled with strong confidence. Trust me, I'll be fine. After hanging up the call with his father, Chen Fan's eyes fell on the pale-faced people in the coffee shop. You guys, come with me to the harbor city. Ah. Lin Xiaoman was the first to scream, her face drained of all color. I'm not going. I absolutely won't go. That Chang Yongxing isn't a good person, I can tell. It's too dangerous. You don't have to go. Chen Fan's eyes swept over her, his voice cold. Then you will stay in the magic city and wait for death. Do you think Chang Yongxing will only deal with me? For today's incident, every one of you will be punished. No one can escape. Jiang Wei's legs went weak when he heard this, and he almost fell. Chen Fan, then we go with you. Will everything really be alright? Follow me, maybe there is a way to survive. Chen Fan said this and turned to leave. If you stay here, you will decide your own fate. Just then, a burst of hurried and heavy footsteps were heard outside the cafe. Several burly men in black suits walked in quickly, led by a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses and with a bad look on his face. Master Chen, Mr. Chang asked us to come pick you up. The middle-aged man spoke in a polite tone, but underneath that politeness, there was an undisguised sense of oppression. Chen Fan glanced at them and understood. The action was quite quick. It seemed that Chang Yongxing had already arranged everything. No need, I can go to the airport by myself. Chen Fan's response was very calm. Mr. Chang has instructed that we must escort young Master Chen. The middle-aged man's tone became heavier. This is also for your safety. For my safety? Chen Fan raised the corner of his mouth with a hint of sarcasm. Why do I feel like you're afraid that I'll run away? The middle-aged man didn't respond, but the men in black behind him had dispersed without a trace, forming a faint encirclement. Lin Xiaoman's face turned pale, and her voice trembled. Chen Fan, they don't look like good people. Isn't this nonsense? Chen Fan took out his cell phone and tapped the screen quickly. Since Mr. Chang is so sincere, I will naturally obey your orders. He put away his phone and said to the middle-aged man, let's go. Don't keep Mr. Chang waiting. The middle-aged man showed a look of satisfaction on his face. Master Chen is indeed a straightforward person. The group walked out of the cafe. Outside, 2 black business cars were waiting there quietly, exuding a solemn and murderous atmosphere. Zhang Wei followed tremblingly at the back, muttering softly, it's over, it's really over now. Chen Fan turned around and glanced at him. Zhang Wei, are you scared now? When you were plotting against me from behind, why didn't you think this day would come? Chen Fan, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Zhang Wei was almost crying, his voice was tearful. Do you know you're wrong? Chen Fan snorted. Don't you think it's too late to say this now? Pudong Airport, exclusive apron for private jets. A snow-white Gulfstream G650 private jet was quietly parked on the empty apron. On the side of the fuselage, the 2 large gold-plated characters Yongxing are particularly eye-catching in the sun. The middle-aged man turned sideways and made a please gesture, his attitude still respectful. Master Chen, please board the plane. Chen Fan looked at this top-notch private jet worth at least $50 million, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Is Chang Yongxing showing off his wealth to him, or silently demonstrating his power and oppression? Chen Fan, are we really going up? Lin Xiaoman's voice was shaking. I'm feeling uneasy. Is this plane something wrong? It's a trick? Zhang Wei grinned, revealing a smile uglier than crying. At this point, how could there be no trick? Mr. Li had a look of despair on his face. He knew Chang Yongxing's style of doing things and his ruthless methods better than Lin Xiaoman and Zhang Wei. In his opinion, the possibility of returning safely from this trip to Hong Kong City was close to zero. Chen Fan ignored them and took the lead in walking towards the gangway. Now that we're here, there's no point turning back. Once you step into the cabin, the luxury of the interior is enough to make ordinary people jaw-dropping. The soft leather sofa, the sparkling crystal chandelier, and the tangible solid wood interior all demonstrate the extraordinary financial resources and status of the aircraft owner. Several uniformed flight attendants stood respectfully on both sides of the aisle, bowing slightly. But Chen Fan keenly noticed that these so-called stewardess were too tall and strong, with obvious muscle lines. They looked more like strictly trained professional bodyguards than service staff. Master Chen, please take a seat. The middle-aged man pointed to a spacious seat in the front row with the best view. This is the seat Mr. Chang has reserved for you. Chen Fan sat down calmly and glanced around the cabin casually. In addition to them and those stewardess who didn't look like stewardesses, there were 6 men in black suits sitting scattered in the cabin. They all had bulging temples and a calm aura, and it was obvious at first glance that they were not easy to deal with. The plane took off smoothly and soon penetrated the clouds. The middle-aged man walked up to Chen Fan and whispered, Master Chen, the flight from here to Hong Kong City takes about 2 hours. You can close your eyes and rest for a while. No need. Chen Fan took out a mobile phone that looked a little special. Let me report to my dad first. The middle-aged man's face suddenly darkened. Master Chen, according to aviation regulations, the use of communication equipment is prohibited during flight. Really? Chen Fan shook the phone in his hand. The signal on the screen was full. My phone signal is pretty good. This is for the sake of flight safety. The middle-aged man said, and reached out to take Chen Fan's cell phone. Chen Fan flipped his wrist and easily avoided his hand. Don't worry, I'm using a satellite phone, it won't interfere with the safety of the aircraft. Before he finished speaking, he had already pressed the call button. The call was connected almost instantly. Chapter 17. Chen Fan said in a low voice, It's me. Everything is proceeding according to the original plan. When the middle-aged man heard this, his expression suddenly changed and his voice became sharp. Master Chen, who are you talking to? My lawyer. Chen Fan hung up the phone, his tone calm. I'm planning to temporarily change my will. After all, if something unexpected happens during this trip to Hong Kong and I can't come back, I have to make arrangements for my funeral in advance to avoid any trouble later. As soon as these words came out, the air in the cabin seemed to be sucked out, and the atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. The women who were originally pretending to be flight attendants immediately became a little stiff in their movements, and silently moved towards Chen Fan. The 6 men in suits scattered throughout the cabin began to move their wrists and necks almost at the same time, their joints making slight cracking sounds, clearly warming up for some subsequent actions. At this tense moment, the plane suddenly shook violently without any warning and began to shake violently. What's going on? The middle-aged man grabbed the armrest next to him tightly and yelled towards the cockpit. The captain's somewhat dazed voice soon came from the cockpit. Report, we have encountered a strong turbulent air mass. Passengers, please fasten your seatbelts and don't panic. Chen Fan raised the corner of his mouth, with an indescribable meaning in his expression, strong airflow? This excuse is really classic. As soon as he finished speaking, the plane shook even more violently than before, and things in the cabin fell down with a crackling sound. Lin Xiaoman could no longer control herself and let out an ear-piercing scream. Ah! Is the plane going to fall? Are we going to die? We didn't fall down. Chen Fan quickly fastened his seatbelt, his voice calm and somewhat frightening. Someone wanted to create an accident for us. The middle-aged man's face was completely blue. Master Chen, what do you mean by this? The meaning is very simple. Chen Fan's voice was like ice, shooting straight at him. Chang Yangxing never intended to let me reach Hong Kong City alive from the beginning, right? What nonsense are you talking about? The middle-aged man's eyes were wandering, and he tried to be stubborn. Chen Fan interrupted him directly. You tampered with the fuel tank before the plane took off. Right now, the plane should be secretly dumping fuel, preparing to find a remote place for an emergency landing. And then, during the so-called forced landing, they logically created an accident so that I would die in the plane crash without anyone noticing, right? Cold sweat instantly broke out on the middle-aged man's forehead, forming a dense layer, and his face turned frighteningly pale. How could you know all this? Because Chang Yangxing had already pulled this despicable trick 20 years ago. Chen Fan's voice was so cold it could have shattered ice. Back then, the only son of his ungrateful competitor died in such an unclear accident. Zhang Wei was so exhausted he almost fell apart, his teeth chattering. Chen Fan, what are we going to do now? We're doomed. What should I do? Chen Fan suddenly stood up from his seat. The plane was still shaking violently, but he stood straight. Of course, fight back. The moment these two words fell, he moved and rushed towards the cockpit at an extremely fast speed. The middle-aged man was shocked and immediately reached out to stop him. Master Chen, you can't go in. The cockpit is a restricted area. Why not? Chen Fan pushed him away with such force that the middle-aged man staggered several steps before he could barely stand. I want to see with my own eyes who this experienced captain of ours is. When the 6 burly men in black saw this, they immediately roared and surrounded Chen Fan from all directions, trying to stop him. Chapter 18. But Chen Fan's movements were faster than theirs. His body just swayed slightly, and the first thug who rushed over missed him. Immediately afterwards, a sharp whip kick was delivered, and a crisp sound that made one's scalp tingle came from the second thug's knee. Before the third man could react, an elbow hit his temple hard. He fell down limply without even a groan. In just a few breaths, all 3 thugs fell to the ground. Lin Xiaoman was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Chen Fan, when did you start practicing kung fu? I don't think I ever said I couldn't do it. Chen Fan didn't stop at all and rushed straight to the cockpit. Seeing the situation taking a turn for the worse, the middle-aged man hurriedly pulled out a black pistol from his arms. Master Chen, calm down. Gun? Chen Fan glanced at him, the hint of mockery on his lips becoming even stronger. We're thousands of meters up in the air. Are you sure you want to shoot here? What if the cabin loses pressure? It's all over for everyone? The middle-aged man's hand holding the gun suddenly froze, and more cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Only then did he realize how stupid he had done. Chen Fan took advantage of this opportunity and pushed open the cockpit door. Sure enough, 2 complete strangers were frantically controlling the plane. You are not the captain. Chen Fan's tone was calm, but the affirmation in his words left no room for doubt. One of the captains turned around suddenly, his facial muscles tightened. Boy, you're very smart, but it's a pity that smart people usually don't live long. Before he could finish his words, he slammed a red button hard. The plane suddenly sank down and the nose plunged rapidly downward. Are you crazy? Chen Fan grabbed the joystick and tried to stabilize the aircraft. If we do this, everyone will fall to their death. The other captain let out an almost insane grin, including ourselves. We two brothers have already tucked our heads into our pants. It's worth it to be able to drag the eldest young master of the Chen family along on the road. We won't be lonely on the road to the underworld. Chen Fan understood instantly that these two people were determined to die from the very beginning. He quickly took out the special cell phone and quickly dialed a number, Plan B, emergency activation. What Plan B? The middle-aged man who had just rushed into the cockpit was almost scared to death when he heard this. Chen Fan ignored him. The countdown on the phone screen jumped rapidly, 3, 2, 1. Boom boom. The loud noise tore through the sky, deafening people's eardrums. Two fighter jets painted with eye-catching military emblems broke through the clouds, one on the left and one on the right, tightly clamped the Gulfstream G650. How the hell is this possible? The middle-aged man's jaw almost dropped in shock, and he was completely stunned. Chen Fan picked up the onboard communication device and said calmly, "I'm Chen Fan, requesting an emergency landing." Chapter 19. A calm and resolute male voice responded over the communicator, "Master Chen, the 3rd Air Force Division, under orders from the General Headquarters, is here to escort you. Please cooperate with the command." The two fake pilots were completely stunned, their faces pale. Air Force? How can there be an Air Force? Because my father has never been just a businessman. Chen Fan's words were full of force. Chen Guodong also has another identity senior advisor to the Ministry of National Defense Equipment Procurement Committee. These words, like an invisible hammer, hit the nerves of everyone in the cabin. In an instant, the cabin was so quiet that one could hear one's own heartbeat. Everyone was shocked by this earth-shattering news. So, I've never been a lamb to be slaughtered, nor am I the rich second generation who only knows how to spend money in your eyes. Chen Fan declared word by word with incredible clarity, "I'm the son of a military-industrial entrepreneur. Touching me is provoking the interests of the military." The middle-aged man collapsed to the ground with a plop, his face pale. It's over. This time, it's really completely over. Under the escort of two fighter jets, the Gulfstream G650 finally landed safely at a heavily guarded military airport. As soon as the hatch opened, a team of armed soldiers were already lined up waiting. The leader was a middle-aged officer with the rank of colonel. He strode forward and gave a standard military salute. "Master Chen, I am Colonel Zheng Chang, and I have been ordered to come to meet you." "Uncle Zheng, long time no see." Chen Fan returned the military salute, his tone revealing familiarity. "Thank you for coming here in person. It's our job. Protecting you is our primary responsibility." Colonel Zheng Chang then looked at the subdued assassins. "What should we do with these people?" "Hand them over directly to the National Security Bureau." Chen Fan's decision left no room for debate. They are suspected of plotting to assassinate the family members of key personnel at a military-industrial enterprise. This is a violation of military law and will be dealt with according to military law. The 4 words martial law made the middle-aged man who had pulled out the gun feel dizzy and faint. Lin Xiaoman moved to Chen Fan's side, her voice still filled with fear. "Chen Fan, who are you?" "I am who I am." Chen Fan looked at her calmly. "It's just that you've never really known me." Zhang Wei was pale and trembling. He never dreamed that the person he had tried so hard to harm was such a great god. "Young Master Chen, Chang Yangxing." Colonel Zheng Chang lowered his voice. "Doesn't he want to see me? Then let him see me." Chen Fan took out his phone again, and an indescribable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "But this time, the location is up to me." When the call was connected, Chang Yangxing's slightly suspicious voice came over. "Chen Fan? Shouldn't you be on the plane to Hong Kong City?" "Uncle Chang, there was a little hiccup on the way." Chen Fan laughed with a hint of mockery. "The person you sent to pick me up was so enthusiastic. He insisted on taking me on a high-altitude rappelling. It was really exciting." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and Chang Yangxing's tone became noticeably gloomy. "What do you mean?" "The meaning is very simple. Your people, including the 2 pilots, are all guests here." Chen Fan's tone suddenly turned cold. "Uncle Chang, murdering the family of a military-industrial entrepreneur is a capital crime punishable by death in mainland China. Do you understand the consequences?" Chapter 20. Military-industrial enterprise? Chang Yongxing's voice suddenly rose, revealing a strong sense of disbelief. That's right. My father, Chen Guodong, is a senior advisor to the Equipment Procurement Committee of the Ministry of National Defense. Our Chen family is a military-industrial enterprise that is supported and protected by the state. Chen Fan spoke each word with a booming voice. What do you think the country will do about this? Chang Yongxing was completely dumbfounded. He had calculated everything, but he had never expected that the Chen family had such a terrifying military background. Now, I'll give you two choices. Chen Fan's voice was devoid of any unnecessary emotion. First, immediately surrender to the mainland and seek leniency. Second, I'll have the military personally go to Hong Kong to invite you over. You can't do this. You are abusing your rights. Chang Yongxing's voice became sharp and piercing with fear. I can't? Chen Fan sneered. Uncle Chang, you didn't have this attitude when you sent someone to invite me just now. Why, are you scared now? At this moment, Colonel Zheng Chang's military communicator rang urgently. After he answered the phone, his expression instantly became extremely solemn. Yes, Chief. Understood, Chief. I guarantee that the mission will be completed. After hanging up the phone, Colonel Zheng Chang turned to Chen Fan and said in a steady and powerful voice, Young Master Chen, the command has just issued an order. This matter is extremely serious and has been escalated to the level of endangering national security. All of the Yongxing Group's assets in the mainland have been frozen. In Hong Kong, a joint operation has also been launched. Chen Fan nodded slightly in satisfaction and spoke slowly to the person on the other end of the phone. Uncle Chang, did you hear everything? On the other end of the line, only Chang Yongxing's heavy and desperate breathing remained. Chen Fan, nephew Chen, can we talk? Of course we can talk. Chen Fan glanced at the time on his watch, a cold arc forming at the corner of his lips. However, from now on, I will set the rules of the game. Talk? Chen Fan played with his phone, his tone as relaxed as if he was chatting about family matters. Uncle Chang, isn't it a little late to talk now? Chang Yongxing's heavy breathing came from the other end of the phone. Nephew Chen, I admit that I was reckless this time, but you shouldn't take things too far. The business world is like a battlefield, and victory and defeat are commonplace. Win or lose. Chen Fan sneered. Uncle Chang, are you mistaken? This isn't a business competition, this is a terrorist attack. Colonel Zheng Chang added in a low voice, Master Chen, all of Chang Yongxing's accounts in Gangcheng have been frozen, and all 32 subsidiaries of the Yongxing Group have ceased operations for rectification. Chang Yongxing obviously heard this as well, and his voice instantly rose. Chen Fan. You are pushing me to death. You were the one who chose this path first. Chen Fan glanced at the middle-aged man slumped on the ground. Sending assassins to hijack a plane and cause a plane crash, Uncle Chang's methods are truly brilliant. Lin Xiaoman's legs went weak as she listened nearby. She asked in a trembling voice, Chen Fan, who exactly is that Chang Yongxing? How could he even tamper with an airplane? Just a gambler who is about to go bankrupt. Chen Fan answered casually. Chang Yongxing roared on the other end of the phone, Chen Fan. Don't go too far. I, Chang Yongxing, have been operating in Hong Kong for decades. Even if you have a military background, you can't cover up everything. Really? Chen Fan pressed the hands-free button so everyone in the cabin could hear. Then Uncle Chang, why don't you give it a try and see if your connections in Hong Kong are stronger, or if the state machinery is more powerful. Chapter 21. As he was speaking, Colonel Zheng Chang's communicator rang again. Colonel Zhang, news from the Hong Kong Cheng Joint Operations Group, a report came over the communicator. Chang Yongxing has been apprehended and is under investigation. Additionally, we've seized a large number of contraband and illegal weapons at the Yongxing Consortium headquarters. Chang Yongxing's voice suddenly changed. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Where is my legal team in Hong Kong? Where is the bail? Uncle Chang, there's no such thing as bail in cases involving national security. Chen Fan's tone remained calm. Your only choice now is to honestly confess all your accomplices. There was silence on the other end of the line for more than 10 seconds. When it rang again, Chang Yongxing's voice was filled with sinister resentment. Chen Fan, do you think this is the end? Let me tell you, there are even bigger figures behind this than me. Chen Fan frowned slightly. What do you mean? Do you really think that I, the Yongxing Group, would dare to kill the son of a military-industrial entrepreneur? Chang Yongxing laughed maniacally. Let me tell you, I wasn't in control of this whole situation from beginning to end. Colonel Zhang Chang's expression instantly grew serious, and he quickly walked over to Chen Fan. Master Chen, this call may involve higher-level confidential information. I suggest you report it immediately. No need. Chen Fan waved his hand. Since Uncle Chang wants to talk, I'll listen. Chang Yongxing's voice was filled with desperate madness. Someone in Beijing wants your Chen family dead. That 80 billion project was just bait. Bait waiting for you to take the bait. Lin Xiaoman gasped, bait? What do you mean? What I mean is, we've been plotted against from the very beginning. Chen Fan's voice sank. Someone deliberately leaked the news of that project to lure my father into bidding, and then used the opportunity to target our Chen family. Chang Yongxing grinned on the phone, that's right. That big shot in Beijing has long disliked your Chen family. A military-industrial enterprise? Bah! It's just an upstart. Colonel Zhang Chang snatched the phone away. Who is this big shot in Beijing you're talking about? Want to know? Chang Yongxing's tone was filled with madness before his death. Even if I die, you won't have an easy life. That big shot's power is much greater than you can imagine. Even with the military's protection, your Chen family will be finished sooner or later. Before he could finish his words, there was a sudden noise on the phone, followed by Chang Yongxing's screams. Ah! What are you doing? I haven't finished speaking yet. The phone was disconnected. The cabin fell into dead silence. Colonel Zhang Chang immediately dialed the military communication line. Command, this is Zhang Chang. Chang Yongxing's call was forcibly interrupted mid-conversation. I suspect someone is trying to silence him. Please contact the Gangcheng operations team immediately to verify the situation. In less than 5 minutes, the reply came. Colonel Zhang, news from Hongcheng. Chang Yongxing suffered a sudden heart attack in the detention center and died despite medical efforts. Preliminary examination suggests poisoning. Chen Fan heard this and sneered, it's really time to die. Lin Xiaoman turned pale with fear. He's dead? Just like that? He's not dead, he's been silenced. Chen Fan stood up. It seems Chang Yongxing is right. There is indeed a bigger figure behind this. Zhang Wei trembled in the corner. Chen Fan, what should we do now? Even Chang Yongxing was killed. Will we also? What are you afraid of? Chen Fan glanced at him. Do you think you're worth someone coming to kill you? As he was speaking, Chen Fan's phone rang again. This time the caller ID showed Chen Guodong. Dad? Xiao Fan, are you safe now? There was obvious nervousness in Chen Guodong's voice. It's safe for now. I'm at the military airport. Chen Fan briefly reported the situation. Dad, before Chang Yongxing died, he said that someone in Beijing wanted to deal with our Chen family. Do you know about this? Chapter 22. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time before Chen Guodong spoke. I had suspected it a long time ago, but I didn't expect the other party's methods to be so extreme. What's the meaning? Xiao Fan, there are some things I haven't told you. Chen Guodong's voice became heavy. Our Chen family has grown too fast in recent years, and it has indeed affected the interests of some people. Chen Fan frowned. Who exactly is it? There's a special interest group within the Ministry of National Defense that has long monopolized the huge profits from military procurement. My presence has disturbed their interests. Lin Xiaoman was stunned when she heard this. Chen Fan, your family, just how complicated is your background? Chen Fan ignored her and continued to ask, Dad, who is the leader of this interest group you were talking about? Well. Chen Guodong hesitated, it's not convenient to talk over the phone. You should go back to Chengdu first and we can talk in person. At this moment, Colonel Zhang Chang suddenly came over with a serious expression. Master Chen, we just received an emergency report that a group of unidentified armed personnel are approaching our airport. Chen Fan's heart tightened. How many people? About 20 people, well equipped, suspected to be from the special forces, Colonel Zhang Chang reported quickly. And their route is clear, they're heading straight for our helipad. Chen Guodong on the phone had obviously heard this as well. Xiao Fan, get out of there immediately. Since they can pinpoint your location, it means someone on the inside has leaked the information. Inside? Chen Fan looked at Colonel Zhang Chang. Uncle Zhang, is it possible that among your subordinates? Impossible. Colonel Zhang Chang flatly denied, my men are absolutely reliable. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of intense gunfire was heard outside the airport. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Xiaoman screamed in fear, ah! Someone fired a gun. Colonel Zhang Chang immediately yelled into the communicator, attention everyone! The airport is under attack. Enter Level 1 combat readiness immediately. Chen Fan quickly analyzed the situation, Uncle Zhang, how long can your people hold out? 20 minutes at most. The enemy's firepower is too strong. Colonel Zhang Chang's face turned pale. And they obviously did their homework in advance and know our defensive arrangements. The gunshots were getting closer, mixed with explosions. Chen Fan decisively ordered, everyone, move immediately. Where to move to? Jiang Wei was extremely panicked. There are enemies everywhere outside. Follow me. Chen Fan rushed deeper into the airport. There are other exits here. As the group ran out of the apron, the Gulfstream G650 behind them was hit by a rocket and instantly exploded into a fireball. Lin Xiaoman was knocked to the ground by the shockwave of the explosion. When she got up, her face was covered in blood. Chen Fan, are they here to kill us? It's not us. Chen Fan said as he ran, it's me. Colonel Zhang Chang led the way, Master Chen, there is an underground passage here that leads directly to the outer highway. Just as he was about to enter the underground passage, Chen Fan's cell phone rang. This time, the caller ID stunned everyone, unknown. Chen Fan hesitated for a moment, but still answered the call. Chapter 23. A processed, completely distorted electronic voice rang out from the other end of the line, Master Chen, I've long heard of your name. Chen Fan's brows instantly furrowed, who are you? I'm someone who wants to do a big deal with you. The voice, unidentifiable as male or female, carried a metallic chill. I'm the one who sent the force surrounding the airport. But I can assure you, I bear you no ill will. Chen Fan paused in his tracks, standing still. His voice was cold and stern, so what exactly do you want to do? It's simple. I want you, Master Chen, to see a cruel truth. The electronic voice in the voice changer let out a low, eerie laugh. You think you're impregnable, your strategy in hand, but you don't realize that your every move is always under the watchful eyes of certain people, and you never escape their gaze. Colonel Zhang Chang was enraged. He snatched the phone from Chen Fan's hand and roared into the receiver, who the hell are you? How dare you attack a critical military facility? Attack? Colonel Zhang, you're exaggerating. The voice remained eerily calm, without a ripple. We're merely conducting a small drill. Incidentally, we're giving young Master Chen a vivid practical lesson. Colonel Zhang Chang's chest heaved with anger at the other party's understatement, exercise? Yes, it's an exercise. The other party's tone was a little teasing. The purpose is to make young Master Chen understand that in this world, some beings have powers far beyond his imagination. Chen Fan took the phone back from Colonel Zhang Chang and said with suppressed anger, what do you want to say? What I want to say is that Cheng Yangxing is just an insignificant pawn. The real drama has just begun. The strange excitement in that voice was almost overflowing. Master Chen, are you ready to face the real challenge? Chen Fan gripped the cold phone tightly, each word carrying a bone-chilling chill. Challenge? I'd love to see what kind of challenge you can bring me. Very good. I admire young people with backbone. A few satisfied electronic laughs came from the voice changer. However, before we officially start this game, I need to clear away some unnecessary obstacles. Just as he finished speaking, the military communicator on Colonel Zhang Chang's waist suddenly emitted a rapid and shrill beeping alarm. He quickly answered the call, and after listening to a few words, his face suddenly turned as pale as paper. What? What did you say? Mr. Chen Guodong was kidnapped? Chen Fan's body shook violently, and he turned around and stared at Zhang Chang. Tell me clearly, what's going on? It's the emergency report that just came from Chengdu. Colonel Zhang Chang's voice trembled uncontrollably, filled with disbelief and horror. Your father, Mr. Chen Guodong, was forcibly taken away from the company by a group of unidentified armed men. Moreover, the kidnappers mentioned you by name and said they wanted to speak directly to you. Almost at the same time, the mysterious electronic voice on the phone sounded again, with a hint of mockery, Master Chen, now, do you feel my sincerity? The aura around Chen Fan suddenly turned cold, and anger almost burst out from his chest. You did it? Chapter 24. Of course, the other party admitted readily, his tone as relaxed as if discussing the weather. To ensure our subsequent conversation can proceed smoothly without any interruption, I must first take some necessary measures to control some key individuals. Don't worry, your father, Mr. Chen Guodong, is safe for the time being, as long as you cooperate. Lin Xiaoman, standing by, was already terrified, her face pale with fear, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Chen Fan, they even dared to kidnap your father? Who are these people, who are they? Chen Fan ignored Lin Xiaoman's exclamation. He spoke into the phone, each word weighing heavily, and demanded, "What on earth do you want?" "It's simple. I want you to come to the capital in person." The voice coming out of the voice changer was full of irresistible toughness and arrogance. "Remember, you can only come alone. You are not allowed to bring any bodyguards or helpers." Upon hearing this, Colonel Zhang Chang immediately shook his head decisively, saying urgently, "Master Chen, you absolutely cannot go there. This is clearly a trap for you. It's a dangerous place." "A trap?" The voice on the other end of the line sneered coldly. "Colonel Zhang, at this point, do you think young Master Chen still has any choice?" Before he finished speaking, the other personal cell phone in Chen Fan's pocket suddenly rang. Two words flashed on the caller ID screen, "Mom." Chen Fan's heart suddenly tightened, and he pressed the answer button with trembling hands. "Mom?" On the phone, Xin Yazhi's voice was filled with unconcealable fear and trembling. Xiao Fan. "Mom. Mom was controlled by someone. They forced me to call you. Mom. Where are you? How are you now?" Chen Fan's voice suddenly rose, and he was so anxious that he almost roared. I don't know. They blindfolded me. I can't see anything." Xin Yazhi's voice was intermittent and tearful. "Xiao Fan, you must, please don't take risks for me and your father." "Wait." Before she could finish her words, the phone was roughly snatched away by another person. A fierce and rough male voice came out viciously. "Kid, listen carefully. Your parents are in our hands now. If you want them to be safe, do what we say and don't play tricks." Colonel Zhang Chang was so angry that he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He shouted angrily, "How despicable! How dare they attack innocent civilians? They are so cruel." The mysterious figure in the voice changer chuckled again. "Colonel Zhang, that's wrong. The business world is like the battlefield, and deception is always welcome. This has been the case since ancient times. Since young Master Chen has chosen to enter this cruel game, he must be prepared to bear the consequences." Chen Fan's clenched fist loosened slightly, then clenched again, his nails practically digging into his palm. He suppressed his seething anger and anxiety, his voice surprisingly calm, yet filled with unquestionable determination. "You want me to go to the capital? When and where exactly?" "To the abandoned military factory site in the western suburbs of Beijing, tonight at 12 o'clock sharp." A precise command came from the voice changer. "One last reminder, you can only come alone. If I discover you've brought anyone extra, then your father and mother will each lose a finger." Lin Xiaoman was so anxious that her eyes turned red and she kept stamping her feet. "Chen Fan, you can't go. You really can't go. This is basically asking for your life." Chapter 25. "If I don't go, my parents will be dead." Chen Fan's voice was calm, yet it was chilling to the bone. "Only if I go there will they have a chance of survival." Colonel Zhang Chang rushed over to Chen Fan and said in a very low voice, "Master Chen, something is wrong. I will immediately dispatch the special forces to secretly escort you there." "No." Chen Fan was decisive and left no room for maneuver. "If they dare to touch my parents, they'll definitely have me. Maybe my every move is under their noses. Bringing someone over there will only anger them and harm my parents." The mysterious person on the other end of the phone sounded admiring in his electronic voice. "Smart, Master Chen really knows how to handle current affairs. However, before we leave, I have a friendly reminder." Chen Fan's heart tightened. "What?" "Colonel Zhang Chang has my people by his side." With just one sentence, everyone present was struck by lightning. They were all dumbfounded and looked at each other. Colonel Zhang Chang was furious, his forehead veins throbbing. "Bullshit! You're slandering me. My men are all elites. There's absolutely no way they could be traitors." "Yeah?" The laughter in the voice changer was full of disdain and mockery. "Colonel Zhang, please explain. How did we know young Master Chen was at the airport? How could we possibly understand your deployment, which is loose on the outside but tight on the inside?" Colonel Zhang Chang's face turned pale, his lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a word. Chen Fan's words were icy and piercing. "So, from the very beginning, our whereabouts were completely under your control?" "Yes, absolutely. His voice was full of pride. We also know about this underground emergency passage where you're hiding. Master Chen, do you understand your situation now? Deep in the passage, footsteps were heard, getting closer and closer. A group of heavily armed soldiers approached, led by an unfamiliar lieutenant colonel. Zhang Chang frowned. Lieutenant Colonel Li? Why are you here? Colonel Zhang, by order of our superiors, young Master Chen's security will be taken over by our unit from now on. Lieutenant Colonel Li spoke in a flat tone, without any emotion. Please hand over. What? Zhang Chang stood up suddenly, his voice filled with surprise. I didn't receive any orders. Lieutenant Colonel Li took out a document and handed it over. Please review this directive from the military. Zhang Chang took the document, glanced at it, and his face became increasingly gloomy. This is impossible. Chen Fan also took a closer look. At first glance, the seal and signature on the document did look real. Uncle Zhang, it seems someone has sidelined you. Chen Fan's tone was a little cold. The mysterious man on the other end of the phone sneered and interrupted, Master Chen, do you understand now? In this game, the so-called allies can betray you at any time. Lieutenant Colonel Li turned to Chen Fan and said, Master Chen, the helicopter is ready. We will take you to the capital immediately. Shut up. Zhang Chang shouted. Lieutenant Colonel Li, you're breaking the rules. Young Master Chen's security is no laughing matter. Colonel Zhang, you have been relieved of command. Lieutenant Colonel Li's voice was icy. Please do not interfere with official business. Chen Fan looked at the scene in front of him with a smile on his face. Interesting, really interesting. What are you laughing at, Master Chen? Lieutenant Colonel Li said in an unhappy tone. I laugh at your play. There are too many loopholes. Chen Fan's tone changed. Lieutenant Colonel Li, your transfer order is fake. Chapter 26. Lieutenant Colonel Li's face changed drastically. You're talking nonsense. Secret military order, triple encrypted, signed by 3 departments. Chen Fan pointed at the document. Yours is just a signature, and the color of the seal is wrong. Zhang Chang immediately realized, that's right. The military seal is specially made in dark blue. This one is the common light blue on the market. Lieutenant Colonel Li's hand subconsciously reached for the gun handle at his waist. Chen Fan moves faster. The figure flashed and appeared in front of Lieutenant Colonel Li. He snatched his gun in an instant and pressed the cold muzzle against his temple. Tell me, where are you from? Chen Fan's voice was cold. Lieutenant Colonel Li's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Master Chen, if you have something to say, we can talk it over. We are really following orders to protect. Bang! Gunshots rang out. Several soldiers behind Lieutenant Colonel Li instinctively raised their guns. Chen Fan sneered, want to open fire? The space down there is so small, bullets will fly everywhere, and you will die together. Lieutenant Colonel Li's sweat dropped down his face. Master Chen, calm down, we really are. Shut up. Chen Fan pressed the muzzle of his gun against his temple again. Uncle Zhang, who among your people is the traitor? Colonel Zhang Chang's face turned pale as he glanced at his subordinates. I don't know, they are all my brothers who have been with me for many years. TSK Tisk, that's really touching. The mysterious man on the phone scoffed. Colonel Zhang, do you want me to help you find it? Before he finished speaking, a major behind Zhang Chang suddenly raised his hand, and the black muzzle of his gun pointed directly at the back of Zhang Chang's head. Major Wang? Zhang Chang turned around suddenly, his face full of disbelief. You? I'm sorry, Colonel Zhang. Major Wang's voice was filled with guilt, but his hand holding the gun was unusually steady. I can't help it. Lin Xiaoman screamed, there's another traitor. Chen Fan, we're surrounded. Chen Fan's gun was still pointed at Lieutenant Colonel Li. He looked at Major Wang and asked, how much? What? Major Wang was stunned. Let me ask you, how much do they pay you? Chen Fan's tone was calm, yet chilling. You were asked to sell out your superior who had been with you for many years? Major Wang gritted his teeth, it's not money. It's my daughter. They kidnapped my daughter. Zhang Chang was furious after hearing this. Wang Jijun. Your daughter was kidnapped, why didn't you tell me? We can find a way. It's too late. Major Wang's voice was desperate. They said that if I cooperated, they would let out a light rain tonight. If I didn't obey. The mysterious man's voice rang out again on the other end of the line, his tone undisguised with sarcasm. See, Master Chen? This is human nature at its most blatant. For the sake of so-called family, you can betray anyone, even those you trust the most. Chen Fan's eyes swept over the tense crowd around him, his voice unrecognizable as either joy or anger. So, this is your method? Using the lives of innocent family members as bargaining chips to force them to obey? Oh, as long as the method is effective, it's fine. The mysterious man's tone was full of matter-of-fact indifference. Now, Master Chen, isn't it time for you to cooperate? Before he finished speaking, a burst of rapid and dense footsteps suddenly came from the other end of the underground passage. Da-day-day-day-day. Everyone's nerves were instantly tense, and they all looked towards the source of the sound. There was a shuffle of light and shadow at the entrance, and a figure rushed in. It was Zhao Shiyu, whom he had met once before in the coffee shop. At this moment, she had completely changed her appearance. She was wearing a neat black combat uniform that outlined her tight lines, with a conspicuous holster on her waist. Behind her was a team of well-equipped special forces soldiers who were armed with live ammunition, and she looked very imposing. Xiao Fan. Zhao Shiyu stepped forward quickly, her tone anxious. How are you? Are you okay? Chen Fan frowned slightly. Sister Shiyu? How did you find yourself here? Chapter 27. I've been sending people to follow you secretly. Zhao Shiyu quickly scanned the scene, her eyes sharp. We just received an alarm. Someone is going to attack you here. When Lieutenant Colonel Li saw Zhao Shiyu appear, his expression suddenly turned extremely grim. He practically gritted his teeth and spat out a few words. Damn it. Why did she get involved? Do you know Sister Shiyu? Chen Fan keenly caught Colonel Li's reaction. Zhao Shiyu snorted coldly, more than just acquaintance. Lieutenant Colonel Li, it's been years since we last met. I hope you're doing well. Lieutenant Colonel Li gritted his teeth and said, Zhao Shiyu. This is a mainland matter. What does it have to do with a Hong Konger like you? People from Hong Kong? Chen Fan's suspicions grew even heavier. Sister Shiyu, what's going on? Between you. Zhao Shiyu walked to Chen Fan's side and lowered her voice. Xiao Fan, there are some things I have been hiding from you. I am not only the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, I have another identity. Colonel Zhang Chang, standing beside him, couldn't contain his excitement any longer and asked urgently, What's your identity? National Security Special Operations Team, member, codenamed Nightingale. Zhao Shiyu calmly produced a badge and flashed it before everyone. Specially responsible for handling all kinds of special, highly confidential cases involving national security. These few words were like thunder from a clear sky, making everyone's heads buzz. Lin Xiaoman covered her mouth, her eyes wide open. Goen? Is this true? The mysterious person on the phone was silent for several seconds, then burst into a low, strange laugh. Interesting, really interesting, and getting more and more interesting. Zhao Shiyu, you've hidden this move really well. Who are you? Zhao Shiyu spoke in a cold voice as she spoke to the phone in Chen Fan's hand. Someone who will soon change the rules of the game. The mysterious man's voice was filled with confidence, a master of everything. Miss Xiao, you've arrived at the perfect time. It saves me from having to send someone to Hong Kong to invite you. Zhao Shiyu frowned. What do you mean by that? The meaning is simple. Your Zhao family in Gangcheng is also part of my plan. The mysterious man said this casually, but it made everyone's heart sink. The destruction of the 4 major families in Gangcheng tonight is just the beginning. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp and rapid alarm suddenly sounded from the special communicator on Zhao Shiyu's waist. Her face changed, and she quickly answered the call. A panicked report immediately came through. Ms. Zhou. Something's happened. The Zhao Group headquarters in Gangcheng has been attacked by unknown armed forces. The old man has been kidnapped. The color drained from Zhao Shiyu's face instantly, and her voice trembled. What? Grandpa was kidnapped? Chen Fan looked at her suddenly flustered look, and a thought flashed through his mind. Sister Shiyu, could it be that you have also been? That's right, he tricked me into it, too. Zhao Shiyu's voice was filled with anger and a hint of imperceptible helplessness. That bastard, he treated all of us as pawns on his chessboard. The mysterious man's smug laughter came through the phone clearly. Now, do you understand? In this grand chess game that I have carefully arranged, each and every one of you is nothing more than a plaything in my hands. Major Wang, who had been pointing a gun at Zhang Chang, began to tremble violently with his hand, and his voice became hoarse. My daughter. How is my daughter? Don't worry, as long as you cooperate, all the hostages will be safe. The mysterious man's tone sounded very sincere, but if someone wants to play tricks. Without any warning, an extremely shrill scream came from the communicator. The voice was clearly from a little girl. Chapter 28. Major Wang collapsed instantly, his eyes bloodshot. Xiao Yu. It's Xiao Yu's voice. Xiao Yu. He turned his head abruptly, staring at Chen Fan with bloodshot eyes, his face filled with despair and madness. Master Chen, I'm sorry. I can't let anything happen to my daughter. I can't. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly turned the muzzle of the gun and pointed it at Chen Fan. Bang! Gunshots suddenly rang out. However, it wasn't Chen Fan who fell, but Major Wang, the one holding the gun. There was a bloody hole between his eyebrows, and his body fell straight back. Zhao Shiyu slowly put down the smoking pistol in her hand and said in a cold tone, I'm sorry, I can't let him hurt Xiaofan. Colonel Zhang Chang looked at his subordinate who had fought alongside him lying in a pool of blood, closed his eyes in pain, and said in a hoarse voice, Lao Wang. Now is not the time to be sad. Chen Fan pushed away Lieutenant Colonel Li, who was being held at gunpoint, and said in a terrifyingly calm voice, we must act immediately. Lieutenant Colonel Li rubbed his temple, which was numb from the gun muzzle, and said subconsciously, Master Chen, what should we do now? Wait. Chen Fan suddenly turned his head and stared at Lieutenant Colonel Li. What did you call me just now? Lieutenant Colonel Li was visibly stunned, somewhat confused. Shin. Master Chen? That's not right. Chen Fan's lips curled up in a cold arc. A real soldier, in such an occasion, would either call me comrade or call me by my name. Calling me young master all the time, do you think this is a TV drama? At this moment, Lieutenant Colonel Li's face turned as pale as paper, completely bloodless. Zhao Shiyu reacted quickly, instantly turning the gun around and pointing it at Lieutenant Colonel Li. You're a fake too. The mysterious person on the other end of the phone clapped his hands at the perfect moment, making a pa-pa-pa sound. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Master Chen's observation skills are truly well-deserved. Chen Fan sneered, so, from the beginning, most of the people you sent were actors? Not entirely. The mysterious man's voice was filled with a hint of teasing. True and false, false and true, this is how the game becomes more interesting, isn't it? At this moment, deep in the passage, there was another sound of footsteps coming closer and closer. This time, several middle-aged men in plain clothes appeared in everyone's sight. The leader was a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looked gentle. Master Chen, we're from the National Security Bureau. The man with glasses stepped forward and showed his ID. We've received an emergency report of a serious security threat here, and we're here to handle it. Chen Fan looked at this wave of uninvited guests and couldn't help but sneer. Is this going to stop? Did this underground emergency passage stir up a hornet's nest or a vegetable market today? Why are there so many waves? Zhao Shiyu frowned and asked, which department are you from? Why haven't I received any notification of any relevant actions? The man with glasses calmly pushed his glasses up on his nose and said calmly, Ms. Zhao, some operations have a very high level of confidentiality, and not all relevant personnel have the authority to know. Chapter 29. Oh? Too high a level? Chen Fan looked at him with amusement. Then I'd like to ask, how do you plan to deal with this serious security threat? It's very simple. We have preliminarily identified the mastermind behind this. As soon as the man with glasses said this, everyone's ears perked up, including the mysterious man on the other end of the phone, who seemed to have quieted down. The man with glasses spoke slowly. Based on our intelligence analysis, this mysterious man hiding in the shadows is most likely Chang Jianhua, the former chairman of the Beijing Military Industry Group. Chang Jianhua? Chen Fan repeated the unfamiliar name. I've never heard of this person. The man with glasses looked obviously surprised. You don't know Chang Jianhua? He was one of your father's biggest competitors in the business world back then. My dad has so many competitors, the line stretches from the east to the west of the city. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively, but I don't recall him ever mentioning Chang Jianhua. Zhao Shiyu suddenly interrupted, her tone uncertain. Wait, Chang Jianhua? Are you talking about the Chang Jianhua from the Beijing Military Industry Group? If I remember correctly, wasn't he arrested and imprisoned 3 years ago for a major corruption case? The bespectacled man's expression changed ever so slightly, but he forced himself to remain calm. Ms. Zhao, I'm afraid the information you received was delayed. Chang Jianawat is a very powerful individual who has been operating in secret and has yet to be brought to justice. Really? Chen Fan took out his phone and dialed a number in front of everyone. Hello, Uncle Fu? Help me check someone. Cheng Jianhua, the one from the Beijing Military Industry Group. Yes, that's him. A moment later, Uncle Fu's clear and decisive voice came from the other end of the phone. Master, the Cheng Jianhua you mentioned, the files clearly state that he died of a sudden heart attack in prison 3 years ago. The death report and all related formalities are complete and without omission. Beads of cold sweat the size of beans rolled down the forehead of the man with glasses uncontrollably, soaking his temples. Chen Fan hung up the phone, looking at him with a half-smile on his face. A man who has been dead for 3 years crawled out of the grave and remotely directed all this from behind the scenes? What? Are you planning to give us a real-life version of The Ring, or a ghostly version of Mission Impossible? This is probably because our intelligence system has some unpredictable deviations. The man with glasses couldn't speak clearly. His tongue seemed to be tied, his eyes were erratic, and he didn't dare to look Chen Fan in the eye. The mysterious man on the other end of the phone finally couldn't hold it back anymore and burst into unbridled laughter that echoed throughout the corridor. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Wonderful. So wonderful. Master Chen, you really amaze me every time and give me endless surprises. The mysterious man's laughter was filled with undisguised pride and mockery. Master Chen, now, have you finally cleared up this mess? Your good father knows too many secrets, so many that he must completely disappear from this world. As for you, as his only heir, you will naturally have to pay the painful price for his infidelity. Chen Fan's hands began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. It was not out of fear, but from a rage that had penetrated deep into the bones and almost burned away reason. So, from the beginning to the end, my Chen family, in your eyes, is nothing more than a chess piece that can be manipulated and discarded at will? His voice was hoarse due to extreme anger, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. To be more precise, your father is a very useful chess piece, very suitable for my use. And you, young Master Chen, should have inherited your father's legacy, continuing to play this role peacefully and steadily, and continuing his value. Chapter 30. That voice was a mixture of teasing and cruelty, mercilessly tearing at Chen Fan's nerves. It's a pity that your chess piece is too sharp, and the real chess player, Han Tianda, has sensed the huge risk of losing control. Chen Fan slowly loosened his clenched fingers one by one. Lieutenant Colonel Li's cold service pistol fell heavily on the hard ground with a clang, making a harsh sound. He didn't look at the gun at his feet, not even a second glance at it. He bent down and picked up the specially encrypted cell phone again. The slender fingertips tapped quickly on the cold screen, dialing a number that was already well known and unforgettable. Hello, it's me. The call was connected almost instantly. Chen Fan's voice was terrifyingly calm, so calm that it made people feel cold in their hearts. Skynet project has officially launched. What is that? For the first time, the mysterious man on the other end of the phone's tone showed uncontrollable horror and confusion, and his calmness was gone. Skynet? What the hell is that? The corners of Chen Fan's lips slowly curled up into an icy arc with a hint of bloodthirstiness. Do you really think that all these years, I, Chen Fan, have only been living a life of luxury, squandering money without restraint, and being an unlearned and unskillful prodigal son? His gaze swept coldly over every person present and every expression. Then, he spoke each word with such force, each one like a hammer, resounding to the ground. Now, I'm giving you a shocking secret for free. I, Chen Fan, have never been the idle dandy kid you see me as, or the good-for-nothing rich kid you see me as. My real identity specially appointed senior technical consultant for the China Cybersecurity Department. Codename, Ghost. Ghost? Colonel Zhang Chang felt his throat tighten and he took a deep breath of cold air, almost suffocating. Lieutenant Colonel Li's legs instantly went weak and he could no longer support his body. With a plop, he collapsed onto the freezing ground. A ghost from cybersecurity? Is that the legendary ghost who can enter and exit the Pentagon's firewall system as freely as if it were his own backyard? It seems that my reputation is not too bad. At least in certain areas, I am still a little well known. Chen Fan's fingertips were still tapping the phone screen leisurely, and his tone was so relaxed as if he was talking about today's weather. However, I personally prefer another title god of the internet. The mysterious man's voice on the other end of the phone completely changed in tone, becoming shrill and piercing. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ghosts move in secret, and no one has ever seen their true face. How could you be a ghost? Chapter 31. It's simple, because I have been serving my country since I was 15. Chen Fan's fingers slid rapidly across the screen, leaving a trail of afterimages. Do you really think that I've only been studying abroad for these years? Lin Xiaoman's eyes widened, her mouth wide enough to fit an egg. Chen Fan, who are you? A person who has always been seriously underestimated by you. Chen Fan finally raised his head and glanced at everyone. You always think I only know how to squander money, but you never know my true ability to make money. Zhang Wei's voice trembled with uncontrollable fear. What ability? Cybersecurity consultant, minimum fee per transaction, $10 million. Chen Fan spoke calmly, as if he was talking about the weather. Over the years, my client list has included the top 10 investment banks on Wall Street, the 5 largest technology giants in Silicon Valley, and... He paused slightly, whetting everyone's appetite. Core government departments of 32 different countries. The rapid tapping of the keyboard could be clearly heard on the phone, and the mysterious man was obviously frantically verifying something. No. Ghost's public information shows that he is a middle-aged man in his 30s. That was just a smokescreen I deliberately released. Chen Fan's mouth curled up in a mocking arc. In the virtual online world, identity, age, and gender are nothing more than a string of code that can be modified at will. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan's phone screen suddenly changed, and a dazzling green code poured down like a waterfall. Skynet project has been launched. A cold, emotionless, mechanically synthesized voice came from the phone, making the hairs of everyone present stand on end. Colonel Zhang Chang's voice trembled a little. Skynet project, what is that? A monitoring system that I spent a full decade meticulously deploying in every corner of the global internet. Chen Fan's voice was so calm that it was a little scary. Now, it has awakened from its slumber. The mysterious person on the other end of the phone suddenly let out a shrill scream. My computer. My system has been hacked. The firewall has been torn apart. It's more than just your computer. Chen Fan's gaze fell on the mobile phone screen, where everything was displayed clearly. Every surveillance camera in Han Tianda's home, the encrypted computer in his office, the phone he carries with him, the driving system in his car, even his so-called smart refrigerator now, all of them are my eyes and ears. The phone screen switched and instantly split into 4 separate screens. In the upper left corner of the picture, a man in his 50s is in an extremely luxurious office, raging like a trapped beast and smashing things crazily. In the upper right corner of the picture, 2 figures are tied to chairs in a messy manner. They are Chen Guodong and Qin Yaji. Chapter 32. The picture in the lower left corner shows a team of well-equipped armed personnel advancing quietly and quickly towards a hidden warehouse. The picture in the lower right corner is countless data streams scroll like a tide, clearly showing detailed information of various bank accounts. Han Tianda, Director Han, how are you? Chen Fan picked up the phone and spoke into the microphone with a hint of joking in his tone. The furious middle-aged man on the screen froze abruptly, then turned his head abruptly, his eyes bloodshot as he stared intently at the inconspicuous camera on his desk. Chen Fan? How could you possibly hack into my system? Impossible. Why is this so difficult? Because the system you are using now, which you are so proud of, was originally designed by me. Chen Fan's tone was understated, but it carried unquestionable authority. 3 years ago, the Ministry of National Defense's Equipment Procurement Department undertook a comprehensive upgrade of its cybersecurity system. Director Han, you should still remember who the contractor was at the time, right? Han Tianda's face turned pale as paper in an instant, completely devoid of blood. Tiangong Heavy Industry, you actually reserved a backdoor in the system? Correction, that is not a backdoor, but the main control program with the highest authority. Chen Fan corrected him coldly. Director Han, are you really so naive as to think that the country would completely entrust such important military procurement cybersecurity to a private company with a complicated background? Lin Xiaoman was dumbfounded as she listened, almost unable to think. Chen Fan, you mean? From the very beginning, our Chen family has been a pair of eyes and a surveillance tentacle planted by the state in the black profit chain of military procurement. Chen Fan turned his head and looked at her with a deep gaze. And I am the core executor of this huge plan. Han Tianda on the screen roared hysterically, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Chen Guodong was clearly promoted by me. Over the past 10 years, he has laundered so much dirty money for me and transferred so much unidentified assets. Yes, my father has indeed helped you deal with a lot of troubles over the years. Chen Fan nodded frankly in acknowledgement, then changed the subject. But do you think we are so stupid as not to keep any backup of these dirty transaction records? The phone screen switched, and a huge database interface appeared in front of everyone. The densely packed file names made people's scalps numb. Over the past 10 years, Director Han has embezzled and misappropriated public funds totaling 86 billion through various military procurement projects. Chen Fan read out each number clearly, word by word. Of this, 42 billion was transferred to secret overseas accounts through various illegal channels, 18 billion was used to purchase luxury private real estate, and 26 billion was invested in stock market speculation. Colonel Zhang Chang gasped, his voice changing. 800. More than 800 billion? This is an astronomical figure. Don't worry, there are more exciting things to come. Chen Fan's fingers continued to operate on the screen. This is a detailed list of Director Han's overseas assets, including 12 secret Swiss bank accounts, 28 shell companies registered in the Cayman Islands, 43 luxury properties in the United States, and 3 ancient castles in the United Kingdom. Han Tianda completely collapsed, screaming frantically on the other side of the screen, "Shut up! You are framing me! This is a complete slander!" Framed? Chen Fan sneered disdainfully. So, these crystal clear transfer records, these documents bearing your signature, and these, interesting recorded conversations, were all fabricated by me? Chapter 33. On the screen, a phoenix totem rising from the flames suddenly lit up, its wings spread out as if to burn everything. Professor Smith's expression finally changed. Phoenix Protocol? What is that? A final hidden program that even you don't know about. Chen Fan's voice was icy cold. When the Skynet system detects an irreversible and fatal threat, the Phoenix Protocol will automatically activate, completely destroying all data within the system. At the same time, it will reversely track and lock down the source of the intrusion. The fire phoenix on the screen began to burn fiercely, and the blazing flames spread rapidly, engulfing the entire interface. Professor Smith showed panic for the first time. No. If you do this, you will completely destroy the entire system. Everything. That's right. But at the same time, I will completely destroy your intrusion program. Chen Fan's will was as firm as iron. I would rather perish with you than let the core secrets of the country fall into the hands of jackals like you. Chen Fan! You lunatic! Professor Smith roared uncontrollably from the other end of the screen. Without the Skynet system, China's cybersecurity will be set back at least 10 years. That's 100 times better than being controlled by a despicable villain like you. Chen Fan responded angrily, refusing to give in. Just when the fire phoenix was about to devour everything and complete the final destruction, a hand suddenly pressed on Chen Fan's shoulder. Boy, don't be so impulsive. Chen Fan turned his head suddenly, and saw an old man in military uniform with a shining star on his shoulder standing behind him. Colonel Zhang Chang saw this and stood at attention, giving a standard military salute. Commander. The man who came in had a straight posture and a shining star on his shoulder. It was Minister Li Jianguo of the Ministry of Security. Chen Fan, the Phoenix Agreement is suspended. Li Jianguo's voice was calm, but with an authority that brooked no room for questioning. Chen Fan's heart suddenly rose to his throat. Chief, but Smith. Follow the order. Li Jianguo said in a firm and stern tone. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and tapped the keyboard with his fingertips. The fire phoenix on the screen, which seemed to be about to burn the sky and destroy the earth, wailed unwillingly and the flames gradually subsided. Professor Smith on the other side of the screen seemed to relax a little, his originally tense nerves, and a hint of satisfaction appeared on the corner of his mouth. A wise choice. It's too early to be happy, Smith. Li Jianguo slowly walked to the camera, his eyes sharp. Long time no see. The smile on Professor Smith's face froze instantly, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Li Jianguo? Why are you here? We've long assumed you weren't dead. Li Jianguo snorted coldly. The so-called car accident 3 years ago was full of loopholes. What loophole? Professor Smith's voice was a little hoarse. The amount of blood at the scene doesn't match, the composition of the so-called ashes doesn't stand up to scrutiny, and... Li Jianguo paused deliberately, each word hitting Smith like a hammer. Your right-hand man, Mary, is one of ours. Professor Smith's face turned pale, and his body swayed slightly. Impossible. Mary, she has been with me for 10 years. For 10 years, she's been at your beck and call, and has been passing on intelligence for us. Li Jianguo's tone was eerily steady. Smith, Your every move has never left our sight. Chapter 34. As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful figure appeared on the screen behind Professor Smith. It was the blonde Mary. Professor, I'm so sorry. Mary spoke in fluent Chinese, which made Professor Smith completely despair. I'm an agent of the Chinese Ministry of State Security, codename Butterfly. Professor Smith was struck by lightning and muttered to himself, You have been acting from the beginning? A show? Li Jianguo shook his head. No, this was a carefully planned, 10-year-long counterintelligence operation, codenamed Phishing. Chen Fan's mind suddenly exploded, and he suddenly understood. So, ever since I met Smith, I've been part of the plan? A bait? You're more than just bait, Chen Fan. Li Jianguo turned to him, his eyes full of approval. You're the sharpest sword in our hands. The Skynet system you painstakingly built was ostensibly to catch Han Tianda, the termite. But the real goal was to hook you, Smith, the big fish that's been lurking for so long. Professor Smith suddenly burst into a shrill laugh. Great! What a fishing plan! China's intelligence department really opened my eyes. His laughter suddenly stopped, and his face turned grim. But do you think this is the end? Do you think you've won? Let me tell you, I'm in America, and I still have a trick up my sleeve. Li Jianguo frowned slightly. What backup plan? Just 3 hours ago, I successfully transmitted a portion of China's quantum weapon core technology back to the US military. Professor Smith's voice was filled with the pleasure of revenge. Your plan has failed. Chen Fan's heart suddenly tightened. What? You have leaked the secret? That's right. Soon, the whole world will see that the quantum weapons you were so proud of are vulnerable. Professor Smith roared. At this moment, Mary on the screen raised the corner of her mouth with a meaningful arc. Professor, are you sure the information you sent back is true? The smug look on Professor Smith's face froze. What do you mean? What I'm saying is, that so-called core technical information is a gift we carefully prepared for you, a piece of fake intelligence that's so real it's hard to believe, Mary said casually. The real core data for quantum weapons isn't in that database at all. Impossible. Professor Smith screamed. I verified it myself. The data is absolutely true. Li Jianguo scoffed. Maybe Mary accidentally revealed your verification method to you, didn't she? Professor Smith opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. He collapsed as if his soul had been drained out. Professor Smith, welcome to China's home turf. Chen Fan looked at his former mentor, whose face was ashen on the screen, and said in a cold voice, Here, we set the rules of the game. The screen flickered a few times and went completely dark, leaving only a cold prompt. The connection has been disconnected. Li Jianguo nodded with satisfaction. Very good, this drama has finally come to a successful conclusion. The heavy burden on Chen Fan's heart finally fell to the ground, but he still had doubts. Commander, Professor Smith. Him? Li Jianguo smiled. He'll soon receive a greeting from the FBI. The charges, naturally, are theft of US state secrets and treason. After all, the gift he sent back was, in Uncle Sam's eyes, a carefully crafted piece of false intelligence from China, a blatant strategic deception. Chapter 35. Lin Xiaoman, standing by, was dumbfounded. It took her a while to come to her senses. So? Professor Smith worked so hard for so long, but in the end, he got himself into trouble. He was even captured by the Americans? Too clever for your own good. Chen Fan shook his head, feeling a mixture of emotions. Professor, you are still too superstitious about your own judgment. Everyone had just breathed a sigh of relief when a shrill alarm suddenly rang out in the room. The red light on Li Jianguo's military communicator flashed rapidly. Commander! Urgent military information. An extremely urgent voice came from the other end of the communicator. We've detected that a strategic reconnaissance satellite belonging to the US military is undergoing orbital adjustments. The target is suspected to be locked on a military restricted area in western my country. The smile on Li Jianguo's face instantly disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. What? Americans, are you going to tear your face off and get serious? Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat, and a deeper sense of crisis surged in his mind. The real storm might have just begun. On the screen, a recording began to play automatically. Han Tianda's voice, so familiar it couldn't be more familiar, came out clearly. Lao Wang, the purchase price of this batch of arms, you have to report it to me 30% higher. As for the extra money, we will split it 50-50 according to our old rules. Another slightly flattering voice immediately responded, Director Han, rest assured. This isn't the first time we've worked together on something like this. We're very clean and won't leave any traces. The recording continued to play, and every sentence and every word were like a red-hot iron, deeply imprinted on Han Tianda's heart, and also shocked everyone present. Lieutenant Colonel Li was so frightened that his teeth were chattering. When were these recordings made? We have complete records of every call and every meeting you've had since 5 years ago. Chen Fan's voice was steady, yet it carried unquestionable strength. Even your secret operation today has never escaped my surveillance. Before he could finish his words, a man suddenly screamed on the other end of the line, my account. Damn it! All my money is gone. Of course not. Your account has been completely frozen. Chen Fan's tone was calm. Not only you, but all of Han Tianda's overseas assets are now under the strict supervision of Interpol. Han Tianda on the screen had bloodshot eyes and was frantically sweeping things on his desk to the ground one by one, making a loud and sharp noise. Chen Fan! You despicable little bastard! How dare you scheme against me like this? I want you dead. I want your whole family to die. Kill my entire family? Chen Fan's voice suddenly turned cold, a chill piercing his bones. Director Han, at this point, do you think you still have the ability to do this? As soon as he finished speaking, the main screen suddenly switched. Dozens of special police officers armed with live ammunition, like divine soldiers descending from the sky, have surrounded the office building where Han Tianda is located. The Ministry of State Security, the Procuratorate, and the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection are jointly enforcing the law, and the crackdown operation has been fully launched. Chen Fan raised his hand to glance at his watch and stated calmly. According to the exact time calculation, they should have arrived at the door of your office by now. As if to confirm his words, on the screen, from the direction of Han Tianda's office, there was a rapid and forceful knock on the door, followed by a majestic command. Han Tianda. Ministry of National Security. Open the door immediately and accept inspection. Chapter 36. The blood color on Han Tianda's face instantly faded, turning as pale as paper, and his body began to tremble violently uncontrollably. He stared at Chen Fan on the screen, his voice hoarse, Chen Fan, did you plan all this a long time ago? Let me correct you. This isn't my plan. This is the iron fist of the nation. Chen Fan said coldly, I'm just the executor of this massive plan. Lin Xiaoman was shocked as she listened, but she finally managed to regain her composure. So, from the very beginning, everything your Chen family did was just an act? Acting? Chen Fan shook his head slightly. My parents being kidnapped is a fact, and my anger at the time was genuine. However, we had already anticipated that this day would come sooner or later. Colonel Zhang Chang frowned, and spoke with deep confusion, then, Mr. Chen. My father has indeed helped Han Tianda deal with many shady activities over the years. Chen Fan admitted frankly, but there was a hint of heaviness in his tone. But every transaction and every operation is carried out under the strict supervision and instructions of the state. In order to completely gain the trust of Han Tianda, this old fox, and uncover the entire intricate criminal network behind him, our Qin family must pay a sufficient price and make the necessary sacrifices. Han Tianda on the other side of the screen, after the initial despair, suddenly had a strange and crazy grin on his face. Chen Fan, do you think you're sure to win just like that? Let me tell you, I, Han Tianda, haven't lost yet. I still have one last trump card in my hand. He suddenly took out a black remote control from his arms and held it high up, like a madman. There are 5 tons of high explosives buried in this warehouse. If I just press this button, your parents and those Secret Service agents who are in the way will instantly fly into the sky and turn into ashes. Ha 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 ha. Chen Fan's face was so gloomy at this moment that it seemed as if water was about to drip out of it. You're crazy. Han Tianda. You have your own people in the warehouse. My people? Han Tianda laughed maniacally, his face twisted. In order to protect my secret and to drag you all down with me to hell, I'm willing to risk anything. His finger, with a hint of morbid pleasure, slowly moved towards the bright red detonation button on the remote control. The air seemed to freeze, and time was infinitely stretched at this moment. At this critical moment, when everyone was holding their breath, Chen Fan's tense mouth corners suddenly curled up into a mocking arc. Director Han, are you so sure that the little gadget in your hand can still be used? The smile on Han Tianda's face suddenly froze. He subconsciously looked down at the remote control, and then frantically pressed the red button like a cat whose tail was stepped on. 1, 2, 3. However, the expected shocking explosion did not happen. There was dead silence in the direction of the warehouse. How is this possible? The muscles on Han Tianda's face twitched violently due to extreme shock and fear. He poked the button over and over again in disbelief, as if trying to press it into the remote control. It's simple, because just 3 minutes ago, I successfully hacked into and took over your crude detonation system, and completely cut off all remote signal transmissions. Chapter 37. Chen Fan's voice was calm and composed, yet it carried with it the absolute confidence that he was in control of everything. Now, those explosives you buried are nothing but a pile of useless scrap metal. As he spoke, the screen switched again. The picture clearly shows the real-time scene inside the warehouse. Several explosion-proof special police are carefully dismantling the bundled explosive devices. Their movements are professional and quick. In another corner of the warehouse, Chen Guodong and Qin Yaji had been safely escorted out by several special police officers. Although they looked a little tired, they were not seriously injured. "Dad, Mom, are you okay?" Chen Fan said to the communicator, with a barely perceptible concern in his voice. "Xiao Fan, we're fine, very good." Chen Guodong's steady voice came from the other end of the communicator, with a sense of relief at having survived a disaster. "You did very well, kid. Our 10-year plan has finally been a complete success today." The last ray of light in Han Tianda's eyes was completely extinguished. All the strength in his body seemed to be drained away in an instant. He collapsed on the large office chair like mud. 10 years, a full 10 years of careful planning, just like that, it's all over. He muttered to himself, distraught. It's not a defeat, Director Han, this was the outcome that was destined from the beginning. Chen Fan stared at the completely collapsed man on the screen. "Do you really think the country will tolerate you doing whatever you want in the military-industrial system, the lifeblood of the country, for 10 years? At this moment, the heavy door of Han Tianda's office was slammed open from the outside with great force. Bang! A large number of fully armed special police officers poured in like a tide. The cold handcuffs tightly locked Han Tianda's hands the next second. "Han Tianda, you are under arrest. Come with us." Looking at the miserable appearance of Han Tianda being escorted away by special police on the screen, Chen Fan's tense nerves finally relaxed and he let out a long breath. However, just when he thought everything was settled, the special mobile phone in his pocket suddenly and without warning rang out a sharp alarm. A bright red warning window popped up on the screen. "Warning! Unknown high-intensity intrusion signal source detected." The ease on Chen Fan's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a solemn look. "What? Someone else?" On the screen, a line of cold characters appeared. "The game has just begun, Mr. Ghost." "Who?" Chen Fan asked sternly. On the mobile phone screen, code scrolled wildly, and countless green characters refreshed rapidly, covering the sky. "Your Skynet plan is indeed brilliant," a new, processed voice said, "but it's still too naive in front of me." Chen Fan tapped his fingers rapidly on the virtual keyboard. "Nonsense. The Skynet system uses quantum encryption, and only 3 people in the world can decipher it." Chapter 38. 4 people, the voice corrected slowly, "You seem to have forgotten the original designers of the Skynet system." Colonel Zhang Chang was standing nearby, his voice filled with anxiety. "What do you mean?" Chen Fan's face turned pale in an instant. "No. Impossible. Teach him. He already dead?" The mysterious voice chuckled playfully. "Chen Fan, do you really think that car accident was an accident?" Lin Xiaoman looked at Chen Fan's suddenly changed expression and nervously grabbed his arm. "Chen Fan, what professor?" "My mentor, the father of quantum cryptography, Professor Adam Smith." Chen Fan's voice was hoarse, and every word carried a heavy weight. 3 years ago, he died in a car accident in Germany. Car accident? The voice's mockery grew stronger. That was just a carefully planned fake death to get away. The screen suddenly switched, and a familiar face filled the entire field of vision, a white man in his 60s, sitting calmly in a high-tech laboratory full of futuristic feeling. "Professor?" Chen Fan could hardly believe what he saw. You are really still alive?" "Of course he's alive, my dear student." Professor Smith smiled and even raised his hand to indicate, "And he's living quite well." But why did you fake your death? Why did you?" Chen Fan was halfway through his words when a terrible thought struck him like lightning. "Are you manipulating all this behind the scenes?" "Smart, worthy of being my most proud student." Professor Smith nodded approvingly. People like Han Tianda are just greedy fools and chess pieces. The real chess player has always been me. Colonel Zhang Chang was extremely shocked. Are you saying this foreigner is the most hidden mastermind behind this? I'm more than just the mastermind behind this. Professor Smith slowly stood up and paced around the laboratory. I'm the de facto controller of the Chinese military intelligence network. Chen Fan felt a chill rising from the bottom of his heart. What did you say? 10 years ago, I was hired by the US Department of Defense to infiltrate China's military-industrial complex. Professor Smith said slowly. Han Tianda's corruption was just a small part of my larger plan, a convenient entry point. What is your real purpose? Chen Fan's voice was filled with suppressed anger. China's latest quantum weapon technology. Professor Smith's eyes flashed with a burning light. Once this technology matures, it will completely overturn the existing global military balance. Colonel Zhang Chang's face turned pale. Quantum weapons? That's the nation's top secret. The core of the core. Precisely because it's top secret, it holds immeasurable value. Professor Smith chuckled. And your Skynet system happens to be connected to all relevant research databases, doesn't it? Chen Fan understood instantly. So, you approached me and trained me back then just to use me and build this system for you? That was my original intention, indeed, Professor Smith admitted without hesitation. But later, I discovered that your talent far exceeded my expectations, even surpassed my own. So I changed my plan, he continued, his tone carrying an unquestionable authority. I will train you to be my successor and have you serve my country. Dream on. Chen Fan roared, I would never betray my own country. Betrayal? Professor Smith shook his head slightly, a hint of alms-giving pity in his tone. Chen Fan, my student, you are still too naive. In this world, technology has no national boundaries. Only the absolutely powerful can dominate everything. He tapped lightly on the console in front of him, and Chen Fan's phone screen flashed violently again. Chapter 39. What do you want me to do? Chen Fan stared at Professor Smith on the screen. Professor Smith sat down in front of the console, his fingers tapping on the keyboard. It's simple. Open access to the quantum weapons database. Impossible. Chen Fan, you have to understand that the initiative is in my hands now. Professor Smith pointed to the huge display screen behind him. Take a look at this. The screen switched, showing a three-dimensional image, the core architecture diagram of the Skynet system. Colonel Zhang Chang gasped, this is classified. How could he have it? Because half of this system's underlying code was written by me. Professor Smith's words were like a bolt from the blue. Chen Fan, where do you think your technology comes from? Chen Fan's hands began to tremble. Impossible, I wrote all the code myself. Really? Professor Smith chuckled. Then explain why your core algorithm is 87% similar to my research notes from 3 years ago? Lin Xiaoman nervously grabbed Chen Fan's sleeve. Chen Fan, is what he said true? Chen Fan did not answer. He was frantically recalling something in his mind. Professor Smith continued, do you remember the book Frontiers in Quantum Cryptography? The one I gave you personally? That book. Chen Fan's voice trembled a little. What do you think those handwritten notes in the books are? Professor Smith's smile grew colder. They are the nutrients I carefully prepared, specifically for my most proud students. Colonel Zhang Chang roared, you old fox. You've been using Shao Chun from the beginning. Utilize? Professor Smith shook his head. I prefer to call it cultivation. Chen Fan's talent is indeed astonishing, but without my guidance, he would never have reached the heights he has today. Chen Fan raised his head abruptly, anger burning in his eyes. So, all the things I've been so proud of over the past 10 years were just charity from you? Alms? No. Professor Smith waved his hand. I see your efforts. But Chen Fan, when it comes to technology, inheritance is always more important than innovation. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan's phone screen suddenly flashed red. Warning. Forced intrusion detected. System defenses are being breached one by one. Professor Smith's fingers danced across the keyboard. Now, let me show you what real technology is. Chen Fan immediately began to fight back, his hands rapidly tapping on the virtual keyboard. Code scrolled across the screen like a waterfall. The first line of defense is broken. Professor Smith's voice was filled with excitement. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and said, don't even think about succeeding. He mobilized the entire computing power of the Skynet system to try to prevent the invasion. Second line of defense, broken. The third line of defense, broken. Professor Smith's attack was unstoppable, and every breakthrough made Chen Fan's face paler. Zhao Shiyu asked anxiously, Chen Fan, do you need me to contact reinforcements? It's too late. Chen Fan's forehead was already covered with sweat. He knows the system too well and knows every weak point. Professor Smith smiled smugly and said, Chen Fan, give up resistance. This is like using your own sword against yourself. The fourth line of defense, broken. Fifth line of defense, broken. Chen Fan's defense was losing ground and was on the verge of collapse. I'll give you one last chance. Professor Smith paused his attack. Voluntarily surrender your access rights, and I'll forgive you. Dream on. Chen Fan roared. In that case. Professor Smith's expression turned completely cold. Then don't blame me for not considering the relationship between teacher and student. Chapter 40. At this moment, General Li Jianguo suddenly said, Smith, do you think we are unprepared? Professor Smith frowned. What do you mean? Li Jianguo sneered, Chen Fan, activate the backup plan. Backup plan? Chen Fan was stunned. Codename, Nirvana. Chen Fan understood something instantly and swiped his finger across the screen. Nirvana protocol, start. Professor Smith's expression changed drastically. Impossible. The Nirvana protocol is just a theoretical concept. Theory? Li Jianguo snorted coldly, do you really think the country has been asleep all these years? On the screen, an image of a phoenix reborn from the ashes slowly emerged. Chen Fan's voice became firm, Professor Smith, get ready to welcome the true wisdom of China. The moment the Nirvana protocol was activated, the entire Skynet system seemed to have gained new life. The defense line that was originally broken by Professor Smith began to reorganize automatically, and the code structure underwent fundamental changes. This is impossible. Professor Smith's voice was panicked for the first time. How can a system evolve on its own? Chen Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Professor, you once taught me that a true master always leaves a way out for himself. The phoenix on the screen began to spread its wings, and flames gradually surrounded Professor Smith's invasion program. What is the Nirvana agreement? Colonel Zhang Chang asked anxiously. Li Jianguo explained, a countermeasure program completely independent of the Skynet system. When the system encounters a fatal threat, it will automatically activate and reconfigure itself. Professor Smith continued his attack unwillingly. Even with the Nirvana agreement, you can't stop me. His fingers tapped furiously on the keyboard, calling up a more powerful attack program. Quantum cracking protocol, activated. Chen Fan's face turned pale in an instant. Quantum crack? When did you develop this? What do you think I've been doing these past 3 years? Professor Smith sneered. I have the best team in Silicon Valley working for me. The Skynet system's defenses began to collapse again, and the fire of Nirvana was crumbling. Zhao Shiyu nervously held Chen Fan's hand. Is there any other way? Yes. Chen Fan gritted his teeth, but the cost is huge. What's the price? Completely destroy the Skynet system and simultaneously reversely destroy all sources of intrusion. Li Jianguo said in a deep voice, that means. It means that our 10 years of hard work will be wasted, but at the same time, Professor Smith's system will be completely scrapped. When Professor Smith heard this, his attack became even more frantic. Chen Fan, how dare you? Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, a new voice suddenly interrupted the communication channel. That's enough, stop it. This voice carried unquestionable authority, leaving everyone stunned. The screen split and showed a middle-aged man in a suit. Professor Smith's face changed drastically when he saw the person coming. William Morgan? Why are you here? William Morgan? Chen Fan frowned. Deputy Director of the NSA? The visitor was William Morgan, a senior official of the National Security Agency. Chapter 41. Morgan looked at Professor Smith coldly. Adam, your private actions end here. Private operation? Professor Smith roared, this is the mission you assigned to me. Mission? Morgan shook his head. Our mission is to obtain China's military secrets, not to let you play house here. Chen Fan understood instantly. So, Professor Smith is just a pawn? A smart Chinese boy. Morgan nodded approvingly. Adam is indeed talented, but he is too conceited and thinks he can control everything. Professor Smith's face turned pale. William, you can't do this to me. Without me, you will get nothing. Really? Morgan laughed. You thought we only sent you? As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan's communicator suddenly rang. Master Chen, I'm sorry to bother you. This voice made Chen Fan tremble all over. It was Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu? How could you? Uncle Fu's figure appeared on the screen, but at this moment, he was completely different from the kind old butler in Chen Fan's memory. Uncle Fu had a stern expression, and several bodyguards in black stood behind him. Master Chen, my true identity is a senior agent of the Far East Division of the Central Intelligence Agency. Lin Xiaoman exclaimed. Even Uncle Fu was a spy? Chen Fan felt dizzy. Uncle Fu, you have been in our family for 10 years. For the past 10 years, I have had deep feelings for you and the master. This is true. Uncle Fu's voice was a little heavy. But a mission is a mission. Morgan nodded with satisfaction. Now you see how deep our layout is. Professor Smith completely collapsed. William, you even plotted against me. Adam, in the intelligence world, there are no permanent friends, Morgan said coldly. Now, hand over all the information you have. At this moment, General Li Jianguo suddenly laughed. Mr. Morgan, do you think our Chinese intelligence department is a vegetarian? Morgan frowned. What do you mean? What I mean is that Uncle Fu has been one of ours for a long time. Uncle Fu was on the other side of the screen, suddenly turned around and knocked down the bodyguard behind him with one punch. What? Morgan's eyes widened in shock. Uncle Fu smiled at the camera and said, Mr. Morgan, welcome to China's home turf. My true identity is a veteran agent from the Counterintelligence Division of the Ministry of State Security, codename Guardian. Chen Fan finally understood. So, Uncle Fu, you have been protecting our family? It's not just protection. Uncle Fu's expression became serious. Master, do you know why the master chose to cooperate with Han Tianda? Why? Chen Fan asked, his heart almost jumping out of his chest. Because we have long discovered that there are foreign forces behind Han Tianda. Uncle Fu's voice came through the communicator, with a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. In order to completely eradicate this deeply lurking spy network, we need a deep undercover agent who can reach the core. General Li Jianguo took over the conversation in a loud and firm voice. Your Chen family is this undercover. In an instant, countless fragments were pieced together in Chen Fan's mind. My father's choice, the abnormalities in the family, and the mystery of Uncle Fu, everything has an answer. It turns out that he has been living in a huge chess game, and his family is the most crucial piece in this game. On the other side of the screen, Professor Smith's face was as pale as paper, veins on his forehead were throbbing, and he no longer had the arrogance he had before. Deputy Director Morgan clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the force, and his teeth were chattering. Chapter 42. Everything they had carefully planned collapsed and turned into nothing in the calm revelation of Forber. Morgan gritted his teeth, his voice squeezed out from between his teeth. Chinese, you win this time. But this game isn't over yet. Chen Fan responded sharply, his tone cold. Mr. Morgan, the game is indeed not over. But now it's our turn to make a move. Make a move? Professor Smith suddenly burst into a shrill laugh, as if he were crazy. Chen Fan, between us, it's not your turn to have the final say in this game. His tone suddenly became extremely harsh, filled with a desperate desire to destroy. Now, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over all the technical data of quantum weapons, and then come with me to the United States. Professor Smith's eyes flashed with fanaticism. I can assure you that you will have the world's top laboratories, the most favorable research environment, and countless wealth. What else? Chen Fan's mouth curled up into a cold arc as he asked calmly. Otherwise, Professor Smith's voice was like a venomous snake. I will use the Skynet system you built with your own hands to completely destroy China's entire military-industrial network. Listen carefully. It's the entire military industrial network. He spoke each word with clarity, his threat naked and without any disguise. By then, it won't just be your quantum weapons project that will be ruined. All of China's military secrets will be exposed to the United States without reservation. Think about the consequences, Chen Fan. Can you afford it? Colonel Zhang Chang in the command center heard this so loudly that veins on his forehead bulged and his eyes turned red. Master Chen. We must not let him succeed. Absolutely not. His voice was hoarse with emotion. Chen Fan's chest rose and fell slightly. After a moment, he spoke, his voice unusually steady. Professor, you underestimate me. You overestimate yourself. What's the meaning? Professor Smith frowned slightly, feeling a sense of foreboding. Do you think the Skynet system really only has the layer of protection you see? The corners of Chen Fan's mouth curled up in a resolute arc. From the first day I designed it, I was prepared for someone to betray me one day. Be careful that one day it will fall into the hands of someone with ulterior motives. Chen Fan's figure was as fast as lightning. In just a few leaps and bounds, he had already reached the edge of the rooftop. His hands became afterimages on the virtual keyboard, instantly typing in a series of extremely complex code commands. His 10 fingers danced across the screen as he issued a series of commands: ghost system, emergency activation. The phone screen suddenly turned a deep blue, and countless codes scrolled rapidly like an uncontrolled waterfall. 3 Tomahawk cruise missiles have been detected and are forcibly taking over the U.S. military's satellite navigation system. A cold, mechanically synthesized voice sounded clearly. Li Jianguo, who was limp on the ground, burst into a crazy laugh. What a waste of energy. That's a military encrypted frequency band. There's no way you can. Before he could finish his words, 3 dazzling red dots of light appeared on Chen Fan's mobile phone screen, moving towards the western highway at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. Takeover successful. Missile guidance system has been completely overridden by Ghost Protocol. Li Jianguo's laughter suddenly stopped, his expression as stiff as a wax figure. How is this possible? The encryption level of military satellites is... Chapter 43. SSE 2048 Quantum Encryption? Chen Fan didn't even bother to turn his head. He said calmly, I discovered the vulnerability in that system 3 years ago. It was just a matter of luck. Wang Tianhua suddenly grabbed the communicator, his voice distorted by excitement. Attention, all units. The missile trajectory has deflected. Repeat, the missile trajectory has deflected. On the big screen, the 3 red spots of light that represented destruction drew a strange arc at the same time under the horrified gaze of the crowd, and all turned around and flew towards the depths of the vast Pacific Ocean. The missile self-destruct sequence has been activated. It's expected to detonate over the high seas in 3 minutes. Chen Fan calmly put away his phone and turned his gaze to the ashen-faced Li Jianguo. Li Jianguo, your plan has completely failed. Li Jianguo's eyes widened as he stared at Chen Fan. Who are you? I told you, someone you seriously underestimated. Chen Fan slowly turned around, his eyes sweeping over everyone present. However, this game isn't over yet. Zhao Shiyu stepped forward quickly, her voice a little anxious. Xiao Fan, what do you mean? Li Jianguo, he's just a pawn at best. The real mastermind behind this hasn't shown up yet. Chen Fan had barely finished speaking when his phone blared again. Look, a new intrusion signal. A line of words suddenly popped up on the screen. Young man, good skills. Chen Fan tapped his fingertips and quickly typed on the screen in response. Who are you? The other party's reply was almost instant. An old friend who was very interested in you. Come meet me tonight at 10 o'clock, on the top floor of the Four Seasons Hotel in Beijing. This is definitely a trap. Colonel Zhang Chang strode in front of Chen Fan and said firmly, Master Chen, you absolutely cannot go. Chen Fan chuckled instead. Uncle Zhang, do you think, after what happened tonight, I would still be afraid of so-called traps? He typed another line of words on the phone screen. Why should I believe you? The other party's reply was astonishingly quick. Because I know the true whereabouts of your parents. Chen Fan's fingers, which were tapping the screen, suddenly stopped. The text on the screen continued to refresh. Those rescued from the warehouse just now were merely carefully prepared stand-ins. The real Chen Wodong and his wife are with me. Wang Tianhua's face suddenly changed. He grabbed the communicator and shouted hoarsely, contact the rescue team immediately. Confirm the hostage's identity immediately. Quick! 3 minutes stretched as long as a century. Finally, a voice tinged with shock rang through the communicator. Deputy Minister Wang, the 2 people we just rescued, after an emergency DNA comparison, they're not Chen Guodong and his wife. Lin Xiaoman couldn't help but screamed, what? Then they... Chen Fan's phone screen flickered again. Are you excited? See you at 10 o'clock, Four Seasons Hotel. Seeing this, Li Jianguo seemed to have grasped a lifeline and laughed a nervous laugh again. Huh? You thought this was over? Let me tell you, this has just begun. Chen Fan, you have no idea what a terrifying existence you are facing. Oh? Then do you know what you're facing now? Chen Fan slowly walked up to Li Jianguo, squatted down, and looked him in the eye. Do you think your American masters really trust you? Li Jianguo was obviously stunned for a moment. What do you mean? You probably haven't received the news that Smith was arrested by the FBI yet? Chen Fan pulled another phone from his pocket. A newly released news item flashed across the screen. Just 10 minutes ago, the FBI formally arrested Professor Smith for treason. The charge was leaking core U.S. military secrets to China. The color on Li Jianguo's face instantly faded, leaving him as pale as paper. No. This is impossible. Chapter 44. The so-called quantum weapon information he sent to the United States has been classified as false intelligence orchestrated by China. Chen Fan's voice was cold as he continued to expose the harsh reality. The U.S. military believes that Smith had long been recruited by China. Then Li Jianguo's lips trembled and his voice shook. What do you think will become of you? Chen Fan stood up and looked down at him. What use is there to a spy who can't even protect his own partners? At that moment, Wang Tianhua's communicator rang rapidly. After he answered, his expression became extremely serious. Li Jianguo, I just received a notification that all of your secret accounts in Swiss banks have been frozen by the FBI 15 minutes ago. The reason is that they are suspected of financing international terrorist activities. Li Jianguo felt as if all his bones had been pulled out, and he completely collapsed. This is impossible. They clearly promised me. How naive. Chen Fan shook his head slightly. They have always been more ruthless and cruel to traitors than anyone else. Li Jianguo suddenly burst into an even crazier laugh, his voice filled with despair and resentment. So what? Don't even think you'll have an easy time. The real big shots are still waiting for you. Do you think tonight's over? I'm telling you, this is just the appetizer. Really? An old voice filled with supreme majesty suddenly came from the entrance of the rooftop. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw an old man in a neat Zhongshan suit and with gray hair, walking slowly towards them, surrounded by several black-clad bodyguards with stern expressions. Wang Tianhua was shocked when he saw the person coming. He immediately stood at attention and gave a standard military salute. Master Long. Why did you come here in person? The person who came was none other than Long Zhenhua, a leading figure in the Chinese army. Long Zhenhua's eyes swept over the collapsed Li Jianguo indifferently, and his tone was calm, but it was full of power. Traitor, you dare to be so presumptuous in front of me? The moment Li Jianguo saw Long Zhenhua, the last trace of blood on his face disappeared completely. His face turned ashen and he could no longer utter a sound, as if his throat was strangled by an invisible hand. Long Zhenhua walked up to Chen Fan, his deep eyes resting on him for a moment, and he slowly said, Young man, your performance just now was very good. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Long. Chen Fan nodded slightly, his attitude neither humble nor arrogant. However, tonight's events are far from over. Long Zhenhua turned around and faced everyone. I know the identity of that person from the Four Seasons Hotel. The air froze and everyone held their breath. Long Zhenhua said word by word, Shen family, old master Shen. Wang Tianhua's chest tightened, and his voice tightened, the head of the four major families in Beijing, the Shen family? Exactly. Long Zhenhua nodded. Old master Shen is already 93 years old, and there are only a handful of people with the most power in the capital. When I see him, I must also address him as senior. Chapter 45. Lin Xiaoman's palms were sweating, and she tightly grasped Chen Fan's arm. Why are they targeting us? Benefits. Long Zhenhua's voice deepened. The Shen family's businesses span military industry, finance, and real estate. They have deep roots and numerous branches. The rise of the Chen family has undoubtedly touched their core interests. Chen Fan frowned slightly. So, the person behind Li Jianguo is old Master Shen? Li Jianguo is nothing but a discarded pawn. Long Zhenhua shook his head. The Shen family's methods are far beyond your expectations and are extremely ruthless. Their intention this time is to completely eradicate the Chen family and reshape the power structure in the capital. Zhao Shiyu said anxiously, Did Uncle Chen and Auntie really fall into the hands of the Shen family? Long Zhenhua nodded, 9 out of 10. Only. He turned to Chen Fan. Boy, you insist on going to the Four Seasons Hotel? It's a sea of fire and swords there. Chen Fan said firmly, Go. Long Zhenhua pondered, Why are you so sure? Chen Fan raised the corners of his lips slightly, Because I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. The Shin family believes they are in control of the overall situation. They don't know that I'd been the one holding the chessboard from the very beginning. Everyone was stunned and speechless for a moment. Long Genua became interested. Boy, what do you mean by that? Chen Fan took out his cell phone and tapped it lightly with his fingertips. An encrypted folder opened. Mr. Long, do you know who actually controls Tiangong Heavy Industry? Long Genua's eyebrows twitched slightly. Tiangong Heavy Technology? Isn't that the Chen family's property? That's what it looks like on the surface. Chen Fan quickly operated a few times on the screen. The real controlling stake lies here. A complex equity structure diagram appeared on the mobile phone screen. Wang Tianhua leaned over and took a look before he felt shortness of breath. How is this possible? The equity map is clear. 51% of Tiangong Heavy Technology shares are held by an offshore company called Longting Investment. Longting Investment, the person behind the scenes is me. Chen Fan's tone was flat. 3 years ago, I used my internet skills and, through a series of complex capital operations, secretly acquired a controlling stake in Tiangong Heavy Technology. Zhao Shiyu's eyes widened, and she could hardly believe her ears. Are you saying that you are the real boss of Tiangong Heavy Technology? Good. Over the years, my father has been the chairman of Tiangong Heavy Industry in name only, but he's actually managing it for me. Chen Fan took back his phone. Chapter 46. The so-called Qin family military-industrial empire was created by me from the beginning to the end. Li Jianguo collapsed to the ground, making a strange hoarse sound in his throat, full of despair. No. It's impossible. If that's the case, our intelligence. I deliberately leaked all your information. Chen Fan leaned over and spoke to him in an icy voice. Han Tianda's corruption, Smith's infiltration, and even your treasonous behavior are all within my calculations. Long Genua clapped his hands and cheered. Good boy. What a plan. The military chose you to carry out this plan. There really is a reason behind it. So you're not only the executor of the plan, but also the manipulator of this entire game. Colonel Zhang Chang felt a buzzing in his head as he finally understood. So, from the very beginning, we have been pawns in young Master Chen's chess game? Not just you. Chen Fan's lips curled up in a sinister arc. The Shin family is also involved in this chess game. They thought they were laying a trap in the dark, aiming for the Chen family, but they didn't realize I had already set the trap, waiting for them to fall into it. Wang Tianua's voice trembled. Then your parents. Chen Fan calmly threw out a thunderclap. Of course it was arranged by me. I had already secretly moved my real parents to a completely safe place. The one the Shin family went to such great lengths to kidnap was just a stand-in I found. Lin Xiaoman covered her mouth and almost screamed. This kind of thing, you have calculated it? I've studied Shin Chongqing for 3 years. Chen Fan took out another phone, the screen glowing dimly. I know his style and mindset better than he does. The fact that he dared to set up a meeting at the Four Seasons Hotel to meet me shows that he has completely fallen into my trap. Long Genua's eyes were complicated. Boy, what do you want to do? It's very simple. Chen Fan spoke each word clearly in the night wind. Tonight, at the Four Seasons Hotel, in front of all the dignitaries in Beijing, I will openly and honestly uproot the Shin family. Tonight's banquet is not some home-and banquet. That's the Shin family's guillotine. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Shiyu's cell phone rang rapidly. She quickly answered the call, her expression changing several times before she looked at everyone solemnly. The latest news, the Four Seasons Hotel is holding an extra charity auction tonight. On the other end of the line, a voice reported anxiously, Miss Zhao, it's absolutely true. Almost every prominent and wealthy family in Beijing will be there. Old Master Shin will be presiding over the event himself, and I heard the grand finale will be a priceless and rare treasure. Chen Fan and Long Genua exchanged glances, and they understood each other tacitly. Charity auction? Ha, old Fox Shin really knows how to create a gimmick. Chen Fan's lips curled up coldly. He wants to use this opportunity to humiliate me in public and embarrass me. Wang Tianhua looked worried. Master Chen, that kind of place is full of mixed people, and the various forces in the capital are intertwined. What if? Chen Fan interrupted directly. I wish they were all here. The more people there are in the audience, the more exciting the show will be, and the louder the slap in the face will be. Long Genua's face turned serious. Boy, I must remind you. The Shin family's influence in the capital is far deeper than you can see on the surface. At least 1/3 of the guests present tonight have inextricable interests with the Shin family. So what? Chen Fan shrugged nonchalantly. This is exactly the effect I want. By completely destroying the Shin family's banner in front of everyone, we can truly deter those scoundrels who are ready to make a move. Zhao Shiyu hung up the phone and added, there's another important piece of information. The finale of tonight's auction is rumored to be an authentic Ming Dynasty painting by Tang Yin. The starting price is 50 million. 50 million? Lin Xiaoman gasped and muttered softly, these rich people really have too much money to spend. Chen Fan fell into deep thought, ancient Ming Dynasty paintings. What exactly is Shin Chongqing up to? A light bulb went off in Long Genoa's head. No. I remember that among the Shin family's heirlooms, there is indeed a painting called Visiting the Hermit at Songxi by Tang Yin from the Ming Dynasty. It's said to be worth over 100 million yuan and is the pride of their family. Wang Tianhua frowned. A family heirloom is also being auctioned? This is totally unreasonable. Chen Fan's eyes flashed with brilliance. I understand. Old Fox Shin is plotting something. He wants to use this heirloom as bait to lure me in. Lin Xiaoman hurriedly asked, what do you mean? Chapter 47. Old Man Shin calculated that I was young and had a little money, so I didn't know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was, so he deliberately made something worth a fortune. Chen Fan raised a cold arc at the corner of his mouth and analyzed in a flat tone. The beads on his abacus are clattering loudly, and there are only two possible outcomes. First, I have no money, so I can't take the photo. I'll be embarrassed in front of everyone and become a laughingstock in Beijing. Second, I'll sell everything I have to buy it, and then they'll collude to set me up. Once the funding chain is broken, I'm done. Zhao Shiyu's brows were filled with worry. So, are you still going to this auction? Go! Why not go? Chen Fan's smile was bright, even a little dazzling. This time, I want to give old Master Shin a great gift. I guarantee he will remember it for the rest of his life. No, for several lifetimes. He took out the peculiarly shaped encrypted phone, tapped his fingertips, and dialed a number. Uncle Fu, transfer all my overseas liquid funds to me. The call was connected, and Uncle Fu's usual calm and respectful response came from the other end. However, this time, there seemed to be a slight pause in his voice. Master, do you mean, to buy the Four Seasons Hotel? Right. Chen Fan's tone was so relaxed, as if he was talking about what he wanted to eat tonight. More than just the Four Seasons. At the auction tonight, I'll take everything, no matter what it is. Nothing will be left behind. I'll take it all. It's time to let old Master Shin open his eyes and see what money power is. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around, including Long Genoa, who was used to big scenes, felt a buzzing in their heads, as if they were hit hard by something. Long Genoa's tongue was a little tied, and his voice was erratic. Little boy, tell me honestly, how much wealth do you have? Not much. Just a few tens of billions of dollars, I guess. Chen Fan spoke calmly, as if the money was just a few coins in his pocket. Over the years, I've been doing some cybersecurity consulting work abroad to make a living. Lin Xiaoman felt dizzy and her legs went weak, almost losing her balance. Several hundreds of billions? Or, US dollars? Her voice changed. The US dollar is worthless, and the exchange rate is acceptable recently. Chen Fan waved his hands with an expression that said, it's no big deal. Converted into Chinese currency, it's only about 200 billion, no big deal. Wang Tianhua felt his entire limbs begin to numb, and each breath became heavier. 200 billion, how much money is this? Let's put it this way. A moderately developed prefecture-level city, after a whole year of hard work, would only produce this much GDP. Chen Fan still looked calm. Isn't the Shin family known as the richest family in Beijing? If we pack up and sell everything they own, the maximum they can get is 80 billion Chinese yuan. My pocket money is enough to buy these three and still have some left over. Ha ha ha. Good. Good boy. So arrogant. So domineering. Long Genoa's previous solemnity disappeared in an instant and he burst into laughter. This time, there's going to be a good show. A really good show. Chapter 48. Just at this moment, Li Jianguo, who had been lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, suddenly burst out with an evil force from nowhere and struggled to raise half of his body. His face was distorted, his features squeezed together, and he roared at the top of his lungs, "Don't be so complacent. Do you think you can win just by having a few bucks? I'm telling you. There's someone behind the Shin family. A formidable force that you can't even imagine and absolutely cannot afford to offend. Chen Fan didn't stop, but walked slowly to him, looked down at him, and said in a calm voice without a trace of fluctuation, "Oh? Really? What kind of power is it? Why not tell us about it and let everyone open their eyes?" "The Rockefellers." Li Jianguo squeezed out these words from between his teeth, and each word tasted of blood. "The Shin family is the Rockefeller family's pawn in China. They represent their interests. If you touch the Shin family, you're going against the entire Wall Street. You're declaring war on the giant that controls the lifeline of the world economy." As soon as the word Rockefeller came out, the wind on the rooftop seemed to stop, and the air was heavy, making it hard to breathe. The smile on Long Genoa's face froze, and then turned ashen. "Rockefeller? How could this happen? How could a family like that easily get involved in China's affairs?" "Because of quantum communication technology." A sick, twisted smile appeared on Li Jianguo's face, with a desperate madness. "The Rockefeller family is after more than just that little bit of technical information. What they want is to completely grasp this cutting-edge technology that can change the future of the world in their own hands." Chen Fan slowly straightened his back. After a moment of silence, his tone remained calm. "I see. So, tonight's show is a little more exciting than I thought." He turned around and looked at the solemn-looking Long Genoa, with a meaningful smile on his lips. "Mr. Long, if I say that the words Rockefeller family have long been in my script, would you think I'm bragging?" Long Genoa paused noticeably, his voice a little hoarse. You expected this a long time ago?" "More than expected." Chen Fan played with the encrypted phone in his hand. The screen lit up and he pressed the call button directly and made a long-distance call across the ocean. "I also prepared a welcome gift for them. I guarantee they'll like it." The call was connected almost immediately. An old but authoritative English male voice came from the receiver. Chen Fan's speech pattern switched instantly, and pure, aristocratic London English flowed from his mouth. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear and resounding. "Hello, Mr. Rockefeller. This is Ghost. I believe it's time we had a little chat." There was deathly silence on the other end of the phone, which lasted for a full 10 seconds. Finally, the old voice sounded again, its words filled with a tremor of disbelief. "Ghost, the little ghost who left his signature in the Zurich banking system 10 years ago, was it you?" Chen Fan raised the corner of his lips. "Old man, your memory is quite good. I remember the damage caused to you by that invasion was $3 billion, right? 307 billion. Rockefeller's voice suddenly rose, his anger almost bursting out of the receiver. "That's a full $307 billion. Our family spent 2 years just to rebuild that damn system. So, you should thank me." Chen Fan's tone remained calm. "If I hadn't kindly left a warning, those accounts you kept hidden at the bottom of your box, never to be seen in public, would have been turned upside down by the FBI long ago." Chapter 49. Long Genoa and the others standing next to him looked at each other, their brains completely unable to comprehend. The amount of information in this conversation was simply too much and was beyond their comprehension. Li Jianguo collapsed to the ground, his face pale as he muttered to himself, 10 years ago, that Zurich bank invasion that shocked the world, was it you who did it? It's just a trial run." Chen Fan waved his hand casually, then changed the subject and said to the other end of the phone, "Old man, the small talk is over. Now, let's get down to business. Right now, all of your pawns in China, including the Shin family, are to cease all actions." "Absolutely not." Rockefeller's voice suddenly became sharp. "Quantum communication technology is related to the world situation for the next 50 years. The Rockefeller family will never let go." "Really?" Chen Fan chuckled. "Then, old man, I think you will be very interested in this gift. He tapped the phone screen quickly a few times, and an encrypted file was transmitted silently. On the other end of the line, the sound of rapid keyboard tapping rang out, followed by an uncontrollable roar mixed with horror and rage. "These documents, where on earth did you get them?" "Your family's recent dealings in arms in South America, blood diamonds mined in Africa, and those, rather interesting human experimentation projects." Chen Fan recited slowly, enunciating each word. "I imagine those journalist friends at the Washington Post will be very, very interested in this." Rockefeller's wheezing sounded like an old bellows in the receiver. "Are you threatening me?" "A threat? No, this is just a deal." Chen Fan's smile faded, and his voice grew colder. "If your people withdraw from China, I guarantee that this information will rot forever on my hard drive." If you insist on pursuing this, then tomorrow morning, the headlines around the world will all be about the true face of the Rockefeller family beneath its glamorous facade. The other end of the phone fell into silence again, and this time, the silence lasted even longer. In this suffocating silence, a young male English voice, somewhat immature but domineering, suddenly interrupted, "Grandfather, enough. Why waste time talking to this Chinese kid?" Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. "John Rockefeller III? It sounds like there's a bit of disagreement within your family." "Yes, it's me." The young voice was filled with a sense of arrogance. "We've been planning in China for a full 10 years. How can we retreat in disgrace just because of a few words from him?" "John, you idiot, are you crazy?" Old Rockefeller roared so loudly that the receiver buzzed. "You don't even know what he has in his hand." "I don't care." John D. Rockefeller III's tone became increasingly arrogant. "The Chinese are best at bluffing. If he has the guts, he can really expose that information. I want to see if he dares." Chen Fan laughed, his laughter a little cold. "Young man, it's a good thing to be motivated. Since you want to see it so much, then I'll let you see what it means to walk the talk." Before he finished speaking, he switched between apps on his phone, quickly edited a message, and sent it directly to an internationally renowned social media platform. Before a minute was up, John's voice on the other end of the line suddenly changed, filled with panic and disbelief. You really sent it?" "This is just an appetizer," Chen Fan said calmly. "On Twitter, it's already been retweeted over 30,000 times in just a few seconds. If I don't receive an official announcement of your family's withdrawal within 10 minutes, then the subsequent main courses will be served one after another." Old Rockefeller's voice was no longer a roar, it was a shriek. "John, you are an idiot who is more likely to cause trouble than to help. Shut up right now." "But, grandfather." John's voice was filled with tears. "No buts. I order you to immediately cease all actions in China. Right now." A fierce quarrel and the sound of things breaking were heard from the receiver. Obviously, the Rockefeller family on the other end of the phone was in complete chaos. Lin Xiaoman was terrified watching from the side and asked Chen Fan quietly, will they really give in like this?" Chapter 50. They will. Chen Fan put his phone back in his pocket, his expression firm. A century-old family like the Rockefellers has survived to this day because they were able to make decisive decisions and assess the situation. That old man knows better than anyone that sacrificing the family's reputation and future for an uncertain technology is simply not worth it. Sure enough, just 5 minutes later, Chen Fan's phone vibrated again. The call was connected, and old Rockefeller's voice came through. It seemed to have aged a dozen years in an instant, full of fatigue and weakness. "Ghost, you win. We, the Rockefeller family, will immediately evacuate all personnel and businesses from China." "A wise decision." Chen Fan nodded slightly. "However, I have a small request." "What?" There was disbelief in old Rockefeller's voice. "From now on, you, the Rockefeller family, are not allowed to interfere in the internal affairs of the Shin family." Chen Fan's voice was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable determination. "Let us sort it out ourselves." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds before a hoarse voice came, "Okay." It was as if he had used up all his strength. The communication was cut off, and the rooftop returned to an eerie silence, with only the night wind whistling past. Colonel Zhang Chang took a long while to find his voice and spoke with difficulty. "Is it, just like that, it's over?" He felt that everything that was happening before his eyes was more unreal than the most bizarre movie. "Of course not." Chen Fan put away his phone and casually glanced at the time on his watch. "It's only 9:30 p.m. now. The show at the Four Seasons Hotel hasn't even officially started yet." His tone was relaxed, but it made everyone present feel a chill in their hearts. Just then, a rapid cell phone ring broke the tranquility of the rooftop. It was Zhao Xiyu. She answered the call quickly, and after a few seconds, the color drained away from her already pale face. "What? What did you say?" Zhao Xiyu's voice changed in tone, revealing a deep sense of horror. "Have you confirmed the source of the information?" After hanging up the phone, she felt a little weak and turned to everyone hurriedly. Something happened at the Four Seasons Hotel. A large number of unidentified people suddenly appeared around the hotel. They were well equipped and looked like professional bodyguards. And they were all carrying weapons. Chapter 51. Wang Tianhua's expression suddenly changed upon hearing this. Have the Shen family gone completely crazy? How dare they use armed forces in a place like the capital? Chen Fan tapped his fingertips lightly on the railing, making a rhythmic sound. After a moment, he spoke with a hint of mockery in his tone. It seems that old Master Shin has received the news that the Rockefeller family has retreated. He's willing to risk everything and fight me to the death. Long Genoa suddenly stood up from his chair, his old face filled with solemnity. Boy, the situation is completely different now. If the Four Seasons Hotel really becomes a battlefield, you must not put yourself in danger. His tone left no room for doubt. Not going? Chen Fan shook his head slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Mr. Long, if you choose not to go now, that would be the real danger. Since the Shin family has even mobilized armed personnel, it means they have no way out and are completely at odds. If we can't completely deal with them tonight, they will only become more crazy tomorrow and use any means necessary. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the special communicator. Uncle Fu, start Plan B. Understood, Master. Uncle Fu's steady and powerful voice came through the communicator. The Dragon Scale Special Forces have been deployed to key locations according to the plan. The Fire Phoenix squad is also rapidly gathering towards the target location. We expect to complete the encirclement within 5 minutes. Long Genoa was stunned when he heard this, his voice trembling a little. Dragon Scale Special Forces? Isn't that the Ace Special Forces directly under the military? He couldn't believe his ears. Mr. Long, there are some things that it is better for you not to know. Chen Fan smiled calmly and cleverly interrupted his questioning. The Four Seasons Hotel is bound to be very lively tonight. Just wait and see. Lin Xiaoman tightly grasped Chen Fan's arm, her beautiful face full of worry. Are you really sure you want to go? What if things get out of control? Rest assured. Chen Fan patted the back of her hand gently, conveying reassuring strength. I said, from the moment this chess game began, I was the only one playing it. The Shin family thinks they are chess players, but the funny thing is, they don't realize that they have already become dying beasts trapped on the chessboard. He turned around and walked slowly towards the edge of the rooftop. The night wind blew the corners of his clothes, making a rustling sound. Chen Fan turned around, his eyes swept over everyone, and his voice clearly spread throughout the rooftop. Everyone, please get ready to enjoy a fantastic show. After tonight, the current situation in the capital will be completely rewritten. At this moment, the banquet hall of the Four Seasons Hotel was brightly lit and bustling with people, creating an extremely lively scene. Almost all the wealthy and powerful people, celebrities and tycoons in the capital gathered here. Amidst the clinking of glasses, an undercurrent was silently surging. Everyone had a perfectly appropriate smile on their face, but underneath that smile, their minds were racing, calculating their own interests and positions. On the rostrum, Shin Changxing sat in the center. At the age of 93, his figure looked somewhat hunched and thin, but when he sat there, he had an air of majesty that came from someone who had been in a high position for a long time, which was so suffocating. Old man, the target person, Chen Fan, has not yet arrived at the venue. The old housekeeper of the Shin family bent over and reported in a low voice into Shin Changxing's ear. Chapter 52. No rush. Shin Changxing picked up the celadon teacup in front of him, took a sip, and spoke in a steady voice. He'll come. Young people nowadays always like to be late on purpose for such occasions, to show off their uniqueness and so-called importance. There was a subtle hint of contempt in his tone. Below the stage, elegantly dressed people were drinking and chatting. Guests gathered in twos and threes, whispering about tonight's unusual charity auction. Have you heard? Something really big seems to have happened at the Chun family? It's more than just an illusion. There have been rumors for a long time that old man Chen Guodong was kidnapped and his whereabouts are still unknown. TSK, old Master Shin is making such a big fuss tonight. I'm afraid it's not just for charity. He's using this opportunity to completely liquidate the Chen family. I just wonder if that ignorant kid Chen Fan will dare to show up tonight? The whispers were filled with gloating and a desire to watch the fun. Just then, a well-dressed auctioneer walked onto the beautifully decorated stage with a smile on his face. Dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Tonight's charity auction is about to officially begin. First, let us give the warmest applause to our respected Mr. Shin Changxing to deliver our opening speech. With the help of the housekeeper, Shin Changxing slowly stood up, leaning on a rosewood cane that symbolized his status, and walked step by step to the podium. His old but still resonant voice was clearly transmitted throughout the banquet hall through the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a beautiful occasion, and the room is packed with distinguished guests. We gather here tonight not only to join forces for a good cause, but also to witness the birth of a piece of history together. His voice paused, carrying an unquestionable authority. The current situation in the capital has been dull for too long. It's time for a complete reshuffle. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the audience. Everyone could hear the undisguised ambition and murderous intent in Shin Changqing's words. There are always some self-righteous young people who think they have grown strong enough to challenge existing traditions and order. Shin Changqing's voice suddenly rose a few notches, carrying a chilling coldness. Then tonight, we will make them deeply understand what respect and order are, and what rules are. The moment he finished speaking, snap! All the lights in the banquet hall suddenly went out without any warning. Plunged into sudden darkness. All the guests present suddenly let out uncontrollable exclamations and screams, and the bodyguards in charge of security also became highly alert at the first moment, and the scene was a little chaotic for a while. After just 3 seconds of extreme darkness, the lights come back on. On the rostrum, beside Shin Changsheng, a young and tall figure quietly appeared. Chen Fan stood leisurely in the center of the stage, wearing a well-tailored suit and an elusive smile on his face. Old Master Shin, the self-righteous young man you just spoke about is not me, is he? His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. The entire banquet hall was filled with the sound of a pin drop. Everyone was completely stunned by this dramatic appearance and the almost provocative questions. Chapter 53. A gleam of light flashed in Shin Changqing's deep eye sockets, and his old face twitched slightly. Boy from the Chen family, you are quite courageous. You actually dare to come here. His voice was dry, revealing the oppression of being in a superior position for a long time. But do you think you can escape from here unscathed by yourself? Before he finished speaking, dozens of burly men in black suits rushed out from the shadows around the hall. These people all had stern expressions and bulged around their waists, obviously carrying weapons. The atmosphere instantly froze to freezing point. Chen Fan, however, remained calm and composed, even slightly adjusting his tie. Mr. Shin, are you planning to stage a brawl in the heart of the capital? Or are you planning to take over the capital's security? Humph, all-out fighting? Shin Changsheng snorted coldly and slammed his crutch on the ground. I'm protecting the safety of all the distinguished guests here. After all, some of them have unknown origins and suspicious identities. Who knows if they are desperate criminals who have sneaked in? His words sounded high-sounding, but they revealed an undisguised murderous intent. The guests in the audience could no longer sit still. They looked at each other and whispered to each other. Many of them had expressions of fear on their faces. Chen Fan looked around at the noisy crowd below the stage, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Everyone, don't be nervous. Old Master Shin is right. There will indeed be a good show tonight. He paused, and his voice suddenly rose. However, the protagonist of this drama is probably not me, but you, Old Master Shin. You little brat, what nonsense are you talking about? Shin Changsheng was obviously irritated, and the rosewood cane in his hand hit the ground again, making a dull sound. The meaning is actually very simple. Chen Fan leisurely took out a thin tablet computer from the inside pocket of his suit and weighed it in his hand. I bought everything at this so-called charity auction tonight. As soon as these words were spoken, the auctioneer was stunned on the spot, with his mouth open for a long time. Paid for it all? Mr. Chen, what do you mean? What I mean is, I want all the items auctioned tonight, from the first to the last. Chen Fan spoke in a relaxed tone, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. As for the price, that's negotiable. One price, 1 billion. Boom! The entire banquet hall exploded in an instant, as if a heavy bomb had been dropped. 1 billion? This guy is crazy. Where does he get so much money? Even the Chen family can't come up with so much cash flow all at once. Grandstanding. This is absolutely grandstanding. Shin Changqing's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. Chen Fan. Do you think money can solve all problems? Do you think money can buy everything? Of course not. Chen Fan shook his head, still with that indifferent smile on his face. Money can't solve all problems, but it can solve most of the problems right now. For example. Chapter 54. He raised the tablet in his hand, and a signed electronic document was clearly displayed on the screen. The equity acquisition agreement for the Four Seasons Hotel has just been officially signed. From now on, this building and the land it stands on are all mine. In other words, this is my territory now. Impossible. Shin Chongqing's pupils suddenly contracted, and his voice became a little sharp because of extreme shock. The Four Seasons Hotel is a property controlled by our Shin family. Absolutely impossible. It used to be, but now it's not. Chen Fan's smile had a hint of playfulness. I'm offering 5 billion, paid in full in cash. The original hotel's shareholders have unanimously approved the acquisition. As soon as he finished speaking, the hotel's general manager rushed up from the backstage, sweating profusely. He first looked at Chen Fan in awe, then turned to Shin Chongqing, whose face was ashen, and his voice trembled slightly. Mr. Shin, the headquarters just notified us that the hotel has indeed changed hands. Shin Chongqing felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. He was so angry that his whole body was shaking, and the fingers pointing at the hotel manager were trembling. You ungrateful wolves. How dare you betray my Shin family? The hotel manager forced a smile that was uglier than crying and bent his waist even lower. Old Master Shin, in business, everyone is all about money. The conditions offered by the new boss are really too generous. We can't refuse. Chen Fan clapped his hands in satisfaction, and the crisp applause echoed in the hall. Since this place is now under my control, then naturally I have to set the rules here. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound system in the banquet hall, which had been playing soft music, suddenly emitted a cold and mechanical electronic synthesized sound. Dear guests, please note, we have received reports of a large, illegal gathering of armed individuals inside the Four Seasons Hotel, posing a serious threat to public safety. The Beijing garrison has completely blocked off the hotel perimeter. Please cooperate with on-site security personnel, undergo security checks, and do not leave without permission. Shin Chongqing's face instantly turned as pale as paper, completely bloodless. He staggered and would have almost collapsed to the ground if the butler had not supported him in time. You actually mobilized the army? His voice was hoarse and full of disbelief. Mr. Shin, please don't speak carelessly. Chen Fan spread his hands, looking innocent. I don't have the power to mobilize the army. It's just that some people are openly holding an illegal armed rally in the center of Beijing, and the garrison troops are just doing their routine job to maintain order. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling glass windows of the banquet hall, it was clear that the outside of the hotel had been surrounded by layers of dark green military trucks and armored vehicles at some point. Soldiers armed with live ammunition and wearing camouflage combat uniforms are quickly setting up conspicuous cordons. The flashing red and blue police lights illuminate the night as bright as day. The guests in the audience were completely panicked. Screams, cries, and the collision of tables and chairs continued one after another. The situation was out of control for a while. What the hell is going on? Are we surrounded? Let us out. We are innocent. Shin Chongqing was leaning on a cane, but the red sandalwood that symbolized his status seemed unable to support his shaky body. He stared at Chen Fan intently, his eyes looking like they were about to spit fire. Boy, do you really think you can win like this? Win. Chen Fan walked towards him slowly, and every step seemed to be stepping on Shin Chongqing's heart. No, old Master Shin, it's too early to say we've won. Chapter 55. This chess game has just entered its most exciting part. Haven't you been clamoring for a reshuffle? Then let's just wash it thoroughly, turn it upside down. He turned around abruptly and faced the wealthy and powerful people in the audience who were already pale and silent. Everyone, listen up. Tonight, you will all be witnesses of this grand drama. It's time to change the sky in the capital. However, this method of changing the sky may be very different from some people's scripts. Before he finished speaking, Shin Chongqing's old face, which was full of wrinkles and twists, suddenly broke into an extremely crazy and hideous smile. Chen Fan, you are too naive. Do you really think I'll just sit there and wait for death, without making any preparations, and let you call the shots here? He roared and suddenly pulled out an object from his wide sleeves. A palm-sized black remote control. There is only a blood-red button on it, which is shocking. In the third basement floor of this hotel, I have secretly planted explosives high enough to reduce the entire building, along with the area within 100 meters, to scorched earth. Shin Chongqing's voice became sharp and piercing due to extreme excitement, revealing a determination and madness to perish together with his friends. Just a light push from me. He shook the remote control in his hand and roared to Chen Fan and everyone in the audience. Every one of you, count every one, must be buried with me and our Shin family. Shin Chongqing held up the remote control, his finger hovering above the scarlet button. His whole body was shaking violently with extreme excitement, as if he would fall apart in the next second. The guests in the audience were already in chaos, with exclamations and screams almost blowing the roof off. Some people rushed towards the door desperately, but found in despair that all the entrances and exits had been tightly blocked by figures who appeared at some unknown time, and the cold muzzles of guns silently announced the martial law in this place. Old Master Shin, are you planning to drag hundreds of us down with you to be buried with your Shin family? Chen Fan's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. He even chuckled, I'd like to open my eyes and see if you are really willing to press that button. You think I don't dare? Shin Changxing's voice was hoarse, like the last roar of a trapped beast. My Shin family has been established in the capital for over half a century. How can we allow a young boy like you to trample on us like this? Today, it's either you die or I die. His fingers began to press down inch by inch, and the red button seemed to carry the weight of the entire Shin family. Wait! A slightly sharp voice suddenly rang out from the audience, tinged with tears, Old Master Shin, every wrong has its perpetrator, and we are innocent. Mr. Shin, you must stay calm. Everything can be discussed. Why go to this point? Several representatives of wealthy families who usually acted arrogantly no longer cared about their dignity and began to plead for mercy, their voices filled with uncontrollable trembling and fear. Shin Changxing turned a deaf ear to this, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Chen Fan. Boy, if you regret it now, there's still time to kneel down and beg for mercy. Regret? Chen Fan pulled his phone from his pocket and tapped the screen casually, his expression as relaxed as if he were browsing the news. My only regret is not telling you the good news sooner. Chapter 56. The phone screen suddenly lit up, and a surveillance video was played clearly. In the picture, several people in work clothes are busy in a dim basement, taking apart some tightly sealed boxes, revealing inside a pile of rusty scrap metal. 3 days ago, those fireworks you painstakingly arranged were quietly replaced by my people with the pile of scrap metal you see now. Chen Fan's tone was calm, yet tinged with a hint of joking. If you don't believe me, you can try it right now. Press it and see if you can hear a sound. The blood color on Shin Changxing's face faded completely in an instant, as if all his strength had been drained away. But he was still unwilling to give in. The heroic spirit that had been lingering in his heart for many years was struggling to survive. He suddenly and fiercely pressed the red button. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Silence. You could hear a pin drop in the conference hall, with only the sound of heavy breathing. Nothing happened. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Shin Changxing kept pressing the button like a madman, again and again, until his fingers became numb and cold sweat rolled down his forehead like beads from a broken string. Old Master Shin, I'm very pleased with your expression. Chen Fan slowly walked onto the stage, looking down at him with a cold voice, but this is just the beginning. The real show is about to begin. He raised the phone in his hand, and the screen had switched to a call interface. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy a very interesting recording. The next second, Shin Changxing's familiar yet somewhat sinister voice echoed clearly in every corner through the venue's top-notch audio equipment. John, we must get China's quantum core technology. My Shin family can cooperate with you in anything. A male voice with a distinctly foreign accent rang out, anything? Including assassination? Yes. Including assassination. As long as we can completely destroy the Chen family, we can use any means. No matter the cost. Boom. The audience erupted in chaos. It was even more chaotic and shocking than when Shin Changxing threatened to detonate the explosion. Oh my god. The Shin family actually colluded with foreign enemies. They are traitors. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. We have been kept in the dark by such people. This is high treason. How dare he? How dare he? Shin Changxing's face was ashen, his lips trembling as he tried in vain to defend himself. This is fake. Don't believe it. This is a forged recording. It's slander. Whether it's true or not, I believe everyone here is smart and has their own judgment. Chen Fan's gaze swept over the shocked crowd below. Everyone, now you understand why so many troops appeared here tonight, right? At this moment, a figure slowly stood up in the crowd, breaking the moment of silence. Chen Fan, do you think this is victory? Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to this uninvited guest. He was a young man of about 30 years old, wearing a well-tailored expensive suit. He had a calm and extraordinary demeanor, but there was a chilling coldness around him. Who are you? Some brave guests couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. The young man's mouth curled up in a cold arc. Let me introduce myself. the fourth generation of the Shin family, Shin Haoran. Chapter 57. Shin Changsheng, who was limp on the ground, strangely relaxed his despairing expression the moment he saw this young man appear. He even revealed a sense of relief. "Haoran, my good grandson, you are finally here." "Grandpa, you've been tired." Shin Haoran nodded slightly to Shin Changsheng, then turned around and faced Chen Fan directly. His tone was calm but carried an unquestionable sense of oppression. "Next, let me meet this legendary genius of the Chen family." Chen Fan looked at the young man who suddenly appeared with great interest. "Mr. Shin Si? I remember you were supposed to be studying at Harvard in the United States. Why, have you finished your thesis?" Harvard Business School's courses are indeed exciting, but compared to real combat, those theoretical talks are ultimately a bit lacking. Shin Haoran calmly walked up to the podium and stood opposite Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, you are indeed very smart. You have forced my grandfather to this point. You are quite impressive. But you probably don't know that our Shin family's true trump card has never been those visible money and power." "Oh?" Chen Fan raised his eyebrows, revealing some genuine interest. "What is that? Why not show it to me?" Shin Haoran reached into the inner pocket of his suit with his slender fingers and slowly pulled out a document carefully sealed in a brown paper bag. He raised it gently and said, "The secret of your life experience." At this moment, the smile on Chen Fan's face froze slightly. This was the first time tonight that he showed any real emotion. 23 years ago, Chen Guodong and his wife did give birth to a son. There's no doubt about that. Shin Haoran's voice was clear and cold, hammering home every word. But unfortunately, that child died in an accident at the age of 3. He paused, looked at Chen Fan, and continued to drop a bombshell. "So, you, Chen Fan, are nothing more than a substitute adopted by the Chen family from an orphanage." There was an uproar in the audience again. Lin Xiaoman's body swayed slightly, almost losing her balance. She subconsciously covered her mouth, full of disbelief. "This? How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible." "Not only that." Shin Haoran's voice was icy, and every word was like a needle dipped in poison. "That orphanage is fully funded by our Shin family. In other words, Chen Fan, you have lived within our Shin family's sight since you were born, and you have never left." Before he finished speaking, the phone in Chen Fan's pocket suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and actually pressed the answer button. "Dad?" On the other end of the phone, Chen Guodong's voice was filled with an indescribable heaviness and fatigue. "Xiao Fan, what he said is all true." The entire banquet hall was in deathly silence, even the sound of breathing could be heard clearly. "Your mother and I have been trying to find the right opportunity to tell you everything." Chen Guodong's voice was filled with guilt. "But, we truly treat you as our own son. This has never changed and will never change." Chen Fan was silent for a few seconds, his fingers tightened slightly, and then he calmly hung up the phone. Seeing this, Shin Haoran's grin widened, filled with the pride of being in control of everything. "Now, do you fully understand? You're just a carefully crafted chess piece on our Shin family's chessboard. From childhood to adulthood, everything about you, your talents, your abilities, even this wonderful performance you put on here tonight, was all part of our calculations and arrangements." Chapter 58. "Really?" Chen Fan suddenly smiled, his smile carrying an elusive sense of ease. "Mr. Shin, do you really think that this insignificant piece of news can cause me, Chen Fan, to collapse?" "You're not going to collapse?" Shin Haoran's brows knitted together instantly. "Your entire life is a complete scam. It's fake." "It's fake, so what?" Chen Fan shrugged nonchalantly, his tone calm but resounding. "I, Chen Fan, never feel sentimental about the past. I only focus on the future and create it." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out another strange-looking mobile phone from his pocket and quickly dialed a number. "Uncle Fu, send the document I asked you to prepare to everyone present." As soon as the command was given, everyone's cell phone in the banquet hall vibrated almost at the same time, and a notification popped up on the screen indicating that an encrypted file had been received. Everyone opened the document doubtfully, and after just one look, they all gasped. The temperature in the entire hall seemed to drop several degrees. The content of the document is simple and direct, yet shocking. Shin Haoran, his true identity is a senior CIA agent, codenamed Falcon. "What?" Shin Changsheng, who was lying on the ground, widened his eyes in disbelief and cried out, "Haoran, what on earth is going on?" Shin Haoran's calm demeanor vanished in an instant, and a barely perceptible hint of panic lingered in his voice. "This document is a forgery. It's pure slander. Whether it's true or not, I think the CIA will give us a clear answer soon. Chen Fan's voice was as cold as a knife. Mr. Shensi, oh no, maybe I should call you Agent Falcon? Do you really think you can hide your little secrets from me? At this moment, the heavy door of the banquet hall was suddenly knocked open from the outside, and a team of armed and murderous special police officers rushed in like a tide. The burly SWAT captain in the lead raised his arm, pointed his index finger at Shen Haoran on the podium, and said in a loud voice, Shen Haoran, you are under arrest. On suspicion of espionage. Shen Haoran's body trembled, but he still forced himself to remain calm and tried to make a final struggle. Wait. I have diplomatic immunity. He hurriedly took out a beautifully crafted special certificate from the inside pocket of his suit and held it high. The SWAT captain just glanced at it coldly, a hint of disdain on his lips. This certificate was officially revoked by Washington half an hour ago. What? Shen Haoran was completely panicked, his voice changed. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chen Fan slowly walked up to him, looking down at him, and said calmly, Fourth Master Shen, I've already told you Shen family members that you're still too naive to play these conspiracies and tricks in front of me. The Rockefeller family has completely withdrawn its investment from China. Do you think the CIA will protect you, an exposed lackey, at all costs? Shen Haoran was handcuffed by two special police officers. Before being escorted away, he suddenly turned around and screamed hysterically at Chen Fan, Chen Fan. Do you think you've won just like that? Let me tell you, our Shen family has one last trick up their sleeve. One you'll never imagine. Oh? Really? What's that trick? Tell me about it. Chen Fan asked with interest, seemingly not caring. Chapter 59. Do you think your parents are truly safe? Shen Haoran's face twisted as he let out a maniacal laugh. Let me tell you, the real Chen Guodong and his wife were already secretly transferred overseas by us. Now we have them in our hands, the real thing. The calmness on Chen Fan's face suddenly froze at this moment. This was the first time tonight that he showed any real emotion, and although it was extremely subtle, it was enough for those who knew him to notice the difference. Shen Haoran was forcibly dragged away by the special police, but his mannequin-piercing laughter continued to echo in the empty hall, each syllable like a sledgehammer, hammering down on everyone's hearts. Everyone's attention was focused on Chen Fan. Xiao Fan? Lin Xiaoman walked quickly to his side and gently pulled his arm with concern. Is he telling the truth? Chen Fan did not answer immediately. Instead, he quickly took out his cell phone and dialed Uncle Fu's number directly. Uncle Fu, immediately, right now. Confirm my parents' current location. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable urgency. On the other end of the line, Uncle Fu could hear a burst of rapid keyboard tapping, and the air seemed to freeze. A moment later, a heart-sinking piece of news came through the receiver. Master, I've just verified it. The two people we were responsible for protecting were indeed professional stand-ins. Uncle Fu's voice was filled with remorse and regret. The real master and mistress were captured on surveillance at Singapore airport 3 hours ago, but then, they completely disappeared. Chen Fan gripped his phone tightly, his knuckles turning white from excessive force, and veins were visible on the back of his hand. Xin Changsheng, who had collapsed to the ground, actually let out a creepy, crazy laugh after witnessing this dramatic reversal. Boy, do you really think you have planned everything perfectly? My Shen family has been operating in China for so many years. How can a child like you imagine our connections and background? How could we not have a backup plan? Where did you take my parents? Chen Fan turned around abruptly and walked toward Xin Changsheng step by step. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, with a bone-chilling chill. Want to know? Xin Changsheng struggled to stand up with the help of his crutches. He raised his head and looked at Chen Fan with an almost sickly look, saying word by word, kneel down. Beg me. Chen Fan's footsteps didn't pause at all, and he continued to walk towards him at a steady pace. With each step, the pressure Xin Changsheng felt doubled. Old Master Shen, don't you understand the current situation? Do you really think you are qualified to negotiate with me now? Of course. Xin Changsheng stiffened his neck, raised his old head, and said in a sharp voice, your parents are now in a place you will never find. Unless what? Chen Fan's voice was terrifyingly calm. Unless you agree to one condition of mine. Xin Changsheng's breathing became heavy, and a sickly, desperate light flashed in his cloudy eyes. Hand over complete control of the Skynet system. Then, you, Chen Fan, immediately disappear from the land of China. Never, ever come back again. The guests in the audience had already been shaken to their core by the series of shocking events, and now they dared not even breathe. Everyone held their breath, awaiting Chen Fan's response. This was no longer just a feud between two families, but a life or death decision involving the nation's core technology and the ties of family. At this moment, when the situation was tense and the air almost froze, the other cell phone in Chen Fan's pocket rang again. Chapter 60. What was jumping on the screen was an encrypted number from abroad, without showing any place of origin. Chen Fan picked up the phone, took a look at it, and then in front of everyone, pressed the answer button and turned on the hands-free mode directly. The next second, a slightly older, yet full-bodied, English male voice with a thick accent came through the phone speaker, clearly spreading throughout every corner of the banquet hall. "Hello, Mr. Chen. Who are you?" Chen Fan's voice was calm. There was a pause on the other end of the line before he slowly spoke. "Someone who was very, very interested in you, Mr. Chen. As for your parents, they're currently staying with me, well, visiting. At the moment, they seem safe, so you can rest assured for now." When Shen Changxing heard this, he was struck by lightning and almost slipped off his chair. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Impossible. Who are you? We don't have such an arrangement at all. What the hell is going on?" The voice on the other end of the phone was filled with undisguised sarcasm, as if looking at an ant. "Mr. Shen, do you think too highly of your Shen family? Or rather, do you think your Shen family is nothing in our eyes?" "We?" Chen Fan raised his eyebrows and repeated the word. "Illuminati." The voice on the other end of the line uttered these three words without any emotion, yet they weighed like three mountains, pressing down on everyone's heart. "An organization you may have only heard of in legends. Illuminati?" As soon as those three words were uttered, the entire banquet hall fell into a deathly silence. Even the sound of breathing could be heard clearly. Legend has it that the mysterious organization that controls the lifeline of the world economy and manipulates the political arena of various countries behind the scenes, the Illuminati. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Shen Changxing's voice was distorted by extreme fear. He shook his head desperately. "The Illuminati, that's just a rumor. It's a fabricated urban legend. It doesn't exist at all." "Oh? Really?" The male voice on the phone asked with a playful smile. "Then, Mr. Shen, can you explain why the once powerful Rockefeller family completely withdrew all support for your Shen family in just 1 hour? Why did the CIA, which had always regarded Shen Haoran as an important pawn, suddenly choose to abandon him and allow him to be arrested?" These two questions, like two heavy hammers, hammered down on Shen Changxing's heart. His last shred of fantasy was completely shattered. He felt as if all his strength had been drained away. He slumped in his chair, muttering to himself, "Chess piece. So, from beginning to end, I was just a chess piece." Chen Fan's voice remained calm, without any emotion. "Tell me, what do you want?" "It's simple." The voice on the other end of the phone was condescending. "Join us, Mr. Chen. With your talent and the skills you possess, you will gain a position and power in the Illuminati that you can hardly imagine." "What if I refuse?" Chen Fan asked back. "Reject?" The voice on the other end of the line grew colder. "Then, I imagine your parents will be deeply regretful, encountering a sudden accident. Believe me, that's definitely not the outcome you want to see." Chapter 61. Chen Fan was silent for a moment, but suddenly a playful arc appeared at the corner of his lips, and he smiled. "Sir, I think you have made a mistake about a very important thing from the very beginning." Chen Fan's tone was joking. "Oh? What's the matter?" The person on the other end of the phone was obviously surprised. "My parents," Chen Fan said, his voice clear and precise. "They are not in your hands at all." He paused and continued, "because they are now in the safest place in all of China, enjoying the highest level of security." There was a noticeable pause on the other end of the line, a hint of surprise in the voice. "What do you mean?" "What I mean is, the pair you've painstakingly captured are just like the pair I arranged in the open. They're just another pair of professional stand-ins." Chen Fan said lightly, as if discussing a trivial matter. "Moreover, they're a surprise specially prepared for you, the rats hiding in the shadows." "Impossible." The voice on the other end of the line suddenly rose in pitch, a hint of exasperation in it. "We've repeatedly verified their identities. They can't possibly be stand-ins." "Oh? Confirmed?" Chen Fan scoffed. "DNA samples can be replaced in advance, fingerprints can be replicated and transplanted using high-precision molds. Even your so-called retinal scans are nothing but a joke in the face of true cutting-edge technology. Sir, is your understanding of modern biological camouflage technology still stuck in the last century? As soon as he finished speaking, the huge LED screen in the center of the banquet hall suddenly lit up. In the clear picture, Chen Guodong and Qin Yaji, a couple, were sitting safely in a warm and elegantly decorated room. One of them was holding a teacup, and the other was reading a newspaper. Their relaxed expressions formed a sharp contrast with the tense atmosphere here. Chen Fan turned around and gave his parents a relaxed smile. Dad, Mom, are you guys getting used to everything over there? Don't worry, Xiao Fan, everything is fine here. We're even more comfortable here than at home. Chen Guodong smiled with full energy and waved at the camera. Is everything going smoothly over there? It's almost over. It will be completely over soon. Chen Fan's gaze returned to the phone that was still connected, and his tone was a little teasing. Now, my friends in the Illuminati, do you still firmly believe that the people you hold in your hands are my real parents? There was a long, suffocating silence on the other end of the phone. A full half-minute passed before the aged voice sounded again. This time, the arrogance that had previously lingered had vanished without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity, even a hint of subtle fear. Mr. Chen, we, indeed, greatly underestimated your wisdom and methods. I don't deserve it. We are just learning from each other. Chen Fan responded calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. Then, it seems that the terms of our cooperation need to be renegotiated. The voice on the other end of the phone revealed a hint of helplessness. No need. Chen Fan interrupted him without hesitation. Everyone from the Illuminati, I do have a small suggestion. Would you like to hear it? There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds before he asked, what suggestions? It's very simple. Chen Fan's voice was calm, yet it carried a kind of heart-pounding pressure. From today on, I hope that the Bright Society will no longer interfere in any matter on this land of China. Otherwise. Chapter 62. He paused, then spoke word by word. You will find that there are some consequences that even a powerful organization like the Illuminati cannot afford. Are you threatening us? The voice on the other end of the phone finally carried a hint of suppressed anger, obviously irritated by Chen Fan's attitude. You can understand this as well-intentioned advice. Chen Fan glanced at the watch on his wrist and said leisurely, now, I'll give you 10 minutes to release those 4 innocent stuntmen. If I don't receive news of their safety after 10 minutes. His voice suddenly turned cold. Then I'm going to have to take some, well, maybe unfriendly measures to resolve this issue. For example? The person on the other end of the phone obviously didn't believe it. For example. Chen Fan's lips curled up in a cold arc. I will expose all the secret bases, infiltration plans, and shady dealings that the Illuminati has carried out around the world over the years, no matter how big or small, to the public. Believe me, I not only have the ability to do so, but also sufficient channels to let the whole world appreciate your masterpiece. This time, the silence on the other end of the phone lasted longer. It lasted so long that everyone in the banquet hall almost thought the call had been disconnected. Just then, Chen Fan's other personal cell phone rang. It was Uncle Fu. Chen Fan answered the call, and Uncle Fu's hurried and excited voice came over, Master. Good news. Confirmed news just came from Singapore. The 4 citizens we arranged have been confirmed to have been released safely. The local embassy staff have already received them and are escorting them to the airport. Chen Fan hummed in satisfaction, then turned his gaze back to the phone belonging to the Illuminati. He said in a nonchalant tone, it seems we have reached a preliminary consensus. The cooperation is quite pleasant. After saying that, he didn't even give the other party any chance to respond and directly pressed the hang-up button. Beep beep beep. A busy tone came. You could hear a pin drop in the entire banquet hall. The guests in the audience were all stunned, looking at each other, their brains almost shut down. They couldn't believe their eyes and ears. This young man, not only had he single-handedly overthrown the once powerful Shen family, but now, even the enigmatic Illuminati, a group shrouded in legends and conspiracy theories, had been thwarted by him and given in? This is simply a fantasy. Shen Chongsheng was completely paralyzed. He sat in a chair in despair, his cloudy eyes losing all focus. He seemed to have been drained of all his energy and spirit in an instant. He kept repeating in his mouth, it's over. It's all over. The Shen family. It's completely over. That's right. For your Shen family, everything is over. Chen Fan walked step by step to Shin Changsheng, looking down at the once arrogant old man, his voice icy cold. But, old Master Shin, the accounts between us are just beginning now. Chapter 63. Chen Fan walked step by step to Shin Changsheng, and every step was like a heavy hammer hitting the old man's shaky dignity. Shin Changsheng, the time for reckoning has come. Shin Changsheng, who was slumped in his chair, suddenly raised his head, a twisted grin on his lips, and a hoarse voice with a bone-chilling chill. Boy, do you really think you can win? He paused, and a strange chuckle broke out from his throat. Shin family? What the hell is the Shin family? We have never been the hands holding the chess pieces. Chen Fan frowned slightly. What are you talking about? Ha 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 ha. Shin Changsheng burst into a maniacal laugh, like a madman. Illuminati? Rockefeller? Those rubbish are not even worthy of carrying the shoes of the true master. The audience was stunned into silence by this sudden change. Could it be that this old guy has gone mad? Old Master Shin, it's too late to say anything now. Chen Fan said calmly, everything the Shin family owns will vanish tonight. As for you, it's time to leave too. Let's go? Shin Changsheng suddenly leaned on his crutches and stood up shakily. The crutches tapped the ground sharply. Let me tell you, you can't even touch the edge of China's true sky. Before he finished speaking, the heavy door of the banquet hall was pushed open from the outside. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit walked in, followed closely by several reserved entourage members. Mr. Shin, if you brag too much, you'll get busted. The person's voice was not loud and his tone was gentle, but he made the noisy banquet hall quiet down instantly, and an invisible pressure enveloped the whole place. Chen Fan turned around and looked at the uninvited guest. Who are you? Government Counsel, Kong Linghui. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on Chen Fan. Mr. Chen's name is well known. Long Genoa's expression suddenly changed when he saw the newcomer. Lao Kong? Why are you here? Kong Linghui glanced at Long Genoa and said indifferently, Old Long, the situation here is out of control. I have been ordered to come here to deal with it. Disposal? Chen Fan's lips curled up coldly. Deputy Secretary General Kong, how do you want to deal with it? Simple. Kong Linghui slowly pulled a document from his briefcase and waved it. Mr. Chen Fan, you are suspected of illegally possessing and transferring core technologies related to weapons of mass destruction. Now, please come with us and accept investigation. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked and whispers broke out instantly. Lin Xiaoman's pretty face turned pale as she stepped forward and said, What gives you the right to arrest him? Chen Fan didn't do anything. Ms. Lin, Kong Linghui said in a cold voice, brooking no room for argument. It's not your turn to interrupt here. Quantum communication technology concerns the fate of our nation. How can we allow private interference? Chen Fan remained motionless, his tone calm. Deputy Secretary General Kong, are you really going to tear us apart? This is not my decision, it's the order from above. Kong Linghui waved his hand, and the people behind him immediately approached. Stop! Long Genoa shouted angrily, blocking Chen Fan's way. Kong Linghui! Are you crazy? Chen Fan is the commander of the Special Operations Team approved by the military. What right do you, the executive Yuan, have to touch him? Kong Linghui said with a forced smile, Old Long, things are different now. No matter how far the military's reach stretches, it can't reach the territory of our executive Yuan. This was extremely arrogant, and Long Genoa's chest heaved with anger. What on earth are you planning, the State Council? Chapter 64. What are you planning? Shin Changsheng, who had been listless, suddenly burst into a shrill laugh. He pointed at Long Genoa and said sharply, Old Long, you still don't understand? The State Council is the real master in China who has the final say. Chen Fan's eyes flashed, and everything connected. So that's how it is. The real backer of the Shin family isn't some damn Illuminati, nor is it Rockefeller, but someone from your executive Yuan. Kong Linghui's previous business-like demeanor vanished completely. He stared at Chen Fan gloomily. Boy, you're very smart. However, people who are too smart usually don't live long. Oh? Chen Fan didn't care. He took out his phone from his pocket and tapped the screen lightly with his fingertips. Then Deputy Secretary General Kong might as well listen to this and see how long I can survive. A clear recording of a phone call suddenly resounded throughout the banquet hall. Secretary Kong, that kid Chen Fan is too aggressive. He must be dealt with as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. This is Shin Changsheng's voice. Don't worry, Mr. Shin, I'll take care of this matter. The State Council will fully cooperate with your Shin family's actions. This is Con Linghui's voice. Alright. After this is done, the quantum core technology will be split 50-50 between you and me. The recording stopped abruptly. In the banquet hall, you could hear a pin drop. The veins on Con Linghui's forehead bulged violently. He stared at Chen Fan intently and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. When did you record this? From the moment you stepped through this threshold. Chen Fan, playing with his phone, spoke in a relaxed tone. Deputy Secretary General Kong, isn't it time for you to explain yourself? As the Deputy Secretary General of the State Council, you secretly colluded with the Chaebol to steal the country's strategic core technology. Is this a big enough charge? You're slandering me. Kong Linghui was furious. He pointed at Chen Fan, his whole body trembling. Someone! Take him down! Take him down now! Kong Linghui's personal bodyguards received the order and pounced on Chen Fan fiercely. At this critical moment, outside the banquet hall, there were rapid and heavy footsteps, one after another, making people panic. Bang! The heavy door was once again pushed open from the outside, and dozens of armed police soldiers, armed with live ammunition, rushed in swiftly, pointing their guns at the restless crowd in the venue, and in the blink of an eye they had the situation firmly under control. Leading the group was an armed police captain, standing straight, who quickly stepped forward and gave a standard military salute. Report to the commander. The Armed Police Special Operations Detachment has been ordered to provide support. Please give your instructions. Con Linghui froze in place, his arrogant demeanor instantly extinguished. He pointed at the suddenly appearing armed police, his voice distorted. Which unit are you from? Who sent you here? My people. A steady voice, not loud but with unquestionable majesty, came from outside the open door. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw an old man with a star on his shoulder and dressed in a neat general's uniform, walking in with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. Long Genoa was so excited when he saw the person coming that he almost jumped up, his voice trembling. Old chief! Why did you come here in person? The person who came was none other than the important figure of the Chinese military, the chief of the general staff, Song Guowei. Song Guowei looked around, finally fixing his attention on Con Linghui. His tone was calm, but every word carried weight. Con Linghui, you're so bold. You dare to touch the commander of the special operation team approved by the military? Con Linghui felt a chill running from the soles of his feet straight up to the top of his head. His legs went weak and he could barely stand. His voice was trembling. Song. Chief of Staff Song, there must be a misunderstanding here, a huge misunderstanding. Chapter 65. Misunderstanding? Song Guowei snorted, his voice full of sarcasm. In front of so many people, they openly slandered military personnel, intending to arrest them, and even colluded with the Shin family to plot against China's most important national weapon. Con Linghui, you call this a misunderstanding? I can explain. I can definitely explain it clearly. Con Linghui spoke incoherently, with beads of sweat running down his forehead. No need. Song Guowei was too lazy to listen to his excuses. He waved his hand, refusing to allow any further arguments. You can save your explanation for the military court. Come, take them all away. At the command, the armed police soldiers moved swiftly and took a few steps forward to subdue Con Linghui, who had completely wilted, and Shin Changsheng, who had collapsed on the ground, and others, one by one, and took them away. Shin Changsheng was being held by two armed police officers. As he passed by Chen Fan, he suddenly struggled, turned his head, and spoke in a hoarse and resentful voice. Boy, you're so cruel. You win this round. But remember, this game is still early. We're not done yet. Chen Fan didn't even raise his eyelids, as if he didn't hear anything, and let them be escorted out. Not until the banquet hall had regained some calm did Song Guowei walk up to Chen Fan and speak with some approval. Young man, not bad, brave and resourceful, you're a good material. However, don't be too happy too soon. I'm afraid what happened tonight is just an appetizer. Chen Fan's eyebrows twitched slightly. What does the chief of staff refer to? The waters of the executive yuan are deeper and more murky than you and I imagined. Song Guowei's tone deepened. People like Con Linghui are just pawns at best. The real bigwigs behind the scenes stirring up trouble have yet to show up. Chen Fan hummed, I understand. So, chief of staff, what do I need to do next? You? Song Guowei pondered for a moment, then patted Chen Fan's shoulder heavily. Continue what you should do. China needs young people like you who are brave and willing to fight. But remember, starting tonight, there will be more enemies targeting you, and their methods will be more vicious. Be careful. Before Song Guowei finished speaking, an adjutant behind him hurried forward and whispered a few words quickly in his ear. After hearing this, Song Guowei's originally relaxed brows suddenly tightened, the aura around him instantly turned cold, and his entire aura changed. Chen Fan was so perceptive that he immediately noticed something was wrong. Chief of Staff, what happened? Song Guowei was silent for 3 full seconds before he spoke, his voice even deeper than before. I just received intelligence that Chu Tianqing, the executive vice president of the State Council, has personally ordered the launch of a cleanup operation against you. Chu Tianqing? Chen Fan chewed on the name. He was the second in command of the Magic City Government Council and held immense power. Song Guowei nodded gravely. Yes, that's him. He has a deep foundation in the executive yuan, and his actual influence is even comparable to that of the president. He is known for his ruthlessness. Long Genoa, who had been silent the whole time, couldn't help but interrupt. Old Song, is Chu Tianqing crazy? Why would he target a junior like Chen Fan? Because what happened tonight has already burned his eyebrows. Song Guowei's tone became heavier. Kong Linghui and the Shin family are just an insignificant part of Chu Tianqing's business empire. Touching the Shin family is touching his wallet, and it is also a slap in the face of Chu Tianqing. A cold smile appeared on Chen Fan's lips. So, the fish we caught tonight wasn't big enough? Kid, don't take it lightly. Song Guowei's tone was more serious than ever. Chu Tianqing has been entrenched in Chinese politics for over 30 years. His network of connections is intricate and his methods are ruthless and cruel, far beyond your imagination. Even the military often has to give him some face. Just at this critical moment, the cell phone in Chen Fan's pocket rang at an inopportune time. He took it out and looked at it, then answered, Uncle Fu? Chapter 66. On the other end of the line, Uncle Fu's voice was filled with unprecedented urgency and solemnity. Master, this is urgent. We've just intercepted a piece of encrypted intelligence. An unidentified special armed team is encircling the Four Seasons Hotel at full speed. They're extremely well equipped and are expected to arrive in less than 5 minutes. Song Guowei was shocked when he heard this and asked urgently, Special Forces? What's their designation? How many people are there? Chen Fan directly pressed the hands-free button. Uncle Fu's urgent voice immediately spread throughout the surroundings. Based on the current intelligence analysis, it should be the Shadow Force secretly controlled by the State Council. The existence of this force itself is top secret. The individual combat capabilities and overall coordination are terrifying, and there is no record of failure. The leader is Chu Tianqing's #1 confidant, codenamed Night Owl. Shadow Force? Long Genoa was shocked. That old bastard Chu Tianqing actually dared to use the secret force that specializes in doing dirty work. Song Guowei's voice tightened. The Shadow Force won't be deployed easily. Once they are, they'll strike with lightning speed and fight to the death. They are the executive yuan's sharpest and most secretive trump card, specializing in handling all the thorny troubles that can't be seen in public. Moreover, they have never been defeated. Chen Fan's reaction was unexpectedly calm. He even glanced down at his watch. It seems that Vice President Chu is desperate and will do anything to get what he wants. Young master, we must evacuate immediately. If we are any later. Uncle Fu's voice was extremely anxious. Why are you panicking? Chen Fan interrupted him, jokingly saying, Since you're here, there's no reason to leave guests outside. Opening the door to thieves. No, open the door to welcome guests. Just treat them well. Song Guowei stamped his feet anxiously. Chen Fan. You are so confused. Those people in the Shadow Force are all madmen who kill without blinking an eye. Each of them has experienced hundreds of battles. If you go head to head with them, that would be. He hadn't finished speaking yet. Snap. All the lights in the banquet hall exploded at the same time, and the entire hall was instantly plunged into pitch darkness. Immediately afterwards, several scarlet laser pointers shot out from the darkness with incredible precision, firmly locking onto Chen Fan's chest. Don't move. Whoever moves will die. A cold and harsh voice like the friction of metal came faintly from the dark corner, without any emotion. Almost at the moment the sound was rang out, dozens of mysterious armed men dressed in black special combat uniforms and fully equipped with equipment moved swiftly and silently from various shadow corners, dividing and surrounding everyone in the banquet hall, with the black muzzles of their guns pointed at everyone. The leader was an extremely burly man with a ferocious tactical mask covering his face, leaving only two bottomless holes. His whole body exuded a suffocating murderous aura. Night Owl? Song Guowei's voice came out from between his teeth, with uncontrollable anger. The masked man tilted his head slightly in response. Chief of Staff Song, how are you? I didn't expect you to join in the fun. What a rare visitor. Night Owl. What do you want to do? Song Guowei shouted angrily, this is the capital. Are you planning to openly rebel? Rebel? Night Owl snorted coldly, full of disdain. We are just following orders. Chen Fan, come with us. Chapter 67. Chen Fan didn't move at all, not even lifting his eyelids. Where are you going? Vice President Chu wants to see you. Night Owl's voice was cold, without any human emotion. Now, immediately, right now. Chen Fan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, creating a playful arc. What if I don't go? The muzzle of the special weapon in Night Owl's hand suddenly raised up and locked onto Chen Fan. Then you have no choice. At this moment when the situation is tense and about to explode, the heavy door of the banquet hall was suddenly pushed open from the outside. An old man with white hair and beard, but still an upright figure, walked in slowly, surrounded by several followers with solemn temperaments. After seeing who was coming, Night Owl's body, which was as strong as an iron tower, stiffened visibly for a moment. He lowered his head almost subconsciously, his voice trembling with an imperceptible tremor. Chu? Vice President Chu? The person who came was none other than the executive vice president, Chu Tianqing, who was a powerful figure in the political arena of Shanghai. Chu Tianqing's eyes were as sharp as an eagle, slowly sweeping across the entire venue, finally settling on Chen Fan. Young man, we finally meet. His voice was not loud, but it carried the majesty of someone who had been in a superior position for a long time. Chen Fan looked at this person who he had only heard of in legends, his tone calm. Vice President Chu, I have long heard of your great name. I've heard a lot about you. Chu Tianqing chuckled with an ambiguous tone. Young man, what you did tonight has truly taught me and many others a vivid lesson. However, this farce should end here. Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. What farce? What a farce! You're pretending to be clueless while knowing the truth. The smile on Chu Tianqing's face instantly faded, replaced by a cold and stern expression. Do you really think that overthrowing the Shin family can shake the foundation of the entire chess game? Young man, you are too naive and underestimate the world. Song Guowei took a step forward, furious. Chu Tianqing. What on earth do you want to do? Chen Fan is a person specially approved by our military. The military? Chu Tianqing glanced at Song Guowei, a hint of sneer on his lips. Old Song, your military's hands are overreaching a bit too much. When did it become your turn to dictate the affairs of the executive yuan? You! Song Guowei was so angry that his chest heaved violently, but he couldn't find any words to refute for a while. Chu Tianqing ignored him and turned his gaze back to Chen Fan, his tone carrying an unquestionable sense of oppression. Young man, I give you two choices. First, obediently hand over the quantum core technology you possess, and then disappear from China forever. I can guarantee that you and those around you will be safe and sound. Second. He paused, a cold glint in his eyes. I will personally make you disappear from this world completely, and then take what I want from your body. After hearing this, Chen Fan not only did not show any fear, but instead chuckled. Vice President Chu, your multiple choice questions seem a bit monotonous. Isn't there a third option? The third one? Chu Tianqing sneered as if he had heard a huge joke. Do you think you are still qualified to choose the third one? No, I'm not choosing. Chen Fan's smile grew brighter, yet also grew colder. I'm here to help you come up with a third option. He spoke clearly, enunciating each word. Chapter 68. The third option is that you, right now, immediately, kneel down and kowtow to me and apologize, then go to the Discipline Inspection Commission and surrender yourself, confessing all your crimes. Perhaps, I can even consider letting you die a quicker death. As soon as these words were spoken, you could hear a pin drop in the entire banquet hall. Everyone was stunned by Chen Fan's earth-shattering words, including Chu Tianqing. The arrogant smile on his face also froze there. After several seconds, Chu Tianqing seemed to come back to his senses, and then burst into deafening laughter. Ha 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 ha. Boy, I think you're really crazy. Did your head get stuck in a door or kicked by a donkey? You want me to kneel down and apologize to you? Who the hell do you think you are? Do you deserve it? Am I worthy? Chen Fan slowly took out his phone and dialed a number in front of everyone. His tone was calm but carried a power that penetrated people's hearts. You will know soon. When the call was connected, he spoke directly. Secretary? I'm Chen Fan. Chu Tianqing's crazy laughter stopped abruptly, like a duck with its neck strangled. There was silence on the other end of the phone for about 2 seconds, and then a steady voice came from the other end, which was both majestic and gentle, yet it made people dare not say anything disrespectful. Xiao Fan, it's so late, what happened? Secretary, I have a small matter to report to you. Chen Fan's tone was calm, as if he was discussing a trivial matter. I would like to report Chu Tianqing, the executive vice president of the Magic City Government Council, under his real name. He is suspected of treason, massive corruption, hiring a killer, organizing a criminal gang, and other heinous crimes. The evidence is irrefutable. I have compiled it and will send it to you immediately. Please review it. As soon as he finished speaking, a prompt popped up on Chen Fan's mobile phone screen indicating that the file was sent successfully. The blood color on Chu Tianqing's face faded away completely. His body shook violently for a few times, almost unable to stand steadily. He pointed at Chen Fan, his lips trembling, but he couldn't say a word. No, this is impossible, how could you, how dare you? He never dreamed that this young man, who he saw as just a junior with some background and means, could actually directly contact the secretary of the Magic City. Moreover, judging by the way the other party addressed him, their relationship was obviously extraordinary. Song Wuwei and Long Zhenhua stared at each other in shock, each confirming their incredible shock from the other's reaction. They knew Chen Fan had an extraordinary background, but they never imagined it would reach this point. There was silence again on the other end of the phone. This time, the silence made Chu Tianqing feel a chill and despair from the depths of his soul. Finally, the secretary's deep yet thunderous voice rang out again, without a trace of emotion. Chu Tianqing, is he also here at this moment? Chen Fan glanced at Chu Tianqing, whose face was already pale, and responded lightly. Yes, secretary, he is right in front of me. Very good. The voice on the other end of the line was eerily calm. Tell him he doesn't have to leave. The comrades from the Discipline Inspection Commission will be on the scene in 10 minutes at most to invite him for tea. Also, the military will immediately take over the investigation into the Shadow Force incident and get to the bottom of it. There will be no leniency. Beep beep beep. The call was hung up abruptly. Plop. A muffled sound. Chu Tianqing, who was so powerful and arrogant just a moment ago, suddenly felt his knees go weak and he collapsed to his knees on the cold floor without any warning. His eyes were blank, and he kept muttering to himself, as if he had lost his soul, no. It's not true. This must not be true. How could I? How could I lose to a yellow-mouthed kid? Chen Fan slowly put away his phone, looked down at Chu Tianqing who was kneeling on the ground, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Vice President Chu, I just said it. Now, it's your turn to kneel down and apologize to me. Chapter 69. Chu Tianqing collapsed to his knees on the floor, his spirit shattered and his form lost. The banquet hall was completely silent. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Lin Xiaoman quickly walked to Chen Fan and held his arm. Chen Fan, how are you? I'm fine. Chen Fan patted the back of her hand soothingly, his voice calm. We cleaned up a few clowns. Song Wuwei exhaled heavily and took a step forward. Young man, your move tonight was clean and neat. However, I'm afraid there will be troubles later. The chief of staff is absolutely right. Chen Fan nodded. When the enemy comes, we will fight them with our troops. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. Before he finished speaking, the door of the banquet hall was pushed open again. The person who came in this time was a young man, about 28 or 29 years old, wearing a well-tailored custom-made suit. There was an elegance in his every move, and a gentle smile always on his face. Pa pa pa. The crisp applause was particularly loud in the silent hall. Brilliant, truly brilliant. The visitor approached, applauding, his tone filled with admiration. Chen Fan, it's been years since we last met. Your methods have become even more sophisticated. Chen Fan's expression changed suddenly when he saw who it was. This was the first time tonight that he was truly moved. Jian Yunfan? It seems you still recognize me. Jian Yunfan approached with a smile. Old classmate, long time no see, how are you? Song Guowei frowned. Who is this? My college classmate. Chen Fan said indifferently. Zhang Yunfan. He was also a well-known figure in Harvard Business School back then. Zhang Yunfan waved his hand casually. I wouldn't call myself a celebrity, I'm just a familiar face in school. Of course, compared to our classmate Chen, I'm far behind. He paused, his eyes sweeping across the room. But this scene tonight really opened my eyes. You managed to subdue a fellow like Chu Tianqing so well. What are you doing here? Chen Fan asked straight to the point. Of course I'm here to visit an old friend. Zhang Yunfan's smile did not fade. I heard that you returned to China and caused such a big commotion. As an old classmate, I had to come and see you. Lin Xiaoman noticed that the atmosphere was not right and lowered her voice. Chen Fan, this person, is he your friend? Just barely. Chen Fan answered ambiguously. Zhang Yunfan laughed out loud. Student Chen is still the same, so humble. Back in Harvard, we were close friends. It's a pity that later. He suddenly changed the subject, then classmate Chen transferred to another school without a word, without even saying hello. It was really disheartening. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed. Zhang Yunfan, just say what you want to say. There's no need to beat around the bush. What I want to say is very simple. Zhang Yunfan took out a business card from the breast pocket of his suit and handed it to Chen Fan. I am representing an organization now, and I want to have a good talk with you. Chen Fan took the business card, glanced at it, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The business card design is simple, with only a few lines of words on it. Zhang Yunfan, Executive Chairman of the World Economic Forum Asia Pacific. World Economic Forum? Song Guowei's voice was filled with alertness. Zhang Yunfan nodded. It's the World Economic Forum. We are very interested in the technology that Chen has mastered. You're also thinking about quantum technology? Chen Fan snorted coldly. It seems like tonight is really lively, one group after another. It seems like it's not going to end, right? No, you misunderstood. Zhang Yunfan shook his finger. We don't want technology, we want you as a person. Chapter 70. When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. What do you mean? Lin Xiaoman's heart was in her throat. Zhang Yunfan's gaze flickered between Lin Xiaoman and Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, would you like to introduce this beautiful girlfriend? What does it have to do with you? Chen Fan's voice turned cold. Of course she's related. Zhang Yunfan's smile became meaningful. Because we've investigated her background. The eldest daughter of the Lin Group, this identity is very interesting. He paused and dropped a thunderbolt, but what's even more interesting is that the real boss behind the Lin family happens to be a founding member of our forum. Lin Xiaoman's face turned pale in an instant. What nonsense are you talking about? Am I talking nonsense? Zhang Yunfan took out a cell phone from his pocket and clicked on a photo. Ms. Lin, do you recognize this person? In the photo, a foreign man in his 60s was shaking hands cordially with a middle-aged Chinese man. That Chinese man was none other than Lin Xiaoman's father, Lin Guowa. Impossible. Lin Xiaoman screamed, my dad never told me this. As a daughter, I naturally can't know all the family secrets. Zhang Yunfan's tone was gentle, but every word was piercing. Ms. Lin, do you really think that your Lin family can stand firm in the Chinese business world just by luck and ability? Chen Fan pulled Lin Xiaoman behind him to protect her. That's enough, Zhang Yunfan. If you have any tricks, just come at me. Of course I came here for you. Zhang Yunfan put away his phone. Student Chen, do you know what I admire most about you? I'm all ears. You always make the wisest choices at critical moments. Zhang Yunfan's tone became more serious. Back at Harvard, the professors all praised you as a genius. But I know that you are not only a genius, you are also an extremely intelligent person. He took a step forward. Now, it's time to make a choice. The World Economic Forum has extended an olive branch to you. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Song Guowei couldn't hold back any longer. Kid, who are you? When did the World Economic Forum come to China to poach people? Chief of Staff Song, you misunderstood. Zhang Yunfan turned to Song Guowei, the forum never recruits talents. We only invite true elites. Moreover, the level of this invitation. He paused, then spoke each word with a resounding voice. Yes, an invitation to the founding member level. Founding member. These 4 words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the banquet hall. Song Guowei and Long Zhenhua exchanged glances, and each saw the horror in the other's expression. What does it mean to be a founding member of the World Economic Forum? It represents a terrifying power that can shake the global economic landscape. Chen Fan. Zhang Yunfan's tone was sincere. We are not enemies, never have been. We are the same kind of people, and we all want to change the world, don't we? Change the world? Chen Fan sneered, I think you want to control the world. Control? Zhang Yunfan shook his head. That's too harsh a word. What we seek is guidance, to make this world develop in a better direction. He extended his hand, old classmate, think about it carefully. With your abilities, if you join us, you can do things far beyond your imagination. Chen Fan stared at the hand Zhang Yunfan extended and was silent for a few seconds. Everyone held their breath, thinking Chen Fan was about to reach out. At this moment, Chen Fan spoke. Zhang Yunfan, you still haven't changed your bad habit of making things complicated after all these years. Chen Fan did not reach out his hand, but instead took a step back, putting some distance between himself and Zhang Yunfan. Chapter 71. My answer is very simple. He spoke clearly, his voice was not loud, but it was filled with unquestionable determination. Roll. The mild smile on Zhang Yunfan's face froze instantly, then completely disappeared, turning into a gloomy look. Chen Fan, are you sure you want to make this choice? His voice was filled with a chilling chill. Do you know what the consequences will be if you reject us? What does it mean? Chen Fan retorted, does it mean that you will deal with me just like you dealt with the Shen family and Chu Tianqing? No. Zhang Yunfan shook his head, a strange smile forming at the corner of his mouth. We will do it, more thoroughly. He snapped his fingers lightly. In an instant, more than a dozen burly men in black suits emerged silently from the shadows around the banquet hall. These people's movements were in unison and their aura was steady. One could tell at a glance that they were professional fighters who had undergone rigorous training. Song Guowei's heart skipped a beat, you want to fight here? Chief of Staff Song, don't be nervous. Zhang Yunfan put on that hypocritical smile again, as if everything was under control. We just want to invite classmate Chen to have a good chat in private. Chen Fan's eyes swept over the group of black-clad bodyguards, and with a bit of disdain, he said, Zhang Yunfan, do you think you can keep me here with just these few guys? Of course they can't keep you, the great genius Chen. Zhang Yunfan admitted it readily, but they can keep her. His fingers suddenly pointed at Lin Xiaoman. You dare! Chen Fan's voice suddenly dropped to freezing point, and a sense of hostility rose up uncontrollably. Why wouldn't I dare? Zhang Yunfan shrugged nonchalantly, looking fearless. Ms. Lin, after all, is one of ours. Now, we are just returning her to her rightful owner. Lin Xiaoman was struck by lightning, and her blood ran cold. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I become one of yours? Ms. Lin, do you really understand your true background? Zhang Yunfan slowly pulled out a document from his suit pocket and waved it in front of her. There are some things in it that I'm afraid you've been kept in the dark about. He stuffed the document into Lin Xiaoman's hands and said, Your father, Lin Guohua, secretly joined the World Economic Forum 18 years ago. And you, from the moment you were born, were destined to serve the forum. Impossible. This is absolute nonsense. Lin Xiaoman took the document angrily, her voice shrill, My father can't possibly. She was halfway through her words when she suddenly stopped as if her neck was strangled. The signature on the last page of the document was very familiar to her Lin Guohua. This is impossible. Her voice trembled uncontrollably and her fingertips were cold. Zhang Yunfan admired her loss of composure, but his tone was still shockingly gentle. Ms. Lin, do you think that meeting classmate Chen at that dinner party was just a coincidence? He paused for a moment, and each word hit Lin Xiaoman's heart like a hammer. That dinner, from beginning to end, was meticulously arranged by us. Our sole purpose was to get you close to Chen Fan and gain his trust. You lied. You deceived me. Lin Xiaoman almost screamed, her emotions already broken. Ms. Lin, your reaction proves that you haven't fully awakened yet. Zhang Yunfan sighed softly, with a hint of hypocritical regret. But it doesn't matter. We have plenty of time to train you slowly. Chapter 72. Chen Fan walked towards Zhang Yunfan step by step. With every step he took, the air around him seemed to stagnate a little, and an invisible pressure enveloped the entire place. Zhang Yunfan, you'd better swallow back what you just said. Swallow it back? Why should I swallow the truth? Zhang Yunfan was not afraid at all. Instead, he smiled even more proudly. Chen Fan, you are not so naive as to think that Lin Xiaoman loves you as a person, right? She only loves her mission target. Enough! Lin Xiaoman suddenly roared, and she tore the documents in her hand into pieces, with scraps of paper flying everywhere. I don't care if these documents are real or fake. I only know that my feelings are real. She quickly walked over to Chen Fan, grabbed his arm tightly, and declared firmly, I love Chen Fan. He is the person. Not some bullshit mission target. Zhang Yunfan looked at the scene before him, a hint of undisguised sarcasm curling up his lips. You're acting on your emotions, so foolish. The forum thinks you haven't awakened yet, and it turns out to be true. He clapped his hands lightly. The black-clad bodyguards immediately approached slowly like hungry wolves receiving orders. Chen Fan, I'll give you one last chance. Come with us, and I can guarantee that Miss Lin will be safe and sound. Otherwise. Otherwise what? An old but powerful voice rolled out from the entrance of the banquet hall like a huge bell. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw an old man with a tall figure walking in slowly. Although the old man has a head full of silver hair, he is in good spirits. His eyes sparkle with brilliance when he opens and closes, and he looks intimidating without even being angry. When Zhang Yunfan saw the person coming, his pupils suddenly constricted, and his originally calm expression froze instantly. His tone was full of disbelief. Long. Mr. Long? Why are you here? Mr. Long? Song Boy and Long Zhenhua exchanged looks of doubt and surprise, obviously not expecting this person to appear. The person who came was none other than the pillar of the Long family, Long Tingfei. Long Tingfei walked into the hall, his eyes lightly sweeping over Zhang Yunfan and the black-clad bodyguards. His tone was calm but with an unquestionable majesty. Zhang Yunfan, you, the World Economic Forum, have stretched your hand too far. Mr. Long, I'm afraid this matter has nothing to do with you. Zhang Yunfan took a deep breath, trying to maintain a respectful appearance, but his attitude was extremely firm. Please don't interfere. Irrelevant? Long Tengfei snorted coldly, with a hint of mockery in his voice. Boy, do you know who that Chen Fan is? Zhang Yunfan's heart skipped a beat, and he felt something was wrong. What, do you mean? Long Tengfei ignored him and walked straight to Chen Fan, patted his shoulder firmly, and then announced to everyone, let me introduce to you all, this Mr. Chen Fan, I, Long Tengfei, have chosen as my future grandson-in-law. What? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire banquet hall fell silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned by this sudden bombshell. Even Chen Fan himself was taken aback, somewhat confused. Mr. Long, what are you doing? Xiao Fan, it's time to tell you something. Long Tingfei smiled kindly. Do you still remember when you were little, there was a little girl with pigtails who always liked to run after you? Chen Fan tried hard to search his memory, and indeed some vague fragments flashed through his mind. You mean? Chapter 73. I'm talking about my granddaughter, Long Yuqing. Long Tingfei's tone softened. When your parents adopted you, I made an agreement with them to have you and Yuqing engaged since childhood. Engage? Lin Xiaoman felt dizzy and the last trace of blood faded from her face. Zhang Yunfan was stunned, as if struck by lightning. Mr. Long, what do you mean? How is this possible? The meaning is very simple. Long Tingfei's tone suddenly became serious, and his eyes shot towards Zhang Yunfan like lightning. Chen Fan is from my Long family. Zhang Yunfan, if you, the World Economic Forum, want to touch someone from my Long family, shouldn't you first ask me, Long Tingfei, if I agree? Fine beads of cold sweat oozed out of Zhang Yunfan's forehead, and his face looked extremely ugly. He knew better than anyone what the Long family meant to China. It is a behemoth that even the World Economic Forum dares not provoke easily. Mr. Long, is there any misunderstanding here? Zhang Yunfan's voice was a little dry, trying to make a final struggle. Chen Fan is now with Miss Lin. That's just a little quarrel between young people. Long Tengfei waved his hand nonchalantly, interrupting him. A marriage contract is a marriage contract, how can it be a joke? He turned his head and looked at Chen Fan gently. Xiao Fan, Yuqing is waiting outside now. Do you want to meet her first? Chen Fan glanced at Lin Xiaoman who was staggering beside him, then looked at Long Tingfei who looked serious. He felt mixed emotions and was overwhelmed with thoughts. At this moment, a clear and pleasant female voice, with a hint of coquettishness, came from the entrance of the banquet hall. Grandpa! Why did you tell us about our affairs in front of so many people? A young woman in a white long dress walked in from outside. She was about 23 or 24 years old, with delicate features, elegant temperament, and the demeanor of a lady from a noble family. Yuqing. Long Tingfei showed kindness on his face. Long Yuqing walked quickly to Chen Fan and looked at him carefully. Brother Xiaofan, I haven't seen you for so many years. You have changed a lot. Lin Xiaoman's body swayed, her voice trembling slightly. Chen Fan, what on earth is going on? Chen Fan looked at Long Yuqing, and there was indeed some vague impression in his mind. When he was a child, there was indeed a little girl who always followed him, but so many years have passed and he has long forgotten her. Yuqing, why are you here? Grandpa said you've returned home, so of course I came to see you. Long Yuqing smiled and took off a jade bracelet from her wrist. Brother Xiaofan, do you still remember this? You put it on me back then. Chen Fan looked at the jade bracelet and his memory became clearer. That was the birthday present Chen Guodong gave him on his 10th birthday, but he gave it to the little girl who was always crying. I remember. Chen Fan nodded. When Lin Xiaoman heard this, she was struck by lightning and almost fell down. Zhang Yunfan took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Ms. Lin, see? This is reality. In Chen Fan's heart, you are nothing at all. Shut up. Long Yuqing turned around abruptly and shot a cold voice at Zhang Yunfan. When did it become your turn as an outsider to speak here? Zhang Yunfan didn't expect Long Yuqing's reaction to be so intense, and was speechless for a moment. Ms. Long, I'm just stating the facts. Facts? Who do you think you are? Long Yuqing walked towards Zhang Yunfan. The air around them grew colder with every step she took. Zhang Yunfan, do you really think I don't know what's going on at the World Economic Forum? Chapter 74. Zhang Yunfan's expression suddenly changed. What do you mean? What do you mean? Long Yuqing sneered. 18 years ago, Lin Guowo was forced to join your World Economic Forum, right? Because you arrested his wife, Lin Xiaoman's mother, Wang Yakan. What? Lin Xiaoman looked at Zhang Yunfan in disbelief. Didn't my mother die in a car accident? Zhang Yunfan broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. He didn't expect that Long Yuqing would know these secrets. Long Yuqing continued, car accident? That's just an external explanation. In reality, Ms. Wang Yakan is still alive, imprisoned in your World Economic Forum's secret base. Impossible. Lin Xiaoman screamed, my mother's body. I saw it with my own eyes. What you saw was just a body double. Long Yuqing took out a photo from her pocket. This was taken 3 months ago. Take a look for yourself. The photo shows a woman who is about 40 years old. Although she looks haggard, her facial features are very similar to Lin Xiaoman. Lin Xiaoman took the photo with trembling hands. Mom, it's really Mom. Zhang Yunfan simply tore his face off. Long Yuqing, your Long family is meddling too much. You're being too lenient? Long Yuqing sneered. Zhang Yunfan, you're acting recklessly on Chinese soil, kidnapping Chinese citizens. If our Long family doesn't intervene, who else will? Song Guowei interrupted at this time. Ms. Long, do you have any solid evidence for what you just said? Of course. Long Yuqing pulled out another USB drive. It contains detailed information on all of the World Economic Forum's illegal activities in China, including the location of their secret base. Zhang Yunfan was shaking with anger. Long Yuqing, you are making an enemy of the entire World Economic Forum. So what if we're enemies? Long Yuqing didn't care. Who have we, the Long family, ever been afraid of? Chen Fan looked at Long Yuqing, the little girl who always followed him when she was a child, and now she has grown into such a strong woman, and he felt mixed emotions in his heart. Yuqing, thank you. Chen Fan said sincerely. What are you thanking me for? Long Yuqing turned to Chen Fan, her tone changed, and she said softly, we are an engaged couple. This is what I should do. When Lin Xiaoman heard the words engaged couple, her heart ached, but she forced herself to look at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, do you really want to fulfill this engagement? Chen Fan looked at Lin Xiaoman, then at Long Yuqing, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. Long Yuqing, however, took the initiative and said, Ms. Lin, I understand how you feel, but feelings cannot be forced. Since you were used by someone to get close to Brother Xiaofan, then this relationship itself is a scam. A hoax? Lin Xiaoman glared at Long Yuqing. My feelings for Chen Fan are real. Even if it was arranged at the beginning, my love for him is real. Love him? Long Yuqing smiled. Ms. Lin, how much do you know about him? Do you know his true identity? Lin Xiaoman was stunned. What's your real identity? Long Yuqing looked at Chen Fan. Brother Xiaofan, it's time to tell her something. Chen Fan frowned. Yuqing, what do you want to say? Brother Xiaofan, you don't really think you're just an adopted son of the Chen family, do you? Long Yuqing said word by word. Shockingly, your true identity is the eldest son of the Yi family, the richest family in Long Country. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire banquet hall fell into deathly silence, and you could hear a pin drop. Chapter 75. What? Song Guowei and Long Zhenhua exclaimed at the same time. The Yi family was truly one of China's top wealthy families, with unfathomable depths. If Chen Fan was truly a member of the Yi family, then everything that had happened tonight would have a reasonable explanation. Chen Fan's head buzzed, and he almost thought he had misheard. Yuqing, are you kidding me? When have I ever joked with you? Long Yuqing said solemnly, 23 years ago, the Yi family lost a child. Later, it was confirmed that the child was maliciously swapped and sent to an orphanage. The person who did this was none other than the current head of the Yi family, your uncle Yi Tianhua. Zhang Yunfan's heart sank upon hearing this, a chill running from his feet to his head. If Chen Fan was a member of the Yi family, there was no way this would end peacefully. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Zhang Yunfan screamed, if Chen Fan is truly a descendant of the Yi family, why has the Yi family never come forward to acknowledge him? Yi Tianhua has usurped the throne, so how could he allow the true heir to return? Long Yuqing's tone was icy, piercing Zhang Yunfan. Do you really think that the World Economic Forum can run rampant in China without the strong support of Yi Tianhua, an insider? Song Guowei interjected at this moment. Ms. Long, this matter is of great importance. Do you have any real evidence? Of course. Long Yuqing took out a sealed DNA test report from her handbag. This is the DNA comparison result between Brother Xiaofan and the old man of the Yi family. The paternity is confirmed. Chen Fan took the report, his fingertips trembling slightly. The string of 99.99% numbers was dazzling. How is it possible? He whispered to himself, unable to digest this shocking secret for a moment. At that moment, the heavy door of the banquet hall was pushed open again, and an elderly man in a mouse suit walked slowly in with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. The elderly man was about 75 years old, but he was vigorous and energetic, and his steps were steady, with an intimidating aura that was not angry at all. When Long Tingfei saw the person coming, he quickly went to greet him, his tone filled with a bit of surprise. Old Master Yi, why did you come here in person? The person who came was none other than the previous generation head of the Yi family, Yi Jinghua. Yi Jinghua ignored Long Tingfei. His eyes were fixed on Chen Fan. His old face was filled with excitement, and his voice was trembling. Son, let Grandpa take a good look at you. Chen Fan met those eyes, brimming with complex emotions. Facing this stranger, he felt a mixture of emotions. Even with the DNA report as proof, this sudden revelation still felt like a dream. Are you really my grandfather? Yi Jinghua nodded heavily and stretched out his old hand, wanting to stroke Chen Fan's cheek, but hesitated. Son, you and your father when they were young are practically cut from the same cloth. Over the years, Grandpa has been thinking about you all the time and looking for you all the time. My father? Chen Fan's heart tightened as he asked, who is my biological father? Your father, Yi Junlin, was my eldest son and the original heir of the Yi family. Yi Jinghua's voice was filled with unspeakable grief. 23 years ago, he and your mother tragically died in an accident, and you disappeared without a trace. I've been searching for you for 23 years. Long Yuqing added in a cold voice, Brother Xiaofan, your parents' death was not an accident, but a deliberate murder. The mastermind behind it was none other than your good uncle, Yi Tianhua. Before he could finish his words, the door to the banquet hall was flung open for the third time, and a middle-aged man in his 50s strode in. He was a burly man with a dignified look, and his every move exuded the oppressive feeling of someone who had long held a high position. When Yi Jinghua saw the person coming, he flew into a rage and shouted, Yi Tianhua, how dare you show up? The person who came was none other than the current head of the Yi family, Yi Tianhua. Yi Tianhua first glanced at Chen Fan, then turned to Yi Jinghua with a forced smile. Father, are you getting senile? You just believe any random person's so-called DNA report? Yi Tianhua. Yi Jinghua was so angry that he was shaking all over. You know it in your heart. This child is Junlin's own flesh and blood. Chapter 76. Even if he really is Junlin's son, so what? Yi Tianhua sneered, not disguising his contempt. Junlin has been dead for 23 years. The entire Yi family has long been mine, Yi Tianhua's. A bastard who appeared out of nowhere wants to come back and get a piece of the pie? It's simply wishful thinking. When Chen Fan heard the word bastard, his whole body suddenly turned cold. Yi Tianhua, watch your mouth. Who did you say was a bastard? What if I say you? Yi Tianhua was fearless. You've been out there for more than 20 years, and now you want to come back and get involved in the Yi family's business? I tell you, there's no way. Get involved? Chen Fan's lips curled up in a cold arc. I really don't think much of the Yi family's assets. I'm here today for only one thing. What is it? How did my parents die? Chen Fan spoke each word with a voice as cold as ice. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianhua's pupils shrank slightly, but he quickly recovered and pretended to be calm. It was just a car accident. It's an old story, why bring it up again? Car accident? Long Yuqing snorted coldly and took out a small recording device from her handbag. Yi Tianhua, do you dare to listen to this? She pressed the play button, and a crystal-clear conversation immediately echoed in the silent banquet hall. Brother Hua, everything has been sorted out in Junlin. The scene was disguised to look like a car accident. It was flawless. Great, where's that little bastard? I have sent him to the right place as you instructed. I will ensure that he will never step into the Yi family's gate again in his lifetime. Well done. From now on, the Yi family belongs to me, Yi Tianhua. Ha 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 ha. After the recording was played, the banquet hall was filled with dead silence. The veins on Yi Tianhua's forehead bulged violently, and his voice changed tone. Fake. This recording is fake. It's nonsense. Forged. Long Yuqing raised her hand and threw a USB flash drive accurately onto the table in front of Yi Tianhua, making a light pop sound. Here are the bank transfer records for the time you paid the killer, as well as the killer's complete confession, every word clearly stated. After Yi Jinghua finished listening to the recording, his already shaky body began to tremble violently. He pointed at Yi Tianhua and roared like a trapped animal. Yi Tianhua. You beast. Junlin. Junlin is your biological brother. How could you? How could you be so cruel? Brother? The fake smile on Yi Tianhua's face shattered, revealing his twisted and crazy true face. His laughter was sharp and piercing, full of resentment. That's right. My dear brother. From childhood to adulthood, everyone has praised Yi Junlin. They say he is a genius, and that I, Yi Tianhua, can only live in his shadow forever. Why? He was born the rightful heir, but what about me? Why should I be second in command for the rest of my life, always inferior to him? Chen Fan spoke each word with a mellowness of ice. So, you killed him? I killed him. Ha 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 ha. Yi Tianhua laughed so hard that he fell backwards, looking like a madman. Chapter 77. I killed him, and I sent that bitch to her death as well. And you, little bastard? Humph, you're so lucky I didn't get to kill you back then. I thought you'd rot away in that filthy orphanage, but I never imagined you'd be standing here in front of me, alive and kicking. Yi Tianhua's voice was sharp, and every word was poisonous. You rebellious son. Yi Jingguo's chest heaved violently, his vision went dark, his body went limp, and he was about to fall. Song Guowei rushed forward and supported the staggering Yi Jinggua, then turned to Yi Tianhua and said sternly. Yi Tianhua. You are suspected of multiple serious criminal cases, including intentional homicide. Surrender immediately and come with us. Walk? The ferocious smile on Yi Tianhua's face deepened. He slowly reached into his arms and took out a small remote control. Just relying on you guys, do you think I, Yi Tianhua, can easily admit defeat? The moment the remote control appeared, the noise in the entire banquet hall stopped abruptly, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's movements froze. Song Guowei's heart suddenly hung in the air. Yi Tianhua, what are you doing? Put that thing down. What? Yi Tianhua held up the remote control, looking crazy, and his voice was full of the pleasure of destroying himself and the enemy. Under the basement of this building, I prepared a generous gift for you all. There's enough explosives to send all of us on our way. I, Yi Tianhua, have lived a fulfilling life. It's totally worth it to be able to drag all of you along with me to my grave. Yi Tianhua's thumb has already touched the button and is about to press it. In a flash, a figure rushed over. Jian Yunfan. He had been silent before, but now he was as fast as a cheetah pouncing on its prey. He quickly turned his wrist, grabbed Yi Tianhua's wrist holding the remote control, and snatched it away with force. Get rid of the remote control. At the same time, a knee strike hit Yi Tianhua's lower abdomen hard. Ugh! Yi Tianhua let out a shrill groan as severe pain shot through his heart. His body suddenly arched up and curled up into a ball. Song Guowei reacted quickly. Almost at the same time when Yi Tianhua was hit, he pounced forward and pinned the limp Yi Tianhua to the ground. The cold handcuffs clicked, locking his hands. Zhang Yunfan held the small remote control between his fingers and turned to Chen Fan leisurely, with a smile on his lips. Chen Fan, now, can we sit down and talk calmly? Chen Fan opposed him, his voice calm. What do you want to talk about? It's very simple. Zhang Yunfan weighed the remote control in his hand and glanced at Lin Xiaoman meaningfully. Use this in exchange for Lin Xiaoman's mother's freedom. One life for another, that's fair, isn't it? Lin Xiaoman's delicate body trembled, her eyes full of expectation and helplessness. Chen Fan. Chen Fan suddenly smiled, and there was a hint of teasing and understanding in that smile. Zhang Yunfan, are you too naive? Do you really think this thing can threaten me? Zhang Yunfan's smile froze on his face. What do you mean? That means... Chen Fan leisurely took out his mobile phone and clicked on a video. On the screen was a surveillance video of several men in black sneaking into the basement of the building and replacing bags of so-called explosives a few days ago. 3 days ago, my men replaced the surprise here with flour. What you're trying to detonate is nothing more than a pile of raw materials for white flour buns. After the video finished playing, the blood color on Zhang Yunfan's face instantly faded. He looked down at the remote control in his hand in disbelief. The thing that he regarded as a life-saving straw just now was now like a red-hot iron, burning his palms numb. He was fooled. Completely. Chapter 78. Now, it's your turn to fulfill your promise. Chen Fan's tone was indifferent, but it carried an unquestionable pressure. Where is Lin Xiaoman's mother, Ms. Wang Yakan? Zhang Yunfan seemed to have lost all his strength. He slumped down in his chair, his voice hoarse. In Singapore, a private hospital. Long Yuqing immediately took out her cell phone, quickly dialed a number, and said concisely. Singapore XX Private Hospital, Ms. Wang Yakan, send someone to rescue her immediately and ensure her safety. After hanging up the phone, she turned to Lin Xiaoman and softened her voice. Ms. Lin, don't worry. You will be able to see your mother in 6 hours at the latest. Lin Xiaoman cried with joy, her eyes blurred with tears. Thank you. Thank you. Long Yuqing smiled slightly. If I have to thank someone, I'd thank Brother Xiaofan. If it weren't for his planning, we would probably still be kept in the dark. Chen Fan calmed his turbulent emotions and walked up to the trembling Yi Jinghua. His voice was slightly hoarse. Grandpa, can I go back to the Yi family? Yi Jinghua burst into tears, tightly grasped Chen Fan's hand, and nodded repeatedly. Go back. Of course I have to go back. You are the Qilin son of my Yi family. From today on, you, Chen Fan, Yi Junlin's son, are the only heir of my Yi family. Song Guowei on the side spoke at the right time. Mr. Chen, the Yi family's affairs are temporarily settled, but there are still many important matters waiting for you to deal with at the military headquarters. Chen Fan nodded. I have no choice but to take responsibility for the military's affairs. The Yi family is also my responsibility. I will not ignore it. Zhang Yunfan was escorted out by 2 police officers. When he passed by Chen Fan, he paused, turned his head, and whispered coldly in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. Chen Fan, don't be too proud. Do you think this is the end? The power of the World Economic Forum is far beyond your imagination. We will meet again soon. Chen Fan raised the corners of his lips slightly and uttered 3 words. I'll wait. With the 2 culprits, Yi Tianhua and Zhang Yunfan, being escorted away, the shocking storm that swept the Yi family finally subsided temporarily. Long Yuqing walked to Chen Fan's side and spoke softly. Brother Xiaofan, then our engagement. Yuqing. Chen Fan spoke softly, interrupting her. Give me some time for this matter. The anticipation on Long Yuqing's face faded a little, but she quickly adjusted herself and showed an understanding smile. Okay, I'll wait for you. Before Chen Fan could say anything else, Lin Xiaoman also came over. She mustered up her courage and met Chen Fan's gaze. Chen Fan, no matter who you are, no matter how your identity changes, my feelings for you will never change. On one side is his childhood sweetheart, and on the other side is his confidant who has shared his joys and sorrows. Chen Fan just felt overwhelmed. Yi Jinghua looked at this scene and coughed, breaking the slightly delicate atmosphere. Well, it's getting late. We've been tired all day. Let's go back and rest. Xiaofan, come home with Grandpa. I've prepared a room for you. Go home. These two words filled Chen Fan with mixed feelings. After 23 years of wandering, will he finally have a home? However, the threatening words Zhang Yunfan said before he left kept lingering in his mind. The World Economic Forum, what kind of behemoth will this be? The road ahead does not seem to be smooth just because you return to your roots. Chapter 79. Yi Jinghua held Chen Fan's hand tightly, his voice filled with suppressed excitement. Good boy, come home with Grandpa. The Yi family is your real home. Song Guowei stepped forward, his expression serious. Mr. Chen, the Yi family's affairs are certainly important, but the military has many urgent matters that need your attention as soon as possible. Regarding the follow-up security of quantum core technology, and the investigation of the forces behind Kong Linghui and Chu Tianqing. Chen Fan nodded. Chief of Staff Song, I understand. Military affairs are more important. I will sort out the Yi family's affairs as soon as possible. He turned to Yi Jinghua and said, Grandpa, I will go back with you first to take care of some family matters. After that, I will go to the military headquarters immediately. Yi Jinghua responded repeatedly, Okay. Grandpa is here to take care of family matters. Don't worry. Lam Yuqing stepped forward and said softly, Brother Xiaofan, let me accompany you back to the Yi family so that I can take care of you on the way. Lin Xiaoman bit her lower lip hard and mustered up her courage. Chen Fan, I. Chen Fan looked at the two women, his heart moved slightly, but his face remained calm. Yuqing, go back to the Long family first and tell Grandpa Long that I'm fine. Xiaoman, you go back and rest first. I will take care of your mother's affairs. Lam Yuqing's eyes dimmed slightly, but she still nodded obediently. Okay, Brother Xiaofan, I'll wait for your news. Lin Xiaoman just said him softly, without saying anything else, but anyone could sense the complex and inexplicable emotions in her. In the West Hills of Beijing, the old house of the Yi family is simple and solemn, with an extraordinary aura. In the living room, several core members of the Yi family had already arrived, waiting to meet the eldest grandson who was rumored to have been lost for many years. Yi Jinghua took Chen Fan by the hand and introduced him one by one. Most of them were uncles, and their expressions varied. Some looked at him curiously, some examined him intently, and some even had a hidden sense of distance. Xiaofan, this is your second uncle Yi Jingda, and this is your third aunt Yi Xiuying. Chen Fan greeted everyone one by one with a calm attitude, neither humble nor arrogant. The atmosphere at the table was quite harmonious as the dinner began. Yi Jinghua kept serving food to Chen Fan, asking about his well-being and showing great concern. Just then, a sarcastic voice came from the door. Oh, this is the one that Big Brother had wandering around with? He doesn't look that good, so rustic. How can he be presentable? When everyone looked over, they saw a young man in his 20s, dressed in flashy, trendy branded clothes, lazily leaning against the doorframe, with an undisguised sarcasm on his lips. Yi Jinghua's face darkened and he snorted heavily. Ming Xian. What nonsense are you talking about? This is your cousin, Chen Fan. The man who came was Yi Tianhua's only son, Yi Mingxian. Relying on his father's power, he was also a lawless person in the circle of Beijing, a typical playboy. Yi Mingxian curled his lips and walked in leisurely, scanning Chen Fan from head to toe with a critical gaze. Cousin? I dare not recognize relatives casually. Who knows where this wild boy came from? I guess he came to our Yi family to cheat us out of food and drink, or to get free money? How dare you? Yi Jinghua slammed the table and stood up suddenly. Yi Mingxian, apologize to your cousin. Apologize? Yi Mingxian sneered, his face full of disdain. Grandpa, don't be fooled. In today's world, people will resort to any despicable means for money. It's just a DNA report, isn't it? Who can guarantee whether it's true or not? Chapter 80. Chen Fan slowly put down his chopsticks and gently wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin. Only then did he lift his eyelids and look at Yi Mingxian, his tone indifferent and without any ripples. Yi Mingxian, right? I do remember you. 3 years ago, at the Macau Lisboa Casino, you lost 30 million in one night and were detained. It was your father, Yi Tianhua, who used all his connections and paid an additional 100 million to finally get you out in disgrace. How come you've forgotten so quickly what it felt like to be chased for debt and kneel down to beg for mercy and call me daddy? As soon as these words came out, Yi Mingxuan's face instantly lost all color, and his hand pointing at Chen Fan began to tremble. You, how could you? This incident was the biggest stain in his life. Yi Tianhua issued a death order to keep it secret, and few people in the Yi family knew about it. Chen Fan's lips curled up slightly, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. I also know that you secretly filled the 100 million yuan hole by misappropriating an advance payment from a subsidiary of the Yi Group. I'm afraid your wise and powerful father is still in the dark about this matter, right? You're slandering me. You're talking nonsense. Yi Mingxian was completely panicked, his voice sharp and trembling. If his father found out about this, he'd definitely have his skin peeled off. Yi Jingguo was a man of great character. After hearing Chen Fan's words and seeing Yi Mingxuan's reaction, how could he not understand the truth? He flew into a rage, pointing at Yi Mingxian and sternly scolding him, "You bastard! Is this how your father taught you to behave? Our Yi family's reputation has been completely disgraced by an unfilial descendant like you." When the Yi family members around looked at Yi Mingxian at this moment, their contempt and disdain almost overflowed, no longer concealed at all. Yi Mingxian was both angry and afraid. He pointed at Chen Fan with trembling fingers and roared in a sharp voice, "Stop spreading rumors here. Who do you think you are? Even if you are really Yi Junlin's son, so what? My father is the current head of the Yi family. How dare you, a wild boy from outside, be so arrogant in front of me?" Bang! A crisp and loud slapping sounded. Yi Jingguo was so angry that he was shaking all over. He had almost exhausted all his strength in this slap. "You evil creature! Get out of here! The Yi family doesn't have an unfilial descendant like you." Yi Mingxian covered his burning cheeks and looked at his grandfather in disbelief. His eyes were filled with resentment, almost spitting fire. He stared at Chen Fan intently and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Okay. You all side with him, right? I'm leaving. Just wait for me. My dad won't let you go. And you, Chen Fan. Remember this, sooner or later, I will return this slap tenfold." After saying that, he staggered out of the restaurant in a mess. The atmosphere in the restaurant was a little solemn for a moment. Chen Fan bowed slightly to Yi Jingguo. "Grandpa, I'm sorry to have made you angry." Yi Jingguo waved his hand and sighed heavily, his face full of fatigue and disappointment. "It's unfortunate for our family to have such a thing happen. Xiao Fan, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you." He paused, and when he looked at Chen Fan, his eyes were filled with admiration and relief. "But you did the right thing. When dealing with such a villain, you can't give him even a little face." At this moment, Chen Fan's personal cell phone vibrated slightly. It was an encrypted message from Uncle Fu. Chen Fan clicked it, glanced around, and his brows moved almost imperceptibly. "Uncle Fu, Master, I just received a tip that several secret accounts of the World Economic Forum in Southeast Asia have suddenly experienced large amounts of funds moving unaccountably. At the same time, intelligence indicates that they appear to be secretly investigating all of your activities in China over the past 20 years, including the background of your adoptive parents." Chen Fan tapped his fingertips and replied with 3 words, "Got it." Chapter 81. Add one more sentence: keep a close eye on them, and report any unusual movements immediately. After putting away his phone, Chen Fan felt a chill in his heart. "Zhang Yunfan, it seems you're still not giving up. Want to find out about me? I'm afraid you'll only find what I want you to find." Seeing Chen Fan's expression change slightly, Yi Jingguo asked with concern, "Xiao Fan, what happened?" Chen Fan shook his head, a relaxed smile on his face. "Nothing, Grandpa. Just some clowns, nothing to worry about." He raised his glass and said in a steady voice, "Grandpa, uncles, aunts, I, Chen Fan, officially recognize my ancestral roots today. This first glass of wine is to the Yi family and all the elders." Everyone raised their glasses, and the atmosphere became lively again. But Chen Fan knew clearly that Yi Mingxuan's clamor and the undercurrent of the World Economic Forum all indicated that tonight's calm was only a brief peace before the storm. The real battle may have just begun. The next morning, in the study of the Yi family's old house, Chen Fan was listening to Uncle Fu's report. His voice came through the encrypted line, clear and solemn. "Master, according to the information we have so far, Zhang Yunfan holds a high position within the World Economic Forum and is affiliated with a core organization called the Global Strategic Planning Department. This action against you seems to have been tacitly approved by higher-ups." Chen Fan's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, making a clattering sound. "They have quite an appetite. Keep investigating." I want to know who is in charge of this global strategic planning department and their true intentions regarding quantum technology. Yes, master. As soon as the call ended, hurried footsteps were heard outside the door. Song Guowei hurried over with an adjutant, looking somewhat anxious. Mr. Chen, excuse me for interrupting you. Song Guowei got straight to the point. The case of Chu Tianqing and Kong Linghui has wide-ranging implications. Some people within the executive yuan are getting impatient and are putting pressure on us. Furthermore, the military has intercepted intelligence that a batch of special materials from abroad may be entering China through a charity auction. We suspect it's connected to some illegal organization. Chen Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. Charity auction? Song Guowei nodded heavily. Yes, it's being held tonight at the Beijing International Convention Center. It's called Starlight Night. It's ostensibly a fundraiser for children in impoverished areas, but in reality, it's a mixed bag with complicated backgrounds. We hope you can represent the military and attend as a descendant of the Yi family. This will, firstly, deter those scoundrels, and secondly, see if we can find any clues from this auction. Chen Fan thought for a moment and said, Okay, I'll go. When Yi Jinghua heard about this, he immediately made a decision. Xiao Fan, go. The Yi family has also received an invitation. It's just right. Let people from all walks of life in the capital see what kind of person my good grandson, Yi Jinghua, is. The old man's tone was full of pride. That night, the Beijing International Convention Center was brightly lit, luxury cars flowed like water, and celebrities and dignitaries gathered. Chen Fan, dressed in a well-tailored dark handmade suit, slowly walked into the banquet hall accompanied by Yi Jinghua and Long Yuqing, a slim and elegant woman from the Long family. In an instant, countless gazes were cast over, some in amazement, some scrutinizing, and some curious. Is that the eldest grandson that the Yi family just brought back from the outside? He looks quite impressive. I heard that even Chu Tianqing from the Chu family was defeated by him. This young man is probably not a simple character. Whispers filled the crowd, but Chen Fan seemed not to hear them and walked calmly. The auction proceeded in an orderly manner. The first few items were nothing more than antiques, calligraphy and paintings, precious jewelry and the like, which attracted a group of wealthy and famous people to bid, and the atmosphere was quite lively. Until an item with a peculiar shape was slowly pushed onto the platform. Chapter 82. The host cleared his throat, his voice carrying a hint of deliberately constructed mystery. Dear guests, the next lot is one of the highlights of this evening. A mysterious meteorite fragment from outer space, weighing 307 grams. According to our preliminary testing, this meteorite fragment contains a unique energy never before seen. Its scientific research value is immeasurable. Starting price, 10 million renminbi. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a great commotion in the audience. Chen Fan's eyebrows raised slightly. This stone was indeed strange. A faint energy fluctuation could not be hidden from his perception. 15 million. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner in the front row was the first to raise the sign. The badge on his chest was the logo of the World Economic Forum. 20 million. On the other side, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses followed suit with a quote. Judging from his attire, he seemed to be the head of a domestic scientific research institution. Prices are rising and competition is fierce. At this moment, a slightly hoarse voice, full of pride and provocation, suddenly rang out, 50 million. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the bidder was none other than Yi Mingxian. Next to him sat the World Economic Forum representative who had appeared at the Yi family dinner yesterday, as well as several unfamiliar foreigners. Yi Mingxuan's eyes were fixed on Chen Fan, his mouth curled up into a cold arc, and he silently mouthed two words, wait. Chen Fan understood. It seemed Yi Mingxian was determined to fight him to the bitter end, even going so far as to collude with foreign forces to get his revenge. The WEF representative leaned over to Yi Mingxuan's ear and whispered a few words. Yi Mingxian nodded repeatedly, and when he looked at Chen Fan again, his contempt became even stronger. 80 million. The WEF representative raised the sign again in a loud voice. There was an uproar in the venue. This price far exceeded the current public value of this meteorite. Yi Mingxian glanced at Chen Fan complacently, his expression seemed to say, boy, you want to compete with me in wealth? You are still a little naive. Chen Fan picked up the champagne in front of him, took a sip slowly, and then slowly raised the number plate in his hand. 100 million. Just three simple words, but like a thunderclap, they exploded in the auction hall. The whole place was dead silent, you could hear a pin drop. The smug smile on Yi Mingxuan's face froze instantly, and the WEF representative next to him also frowned. 110 million. Yi Mingxian gritted his teeth, practically squeezing the number out through his teeth, his voice distorted. This was the limit of the funds he could mobilize, most of which was verbal support from the WEF representative. Chen Fan raised the sign again, his tone was frighteningly calm, and the numbers he said sounded light and weightless in his mouth. 200 million. Puff. Yi Mingxian spit out the champagne he had just taken, looking utterly miserable. He pointed at Chen Fan, his fingertips trembling violently. Are you fucking crazy? Do you even know what 200 million means? Chen Fan put down his license plate and glanced at him. It was clear that he was looking at a jumping clown. Why, young master, you can't come up with the money? Or are your foreign friends just like that? Chapter 83. The WEF representative's face was so black that ink could be squeezed out of it. His eyes were almost spitting fire as he stared at Chen Fan, trying to dig something out of his face. Unfortunately, Chen Fan's face was as calm as a deep well, and nothing could be seen. 210 million. The WEF representative's voice was squeezed out from between his teeth, and each word was covered with sparks. Chen Fan didn't even bother to raise his eyelids. He said 3 words to the auctioneer. 500 million. Boom. The entire auction hall was like being thrown into a bomb, and it exploded in an instant. 500 million. To buy a piece of broken stone? Everyone's jaws dropped in shock, and they looked at Chen Fan as if he were a critically ill patient who had escaped from a mental hospital. Yi Mingxian was completely stunned. He slumped down in his chair, his face as pale as paper. 500 million. He never dreamed that Chen Fan could come up with such an astronomical figure. This was beyond his comprehension. The WEF representatives looked at each other, and finally could only smile bitterly, shake their heads, and put down the license plates in their hands. This price has broken through their ceiling and made them look at this young man seriously. For the first time it seems that they have misjudged him from the very beginning. 500 million once. 500 million twice. 500 million 3 times. Deal. The auctioneer's hammer fell heavily, and the sound was trembling with a bit of unreality. The meteorite fragments, after the dust has settled, belonged to Chen Fan. In an instant, the applause was like thunder and lasted for a long time. Those previous looks of scrutiny and curiosity now turned into awe and admiration. Yi Jinghua clapped his hands and laughed, his face flushed with satisfaction. Good boy. Good boy. This is my, Yi Jinghua's, grandson. You've got guts. There was a strange light flashing in Long Yuqing's beautiful eyes as she stared at Chen Fan's profile with a sense of pride. After the auction ended, Chen Fan waited in the VIP lounge specially arranged by the organizer to go through the handover procedures for the meteorite. The door was pushed open, and Uncle Fu walked in quickly, his face looking a little unhappy. Master, I just found a package in the parking lot. It was specifically addressed to you. It looked a bit strange. Chen Fan took the package, which was very light. He quickly opened it, and inside lay a strangely shaped black metal communicator. Attached to it was a card with a line of words printed in English. Game on a new level, Mr. Chen. Looking forward to our next round. J. The game has been upgraded, Mr. Chen. I look forward to playing you in the next round. J. Chen Fan picked up the cold metal communicator, stroked its peculiar patterns with his fingertips, and a meaningful arc slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Yunfan is still haunting us. J. He weighed the communicator in his hand, his eyes darkening slightly. It seems that the people at the World Economic Forum are very cunning. This game is becoming more and more interesting. Chapter 84. Uncle Fu, check the details, source, and technology of this thing. There was no emotion in Chen Fan's voice. Yes, master. Uncle Fu took the order and left. Chen Fan walked to the window, overlooking the brightly lit night scene of the capital city below, his heart as calm as water. When the enemy comes, we will fight them. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. No matter how many monsters and demons there are on the road ahead, Chen Fan will not frown. Keep a close eye on them and report any unusual movements immediately. Chen Fan put away his phone and tapped the screen with his fingertips. Zhang Yunfan, World Economic Forum. This pool of water was indeed deeper than he had expected. Yi Jinghua was such a powerful figure that he could tell something was wrong from Chen Fan's subtle reaction. Xiao Fan, what happened at the company? Chen Fan shook his head, his expression returning to normal. It's just a little trouble, Grandpa, I can handle it myself. He picked up the tea in front of him, took a sip, and said in a more relaxed tone, This Yi family's morning tea tastes really good. Yi Jinghua laughed heartily, his mood also brightening up. As long as you like it, kid. I'll have the kitchen prepare it for you every day from now on. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the window lattice, casting patches of light across the ground. Chen Fan was looking through the financial statements of the Yi Group in recent years in the study room when Uncle Fu's voice came through the encrypted line, sounding unusually solemn. Master, our people have found out that Jiang Yunfan holds a high position within the World Economic Forum and is affiliated with a core department called the Global Strategic Planning Department. Fu Bo paused and continued his report. This time, his actions against you seem to have been tacitly approved by higher-ups, or even directly instructed. Chen Fan's fingers tapped lightly on the thick mahogany desk, making a dull sound. Global Strategic Planning Department? They have quite a long reach. His voice was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable command, keep digging deeper. I want to know who is in charge of this department, their true intentions regarding core quantum technology, and the extent of their interest in me. Understood, Master. Uncle Fu agreed. Also, our people have noticed that the forum seems to be mobilizing some unconventional resources, and the target may still be you. Got it. Chen Fan hung up the phone. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door, and Song Guowei rushed in with a young adjutant, his expression unable to hide his anxiety. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry to bother you. Song Guowei didn't bother to be polite and went straight to the point. Chen Fan put down the documents in his hand and motioned for them to sit down. Chief of Staff Song, what's the urgent matter? Song Guowei didn't refuse and sat down on the guest sofa. Although the main suspects in the Chu Tianqing and Kong Linghui cases have been apprehended, some people within the executive yuan are getting restless and are using various channels to pressure the military, hoping to muddy the waters. Chen Fan hummed, unconcerned. As expected. What else do they want to do? That's just one of the reasons. Song Guowei's expression grew even more serious. The military has recently intercepted intelligence that a batch of special foreign materials with unknown backgrounds may soon flow into China through a large-scale charity auction. We suspect that these materials are related to some hidden illegal organizations or even hostile foreign forces. Chen Fan's eyebrows twitched imperceptibly. Charity auction? Song Guowei nodded heavily. Yes. It's being held tonight at the Beijing International Convention Center. It's being touted as a Starry Night charity dinner. It's ostensibly to raise funds for out-of-school children in impoverished Western regions, but based on what we know, the attendees are a mixed bag, with extremely complex backgrounds. The invitations have been widely distributed, and many of them are well-known figures. He looked at Chen Fan with a blazing gaze. So, the military hopes you can represent them and attend as a descendant of the Yi family. Firstly, your current status is enough to intimidate those scoundrels and keep them from making any rash moves. Secondly, we hope you can use this opportunity to see if you can find any useful clues from this auction. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Jinghua happened to come in from outside and heard the end of Song Guowei's words. The old man's eyes lit up and he immediately made the decision. Xiao Fan, go. You must go. His voice was loud and full of energy. Our Yi family has also received an invitation, and I'm still trying to decide who to invite. It's perfect, you should go. Let those old guys in the capital take a good look at what kind of person my good grandson Yi Jinghua is. The pride in the old man's tone was almost overflowing. Chapter 85. Chen Fan thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, Chief of Staff Song, Grandpa, I will go. That night, outside the Beijing International Convention Center, luxury cars lined the streets, the lights blazed brighter than daylight, and celebrities and distinguished figures gathered in elegant attire. Chen Fan stood tall and straight in a custom-made suit with a dark pattern. He didn't try to be too flashy, but his calm and composed demeanor made him a focal point. Yi Jinghua, looking energetic, walked alongside him. Long Yuqing, the representative of the Long family, accompanied him in an elegant, moon-white dress. As the three of them stepped into the banquet hall, countless gazes were cast towards them in an instant. That's Chen Fan, the man the Yi family just recognized? He's truly extraordinary. TSK, I heard that Vice President Chu fell into his hands. This young man has a very powerful background. Isn't that the little princess of the Long family? The Long Yi marriage is about to change the situation in the capital. The crowd buzzed with whispers, filling the air. Chen Fan ignored them and sat down with Yi Jinghua and Long Yuqing in the reserved seat at the host's house. the auction proceeded in an orderly manner. The opening items, including famous paintings and calligraphy, antiques, and designer jewelry, attracted wealthy and famous people to raise their hands frequently, creating a lively atmosphere. Long Yuqing whispered to Chen Fan about some important figures and forces in the field. At this time, the waiter carefully pushed forward an item with a peculiar shape. A basketball-sized stone, completely black and covered with irregular pits on the surface. The host cleared his throat, his voice tinged with a deliberately mysterious air. Ladies and gentlemen, the next lot is arguably the most talked about mystery treasure of the evening. The spotlights converged, and the dark stones reflected a dim luster. This is a mysterious meteorite fragment from the distant outer universe, weighing 307 grams. The host paused, whetting everyone's appetite. According to preliminary testing by a professional organization we commissioned, this meteorite fragment contains a unique energy fluctuation never before seen on Earth. Its potential scientific research value and collection value are immeasurable. Now, the starting price is 10 million renminbi. Each bid must be no less than 1 million. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a burst of suppressed exclamations and murmurs from the audience. Chen Fan looked at the meteorite and his brows moved slightly. This stone is really weird. A weak but extremely pure energy fluctuation, although blocked by some force, could not escape his perception. 15 million. In the corner of the front row, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner was the first to raise a sign. The badge on his chest was the logo of the World Economic Forum. 20 million. On the other side, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and an elegant temperament followed closely and quoted prices. Judging from the business card handed over by his assistant, he should be the head of a top scientific research institution in the country. 25 million. 30 million. Prices are rising and competition is becoming increasingly fierce. At this moment, a hoarse but proud and provocative voice suddenly exploded. 50 million. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw the bidder wearing a flashy bright pink suit and his hair was combed into a shiny mess. It was none other than Yi Mingxian. Next to him was the WEF representative from yesterday's Yi family dinner, as well as several unfamiliar foreigners, all of whom looked arrogant and looked down on others. Yi Mingxian stared at Chen Fan intently, a cold smile forming on his lips, and he even mouthed two words silently, "Wait." Chen Fan picked up the lemonade, took a sip, and ignored his provocation. Long Yuqing frowned slightly. This Yi Mingxian is really haunting. The people around him don't look like good people. Yi Jinghua snorted coldly. Don't pay any attention to this clown. The WEF representative whispered a few words in Yi Mingxuan's ear. Chapter 86. Yi Mingxian nodded repeatedly after hearing this, and when he looked at Chen Fan, his contempt and resentment almost solidified into substance, and he did not hide it at all. 80 million. The WEF representative held up the sign himself, his voice loud and clear, revealing the arrogance of someone determined to win. There was an uproar in the venue. 80 million for a piece of stone with an unknown purpose? This is beyond the comprehension of most people. Yi Mingxian glanced at Chen Fan triumphantly, his chin raised high, his expression extremely arrogant, as if silently shouting, "Boy, do you see this? This is strength. You want to compete with me in wealth? You're still too young." Chen Fan finally put down the cup in his hand. He slowly wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin, then slowly raised the number plate in his hand. The voice was flat and calm, as if he was saying an insignificant number. 100 million. Just 3 simple words, but they exploded in the auction hall. The whole audience fell into silence. Even the breathing sound can be heard clearly. The smug smile on Yi Mingxuan's face froze in an instant. Yi Mingxuan's arrogant smile froze on his face, and his throat seemed to be stuck by something, making him unable to make a sound. The WEF representative next to him also frowned. Obviously, Chen Fan's quick and easy 100 million had completely disrupted his calculations. 110 million. Yi Mingxuan's teeth were chattering, and every word of the number seemed to be picked out from between his teeth. The voice was trembling uncontrollably, and even a little out of tune. This price tag is almost enough to drain all the cash flow he can mobilize. Among them, there was also a large amount of empty promises made by the WEF representative next to him. Chen Fan raised the number plate again. He spoke clearly and his tone was so steady that it made people feel cold in their hearts. It didn't sound like he was shouting out an astronomical figure, but rather like he was buying a cheap cabbage in the vegetable market. 200 million. Puff. Yi Mingxian had just taken a sip of champagne in his mouth, but he couldn't hold it in and it spurted out on the spot. The wine splashed all over him, and a large area of his flashy bright pink suit was wet, making him look extremely embarrassed. He stretched out his trembling finger and pointed it directly at Chen Fan, his fingertips shaking violently due to excessive excitement and uncontrollable anger. You have too much money to burn, or are you crazy? 200 million. Do you know what that means? Chen Fan slowly put down the license plate and glanced at him casually. That calmness and composure completely treated Yi Mingxian as a clown who jumped around but could never cause any waves. Young Master Yi, there's no movement now? Chen Fan's tone was lazy, with a hint of obvious sarcasm. I thought these foreign gentlemen around you could hold out for a while longer. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Mingxuan's face instantly turned the color of liver, veins popped out on his neck, and he pointed at Chen Fan, trembling and saying you for a long time, but he couldn't refute a word. He felt like his lungs were about to explode. The WEF representative next to him had a sullen face and his chest was heaving like a bellows. Chapter 87. The foreigner stared at Chen Fan intently, as if he wanted to cut 2 pieces of flesh off his body with his eyes. Unfortunately, Chen Fan still looked calm and composed, which was really infuriating. The WEF representative clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, and it was obvious that he was trying hard to restrain something. The air seemed to freeze for more than 10 seconds, and it was so oppressive that it made people breathless. Finally, as if forcing it out of his throat, he hissed, 210 million. Each word was pronounced with great emphasis, with a fierce determination to risk everything. This figure is already the maximum amount of funds he can mobilize, and he even secretly embezzled reserve funds from other projects. If it is any higher, he can only watch helplessly. However, this time Chen Fan didn't even touch the license plate. He simply raised his chin slightly and casually uttered 3 words in the direction of the auctioneer. The sound was not loud, but it spread clearly throughout the entire venue, like a bolt from the blue. 500 million. Buzz. In an instant, the entire auction hall seemed to be dropped with a depth charge, and all sounds stopped abruptly. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. The next second, a flood of exclamations, gasps, and the sound of tables and chairs colliding exploded, almost overturning the ceiling of the venue. 500 million? Fuck. Did I hear you right? He said 500 million? Crazy. This guy is absolutely crazy. Spending 500 million on a piece of broken stone? Are you here to buy rocks, or are you here to spend money? This isn't the way to spend money. Countless people suddenly stood up, stretched their necks, and looked in Chen Fan's direction in disbelief, as if they were looking at a monster. Even the auctioneer on the stage, holding the auction hammer, opened his mouth wide, his eyes almost popped out, and he didn't close them for a long time, completely forgetting what he should do next. 500 million. This wasn't just money anymore, it was a mountain. A mountain that could crush the nerves of most people present. Buy a broken stone? Everyone's jaw almost dropped. The way people looked at Chen Fan was no longer looking at a rich man, but at a being that walked out of a myth, or simply a madman. Yi Mingxian was completely confused. He slumped down on the soft velvet chair. His face was pale and his mouth opened and closed unconsciously, but no sound came out. 500 million. He could never have imagined in his dreams that Chen Fan could so easily come up with such an astronomical figure that would be enough to crush the cash flow of his entire family business. This fucking thing has completely exceeded his cognition and imagination. The WEF representatives looked at each other, and the arrogance they had before was completely gone. Instead, there was an expression of being stunned and the horror that could not be hidden. Chapter 88. Their eyes met, and finally, one representative's hand dropped weakly, and the number plate slipped from his fingers, while the other forced a smile that was uglier than crying, and then shook his head. 500 million, this figure made their heads buzz and shattered all their plans and confidence. Just where did this kid come from? For the first time, they realized they had underestimated this young Chinese man from the beginning. How wrong they were. The auctioneer's voice was shaking, and he practically shouted, 500 million. All at once. 500 million. Twice. 500 million. 3 times. Deal. Dang. The small wooden hammer slammed down heavily, and the sound was extremely harsh amidst the thunderous applause that erupted after the dead silence. The meteorite fragments belonged to Chen Fan. The entire banquet hall exploded instantly, with thunderous applause that lasted for a long time. The previous looks of scrutiny, curiosity, and even a bit of contempt have now all turned into awe, admiration, and even a bit of inexplicable fear. This young man is so cruel, so arrogant, and so damn rich. Yi Jingwa's face lit up with excitement. He slapped his thigh and laughed out loud. Good. Good boy. This is my son, Yi Jingwa. So brave. So courageous. The sound made the ears of people around buzz. Long Yuqing looked at Chen Fan's calm profile, but her heart was in turmoil, and a sense of pride surged in her heart. This man always seemed to be able to do things that would make people's jaws drop, refreshing her cognition every time. The auction is over. Chen Fan was waiting in the top VIP lounge prepared by the organizer to take over the meteorite. Yi Jingwa and Long Yuqing went ahead to greet the familiar families. At this time, the door was gently pushed open, and Uncle Fu walked in quickly. His usually calm face now revealed a rare heaviness. Young master. Uncle Fu lowered his voice and looked more serious than ever before. Chen Fan knew something was wrong when he saw his expression. What's wrong, Uncle Fu? Just now in the underground parking lot, our people found something. Uncle Fu spoke word by word, each word striking a chord with everyone. A package of unknown origin and signed, but with your license plate number clearly marked on it with a special invisible ink. Most importantly, the way the package was sealed is very strange, revealing a sinister nature, definitely not a good person. Chen Fan took the flat package. It was very light and weightless. He quickly tore open the tightly sealed outer packaging. Inside lay a palm-sized, jet-black metal communicator. Its shape was odd, its surface engraved with complex, unfamiliar patterns. Next to it was a black card with a line of small, cold, silver English characters printed on it. Game on a new level, Mr. Chen. Looking forward to our next round. J. The game has entered a new level, Mr. Chen. I look forward to playing against you in the next round. J. Chen Fan picked up the cool metal communicator, but it felt surprisingly heavy, completely at odds with its compact size. He rubbed the strange patterns on the communicator's surface with his fingertips, his lips curled up. Zhang Yunfan, this kid is really haunting me. J. He weighed the item in his hand and began to make a calculation. The World Economic Forum guys were even tougher than he'd expected, their hidden cards coming out one after another. This game was really getting more and more interesting. Uncle Fu, go check where this thing came from. Chen Fan threw the communicator to Uncle Fu. Where did it come from, what technology does it use, and what can it be used for? I want to see what Zhang Yunfan wants to say to me in secret with this. Understood, Master. Uncle Fu took the communicator and put it away solemnly. I will immediately arrange for the technical department to analyze it. Uncle Fu took the order and left quickly. Chen Fan walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the brightly lit night scene of Beijing that looked like a starry sky, and felt very calm. Chapter 89. When an enemy comes, we will fight him. When a flood comes, we will block it with earth. Even if there are many monsters, demons, and conspiracies on the road ahead, Chen Fan will not frown. At this moment, his personal mobile phone vibrated and an encrypted text message popped up from an unfamiliar number. Mr. Chen, I've long heard of your great name. The Yunding Hui in Beijing has prepared some fine wine. Would you be so kind as to have a chat with me? The Yunding Master. Henteing Club? Chen Fan had some impression of the name. It was one of the most prestigious and mysterious private clubs in Beijing. Membership was extremely stringent, and simply having wealth and influence wasn't enough to gain entry. The Henteing Master behind it was an even more enigmatic figure. There were many legends about him, but no one had ever seen his true identity. Interesting. Chen Fan replied with 2 words. Time and place. The other party quickly replied, tonight at midnight, at the top of Henteing, we are waiting for Mr. Chen to arrive. Midnight, Henteing Hui. The hotel, truly the pinnacle of the clouds, occupies 3 floors atop the tallest building in Beijing. Its interior is luxurious to the extreme, yet exudes understated elegance and refined taste. Chen Fan arrived alone, dressed in casual attire. The attendant at the door had clearly been notified and respectfully led him to a dedicated sightseeing elevator. The elevator rose silently and finally stopped at the open-air garden on the top floor. A middle-aged man in a white tang suit with his hair neatly combed was standing with his back to him, leaning on the railing and gazing at the bustling night scene of the capital. Hearing footsteps, the man slowly turned around. When he saw the man's face clearly, Chen Fan paused slightly. Li Mingho? The person in front of him was none other than Li Mingho, the president of the student union when he was studying at Harvard Business School. This guy was a big shot in school back then. He came from a wealthy family and was very good at socializing. However, he was extremely arrogant and looked down on others. Because of some trivial matters, he always disliked Chen Fan and had done many things to trip him up, both openly and covertly. Li Mingho obviously recognized Chen Fan. He was stunned for a moment, and then the surprise turned into a condescending scrutiny, with undisguised contempt at the corner of his mouth. Hey, who was that? Isn't that Chen Fan? Li Mingho walked over slowly, his hands in his pockets, his tone filled with exaggerated surprise. What a rare guest. How could you come to a place like this? This place isn't something your average Joe can afford. He glanced up and down at Chen Fan's clothes, his lip curling even more sharply. It's been a few years since we last met. How are you doing? Judging from the way you're dressed, I'm afraid you're still struggling to make a living. It's true. You weren't very sociable in school back then, always a loner. I guess you wouldn't have found a decent job after graduation. Chen Fan showed no expression, as if he hadn't heard the sarcasm in his words. Chairman Li, how are you? Your temper hasn't changed at all. Li Mingho sneered, his chin raised high, and his nostrils almost reaching the sky. Brilliant International, Vice President of Asia Pacific, have you heard of it? He pointed his finger at his chest, his tone undisguisedly boastful. A 10 million annual salary is just a small goal. I have hundreds of people under me. If I say east, they don't dare to go west. Oh, and this henteing plaza is just a drop in the bucket of our group's assets. I'm here today to inspect the work, understand? He had such a condescending attitude, as if Chen Fan was just an ant in front of him. Brilliant International? Chen Fan repeated it softly, with no particular reaction. Why, are you stunned by my achievements? Or are you jealous and envious? Chapter 90. Seeing that Chen Fan remained silent, Li Mingho mistakenly thought that he had intimidated the other party, and his pride grew even stronger. Chen Fan, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but it's important for people to know themselves. What good were those lousy grades you had in school? In society, what matters is connections and background, don't you understand? Without these, no matter how talented you are, it's all in vain. He gave a mock sigh and shook his head. If you had been smarter back then and known to cling to me, I could have arranged for you to have a driving job or a job as an assistant serving tea and water. This is the last care I can give you as an old classmate. How's that? Isn't that nice of you? Chen Fan finally expressed something different, but his tone was still indifferent. Brilliant International, I know a little bit more about it. Their parent company should be the Rothschild Family Investment Group, am I right? The smugness on Li Mingho's face froze instantly. How do you know this? This is highly confidential information within the group, and outsiders have no way of accessing it. Chen Fan seemed not to notice his sudden change of expression and continued slowly. I remember that the Rothschild family seems to be having a tough time lately, with their capital chain being quite strained. Their Asia-Pacific business, especially their luxury goods business, has seen a severe decline in performance. I heard they're considering selling off everything or simply cutting losses. The veins on Li Mingho's forehead were throbbing, his throat was tight, and his voice was a little hoarse. What the hell are you talking about? Our group is doing great. Very good. Yeah. Chen Fan took out his cell phone from his pocket, swiped his fingertips across the screen a few times, and then turned the screen to Li Mingho. Look, half an hour ago, the front page of the Wall Street Financial Express reported that Rothschild Investment Group officially announced a strategic restructuring, divesting all of its non-core profitable businesses. Among the list was Brilliant International. Li Mingho stared at the eye-catching title and the familiar group logo on the mobile phone screen. He seemed to be struck by an invisible lightning and froze instantly. The arrogance he had before disappeared in an instant. No, this is impossible, this is absolutely impossible. He kept muttering to himself, completely unable to accept the cruel reality of falling from heaven to hell. At this moment, a gentle yet intimidating voice interrupted from not far away. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry for not welcoming you. I'm sorry for being so rude. An old man in a dark gold-embroidered tang suit, with an extraordinary demeanor, walked over slowly, surrounded by a group of black-clad followers. This person was none other than the henteing master who had previously invited Chen Fan via text message. Mr. Chen, who is this? The owner of henteing paused his gaze on Li Mingho, whose face had turned pale, for a moment, and then politely asked Chen Fan. Chen Fan curled the corners of his mouth, speaking casually. Oh, just an old classmate. I don't know him very well. The owner of henteing was a very important person. He immediately understood what he meant and turned to Li Mingho. His tone was still gentle, but the majesty that brooked no questioning made the air a little more solemn. Vice President Li, your inspection today ends here. We don't need you here for the time being. Chapter 91. Li Mingho shuddered all over, as if someone had poured a basin of ice water over his head, and he suddenly woke up. He looked at Chen Fan, then at the owner of henteing, his lips trembling, wanting to say something to make amends, but in the end, he couldn't squeeze out a word. In the end, he could only be asked to leave the scene in a dazed and embarrassed state under the polite guidance of two black-clad followers. The owner of henteing then turned to Chen Fan again, put on a sincere smile on his face, and bowed slightly. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry to have been so inconsiderate. Please come in. I've prepared this year's rain previous Longjing tea especially for you. Just as Chen Fan was about to raise his foot, the black metal communicator from Jiang Yunfan in his pocket suddenly vibrated without any warning, lightly and rapidly. As Chen Fan took a step, the black metal communicator belonging to Jiang Yunfan in his pocket suddenly vibrated slightly and rapidly. He paused slightly and nodded slightly to the cloud-top master. Sorry, a little personal matter. The owner of henteing made a please go ahead gesture. His expression was still gentle, but the curve at the corner of his mouth was meaningful. Chen Fan walked to the edge of the terrace, turned his back to everyone, and took out his vibrating communicator. The screen lit up, not with a communication, but with a line of cold, textual instructions, signed again by that arrogant J. Mr. Chen, the game continues. The cloud-top master before you, whose real name is Zhao Qingde, is an old friend of ours. He possesses a backup copy of the list of early participants in the Pangu project. Tonight at 3:30, cooperate with our men and obtain it. Otherwise, the gas lines to your adoptive parents' retirement villa on the outskirts of the city may be unsafe. Chen Fan's knuckles turned white from pinching. Pango project? This was the first time he heard of it. Jiang Yunfan even found out the exact address of his adoptive parents and used it as a bargaining chip. Mr. Chen, are you in trouble? Zhao Qingde's voice came from behind him in a calm tone. Chen Fan put away the communicator and turned around, his face regaining its usual calmness. It's just a small matter. I'm sorry to trouble you, Mr. Zhao. He walked towards Zhao Qingde and sat down at the white marble round table. The waiter silently served him fragrant tea. Mr. Zhao, you took the trouble to invite me here. I wonder if you have any advice for me? Chen Fan asked directly. Zhao Qingde picked up the teacup and gently blew away the foam. It's not that I'm giving you any advice. I've heard of Mr. Chen for a long time, and meeting him today is truly incredible. He can even decide the fate of the Rothschild family's assets with such ease. I admire you so much. Mr. Zhao, you're too kind. Chen Fan also picked up his teacup. I was just telling the truth. The truth is often the most hurtful, but also the most effective. Zhao Qingde put down his teacup and leaned forward slightly. Mr. Chen, let's be frank. You have a serious grudge against Jiang Yunfan from the World Economic Forum, don't you? Chen Fan paused for a moment while serving the tea, then put the cup down. Mr. Zhao is quite well informed. In Beijing, and even throughout China, if you want to find out about the World Economic Forum, there must be some channels. Zhao Qingde smiled calmly. Jiang Yunfan is a man with great ambitions and ruthless methods. The Global Strategic Planning Department behind him is even more ruthless. Oh? Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. It seems Mr. Zhao knows a lot about them. Chapter 92. I can't say I know them well. I've dealt with them a few times and suffered some setbacks from them, so naturally, I have a deep impression of them. Zhao Qingde's tone darkened. They've been planning something lately, and it seems to be related to you. No, to be more precise, it's related to the inheritance you're about to inherit from the old man of the Yi family. Chen Fan's mind raced. Could it be quantum core technology, or perhaps a deeper secret of the Yi family? Mr. Zhao invited me today just to talk about this? Not entirely, Zhao Qingde shook his head. The World Economic Forum has overreached, and it's already irritated quite a few people. I just want to see if this new rising star of the Yi family is truly a dragon or a snake, and whether he's worth our investment. Investment? Chen Fan asked with a smile. How would you like to invest, Mr. Zhao? For example, I can tell you that the so-called Pango project participant list that Jiang Yunfan asked you to cooperate in taking away was simply a bait. Zhao Chengde made a shocking statement. Chen Fan remained calm, but his heart was already pounding with turmoil. Zhao Chengde actually knew Jay's instructions perfectly. What do you mean, Mr. Zhao? Because the real list, or rather, something more important than the list, has always been with me. Zhao Chengde tapped his fingertips lightly on the table. What Jiang Yunfan really wants is to use you to disrupt Henteing Club so that his people can take away something else. As for the safety of your adoptive parents, humph, Jiang Yunfan is used to bluffing. If he really dares to touch the people around you, it would be unless he wants to uproot the World Economic Forum's influence in China. Chen Fan looked at Zhao Chengde, who looked calm and didn't seem to be pretending. Mr. Zhao seems to know a lot about me. Your father, Yi Junlin, and I had some friendship back then. Zhao Chengde sighed softly. As the son of an old friend, I must take better care of him. Moreover, we have a common enemy. A common enemy? World Economic Forum. Zhao Chengde's tone suddenly turned cold. What they want is far more than just wealth and technology. Their ambition is to control the global order. At this moment, the black communicator in Chen Fan's pocket vibrated violently again. He took it out, and on the screen was the second instruction from Jay, which was more concise and more brutal. Change the plan. The waitress in the green cheongsam beside Zhao Chengde has the key card to the underground secret room. Get it, now. Our scavengers are in place and will act in 5 minutes. Don't play tricks, Chen Fan, think about your adoptive parents. Chen Fan's eyes swept across a waitress in blue who was walking gracefully with a tray in her hand not far away. Zhao Chengde also noticed the change in Chen Fan's expression. He followed his gaze and frowned slightly. It seems that Jiang Yunfan is determined to take action here. Almost at the same time, Chen Fan's personal phone also vibrated. It was an encrypted message from Uncle Fu, with only a short line of words. Master, Yi Mingxian has gathered a group of about 30 foreign mercenaries, carrying heavy firepower. They left the city 5 minutes ago and are heading towards Henteing Highlands at high speed. Their target is clear. Chen Fan put down his personal cell phone and glanced at JS communicator again, with a playful smile on his lips. Mr. Zhao, it seems we won't be able to drink tea peacefully tonight. He stood up. Jiang Yunfan's scavenger and Yi Mingxuan's avenger are almost here. Zhao Chengde also stood up, not showing any panic, but revealing a long-lost excitement. Great. Great Jiang Yunfan. Great Yi Mingxian. Since they want to play, I will play with them today. He high-fived the air. Chapter 93. Zhao Chengde clapped his palms together, and the crisp sound echoed on the terrace. In an instant, dozens of strong men in black clothes emerged silently from behind the bonsai around the terrace, next to the rockery, and even from the secret compartments of some closed walls, each of them exuding a murderous aura like a soldier. The waitress in blue cheongsam who had led the way earlier walked to Zhao Chengde's side. Between her lowered hands, there were 2 thin blades shining with cold light. Mr. Zhao, your Yunding Club is full of hidden talents. Chen Fan said calmly. Zhao Chengde laughed heartily. I'm sorry to have made you laugh, Mr. Chen. Once you open this door, you have to be able to guard the house and keep the scoundrels from disturbing the peace. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud sound of broken glass and a shrill alarm coming from several floors below the terrace. Here it comes. Zhao Chengde's face darkened. Almost at the same time, Chen Fan's personal phone vibrated again. Uncle Fu's encrypted message was practically shouted out, Master. 2 groups. Yi Mingxuan's men are attacking from the east side of the building. The other group, whose identities are unknown and whose firepower is even more powerful, has blasted a passage directly from the west parking lot and has already reached the 30th floor. JS Black communicator also flashed frantically at this moment, and new words appeared on the screen. Mr. Chen, I'll give you one last chance. The woman next to Zhao Chengde, the pendant on her neck is the key to activate the underground secret room database. Get it and give it to our people. Otherwise, I will let your adoptive parents experience the splendor of the fireworks in advance. Chen Fan glanced at the message and then glanced at the calm and composed woman in green beside him. She did have a thin platinum chain around her neck, and the pendant was an ancient jade cicada, which was not a database key at all. Jiang Yunfan, you are still playing such low-level tricks. Chen Fan snorted in his heart. My people will handle the street sweepers. Zhao Chengde nodded to the woman in green. Qingluan, go deal with the flies in the east. Yes, master. The woman called Qingluan responded, her body moved slightly, and she disappeared into the entrance leading downstairs. Soon, bursts of short clashes of weapons and screams were heard from the east stairwell. Mr. Chen, Zhang Yunfan's people have quite a big appetite. Zhao Qingde looked at Chen Fan, he seems to be very interested in you and some of my collections. Chen Fan responded calmly, his interest will soon become his nightmare. At this time, the elevator on the west side reached the top floor with a ding sound. Before the elevator door was fully opened, several darts flashing with cold light shot out and hit Zhao Chengde in the face. Zhao Chengde didn't move at all. The two burly men in black behind him took a step forward and stood firmly in front of him, raising the alloy arm shields in their hands. With a few crisp clang, clang, clang sounds, all the darts were knocked away. In the elevator, 7 or 8 masked men in uniform black clothes rushed out one after another, holding short submachine guns with flames spitting out of the muzzles. They were obviously the scavengers mentioned by Zhang Yunfan. Protect Mr. Zhao. Several guards from Hentaying Highlands came forward, and the two sides immediately exchanged fire at the entrance to the terrace. There was a cacophony of gunfire, shouts, and the sound of metal clashing. Mr. Chen, it seems they want to wipe us out at once. Zhao Chengde remained calm in the face of danger and even had the mood to make a joke. Chen Fan's gaze passed through the fiercely fighting crowd and fell on the east staircase. Qingluan left and returned, the blood on the thin blade was still wet, and there were no pursuers behind her. It was obvious that Yi Ningxuan's mercenaries would not get any good treatment under her command. Where is Yi Ningxian? Chen Fan asked. Qingluan replied, as you instructed, I left him alive and waiting downstairs. Chapter 94. Very good. Chen Fan flexed his wrist, Mr. Zhao, these small fish and shrimps are now in your hands. I'm going to meet Yi Mingxian and ask Zhang Yunfan how he wants to die. Zhao Chengde laughed heartily and said, all right. Mr. Chen, please do as you please. It's time for me to stretch my muscles. Before he finished speaking, his body suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the group of scavengers with his palm wind whistling and unstoppable. Chen Fan walked slowly towards the east stairs. Just when he was halfway down, he saw Yi Mingxian being handcuffed behind his back by 2 Jintingui guards and pinned to the ground, still cursing in obscene language. Chen Fan! You bastard! Let me go if you dare. My dad won't let you go. The World Economic Forum won't let you go either. Yi Mingxian roared when he saw Chen Fan, his face distorted. Chen Fan walked up to him and looked down at him condescendingly. Yi Mingxian, I haven't seen you for a few days, and your vocabulary is still so poor. He stepped on Yi Ningxuan's fingers with a little force. Ah! Yi Mingxian let out a heart-wrenching howl. Tell me, Zhang Yunfan asked you to come here, other than to die, what other mission do you have? Chen Fan continued to exert force with his feet. No. No more. I just want to kill you. Yi Mingxian was sweating coldly in pain, but he still remained tough. Really? Chen Fan rolled his toes, it seems Zhang Yunfan doesn't take you seriously. Where are your mercenaries? How much did it cost? Have you paid the agency fee? Yi Mingxian was nearly fainting from the pain, but he continued to roar obscenely, You wait. Mr. Jiang will definitely avenge me. At this moment, a muffled groan from Zhao Chengde suddenly came from upstairs, followed by several more frequent gunshots. Chen Fan frowned and was about to go up when something strange happened. A guard from Hentaying Hui who was originally responsible for guarding Yi Mingxian suddenly attacked without any warning. He had a bayonet in his hand, and his target was not Yi Mingxian, but Chen Fan's back, stabbed at an extremely vicious angle. At the same time, amidst the fierce exchange of gunfire upstairs, a hoarse laugh pierced the clamor. Chen Fan! Zhao Chengde! Think this is over? Mr. Zhang Yunfan asked me to ask you too about the pangu key he gave you. Do you like it? A strong wind came from behind Chen Fan, but he did not dodge or retreat. He twisted his body suddenly and threw out a whirlwind-like sidekick. Bang! A muffled sound. The guard who launched the sneak attack flew out and hit the wall hard, blood spurting out. It was obvious that he was not going to survive. Chen Fan glanced upstairs and saw a scavenger leader holding up a metal disc with a faint blue light flashing. The crystal inlaid in the center of the disc was made of the same material as the meteorite fragments he bought at the auction. This is Mr. Zhang's real goal. The leader laughed wildly. As for your adoptive parents, they're just smokescreens. A distraction. The secret of the Pangu project is far more important than you think. Before he finished speaking, he slammed the metal disc hard into his chest. Not good. Zhao Chengde exclaimed, he's going to self-destruct. The moment the self-destruct program of Pangu was activated, the metal disc on the chest of the scavenger leader burst out with a dazzling blue light, and a destructive energy wave surged and spread like a tide. Zhao Chengde's expression suddenly changed, and he rushed towards the leader as fast as lightning, desperately saying, "Stop! It's too late." Chapter 95. The leader had a hideous and satisfied twisted smile on his face, and his body was rapidly expanding and deforming in the blue light. At this moment, Zhang Yunfan's real-time video communication request popped up on Chen Fan's J communicator screen. Chen Fan clicked the answer button. On the other side of the screen, Zhang Yunfan sat in the brightly lit control room, countless screens flashing and data streaming behind him. He held a glass of red wine, gently shaking it with a leisurely gesture. "Mr. Chen, are you surprised?" Zhang Yunfan's smile was full of cat and mouse playfulness. "How powerful is the replica of Pangu's key? Isn't it a spectacular sight? It's a pity that you'll never get the real key in your lifetime. Do you think this little trick can scare me?" Chen Fan's tone was calm and unperturbed. "Of course, more than that." Zhang Yunfan snapped his fingers. A giant screen behind him switched to the suburban retirement villa where Chen Fan's adoptive parents lived. Several men in black were installing something on the villa's exterior wall, a flashing ominous red light. "My people have installed something outside your adoptive parents' house. As soon as the signal goes down, or I get upset," Zhang Yunfan shook his wine glass, bang. "Everything will be reduced to ashes. Now, Mr. Chen, you have to make a choice. Stay here and watch the fireworks with Zhao Chengde, or go back immediately and save your precious adoptive parents?" He paused deliberately, as if savoring Chen Fan's potential panic. "Oh, by the way, even if you have green lights all the way from Hentang Highlands to the outskirts of the city, it will take at least 40 minutes. The countdown I set for those little gadgets is only 30 minutes. The game has just begun." Chen Fan looked at Zhang Yunfan on the screen, then glanced at the energy center upstairs that was about to explode, and Yiming Xian, whose face looked ashen. "Uncle Fu," Chen Fan ordered into his personal cell phone, "activate Plan B, hand over the outskirts of the city to the Xuanwu team. Make sure my parents are safe." "Yes, young master." Uncle Fu's voice was without any hesitation. After hanging up the call, Chen Fan looked at Zhang Yunfan in the video. "Zhang Yunfan, your calculations are working fine. Unfortunately, you both underestimated me and overestimated yourself." The smile on Zhang Yunfan's face froze slightly. "What do you mean?" "What I mean is, you think you are in the atmosphere, but in fact, you are in the basement." Chen Fan directly cut off the video communication. Upstairs, Zhao Chengde had rushed to the front of the leader who was about to self-destruct. He quickly pointed his hands and sent several gusts of wind to the major acupoints on the leader's body, trying to delay the horrific self-destruction. However, the blue light on the metal disc was even more intense and dazzling. "It's useless," the leader roared at the top of his lungs. "This is irreversible." "Yeah?" Chen Fan's voice suddenly sounded behind him. The leader turned around in horror, only to see Chen Fan had appeared behind him like a ghost. In his hand, he held a silver needle as thin as an ox hair. As fast as lightning, he pierced an almost imperceptible tiny hole on the side of the metal disc with incredible precision. Sizzle. An extremely slight sound of short circuit. Chapter 96. The violet blue light on the metal disc suddenly went out, and the destructive energy fluctuations also dissipated. The leader's face was filled with disbelief as he stared at Chen Fan. How could you possibly know the emergency breaking point of the beehive?" Chen Fan didn't bother to pay attention to him and turned to Zhao Chengde, who was also stunned. "Mr. Zhao, this thing doesn't seem to be the real Pangu key. Zhao Chengde quickly stepped forward, carefully examining the ineffective metal disc, then glanced at the leader, whose face was ashen. Suddenly, he realized, so that's what's going on. Zhang Yunfan, that little bastard, has a pretty deep plan. He used a fake key to lure us in, but his real purpose was to take advantage of the chaos and steal something else from Hentang Highlands. What could possibly make him spend so much effort?" Chen Fan asked back. "The original data core of the Pango project and a partial backup have been stored in the underground vault of Hentang Club." Zhao Chengde's face was more serious than ever. This is what Zhang Yunfan really wants. He suddenly looked in one direction and cried out, "Oh no! There's a traitor. The target is exit B7. No need. Chen Fan said calmly, I've already sent someone to invite him. Zhao Chengde was stunned. Mr. Chen, you. Chen Fan pulled out his personal phone. Uncle Fu uploaded a real-time photo on the screen. The photo showed exit B7 of the Hentaying Plaza underground parking lot. Zhang Yunfan was about to get into a black sedan when he was surrounded by several men in black, wearing Azure Dragon masks. The leader was Qing Luan. Zhang Yunfan's face was twisted with shock and resentment. Uncle Fu had already discovered that there were spies planted by the World Economic Forum inside Hentaying Highlands, and he had also deduced their most likely evacuation route. Chen Fan put away his phone, his voice calm. Zhang Yunfan thought he was luring the tiger away from the mountain, but in reality, he was the rat that was lured out of the hole. Zhao Chengde stared at Chen Fan, speechless for a long moment. Finally, he let out a long breath, a mixture of relief and admiration. If He Junlin were still alive, he would surely be proud of you. Mr. Chen, I'm convinced. He then sternly ordered his men, tie up these scavengers and Yi Mingxian. Especially that leader. I want to interrogate him personally and see how tough he is. Yi Mingxian was so frightened at this moment that he collapsed on the ground, unable to even utter a word to beg for mercy, and his crotch was wet and hot. Chen Fan walked up to the subdued scavenger leader and looked down at him. Now, can you tell me, besides telling you to come and die, what else did Zhang Yunfan tell you? Or, do you want to experience Mr. Zhao's methods? The fear in the leader's eyes disappeared, replaced by a morbid fanaticism. Chen Fan, you think you won? Ha ha ha. Mr. Zhang Yunfan is just an executive director of the forum in Asia. Behind him, there is the real chess master. You Chinese have an old saying, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You will soon understand what a formidable existence you are facing. Before he could finish his words, black blood suddenly oozed from the corner of his mouth. His body jerked forward, and he died. He had committed suicide by taking poison on the spot. Chen Fan's brows furrowed instantly. At this moment, Uncle Fu's emergency call came in again. His voice was filled with uncontrollable trembling and anxiety. Every word was like a red-hot iron, burning Chen Fan's heart. Master! Something terrible has happened. The Yi family mansion has just been violently attacked by a large number of unidentified armed men. Old Master Yi, he's in critical condition. What? Chen Fan stood up suddenly, and a bone-chilling murderous aura burst out from his body, and the air around him seemed to freeze. The smile on Zhao Chengde's face instantly disappeared. He looked at Chen Fan and said in a heavy tone, Mr. Chen, anyone who can mobilize such power in the capital to attack the Yi family is definitely not an ordinary person. I'm afraid that Zhang Yunfan and his forum are just the tip of the iceberg. I need to get there right away. Chen Fan grabbed his coat, his voice cold as ice. Chapter 97. Zhao Chengde waved his hand and said decisively, my car is downstairs. It's bulletproof, and the driver is a retired Special Forces soldier. It's the fastest and safest way to get you there. Xingluan, take a few people with you and go with Mr. Chen, so we can have someone to look after you on the way. Yes, Master. Xingluan responded in a deep voice, and immediately called 4 strong armed guards to follow Chen Fan. The elevator went down rapidly. Chen Fan's personal cell phone rang again. Uncle Fu's voice was intermittent, and the background was filled with gunfire and explosions. It was obvious that the battle had reached its peak. Master, their firepower is too strong. They are professional mercenaries, no, more ruthless than mercenaries. The guards of the old house can't hold on any longer. The old man locked himself in the study, but the door is about to be blown open. Uncle Fu, hold on. I'll be there soon. Chen Fan hung up the phone, veins bulging on the back of his hand, and his knuckles turned white from the force. Zhao Chengde's car was like an arrow shot from a bow, careening through the traffic of the capital, ignoring red lights. Xingluan sat in the passenger seat, constantly communicating with Uncle Fu through the encrypted channel, hurriedly informing Chen Fan of the latest battle situation. There are at least 50 of them, advancing in 3 directions. Their target is clearly the old man's study. The east courtyard has been lost, our people are retreating to the main building. They have heavy-duty door-breaking tools. The car spun around, its tires screeching as they scraped against the ground. As it rushed to the entrance of the Yi family's old residence in Xishan, it saw a devastating scene. The carved iron gate had been blasted and twisted, and several Yi family guards lay in a pool of blood. From deep within the courtyard came the sounds of fierce gunfire, interspersed with roars and screams. "Mr. Chen, let's lead the way." Xinguan and 4 guards got out of the car first, with sharp blades and guns in their hands, and their movements were swift. Chen Fan didn't delay for a moment. His figure was so fast that only a shadow was left as he rushed into the courtyard filled with fireworks. As he charged forward, masked figures in black constantly emerged from the shadows, attempting to stop him, but none of them could stop Chen Fan in the slightest. His moves were simple and direct, yet incredibly ruthless, each strike going straight for the vital points, overwhelming any who stood in his way. Often, the enemy would fall to the ground, dead, before they could even catch sight of him. Rushing to the main building, Chen Fan saw a figure that made him furious. Yi Mingyuan, a distant cousin of Yi Mingxian, usually had a very low presence in the Yi family and was always timid. But at this moment, he was wearing a tactical vest, holding a submachine gun, and was shouting at the top of his lungs to command 7 or 8 masked men to attack the heavy oak door of the study with a battering ram. "Yi Mingyuan?" Chen Fan's voice was icy cold and filled with murderous intent. Yi Mingyuan stiffened at the sound and slowly turned his head. When he saw that it was Chen Fan, a flash of panic crossed his face, which was then replaced by a morbid excitement, and his face was distorted. "Chen Fan! You've come just in time. I don't have to look for you again." Yi Mingyuan pointed his gun at Chen Fan, a ferocious grin on his face. "Today, none of you direct descendants of the Yi family will survive." "Just you?" Chen Fan approached step by step, and every step seemed to step on Yi Mingyuan's heart. "Ha ha ha. Of course I can't." Yi Mingyuan laughed wildly, his voice piercing and sharp. "But behind me, there's someone you can't afford to offend. That lord said Yi Jingguo must die. He knows too much. As for you, the Yi family's Qilin child, you're just a small stumbling block in that lord's plan. You'll be crushed soon. Who is that gentleman?" Chen Fan's voice was cold and terrifyingly calm. "You don't deserve to know." Yi Mingyuan's face was ferocious, with a crazy light flashing in his eyes. "Prepare to die." He pulled the trigger suddenly, and the bullet shot towards Chen Fan like water. Chen Fan moved slightly, and the bullet flew past the corner of his clothes. The next moment, he was already close to Yi Mingyuan. Crack! With a crisp sound, Chen Fan broke Yi Mingyuan's wrist holding the gun, and the submachine gun fell to the ground. "Ah!" Yi Mingyuan let out a shrill scream, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Chen Fan kicked him away, and Yi Mingyuan hit the wall heavily with a dull thud. The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible, and he slid to the ground like a puddle of mud. "Tell me, who is that adult?" Chen Fan stepped on Yi Mingyuan's chest with increasing force, and the sound of bones breaking was heard again. I won't tell. My lord will avenge me." A lot of blood flowed out of Yi Mingyuan's mouth, his voice was intermittent, but he still stared at Chen Fan with resentment. Chapter 98. Bang! With a loud bang, the study door was completely knocked open by a heavy object. Chen Fan no longer paid attention to Yi Mingyuan, who was like a dead dog at his feet. He turned around abruptly and rushed into the study like a cheetah. The study was a shambles, the pungent smell of gunpowder and blood overwhelming. Yi Jingguo collapsed beside his desk, his abdomen a bloody mess, staining the carpet beneath him. Several loyal old guards, covered in blood, had fought tooth and nail to stand before him. Now, they too were wounded and shaky. "Grandpa!" Chen Fan's eyes were bloodshot, and he rushed forward to support the staggering Yi Jingguo. "Xiao Fan, you are finally back." When Yi Jingguo saw Chen Fan, his originally dim eyes suddenly brightened up, and then quickly dimmed again. He tightly grasped Chen Fan's hand, using all his strength, his lips moving, his voice as thin as a mosquito, intermittent. "Be careful. Song Guowei, he is." Yi Jingguo coughed violently, and blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth. "The key to Pangu's plan lies within the Long family, Long Xiaotian, he knows." "Grandfather." Chen Fan hurriedly channeled his internal energy, but felt that Yi Jingguo's vitality was fading at a terrifying speed and could not be saved at all. Yi Jingguo held his hand tightly, making a hoarse sound in his throat, trying desperately to say something. The unwillingness and eagerness almost burst out from his dilated pupils, but in the end, he tilted his head, and the hand that was tightly holding Chen Fan fell down weakly, and he completely lost his voice. "Grandfather!" Chen Fan let out a roar of extreme sorrow towards the sky. A terrifying murderous aura burst out from his body, instantly sweeping across the entire Yi family mansion. Xingluan and her men arrived in time and were all shocked when they saw this scene. Mr. Chen, my condolences. Qingwan's voice was low. Mr. Zhao has arranged for the best medical team in Beijing, and they are on their way. Chen Fan slowly put Yi Jinghua down. The aura around him suddenly froze, and the coldness was biting. He stood up, his gaze sweeping coldly over the attackers he had knocked down, finally stopping on Yi Mingyuan, who was lying like a puddle of mud in the corner. Uncle Fu, seal off the Yi family and don't let even a fly fly out. Chen Fan's voice was calm, but every word was icy cold. Yi Mingyuan, leave him alive. I want to interrogate him personally. Yes, master. Uncle Fu's voice came from the communicator, hoarse and hard, full of suppressed grief. Chen Fan walked to the window and looked at the gunshots in the courtyard gradually subsiding and the sky gradually darkening outside. Song Guowei, Long Family, Pango Project. Chapter 99. The death of his father Yi Junlin, the shocking changes in the Yi family, Jiang Yunfan's conspiracy, the World Economic Forum, and now the emergence of a mysterious the gentleman and the betrayal of high-ranking military official Song Guowei. An invisible net has trapped him tightly inside. Whoever you are. Chen Fan muttered to himself, his voice filled with hostility, like a cold wind from the underworld. If you dare to touch my family, I will grind you to dust. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number he hadn't called in a long time. The call was connected, and a lazy female voice came from the other end. Hey, what a rare guest, Master Chen, you finally remembered me, a little salted fish? Chen Fan, Sister Hong, please help me check someone, Song Guowei, the military chief of staff. I want everything about him, including the color of his underwear he's wearing today. The gunshots in the Yi family's old house finally subsided completely. The smell of blood and the atmosphere of grief in the air became increasingly heavy, making it hard to breathe. Chen Fan stood beside Yi Jinghua's body. The previous sadness was gone, replaced by a cold murderous intent that almost froze everything. Sister Hong, I want the result as soon as possible. Chen Fan ordered to the person on the other end of the phone. Don't worry, if Master Chen asks, I will go through fire and water to get it done for you. Sister Hong on the other end of the phone still spoke in a frivolous tone, but her words revealed an energy that should not be underestimated. However, Song Guowei is a high-ranking official. If you want to check the color of his underwear, you have to pay extra. Money is not an issue. Chen Fan hung up the phone. Zhao Chengde walked in, followed closely by Qingwan. He glanced at Yi Jinghua, who was covered with white cloth, and sighed softly. Mr. Chen, my condolences. What old master Yi said before his death, Pangu was in the Long family, and Long Xiaotian. This matter is of no small importance. Zhao Chengde looked extremely serious. The Panga project is too broad and too deep. The Long family, as one of the top families in China, if it is really related to this. Chen Fan, Mr. Zhao, how much do you know about the Panga project? Zhao Qingde shook his head, I don't know much. All we know is that it's a plan that could upend the world order and is coveted by countless forces. The World Economic Forum is probably just one part of it. At this time, Uncle Fu walked in quickly. Master, Yi Mingyuan is over there. He paused, his voice filled with extreme embarrassment and regret. Just as the interrogation was about to begin, he suddenly bled from all 7 orifices and died. It's some kind of potent neurotoxin, implanted in the body in advance and activated remotely. Asshole. Chen Fan slammed his fist hard on the mahogany table next to him. The hard tabletop cracked, sending wood chips flying everywhere. The clue is broken again. Chapter 100. It seems that the other party acted meticulously and left no one alive. Zhao Chengde analyzed. That adult is hiding something very deep. At this moment, Chen Fan's phone vibrated violently. It was an encrypted message from Sister Hong. Song Guowei, you will be attending the Night of the Galaxy charity auction dinner held at the Tian K Club at 9 o'clock tonight. This dinner is not open to the public, invitations are extremely difficult to obtain, and the security level is comparable to a state banquet. It is said that there will be several special items auctioned tonight. Tian K Club. Chen Fan tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Mr. Zhao, are you familiar with this place? Zhao Chengde's expression was solemn. It's one of the most prestigious private clubs in Beijing. Its background is very secretive. I've heard of Starry Night before. Anyone who gets an invitation must be incredibly well connected, and the background checks are extremely strict. I need an invitation. Chen Fan's decision cannot be changed. Zhao Qingde pondered for a moment. I might have a way, but it'll take some time. Also, Mr. Chen, with your current identity, appearing there would probably cause quite a stir. Chen Fan raised his lips in a cold arc. I just want him to see me. 9 o'clock in the evening, Tianke Club. The club is hidden deep in a quiet tree-lined avenue in the capital. It looks inconspicuous from the outside, but it is a different world inside, dazzlingly luxurious. Chen Fan, dressed in a low-key black casual suit, entered the main auction venue of Night of the Galaxy through a special channel under Zhao Qingda's arrangement. As soon as I sat down in the reserved corner, a sarcastic voice came from the side. Hey, who was that? Isn't this Chen Fan, the big shot from our school back then? Chen Fan raised his eyes and saw a young man wearing a fancy tuxedo, with shiny hair and a scantily clad female companion in his arms, looking at him provocatively. Ma Wentao, Chen Fan's classmate in college, was a typical playboy. Relying on his family's wealth, he acted recklessly in school and often provoked Chen Fan, only to be beaten black and blue every time. Ma Wentao. Chen Fan's voice was calm. Hey, you still recognize me? Ma Wentao yelled, his voice rising considerably. What a rare visitor. How can someone like you enter a place like this? You're not sneaking in here to steal or rob, are you? The woman in his arms also giggled and looked at Chen Fan with no disdain. Mr. Ma, who is this? The female companion asked in a coquettish voice. He's just a poor old classmate. I don't know how he got in here. Ma Wentao hugged his female companion tightly, his chin almost raised to the sky. Darling, don't pay attention to him, or he will dirty your eyes. Chen Fan didn't even raise his eyelids, his attention was completely focused on the auction table. The auction proceeded in an orderly manner, with strange and bizarre items appearing one after another. Until a special item was carefully pushed up, a fist-sized crystal stone that was dark blue in color and had faint energy fluctuations. The host introduced in a highly engaging voice, "Dear guests, the next lot is the Heart of the Deep-Sea Energy Crystal. It's said to contain the mysterious power to alter the structure of matter. Starting price, 100 million. Chen Fan noticed that Song Guowei, who was sitting in the front row VIP seats, leaned forward slightly and his breathing seemed to become heavier the moment the crystal stone appeared. 150 million. Song Guowei was the first to raise the sign. 200 million. Another pot-bellied rich man followed closely behind. Prices have been rising steadily. Just as Song Guowei called out the price of 500 million and looked determined to get it, Ma Wentao suddenly raised the sign and shouted at the top of his voice, 510 million. This young master is also very interested in this broken stone. He glanced at Chen Fan provocatively, then winked at the girl beside him. Baby, do you like it? I'll take a picture of it and give it to you as a necklace pendant. The female companion immediately cooperated by letting out an exaggerated scream. Song Guowei paused, glanced at Ma Wentao, and did not follow up immediately. At this moment, Chen Fan raised the number plate in his hand. 1 billion. The three casual words made the entire venue fall silent in an instant. Chapter 101. Ma Wentao's smug smile froze, his mouth wide open enough to fit an egg, and he couldn't utter a single word. He'd never imagined that this poor, worthless man in his eyes could actually offer such a shockingly high price. 1 billion? Are you fucking crazy? Ma Wentao pointed at Chen Fan, his voice sharp and changing tone. Do you know what 1 billion means? Can you come up with it? Chen Fan still didn't look at him, but just nodded slightly to the auctioneer. The auctioneer snapped out of his momentary stupor, his voice trembling with excitement. 1 billion. Is there a higher bid? 1 billion once. 1 billion twice. Song Guowei stared at Chen Fan deeply for a moment, and finally put down the license plate in his hand. 1 billion 3 times. Deal. Congratulations to this gentleman. The auction hammer fell. Ma Wentao's face instantly turned pale. The various looks from everyone around him made him feel uneasy, and he wished he could find a hole to crawl into right there. The woman beside him had also long since lost her previous frivolous attitude. When she looked at Chen Fan, there was a hint of inquiry and a subtle burning heat in her eyes. After the auction ended, Chen Fan was about to go through the handover procedures, but Song Guowei came straight over with 2 followers. Mr. Chen, you are so courageous. Song Guowei stood in front of Chen Fan and lowered his voice. Some things can't be acquired just by having money. Did old Master Yi say anything else before he left? Chen Fan met his gaze, his tone cold and expressionless. Chief of Staff Song seems very interested in my grandfather's last words? The smile on Song Guowei's lips deepened. He leaned forward slightly and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear clearly, word by word. Because what he said may be a matter of life and death for you, or for me. Chief of Staff Song, are you threatening me or reminding me? Chen Fan stroked the heart of the deep sea with his fingertips. Beneath the cold touch, there was a faint undercurrent of energy. Song Wuwei took a half step forward and lowered his voice. Neither. I'm just stating a possibility. Old Master Yi knows too much, and sometimes, knowing too much isn't necessarily a good thing. He paused, his eyes glancing at the crystal in Chen Fan's hand. You'd better be careful with this thing. It can cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Trouble? Chen Fan's lips curled up coldly. I'm the type of person who's least afraid of trouble. But Chief of Staff Song is so concerned about my grandfather's last words. Could it be that you're involved as well? Song Wuwei's facial muscles tensed slightly, but then returned to normal, still maintaining that enigmatic demeanor. Mr. Chen, please don't speak carelessly. I have always respected old Master Yi. However, some things are too complicated, and if you are not careful, you can drown. Oh? For example. Chief of Staff Song? Chen Fan directly retorted. The atmosphere between the two of them instantly froze, and an invisible pressure quietly spread. At this moment, a voice suddenly interrupted, with a hint of deliberate flattery. Chief of Staff Song, you are here too? Oh, what a coincidence, a coincidence. Chen Fan turned around and saw a man in his 50s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with sleek hair, walking towards him quickly with a big smile on his face. Chapter 102. It was Wang Mingde, Chen Fan's economics professor at university. He had always flattered the powerful and criticized the weak, publicly calling Chen Fan out for his unconventional views, even going so far as to declare him unrealistic and unlikely to achieve anything. Wang Mingde quickly approached Song Wuwei and extended his hands enthusiastically. Chief of Staff Song, I'm Wang Mingde from Jingzhou University of Finance and Economics. I had the honor of listening to your guidance at the Ministry's education seminar last time. It really opened my eyes. Song Wuwei shook hands with him symbolically, his attitude neither cold nor warm. Professor Wang, you're welcome. Wang Mingde then turned his attention to Chen Fan, who was standing beside Song Wuwei. He was startled for a moment, then his contempt was undisguised, and his tone was condescending. Ha! This is Chen Fan? A former student of mine. Chief of Staff Song, why are you with him? He turned to Chen Fan and immediately put on the airs of a teacher, and said in a tone of teaching with a bit of displeasure, Chen Fan, why are you here? This kind of place is not open to just anyone. Where are you working now? The tone made it clear that he believed Chen Fan was not doing well. Ma Wentao also squeezed over at this moment. He had just been humiliated by Chen Fan's 1 billion and was holding back a rage. Seeing Wang Mingde, he felt like he had grabbed a lifeline. Professor Wang. Do you know this kid too? He was so arrogant just now, spending 1 billion to buy a piece of broken stone. I think he was probably just trying to show off. When Wang Mingde heard the phrase 1 billion, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. He looked at Chen Fan with even more suspicion, almost as if he were examining him. 1 billion? Chen Fan, you don't do anything beyond your capabilities, young man. It's better to keep your feet on the ground. Chen Fan ignored Ma Wentao's clamor and simply looked at Wang Mingde. He spoke slowly, Professor Wang, how are you? I heard you've been applying for the Rising Star Research Fund recently? That foundation seems to be under my name. The smile on Wang Mingde's face froze instantly, and his outstretched finger froze in mid-air. He stared at Chen Fan in disbelief. Morningstar, is it yours? The Rising Star Research Fund has rapidly emerged in China in the past 2 years. With its generous funding and exceptionally high entry requirements, it's a coveted grant for countless researchers. Wang Mingde, after exhausting his time and resources to apply for his New Era Regional Economic Development Model project, has just submitted his application and is eagerly counting on this funding to help him advance to his professional title. Ma Wentao was also confused, his tongue a little tied. What fund? Chen Fan, what the hell are you bragging about? Chen Fan took out his cell phone, dialed a number at random, and pressed the speakerphone button. The call was quickly connected, and Uncle Fu's steady voice came through the receiver. Master, what can I do for you? Uncle Fu, do you have any records of Professor Wang Mingde of Jingzhou University of Finance and Economics applying for the Rising Star Fund? Yes, Master. Professor Wang's project application for the New Era Regional Economic Development Model has just been received and is undergoing preliminary review. Master, what I'm saying is. Well, I think this project is very creative. Let the Foundation pay special attention to it and give it priority approval. Chen Fan said in a flat tone, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Yes, Master, I will arrange it immediately. The phone was hung up. Wang Mingda was completely stunned, his face turning pale and blue, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He stared at Chen Fan, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. His previous air of superiority was now shattered. The people watching the excitement around them saw Chen Fan's expression change completely. Able to decide the life or death of a large scientific research fund project with just one sentence, this young man's energy was simply unfathomable. Chapter 103. Ma Wentao's face turned pale. Only then did he realize that he was just a clown from the beginning to the end, being played around by others. Song Guowei saw everything, and his assessment of Chen Fan took a new step forward. His tone became more serious. Mr. Chen, shall we talk somewhere else? Chen Fan did not comment and followed Song Guowei to a secluded lounge. Song Guowei dismissed his men and got straight to the point. Mr. Chen, let's be frank. That gentleman. I also want to know who he is. Perhaps we have a common enemy, or in other words, a common trouble. Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. Chief of Staff Song, what do you mean by that? Didn't you get any advance notice of the attack on the Yi family mansion? Song Guowei revealed a hint of bitterness. If I say that I just learned from some special channels that old Master Yi identified me before his death, would you believe it? Mr. Chen, do you think it is necessary for me to beat around the bush with you in my current situation? Chen Fan remained silent and just looked at him calmly. Song Guowei continued, the power of that lord is far beyond our imagination. The death of old Master Yi is just the beginning. He will not allow anyone who might threaten the Pango project to exist. The next one could be me, or it could be you. We are all being roasted on the fire right now. Oh? Chen Fan's tone was a little playful. It sounds like Chief of Staff Song wants to join forces with me? Yes and no. Song Guowei's attitude was extremely serious. I need an ally who can break the current deadlock, someone who is powerful enough and can directly conflict with that gentleman. You, Mr. Chen, are the most suitable candidate. Chen Fan's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, making a slight sound. We can cooperate. But Chief of Staff Song, your trouble does sound quite interesting. How can I be sure that this isn't just another trap you've dug for self-protection, waiting for me to jump into it? Song Guowei, a trap? Mr. Chen, you saw with your own eyes what happened to old Master Yi. If I were that gentleman's man, would you still have the chance to sit here and negotiate with me now? His voice deepened. Do you really think I was scrambling for that heart of the deep sea at the auction just now for some kind of crappy collection, or maybe for some energy research? Chen Fan didn't respond and waited for him to continue. That thing, Song Guowei said, emphasizing each word, is the key to activating a device. That device goes straight to the core of the Pango project, and it's something that master dreams of getting his hands on. Device? The core of the Pango project? Chen Fan's fingertips lightly traced the heart of the deep sea. Chief of Staff Song, you have quite a bit of intelligence. It's not much, but it's enough to keep me alive, and also enough to qualify to discuss cooperation with you, Mr. Chen. Song Guowei's voice was resolute. I also have that gentleman's secret base in the capital, as well as some of his contact networks in China. I can give you all of this. Chen Fan finally responded, conditions? Simple. Song Guowei refused to budge. After activating the device, I want some original research data. Those things are vital to my life and the lives of the people I must protect. Chen Fan's lips curled up in mockery. Chief of Staff Song is calculating. He's trying to exchange some intel, whose authenticity is uncertain, for the core information of the Pango project? Whether it's true or not, Mr. Chen can verify it. Song Guowei retorted sharply, as for the core information, Mr. Chen knows what can be given and what cannot. Without my information, you can't even touch the edge of the device, so how can you talk about fighting against that master? There was a moment of silence in the lounge, and the atmosphere was tense. At this moment, Chen Fan's personal cell phone vibrated. Fu Bo's encrypted communication. Chen Fan answered the call, and Uncle Fu's anxious voice reached his ears. Master, this is urgent. The spy we planted in the Long family just reported back that Long Xiaotian secretly gathered the core members of the family and a group of armed men of unknown origin half an hour ago. They are acting very stealthily. The intercepted communication fragments point to the abandoned Number 7 Research Institute in the western suburbs of the city.
Research Institute Number 7?
Chen Fan muttered, his heart moving.
Chapter 104. Uncle Fu spoke rapidly. That's right, Master.
The database records that Research Institute Number 7 was one of the earliest secret experimental sites of the Pango project decades ago, but it was later abandoned for unknown reasons. The Long family is being so secretive and making such a big fuss this time, most likely because of something left behind by the Pango project.
After the call was disconnected, Chen Fan turned to Song Guowei. Song Guowei's expression tightened. Did the Long family make any moves?
Chen Fan hummed. Long Xiaotian took people to the west of the city, to the abandoned Research Institute Number 7.
Research Institute Number 7? Song Guowei suddenly stood up. As expected.
That's a crucial node left behind by the Pango project.
It's said to be abandoned, but there must be some crucial stuff hidden inside. If Long Xiaotian takes action, that Master's people will definitely not let them go.
Song Guowei said hurriedly, Mr. Chen, this is your best chance to verify my intelligence.
Research Institute Number 7 is a hornet's nest right now.
People from the Long family, that gentleman's people, and maybe other flies will smell the scent and come.
If we go there now, we might be able to seize the initiative.
This is a crisis, and it's also the first hurdle in our cooperation.
Do you dare to come with me?
Chen Fan glanced at Song Guowei, lowered his hands, and rubbed the dark blue heart of the deep-sea crystal with his fingertips.
He stood up and put the crystal into his arms.
Chief of Staff Song, Chen Fan said calmly, you'd better not play tricks on me. Otherwise, Old Master Ye's fate will be your example. After a pause, he uttered 2 words, lead the way. Song Guowei's car stopped outside an abandoned factory covered with weeds. There were several large holes in the tattered barbed wire, and next to it was a crooked sign with the words 7th Research Institute blurred.
Right here. Song Guowei got out of the car quickly. Long Xiaotian's men are probably inside. We have to hurry.
Chen Fan also got out of the car and looked around. The air was filled with a strange smell mixed with decay and rust.
Do you know everything about this place? Chen Fan asked casually.
Song Guowei paused imperceptibly.
I've been here a few times before. I have some impression of it.
2 people, one in front and one behind, crawled in through the hole in the barbed wire. The main building of the institute looks like a silent, crawling beast in the night. As soon as I stepped into a building marked area a laboratory building, I could faintly hear footsteps and low voices in the depths of the dark corridor.
The Long family is really quick.
Song Guowei lowered his body and said, this way, follow me.
I know a shortcut.
Chen Fan said nothing and followed him slowly. Song Guowei led the way, walking through the twists and turns like a familiar figure.
What on earth is Long Xiaotian trying to achieve by putting so much effort into it? Chen Fan suddenly spoke up. Song Guowei's back suddenly stiffened. Chapter 105. It's a treasure left over from the Pango project. Who wouldn't want it?
He turned around and changed the subject. Mr. Chen, your heart of the deep sea is more than just an energy crystal.
Oh? Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. It's one of the keys to activating a certain core device.
And that device can unlock the greatest secret of the Pango project. Song Guowei led the way, walking steadily. That old fox Long Xiaotian probably wants to find the device, or some other key component. They walked through a dark corridor filled with discarded equipment. At the end was a heavy alloy door with a password input area that was pitch black. Without specific authorization, if you try to force your way through this door, the alarm will blare loudly. Song Guowei's hand groped carefully on the cold wall beside the door, as if looking for some unknown switch. Chen Fan glanced at him and said, Chief of Staff Song, you have quite a lot of stuff hidden in your stomach. Song Guowei paused his groping movements, leaned over, and spoke sharply, Mr. Chen, we are now on the same boat.
Sharing intelligence is a matter of course, isn't it? You know exactly what I want.
If you don't believe me, let's go our separate ways now and don't get in each other's way. Chen Fan didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly, feeling very oppressive.
Song Guowei snorted and continued to grope on the wall. A moment later, a secret door on the side of the alloy door popped open with a click. An ordinary patrol team will never find this place. Song Guowei was the first to go in. Inside is the real core of Institute Number 7.
Behind the secret door was a staircase leading downwards, narrow and steep, with gusts of cold wind. After walking for about 5 minutes, the view ahead suddenly opened up.
A suffocatingly large underground space appeared before the eyes.
In the center, a complex mechanical device covered with thick glass stood quietly. Countless pipes of varying thicknesses spread out from the device, densely connecting to all directions of the space. It looked ferocious and full of power.
Is this part of the device? Chen Fan's attention was completely attracted by the huge machine. Not exactly. Song Guowei took a breath. It was obvious that this journey had consumed a lot of energy. This is just a peripheral energy repeater. The real core control room is over there. He raised his hand and pointed to the other side of the space. There was a more solid metal door engraved with countless mysterious runes. At this moment, the direction of the huge metal gate suddenly erupted with rapid and chaotic footsteps and the sharp sound of weapons colliding violently. They've finally made it here. Song Guowei's voice tightened. They're from the Long family, and another group. Chen Fan looked in the direction of the sound. A dozen warriors dressed in the distinctive Long family attire were engaged in a fierce battle with 7 or 8 strangely dressed, exceptionally agile men in black. Their moves were ruthless, their coordination seamless, and they were effectively forcing the outnumbered Long family warriors back at every turn. Those are that Lord's shadow guards. Song Guowei's tone changed. They're here too. Their target must be the control room.
Among the Long family's troops, a large man with a curly beard was the most eye-catching. He held a gleaming machete in his hand and danced with it vigorously, shouting, "Who dares to trespass on our Long family's territory?
Are you courting death? The Long family?"
A black-clad figure who looked like the leader of the Shadow Guard sneered hoarsely, "The things here are not something you, the Long family, are qualified to touch.
Get out of here if you know what's good for you."
Bullshit. The bearded man was enraged and slashed with his sword fiercely.
Come on. Take them all down, one by one. Fierce fighting broke out between the two sides again.
The sound of weapons clashing was endless, and violent energy rushed in all directions, causing gravel to fly.
"Mr. Chen, here's our chance."
Song Guowei lowered his voice, a hint of urgency flashing in his eyes. "While they're fighting each other, let's get into the control room first." Chen Fan glanced at him sideways. "You are in a hurry. If we don't hurry up, they will snatch all the treasures inside."
Song Guowei made a move to rush over there. Chapter 106. Wait. Chen Fan stopped him. "Are you sure we can get into that control room? I have a solution." Song Guowei pulled out a flat metal bar with intricate patterns engraved on it from his arms. "This is the highest authority key I got before. Opening it is a piece of cake."
Before he finished speaking, the battle situation over there suddenly changed. A shadow guard spotted a flaw, flicked his wrist, and 3 diamond-shaped darts flashing with cold light were shot out in the shape of a Chinese character 4 product. They went straight for the throat of the bearded man from the Long family. The big man was unable to dodge and could only let out a muffled groan before staggering backward, blood oozing from between his fingers.
"Boss!"
Everyone in the Long family was in chaos. The leader of the Shadow Guard snorted in disdain and immediately led his men to charge towards the giant rune gate.
"Do it!"
Chen Fan shouted softly, and his figure disappeared from the spot, leaving only a shadow.
Song Guowei followed without hesitation.
Chen Fan's target wasn't the clashing crowd, but a nondescript control console next to the giant rune gate. The information Uncle Fu had given him specifically mentioned that the core area of Research Institute No. 7 possessed independent backup energy and defense systems.
"Stop them!"
The leader of the Shadow Guards instantly realized the intentions of Chen Fan and Song Guowei, gave a stern order, and immediately sent 2 people to stop them. Chen Fan flipped his wrist, and 2 silver needles shot out silently. The 2 Shadow Guards who had rushed over suddenly froze, and without a grunt, they fell straight to the ground, motionless. Song Guowei had already rushed to the giant rune gate and fiercely inserted the metal bar in his hand into a groove. Buzz. The runes on the giant gate suddenly flashed, emitting a faint light.
"Hurry! The authorization verification only takes 10 seconds. Song Guowei urged without even turning his head, beads of sweat already oozing from his forehead. At this moment, another mutation occurred.
The injured bearded man from the Long family let out an earth-shaking roar, and regardless of his injuries, he pushed away the men who were supporting him, took out a palm-sized, ancient bronze compass from his arms, and pressed it hard against his chest.
The Long family's dragon locking formation? Song Guowei couldn't help but pause when he saw the bronze compass.
The energy of the bearded man suddenly surged wildly, and the entire underground space began to vibrate violently. The rune light that had just lit up on the giant rune door also became extremely unstable, flickering.
Oh no!
He's trying to forcibly seal off this space.
Song Guowei was horrified and shouted to Chen Fan, "Mr. Chen, cover me."
He fumbled with the metal bar again. However, Chen Fan seemed not to hear his words. He moved his body in a flash and walked straight towards the bearded man from the Long family who was injured by the Shadow Guard leader and was now activating the compass.
"What do you want to do?"
The big man's eyes were red as he stared vigilantly at the stranger who suddenly approached.
"That door doesn't open like this."
Chen Fan's tone was calm, but with an unquestionable certainty. He stretched out his hand and fiddled with the bronze compass on the big man's chest at a dazzling speed.
Chapter 107. You.
The bearded man was shocked and angry. He wanted to stop it, but was horrified to find that his body was so stiff that he couldn't move at all. There was only a slight crisp sound of click, and the originally flashing light on the bronze compass dimmed in an instant, and all its spirituality was lost. Puff the bearded man suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, then collapsed to the ground, his breath weak. At the same time, Song Guowei finally made a breakthrough. The giant room gate let out a long, dull roar, and slowly opened a gap inward that was only wide enough for one person to pass through.
Success! A look of ecstasy appeared on Song Guowei's face.
Something strange happened suddenly. Song Guowei turned around suddenly, but his target was not the crack in the door that had just opened, but he rushed towards the independent control console that Chen Fan had noticed earlier at an almost crazy speed. His hands moved on the console so quickly that after images appeared, and he was muttering to himself, as if he was chanting some ancient and complicated spell, starting some terrible program.
"Song Guowei!"
Chen Fan shouted and was about to stop him.
Boom!
The entire underground space shook violently without any warning, and a teeth-grinding sound of metal friction came from above, deafening. A huge mesh cage made of countless alloy bars as thick as arms suddenly descended from the ceiling with unparalleled power. Its target was all living things in the field: the people of the Long family, the Shadow Guards, and
Chen Fan and Song Guowei himself. "Song Guowei! What the hell did you do?"
For the first time, the Shadow Guard leader's voice was filled with disbelief and fear. Song Guowei stood in front of the control panel, his face twisted and mad, a look Chen Fan had never seen before.
"How can a feast like Pango be complete without an audience? Now that you're all here, let's enjoy it together. Ha ha ha."
His voice was sharp and contained a hint of evil.
Bang! With a loud bang, the earth shook.
The huge alloy cage crashed down, stirring up a cloud of dust and trapping everyone in a circular area with a diameter of about 50 meters. The giant rune gate was completely closed as the cage fell, cutting off all escape routes.
"Song Guowei! You lunatic!"
The remaining warriors of the Long family rushed towards Song Guowei in front of the control console with their eyes bloodshot and roars.
However, they hadn't gotten close yet. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard, and countless fine steel needles suddenly shot out from the gaps in the alloy bars of the cage, attacking like a rainstorm. At the same time, a strange yellowish smoke quickly spread from the ground, carrying a pungent smell.
"Be careful! It's poisonous!"
The leader of the Shadow Guards reacted very quickly, gave a stern warning, and immediately took out a pill from his arms and swallowed it. The other Shadow Guards followed suit. The people from the Long family were a step slower. Two of them inhaled the smoke and immediately started coughing violently. Their faces turned purple, and they staggered a few times before falling to the ground. It was obvious that they were dead.
Ha ha ha!
This is just the appetizer. Song Guowei laughed shrilly from behind the control console.
"Are you all satisfied with the welcome gift from Research Institute number 7? Chapter 108. Chen Fan's brow furrowed.
He quickly pulled out a small breathing mask and put it on, calmly scanning his surroundings. This cage was incredibly sturdy, each alloy bar nearly as thick as an adult's arm, and the joints were perfectly sealed.
"Let's find a way out together."
The Shadow Guard leader shouted to the Long family, "Otherwise, we will all die here. Kill this traitor first." Although the bearded man from the Long family was seriously injured, he was even more brave at this moment. He covered his chest with one hand and pointed at Song Guowei with the other hand, his voice hoarse. Before he finished speaking, several metal mechanical arms flashing with cold light suddenly extended from the inner wall of the cage. These robotic arms are extremely flexible, with high-speed rotating drills and sharp cutting blades on the top, flashing a cold metallic luster. They attack every living thing in the cage frantically without distinguishing between friend and foe.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
The weapons collided violently with the mechanical arms, sparks flew everywhere, screams, roars, and the sound of metal friction intertwined together, and the scene instantly fell into extreme chaos and blood. Chen Fan moved like a ghost, avoiding a sweeping robotic arm. A considerable part of his attention was always fixed on Song Wei. He noticed that after Song Wei activated this trap-like cage, he did not sit idle, but kept groping under the console, as if he was eagerly looking for something important.
Chief of Staff Song, you seem to know the mechanisms here very well.
Chen Fan's voice came through the breathing mask without any warmth.
Song Wei didn't even turn his head, his voice filled with impatience. Mr. Chen, is this the time to pursue this? We have to find a way to survive first.
His hands moved faster, and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. In the chaos, Chen Fan suddenly clashed with a shadow guard. The shadow guard's movements were strange, and the short blade in his hand stabbed Chen Fan's throat like a venomous snake.
Chen Fan did not retreat but advanced, dodging the fatal blow by turning sideways.
With a flip of his wrist, he made a lightning-fast knife move, accurately cutting the opponent's wrist holding the blade.
Crack!
There was a crisp sound of bones breaking. The shadow guard let out a suppressed groan, and the short blade flew out of his hand. The black mask on his face was swept off by the sharp wind, revealing a young face with a bit of viciousness and ferocity. The moment he saw the face clearly, Chen Fan's movements paused slightly.
Show off?
The shadow guard in front of him turned out to be his mortal enemy from college, Zhang Yang.
This person relied on his family's influence in the local area and was arrogant and domineering.
Because of frictions in some academic competitions and club activities, he deliberately made trouble for Chen Fan. As a result, he was naturally rejected every time, and was humiliated and lost all face.
There was no news about him after graduation. Who would have thought that he would appear here in such a shady identity? Zhang Yang obviously recognized Chen Fan.
He first widened his eyes in disbelief, and his pupils contracted rapidly. Then the astonishment was quickly replaced by a deep resentment and a somewhat morbid excitement.
Chen Fan?
Zhang Yang's voice was a little distorted with excitement, even trembling slightly.
It's really like searching for something without any effort. You're actually here too.
He clutched his aching wrist, staggered back a few steps, and shouted at the other shadow guards, "Listen up! Concentrate your firepower and kill this guy.
He's my mortal enemy.
The master has ordered that if you kill him, there will be a huge reward." Upon hearing this, two of the shadow guards who were struggling with other Long family warriors or mechanical arms actually turned around without hesitation, with murderous looks on their faces, and attacked Chen Fan with murderous intent.
Zhang Yang, I haven't seen you for a few years. You've become quite the human being.
Chen Fan dodged a shadow guard's sharp-angled attack and spoke in a calm tone, his emotionless.
How does it feel to be a dog for that lord? Do you enjoy chewing on his bones? You're courting death. Zhang Yang's face flushed crimson, veins bulging. My current status is beyond the reach of a loser like you.
Brothers, kill him. He must have something valuable on him.
Chapter 109. Really? A height that you can't even reach?
Chen Fan's body suddenly shook, and he appeared almost instantly behind a shadow guard who was attacking him. He flicked his finger and hit the vital point on the back of his neck. The shadow guard didn't even make a sound before his eyes rolled back and he fell limply to the ground, without a sound.
With your meager skills, you're not worthy enough to bark in front of me?
Chen Fan casually dispatched one man and turned to the pale-faced Zhang Yang.
Where is that lord you mentioned hiding in now? Tell me, and I might be able to make your death more swift.
Zhang Yang was so frightened by Chen Fan's overwhelming strength that he retreated repeatedly, his legs weak, but he still refused to give in.
Don't be so complacent.
The magical powers of that lord are beyond your imagination. We will soon wipe out the Yi family.
You and the Yi family must die. Clean up the house?
Chen Fan stretched out his hand and grabbed a metal robotic arm that was whizzing towards him. With a sudden exertion of his arm muscles, he lifted up the heavy robotic arm and swung it hard.
Bang!
Another shadow guard who had just rushed forward was directly knocked away by the out-of-control mechanical arm, spitting blood from his mouth and crashing into the alloy cage. His life or death was unknown.
Just you bunch of bastards? Chen Fan approached Zhang Yang, whose face was already pale, step by step.
Every step seemed to step on his heart.
Zhang Yang was so frightened that his legs went weak.
He looked at his companions who were getting fewer and fewer around him, and then at the poisonous fog rising from the ground, and the mechanical arms that were still attacking madly and tirelessly. An unprecedented despair surged in his heart. He screamed, "My lord! My lord is in Kuan Yuan base. That is one of his most important strongholds. Don't kill me. I know a lot of secrets. I will tell you all." Kuan Yuan base? Chen Fan stopped in front of Zhang Yang, who was shaking like a sieve. At this moment, Song Guowei, who had been buried in the console and was having a mad attack, suddenly let out an uncontrollable cry of ecstasy. Found it. This is it. He took out a palm-sized chip that was shining with a strange blue light from an extremely hidden compartment on the side of the console. The material of the chip was somewhat similar to the heart of the deep sea that Chen Fan had obtained before, but the energy fluctuations it emitted were more evil and unstable. Song Guowei stuffed the chip tightly into his arms, then a ferocious and satisfied smile appeared on his face. He suddenly raised his hand and slammed a blood-red button on the console. "Everyone, the game is over. I wish you, have fun." Song Guowei's voice was filled with a madness of wanting to destroy everything together. Boom, crack, crack, crack. The entire alloy cage began to emit a teeth-grinding sound of metal twisting, and cracks appeared visibly on the alloy structure at the top. A large amount of rubble and metal components began to fall down uncontrollably. The shadow of death instantly enveloped everyone's heart. He activated the self-destruct program. The Shadow Guard leader screamed, his voice filled with despair. What is even more despairing is that after pressing the button, Song Guowei actually chose the right moment and slammed his feet on an inconspicuous floor tile. The wall behind him silently cracked open to reveal a secret door that was only wide enough for one person to pass through. Song Guowei did not hesitate and slipped in like a loach. The secret door then closed quickly and tightly, as if it had never appeared. Chapter 110. Song Guowei. The bearded man watched him escape and let out a roar filled with endless resentment and unwillingness, shaking the rocks to the ground. Chen Fan looked at the direction of the secret door where Song Guowei disappeared, then glanced down at Zhang Yang, who had fainted completely due to excessive fear in his hand, and then looked up at the top of the cage that was about to collapse completely, filled with smoke and dust, and rubble like rain. He decisively and calmly gave the order into the communicator, "Uncle Fu, locate the signal of the chip that Song Guowei just took away. Also, prepare the wall-breaking hammer." "Master," Uncle Fu's voice came quickly through the communicator with a hint of solemnity, "the chip has strong energy interference, and the specific location cannot be accurately locked for the time being. But, over at the Yi family's old house, Sister Hong sent an urgent message. She found out that Song Guowei has an extremely secret safe house. It's in this number 7 research institute, in an abandoned mine about 5 kilometers northwest." Abandoned mine? Chen Fan's gaze suddenly became sharp, piercing through the chaotic smoke and falling metal components, and accurately directed towards the northwest wall. "Roger that, Master." Uncle Fu's voice was as steady as ever, without a trace of panic. "Sister Hong has found out that Song Guowei is in the abandoned mine shaft number 3, 5 kilometers west of the city. It's a secret safe house he set up in his early years. The modified Thor has departed and is expected to arrive at the northwest outer wall of your current location within 3 minutes." Just as he finished speaking, a muffled bang sound came from the northwest wall, followed by the sharp sound of metal cutting and concrete cracking. "Let's go." Chen Fan no longer hesitated and picked up the unconscious Zhang Yang with one hand without any effort. Boom! With a deafening roar, the thick alloy concrete wall was torn open by an unparalleled force, leaving a gaping hole several meters wide. Amidst the cloud of smoke and dust, a heavy vehicle, pitch black and ferocious in appearance, rushed out. Equipped with a massive hydraulic barrier braking hammer and cutting arm at the front, it crushed all obstacles and came to a steady stop outside the gap. Xinghuan and 4 guards were already waiting beside the car and quickly opened the rear door. "Mr. Chen." Xinghuan greeted. Chen Fan threw Zhang Yang into the car and climbed in. Zhao Chengda and his 2 black-clad burly men who had been guarding the exit also followed. "Go to abandoned mine number 3, as fast as possible," Chen Fan ordered. Thor let out a low roar, and after its tires skidded wildly on the gravel, it suddenly rushed out at an astonishing speed. Inside the car, Chen Fan pointed his finger at Zhang Yang's Renzhong acupoint. "Ugh!" Zhang Yang groaned and slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes and saw Chen Fan, he was so scared that his soul was about to leave his body. He screamed incoherently, You don't kill me. Don't kill me. Where is Kuan Yuan base? What does it do?" Chen Fan asked directly, without any warmth in his voice. Zhang Yang trembled all over, his teeth chattering.
I don't know the exact location.
I just heard, it's that master's most important laboratory, researching some very scary things.
Why does Song Wei want that chip? Chen Fan asked.
I heard our boss mention it, that Song Wei wanted to use the chip to control a certain weapon of mass destruction, to negotiate terms with the gentleman, or to perish together.
Zhang Yang was almost crying. I've said it all clearly. Please spare me. Chen Fan ignored him.
There was no point in keeping this kind of stuff.
Chapter 111.
At the entrance of abandoned mine number 3, 2 black SUVs were parked crookedly with their doors wide open, and the people inside were nowhere to be seen. Thor smashed open the rusty iron gate and rushed in. The road inside the mining area was rough, but for Thor it was as flat as a flat ground.
Soon, the vehicle stopped at the entrance of a bottomless mine. Master, thermal imaging shows that Song Wei is right below, about 120 meters deep.
There is a large device running next to him, and the energy reaction is very strong and unstable. Uncle Fu's voice came from the communicator, revealing a rare solemnity. Chen Fan and Xingluan looked at each other, jumped out of the car first, and several guards followed closely behind. As we walked down the abandoned mine tunnel, the air became increasingly humid, filled with a pungent smell mixed with sulfur and engine oil.
After turning a corner, the road ahead opens up. A massive underground cave appeared before his eyes.
In the center of the cave, a giant, rusty, ring-shaped machine stood, its countless indicator lights flashing frantically.
It was a high-energy particle collider that had been abandoned for years. Song Wei was standing in front of the control console in the core area of the collider.
He held the blue chip tightly in his hand and pressed it hard into a groove.
He looked crazy, his eyes red. Song Wei. Chen Fan's voice was icy cold. Song Wei turned around suddenly and saw Chen Fan. He burst into a ferocious laugh. Chen Fan. You're here after all. Unfortunately, it's too late.
He pointed at the humming particle collider that was emitting terrifying energy fluctuations.
What is this? The unfinished masterpiece of Institute Number 7.
With this core control chip, it can be restarted. Once it reaches critical mass, the resulting singularity effect will be enough to reduce everything within a radius of 50 miles to dust.
At least half of the capital will be destroyed. Ha 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 ha. You're crazy. Xingluan scolded. Crazy? I was driven crazy.
Song Wei roared, his voice shrill.
That gentleman wants to kill me, and Zhang Yunfan wants to kill me too. That old bastard Yi Zhenhua even tried to trick me before he died.
If I don't have a good life, no one else can.
He raised a remote control device in his hand and grinned at Chen Fan. Don't come over. This collider has entered an irreversible startup sequence. As long as I press this button, or if I die, it will immediately overload and run, and then, bang. Let's go together.
On the road to the underworld, I, Song Wei, will have your Yi family's Qilin child as my companion.
I am not at a loss.
Chen Fan remained motionless, his voice devoid of emotion.
Do you think you can threaten me in this way? Ha ha ha. You don't care about your own life. But what about the lives of tens of millions of people in the capital? What about the Yi family's foundation? And your precious adoptive parents, they are also within the explosion range, right? Song Wei laughed so hard that tears came out. Chen Fan, do you dare to gamble? Song Wei's laughter echoed in the empty cave, sounding particularly harsh.
Chen Fan remained unmoved. He slowly pulled out the heart of the deep sea from his bosom and said, Chief of Staff Song, do you remember that you personally supervised the final commissioning of the collider at Research Institute Number 7?
Song Wei's laughter stopped abruptly. What do you mean? To prevent accidents and maintain control in certain special circumstances, you've left a hidden emergency braking protocol in the main control program. It requires an energy pulse of a specific frequency to activate.
Chen Fan toyed with the heart of the deep sea, a faint blue light flowing through his fingertips.
Unfortunately, my crystal can emit that kind of pulse.
Furthermore, its energy properties conflict with your control chip.
Chapter 112. No. Impossible. Song Wei seemed to have lost all his strength. He looked at Chen Fan in disbelief and cried out, How do you know all this?
My father, Yi Junlin, also participated in the perimeter security assessment of this project.
Chen Fan said calmly. He mentioned some interesting design redundancies.
Before he finished speaking, the heart of the deep sea in Chen Fan's hand suddenly burst out with brilliant light, and an invisible energy wave spread out like ripples. On the control console, the dark blue chip that Song Wei considered a lifeline suddenly emitted a sharp buzzing sound. The indicator lights that had been flashing wildly suddenly fell into chaos, flickering on and off randomly. The particle collider's terrifying and heart-pounding hum also became intermittent, like the gasping breath of a dying beast, extremely unstable. Ah! Song Wei let out an extremely shrill roar, his facial features distorted, and he held the remote control in his hand tightly like a madman. But the collider that had once housed all his crazy dreams was now completely out of his control, emitting only waves of teeth-grinding metal friction and shrill screams of energy leakage. Finally, after a dull bang, all the indicator lights went out completely, and the entire cave fell into a suffocating silence. Even if there was no devastating explosion, the energy shockwave that escaped caused the entire underground cave to shake violently several times, and gravel and dust fell from the sky. Everything is over. Song Wei's strength was drained out of him, his knees softened, and he collapsed to the ground in despair, muttering to himself with empty eyes. Suddenly, a look of determination flashed in his eyes, and he raised his hand suddenly, about to put something into his mouth. Crack! A shadow flashed by, and Chen Fan appeared beside him like a ghost. His 5 fingers were like iron clamps, pinching his wrist with incredible precision, and snatched a cyanide capsule disguised as a button from between his fingers. Want to die? Chen Fan's voice was icy cold, devoid of any human emotion. It's not that easy. Xingwan took a step forward and quickly subdued the limp Song Wei. At this moment, a rapid ringtone rang. It was Chen Fan's personal cell phone, and the words Sister Hong were jumping on the screen. Master Chen, have you dealt with your ignorant and traitorous chief of staff? On the other end of the line, Sister Hong's voice still had that unique laziness, but also revealed a bit of teasing. Almost. Chen Fan responded indifferently. That's good. Sister Hong changed the subject, her voice becoming more serious. I have some new information that may be related to the sir you're interested in. She paused, then continued, tonight at 8 o'clock, there's a Galaxy charity auction at the Gilded Hall. Security has been raised to the highest level, and it's said that some rare treasures will be auctioned that even I'm jealous of. My people have discovered that a mysterious wealthy businessman codenamed Ghostface has close ties with that gentleman. He will also be in attendance tonight, and his target seems to be a special item. Rumor has it that it's connected to the Kuan Yuan base. Gilded Palace? Chen Fan repeated, his voice expressing no emotion. Can I get the invitation? He asked. Chapter 113. It's a small matter, it can be done in minutes. Sister Hong chuckled. But, Mr. Chen, are you sure you want to go there in person? That place is not a good place, it's full of good and bad people, and that Ghostface is not someone to be trifled with. I know my limits. Chen Fan hung up the phone decisively and glanced at Song Wei, who was being held tightly by 2 guards. Take him back and hand him over to Mr. Zhao. 8 o'clock in the evening, the Gilded Palace. The resplendent main auction hall was filled with elegantly dressed people and the faint aroma of alcohol. Chen Fan, wearing a perfectly tailored suit that accentuated his tall figure, entered the bustling yet elegant main auction hall, respectfully led by a waiter. He had just sat down in his reserved seat when a sinister, disgusting voice drifted over from nearby. Oh, who was that? Isn't this Chen Fan, our former Peking University's proud son of heaven? What brings you here today? You condescend to come to a place like this. Aren't you afraid of getting your feet dirty? Chen Fan glanced sideways. A man wearing an extremely flashy pink suit, with slicked back hair that looked like a fly that had just escaped from a hair salon, was hugging a seductively dressed and pungently scented female companion, who was staring at him with a sarcastic look on his face. Lin Tianhao. In college, he and Chen Fan attended the same economics department. His family owned a moderately large, publicly listed company, making him a typical second-generation wealthy. Having been humiliated by Chen Fan in several business case analysis competitions, he harbored a grudge and engaged in a number of underhanded schemes. Lin Tianhao. Chen Fan's reaction remained calm, as if he had just seen a stone on the side of the road. Oh my! You still remember me? I'm so flattered and honored. Lin Tianhao exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, deliberately raising his voice a few notches to attract the attention of many people around him. I heard that your old man had an accident? TSK, things are so unpredictable. So, where are you working now? You're not short of money, so you come here to work as a waiter, hoping to make some tips to make a living?
The woman in his arms also giggled, and her gaze towards Chen Fan was full of undisguised contempt and superiority. Chen Fan didn't even bother to raise his eyelids, and focused his attention directly on the auction table where the lights were focused. After a few standard and regular items were auctioned, an exhibit covered with thick red velvet was carefully pushed up by several staff members. The host introduced the item in an enthusiastic, almost chanting tone, "Dear guests, the next lot is definitely one of the highlights of tonight. It's a mysterious gift from outer space, Stardust meteorite. This meteorite weighs approximately 3 kilograms. According to authoritative scientific testing, it contains a special metal element never before found on Earth, possessing incredible energy conductivity and memory. Starting price, 50 million. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan keenly noticed that the man sitting in the front row of VIP seats, wearing a silver mask that only revealed a pair of sinister eyes, and with a slightly hunched figure, moved his body slightly, almost imperceptibly, at the moment when the Stardust meteorite appeared. That should be the mysterious person codenamed Ghostface mentioned by Sister Hong. 60 million. Ghostface was the first to raise the sign, his voice hoarse and dry, like sandpaper rubbing. 70 million. Another bloated middle-aged tycoon followed closely behind, unwilling to be outdone. The price went up like a rocket. Lin Tianhao also pretended to raise his card several times, as if he wanted to show off his financial strength in front of the female companion next to him, but he was soon suppressed by the prices that were higher and higher. He curled his lips unwillingly and put down his card in a sullen manner. When the price soared to 250 million, the bidding in the field subsided slightly, and only a few real big players were still hesitating. Lin Tianhao's gaze once again fell on the calm Chen Fan. His eyes spun around as a vicious thought surged into his mind. He suddenly shouted, 260 million. This piece of broken iron has my eye on it too. Chen Fan, a pauper like you probably can't even afford a fraction of it, right? You can only sit here and watch the excitement and satisfy your curiosity. Ha 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 ha. He looked at Chen Fan provocatively, with a gloating arc on his lips, and was looking forward to seeing Chen Fan's embarrassed, awkward, or even angry expression. However, at this moment, Chen Fan slowly and calmly raised the license plate in his hand. 500 million. The three understated words were clearly heard by everyone present. It was like a blockbuster bomb with a yield of 10,000 tons suddenly dropped on the calm lake. Chapter 114. The entire auction hall suddenly became silent, and you could hear a pin drop. The smug smile on Lin Tianhao's face completely froze, solidifying into a ridiculous expression, as if someone had strangled his neck with an invisible hand. He couldn't utter a word, only a strange gurgling sound came from his throat. 500 million? Lin Tianhao looked like he was slapped hard in the face. The muscles on his face were completely stiff. It took him a long time to squeeze out these few words from between his teeth. His voice was trembling and sounded like tears. The female companion next to him opened her mouth so wide that an egg could fit in it. The look in her eyes as she looked at Chen Fan changed from contempt to horror, and then from horror to some strange burning feeling. The auctioneer was dumbfounded at first, then ecstatic, his voice changing with excitement. 500 million. This gentleman bids 500 million. Oh my God. 500 million. Is there a higher price? The whole place was dead silent. Everyone's attention was focused on Chen Fan's overly calm face. The head of Ghostface wearing a silver mask tilted slightly towards Chen Fan, paused for a moment, and finally did not raise the license plate again. The other big sharks who were still hesitating also completely lost their temper at this moment. 500 million for a piece of meteorite of unknown composition? Crazy. Unless, this meteorite really has some earth-shattering secret. 500 million at a time. 500 million twice. The auctioneer's voice rose with a slight tremor, and his eyes swept across the audience with burning intent. 500 million 3 times. Bang! The auction hammer fell heavily, finalizing the deal. Deal. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning that Stardust meteorite iron at a whopping price of 500 million. The auctioneer practically yelled, his face flushing red. The entire auction hall was eerily quiet at first, then erupted into thunderous applause and discussions. Everyone wanted to see who this mysterious young man who spent a lot of money was. The noise of the auction died down, but the guests were still immersed in the thrilling bidding and were talking about it. Chen Fan stood up and was about to leave. A slightly hunched figure stood in front of him. It was the ghost face wearing a silver mask. Mr. Chen, good job. The hoarse voice of Ghostface was like the friction between two pieces of rusty iron,
harsh and unpleasant.
Chapter 115.
This piece of stardust meteorite is truly extraordinary.
The secrets it holds are far beyond your imagination. Mr. Chen, are you interested in discussing deeper cooperation?
Ghostface leaned forward slightly, and the eyes behind the mask seemed to be flashing with a faint light. His tone was full of. The atmosphere in the exclusive VIP lounge of the Gilded Hall was heavy. Chen Fan sat casually on the sofa, fiddling with a lighter, and didn't look at the Ghostface standing not far away.
Mr. Chen, let's be frank.
Ghostface's voice was hoarse and raspy.
You shouldn't touch stardust meteorite. To put it bluntly, you can't afford it.
Chen Fan scoffed, the flame flickering at his fingertips before extinguishing. Whether I can afford to play with this or not is not your place to judge.
But you, wearing this thing, don't you feel suffocated?
No one could see the expression beneath the Ghostface mask. This meteorite is related to a crucial project at Kuan Base.
You've spent 500 million on a hot potato.
Oh?
Kuan Base?
Chen Fan asked, as if he had never heard the name before.
It sounds like a resort. So, you're also involved in real estate development? Bang, bang, bang.
The door of the lounge was smashed with a deafening noise.
Chen Fan! Get out here! I know you're in there.
Lin Tianhao howled in a shrill and thin voice, revealing his exasperation.
Chen Fan didn't even raise his eyelids. Xingluan's cold response came from outside the door.
She was sent by Zhao Qingde to take care of Chen Fan. Mr. Lin, Mr. Chen is meeting a guest. Please respect yourself.
Meeting a guest? Who does he think he is? What right does he have to enter the VIP lounge?
I want to see your manager.
I want to complain.
Lin Tianhao was throwing a tantrum outside and refused to give in. Ghostface showed no interest in this farce. Mr. Chen, it seems you are in a lot of trouble.
Just a few buzzing flies.
Chen Fan raised his hand casually. Outside, Lin Tianhao's shouting was instantly cut off, replaced by a short cry of pain and the frantic dissuasion of several waiters. Xingluan had already asked him to be quiet.
Now, we can talk properly. Chen Fan finally looked Ghostface in the eye. You want stardust meteorite iron? Fine. Name your price. Grimace, this is not about money.
Mr. Chen, you should know that there are some things that money can't buy.
For example? For example, that gentleman's patience.
Ghostface's tone became heavier. You've been acting too aggressively recently, and you've caught that gentleman's attention. There's the Yi family issue, Song Guowei's issue, and now this meteorite.
Chen Fan, that gentleman?
Let him come over and talk to me himself.
Don't you think it's cheap to send someone like you who's so secretive?
Ghostface, you will meet him.
I just hope you can still be so tough by then.
He paused for a moment, as if formulating a new argument.
Mr. Chen, you're a smart man.
The true value of stardust meteorite lies in its ability to unlock some of the permissions within Kuan Base.
I can make you an offer you can't refuse. Chapter 116. At that moment, Chen Fan's personal phone vibrated slightly. He glanced down and saw an encrypted message from Sister Hong.
Sister Hong, Xiao Fanzi, Ghostface is not only here in the Gilded Hall tonight for the meteorite, he also has a secret meeting with someone.
You are also familiar with this person, Li Mingyu. Remember? The president of your student union in college. Your Internet plus Agriculture business plan won first place in the preliminary round.
The night before the finals, he stole the idea and changed it into his winning work. He then turned the tables and accused you of plagiarism. He is now the vice president of Asia for Pan-Asia Technology. Their company has in-depth technical cooperation with Kuan Base. My people just intercepted the message that Li Mingyu is in the Quiet Water Pavilion tea room on the 3rd floor, waiting for Ghostface to deliver a document on the technical parameters of the meteorite. I guess Ghostface himself didn't expect that the meteorite would be intercepted by you halfway. After reading the message, Chen Fan put away his phone expressionlessly.
Li Mingyu, he had a vague impression of that name.
Back then, he was that hypocrite who wore gold-rimmed glasses, talked about morality, but secretly engaged in petty theft.
What suggestion?
Chen Fan looked at the Ghostface again, his expression calm, as if he had just read an ordinary text message. Ghostface, give me the stardust meteorite, and I can guarantee that that lord won't touch you for the time being. Furthermore, I'll give you a share of the huge profits that Kuan Base will generate in the future.
That sounds pretty good. Chen Fan stood up. However, I don't have much confidence in your guarantees. As for the benefits you mentioned, I prefer to get them myself. He paced towards the door. I have the meteorite. If you want it, show me the real thing.
I'm not interested in doing business with someone who only dares to wear a mask.
Chen Fan, you will regret this.
The gloomy voice of Ghostface came from behind him. Without even turning around, Chen Fan opened the door and walked out.
Xing Luan and 2 guards immediately followed. Master, Lin Tianhao has been invited away. Xing Luan reported in a low voice. Yeah.
Chen Fan took out his cell phone and sent a message to Uncle Fu, asking him to thoroughly investigate Pan-Asia technology and Li Mingyu, especially the projects related to Kuan base.
Go to Jingshuixuan on the 3rd floor. Chen Fan instructed Xing Luan.
The Jingshuixuan tea house is elegantly decorated, and there is only one table of guests at the moment.
Li Mingyu looked at the watch on his wrist with some impatience.
In front of him sat a respectful man in black, who was one of the followers of Ghostface.
Where are the things? Why are you taking so long to do what the boss asked you to do?
Li Mingyu's tone was full of the arrogance of someone who had been in a superior position for a long time. The man in black was about to open his mouth to explain. A flat voice interrupted, Chairman Li, it's been years since we last met, and you're still so arrogant. Li Mingyu's body stiffened and he turned his head suddenly. Seeing that it was Chen Fan, he was obviously stunned. A moment of panic passed by, and then he was filled with a professional smile.
Chen Fan? What a coincidence, you're here too.
Li Mingyu adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, stood up, and tried to look calm.
We haven't been in touch since graduation. Where are you now?
When the man in black saw Chen Fan, his expression changed slightly. He stood up and stared at him vigilantly.
Chen Fan acted as if he hadn't noticed the man in black.
He walked straight up to Li Mingyu, pulled out a chair, and sat down.
He's not high-ranking, just making a living.
Vice President Li, on the other hand, is now the head of the Asia region for Pan-Asia technology. He's young and promising, with a bright future ahead of him.
Li Mingyu laughed dryly. Thank you.
Chen Fan, you were a big shot in school back then.
I believe you must be doing very well now. He avoided Chen Fan's gaze intentionally or unintentionally. Chapter 117. I know whether it's developing well or not.
Chen Fan slowly poured himself a cup of tea. I remember when Chairman Li won the National University Student Entrepreneurship Gold Award for his proposal for a smart agriculture cloud platform. It was such a glorious moment. The creativity of that proposal was truly groundbreaking. Li Mingyu's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly, and his smile faltered.
It's just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning.
Not worth mentioning.
Really?
I remember writing the first draft of that plan. Chen Fan picked up his teacup and blew gently on it.
The night before the finals, my USB drive disappeared.
The next day, Chairman Li showed up with a plan that was exactly the same as mine.
Isn't this a coincidence?
Li Mingyu's forehead began to sweat, and his originally normal complexion suddenly paled.
Chen Fan, what do you mean?
What happened back then has long been concluded.
You, don't slander me. Slander? Chen Fan put down his teacup, a playful smile on his face.
Vice President Li, back then you simply stole a plan. Now, you're collaborating with Mr. Ghostface in getting your hands on the Kuan base project. The implications of this are more than just a plan.
Vice President Li, what do you think?
The man in black said nothing, but just looked at Chen Fan coldly.
Don't you know what I'm talking about?
Chen Fan pulled a compact recorder from his pocket and tossed it between his fingers. Just now in the lounge, Mr. Ghostface told me a lot of interesting things about Kuan base and that gentleman. He said he's very optimistic about your abilities, Vice President Li, and thinks you're an indispensable key figure in the Kuan base project in Asia. Li Mingyu stared at the recorder as if he had seen a poisonous snake that was taking his life. His legs went limp and he almost collapsed to the ground.
He cried, Chen Fan. No, Brother Fan. I was wrong about what happened back then. I was possessed by the devil. Please, have mercy on me and let me go. I'll give you whatever you want.
At this moment, the door of the lounge was pushed open. Ghostface walked in slowly. He first glanced at Li Mingyu, who looked as pale as death, and then turned his gaze to Chen Fan.
Mr. Chen, you really have a good method.
Ghostface's tone was indistinguishable from his emotions.
It seems that I underestimated you. He walked to the table, picked up the technical document that was supposed to be given to Li Mingyu, and threw it into the trash can without even looking at it. Vice President Li, he turned to the almost limp Li Mingyu, you are fired. From now on, you will have nothing to do with Fan Asia Technology or Kuan Yuan Base. Li Mingyu opened his mouth, but finally lowered his head dejectedly, his face full of despair. Ghostface turned to Chen Fan again and said, Stardust meteorite is very important to me. I'll pay 1.5 billion to buy it. Alternatively, Mr. Chen, you can take the meteorite with you to Kuan Yuan Base and see for yourself what kind of future it can create. If the project there succeeds, your 500 million today will become 50 billion, or even more. He paused, his hoarse voice carrying a hint of chill. Of course, if Mr. Chen neither wants to sell nor cooperate, then from the moment you walk out this door, you will be the highest priority target on that gentleman's roster. Chapter 66 Unexpected Chips. As Ghostface finished speaking, the tea room fell into a dead silence. Li Mingyu slumped in his chair, sweat pouring down, not daring to even breathe. Chen Fan's fingertips tapped rhythmically on the smooth table surface, making a light thump-thump sound. 1.5 billion buyback, or become a target for elimination. It sounds like I don't have much choice. Chen Fan finally spoke, his tone still flat. Grimace, Mr. Chen is a smart man. He should know what is best for you. Chapter 118. Chen Fan's personal cell phone vibrated again. He took a look and saw that it was Sister Hong. Sister Hong, Xiaofanzi, Kuan Yuan Base is not a resort. It's one of that master's most important secret bases in Asia. It's heavily guarded by his most formidable team, Blackwater International Security. They say not even a fly can get in. If you really want to go, be extremely careful. Also, Uncle Fu has discovered that Li Mingyu's immediate superior, Alan Stern, CEO of Pan Asia Technology, has very close financial ties with that master. He might be the real big fish. Blackwater International Security. Chen Fan muttered to himself. It seemed that the cooperation that Ghostface mentioned was more like a Hongmen banquet. I need to think about it. Chen Fan stood up. I'll give you an answer tomorrow. Grimace, I'm waiting for good news from Mr. Chen. However, my patience is limited. Chen Fan took Qinghuan and others out of Jingshuixuan and took the elevator down to the parking lot. Just as they reached their car, several sports cars roared in, blocking their path. The car doors opened, and Lin Tianhao, accompanied by 7 or 8 other young men and women, also dressed ostentatiously, surrounded them aggressively. Chen Fan. You still want to leave? Lin Tianhao's face was filled with the pleasure of revenge, a baseball bat in hand. Weren't you arrogant just now? 500 million? I'll let you know today that in Beijing, you can't walk around with your head held high just because you have a few bucks. A young man with dyed yellow hair beside him also joined in the commotion. Brother Hao, why waste time talking to this country bumpkin? Just break his legs and see how he can still act so pretentiously. Qinghuan and the 4 guards stood in front of Chen Fan with expressionless faces. Lin Tianhao, it seems that the lesson last time was not enough. Chen Fan's tone was calm. Stop the fucking nonsense. Lin Tianhao waved his hand, just go for it. I'll take care of it if anything goes wrong. Those playboys were about to pounce on him, howling. However, before they could even touch the hem of Chen Fan's clothes, Qinghuan and the guards quickly and efficiently tackled him to the ground. The entire process took less than half a minute, with wailing echoing incessantly. Qinghuan's movements were particularly swift, striking the yellow-haired man in the neck with a single blow. He rolled his eyes and passed out. Lin Tianhao held a baseball bat and looked at his companions lying on the ground. He was so scared that his calves were shaking and the arrogance on his face disappeared. You don't come over here. My father is the chairman of the Lin Group. Lin Tianhao shouted in a stern but cowardly manner. A guard stepped forward, easily snatched his baseball bat, and twisted it with his backhand. Lin Tianhao screamed like a pig being slaughtered and was forced to his knees on the ground. Who asked you to come? Chen Fan walked up to him. No one, I came here by myself. Lin Tianhao avoided her eyes. Crack. The guard exerted a little force on his hand, and Lin Tianhao's cry of pain became several pitches louder. I'll tell you. Lin Tianhao burst into tears. Someone gave me 1 million and asked me to find a chance to hold you back and cause you some trouble. I don't know who he is. His face is covered and his voice has been processed. Chapter 119. delay time? Chen Fan thought thoughtfully.
At this moment, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure at the edge of the crowd. The man was wearing a parking lot security uniform, with his hat pulled low, as if he was deliberately avoiding something.
Zhou Hao. Chen Fan remembered this name. A junior from college, a quiet, impoverished man, displayed remarkable talent for computer programming.
Chen Fan had anonymously funded a scholarship, helping him through a difficult time.
After graduation, they lost touch. How come he's working as a security guard here?
Chen Fan signaled the guards to let Lin Tianhao go. Lin Tianhao, as if pardoned, fled in a panic, leading his cronies.
Chen Fan walked slowly towards Zhou Hao.
Zhou Hao's body stiffened suddenly, and he seemed to want to turn around and run away, but he finally stopped, slowly raised his head, with a bit of excitement and anxiety on his face.
Chen, Senior Chen?
Zhou Hao's voice was a little hoarse.
Long time no see. Chen Fan looked at him. Why are you here?
Zhou Hao's lips moved, his eyes complicated.
He quickly glanced around, then quickly pulled out a black USB flash drive the size of a fingernail from his pocket and quickly stuffed it into Chen Fan's palm, while lowering his voice. Senior, be careful. Ghost Face and Kuan Yuan base are not good places. Here, maybe we can help you a little. Let's go.
After saying that, he lowered his head nervously, turned around hurriedly, mixed in with the other security guards, and left quickly.
Chen Fan held the micro USB drive, feeling the remaining body temperature on it. Qingluan came closer. Mr. Chen, this person. An old friend.
Chen Fan put the USB drive away and said, get in the car.
Back at Hentaying No. 1 Villa, Chen Fan immediately inserted the USB drive into his computer. Uncle Fu quickly cracked the encryption inside.
Inside the USB flash drive were several detailed internal structure diagrams of some areas of the Kuan Yuan base, security system layouts, and even several marked potential vulnerabilities in backdoor program codes.
Master, this Zhou Hao is no ordinary person. Uncle Fu's tone was filled with surprise.
This information is of a very high level and should be a core secret within Blackwater security. It seems that he has experienced a lot over the years. Chen Fan called Sister Hong.
Sister Hong, help me check on someone. Zhou Hao, a computer science graduate from Peking University.
He's about 25 or 26 years old.
He might be working for Blackwater International Security right now. Hey, Xiaofanzi, what new discoveries have you made?
Sister Hong's voice was still lazy.
A moment later, Sister Hong called back. I've found out. Zhou Hao was recruited by Blackwater Security under a special talent program 3 years ago and is responsible for maintaining network security in Area C of Kuan Yuan base.
However, the files show that he's attempted to escape control several times.
He's been labeled an unstable factor and is under close surveillance. I'm afraid his current situation isn't good. Send me his current location. Chen Fan hung up the phone. Uncle Fu, Master, do you want to? A skilled technician is always more reliable than a pack of jackals.
Chen Fan picked up his coat and said, get the car ready and go pick them up. Half an hour later, near a dormitory for peripheral employees of Blackwater Security provided by Sister Hong, Chen Fan saw Zhou Hao, who was in a hurry and was about to escape overnight. Seeing Chen Fan, Zhou Hao's face was filled with shock and despair.
Senior, why are you here? Let's go. They've discovered the USB drive was stolen and are searching the entire city for me. Chapter 120. Come with me, I will keep you safe. Chen Fan's tone left no room for doubt. But? No buts. Chen Fan opened the car door. Get in. The information you provided is very useful. Right now, I need you to help me do something bigger.
Zhou Hao looked at Chen Fan's determined eyes, gritted his teeth, and got into the car. The car started, and Uncle Fu's voice came from the encrypted communicator. Master, Sister Hong has the latest news. Ghostface seems to have known that you had contact with Zhou Hao. He has moved up the time of action and sent someone to invite you to Kuan Yuan base.
His tone is very firm. Chen Fan's phone rang almost at the same time. It was an unknown number. After the call was connected, it was Ghostface's hoarse voice. Mr. Chen, my patience has run out. My people will be at your villa in 10 minutes. I hope you have made up your mind. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, I don't have any welcome ceremony for guests. Chen Fan, no need, I'll go there myself. However, I'm used to bringing my own technical advisor.
There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds.
Grimace, Sure. But if your technical consultant doesn't satisfy me, you'll be responsible for the consequences.
After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan said to the driver, change the route and go directly to Kuan Yuan base.
Uncle Fu shared the location of the base with the driver. The car sped through the night. Zhou Hao sat in the back seat, his expression still tense. Senior, the Kuan Yuan base is very dangerous. That adult has invested unimaginable resources in it to develop something that could change the world. I've intercepted some fragmented information before, and it seems to be related to bioengineering, artificial intelligence, and even more profound fields.
Zhou Hao's voice trembled slightly.
Just as the vehicle was about to leave the city and head towards the location of the Kuan Yuan base in the suburbs, Uncle Fu's emergency communication was connected again, and his voice was filled with unprecedented anxiety and solemnity. Master! Something terrible has happened.
Mr. Zhao Qingda's secret biological laboratory in the suburbs of Beijing has just been violently attacked by a large number of unidentified armed individuals.
The firepower is extremely fierce. Mr. Zhao believes their target is most likely a key original data backup left behind by the Manga project. The roar of the engine was suddenly interrupted by a sharp alarm.
Uncle Fu's voice exploded from his encrypted communicator, revealing an unprecedented level of anxiety. Master!
The B7 secret laboratory has been attacked. The firepower is fierce, and the equipment is top-notch.
Mr. Zhao said they are after the original data backup of the Manga project.
Zhou Hao collapsed in the back seat, his back soaked with cold sweat.
Just after crawling out of the quagmire of Kuan Yuan base, he plunged into this deadly vortex again.
Pango project, raw data. His teeth were chattering. Chen Fan's voice was as cold as ice. Location. The navigation has been updated.
Young master, Mr. Zhao risked his life to pass on the message that the data must be retrieved or destroyed, and must not be allowed to be obtained by that gentleman.
Uncle Fu's voice was hoarse.
Thor swerved the steering wheel, the tires rubbing against the ground with a sharp screeching sound, and headed straight for the dangerous area outside Beijing. The sounds of gunfire and the flashes of explosions were already in sight.
Thor is like a black arrow, breaking through the fragile blockade.
As soon as a few foolish gunmen in black showed up, they were killed cleanly and neatly by Qing Wan and the guards. At the entrance of the laboratory, Zhao Chengde led the remaining security guards, leaning against the bunker and holding on, with corpses strewn across the ground.
Uncle Zhao!
Chen Fan jumped out of the car first, followed closely by Zhou Hao.
Chapter 121.
Flames spewed from the muzzles of Qing Wan and the guards' guns, and their precise firepower instantly suppressed the enemy so that they could not raise their heads. Zhao Qingda's face was covered in gunpowder, but upon seeing Chen Fan, his spirits lifted slightly.
Finally, you've made it. There are too many enemies, and their firepower is too strong. They're like hungry wolves that can't be fed, desperately trying to get in. He pointed inside the laboratory, his voice trembling. The physics door of the vault will hold for 5 more minutes at most. Chen Fan said without further ado, Zhou Hao, can you hack into the B7's defense system diagram? Zhou Hao pulled out his tactical tablet, his fingers flying. Sister Hong gave me the external data. 30 seconds, there's a flaw in their firewall.
At this critical moment, Chen Fan's personal communicator rang again.
Uncle Fu's voice was filled with an indescribable awkwardness.
Young master, someone from the Long family suddenly showed up at Hentang 1. It wasn't Long Xiaotian, but his second brother, Long Xiaoyun. They brought his wife and daughter, Long Yuqing, and they specifically asked to see you. They said they wanted to discuss your marriage with Miss Yuqing. Their tone was very firm, and they directly booked a banquet for tonight, which will be held in an hour. Zhao Chengde heard it all, his thick eyebrows knitted into knots.
Long family? Why didn't you come earlier or later to get involved in this mess? Chen Fan's men worked tirelessly, searching a recently deceased attacker for a special communicator and tossing it to Zhou Hao. Check their command post. Then he replied to Uncle Fu, I understand. I'll decide the banquet location.
Tell Long Xiaoyun I'll be waiting for him in the Tianzi Hall on the top floor of the Yulong Pavilion in 1 hour. The communication was cut off, and he turned to Zhao Qingde, Uncle Zhao, I'll hold on here. You take the people to evacuate the useful things in people. Zhao Qingde opened his mouth, but seeing Chen Fan's uncompromising attitude, he could only swallow his words back. Be careful. This group of people has a lot of background. Zhou Hao suddenly cried out in surprise, Master. The communicator self-destructed. But I've managed to extract the last few seconds of garbled text, which mentioned Ghostface. There's also an auction house called Han Hai Tower.
Han Hai Tower. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. He had an impression of this name. This is a time-honored shop in the capital that specializes in the sale of rare and precious treasures. It is very well connected. It is rumored that even some of the private collection of the gentleman passed through there. Boom! A loud bang came from deep within the laboratory, and the last door of the safe was broken. Qingluan, hold this place until the end. Chen Fan turned and shouted to Zhou Hao, laboratory self-destruct program, 10 minutes countdown, wait for my order. You, follow me in. Before he finished speaking, Chen Fan had already rushed into the smoke-filled interior like a ghost. A few unlucky guys who had just smashed open the safe door and were frantically surrounding the alloy cabinet were knocked down one by Chen Fan before they even had time to react. Next to the cabinet, a suitcase was open, containing special storage equipment. That's it. Zhou Hao shouted. Chen Fan grabbed it, glanced at it, and threw it to Zhou Hao, offline, completely clean it up in 3 minutes without leaving any traces. Can you do it? Zhou Hao caught it and said firmly, no problem. 3 minutes. He immediately squatted down, took out his tools and started working hard. Chen Fan quickly scanned the safe to make sure nothing was missing. The time on the wrist was ticking, and there were less than 50 minutes left until the Long family's Hongmen banquet. Chapter 122. When the 3 minutes were up, Zhou Hao breathed a sigh of relief and held up the storage disk. Master, it's done. The data is completely corrupted, and even a golden immortal can't recover it. Chen Fan nodded, well done. Activate self-destruct, retreat. The two of them flashed out and met up with Qingluan and others. The Thor engine roared again and sped away. Behind him, the B7 laboratory was engulfed in flames and razed to the ground in a series of explosions. Inside the car, Chen Fan called Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, is the Yulong Pavilion settled? Uncle Fu's voice was steady. Don't worry, Master. The Tianziho Hall is cleared out. We're only waiting for you and the Long family tonight. Also, there's a secret auction going on at the Hanhai building you mentioned tonight. I heard there are some special items there. Chen Fan's lips curled up slightly. Very good. Let Sister Hong get the invitations. Zhou Hao, come with me to the Imperial Dragon Pavilion to meet my fiancé, whom I've never met before. He tilted his head to look at Zhou Hao. The attacker's communicator had Ghost Face and Hanhai building in it, and now there's an auction. Ha, quite interesting. Zhou Hao's heart was pounding. Master, the Long family came at this critical moment. Could it be related to that, Master? A cold smile appeared on Chen Fan's lips. When the enemy comes, we will fight them. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. I want to see what they have in mind. On the top floor of Yulong Pavilion, the Tianzi Hall. Chen Fan pushed open the heavy pearwood carved door, and Long Xiaoyun and his family of 3 were already sitting at the huge round table. Long Xiaoyun is about 50 years old, with a square face and big ears. He has an aura of majesty without being angry. He is somewhat similar to his elder brother Long Xiaotian, but his expression looks more serious. The woman beside him still had her charm, and her clothes showed her wealth. She was Long Yuqing's mother, Li Qin. Beside Li Qin was Long Yuqing. She was wearing a light blue custom-made dress that accentuated her beauty, yet her expression held a sense of dignity that seemed to repel others. My dear nephew is here, please take a seat. Long Xiaoyun stood up with a polite and distant smile. Chen Fan nodded slightly and sat down leisurely in the empty seat next to the main seat. Zhou Hao stood behind him with his hands hanging down like a silent sculpture. My dear nephew, we heard about Brother Ye's situation, and we're all heartbroken. Long Xiaoyun sighed, his face full of compassion. The Yi family has suffered such a great disaster. It's not easy for a young man like you to shoulder such a heavy burden. That's right. Li Qin immediately took over the conversation, her voice a little shrill. Chen Fan, our Yuqing has been spoiled since she was a child, and she's never suffered any hardship. Although this marriage was decided by the old men back then, times have changed. As parents, we should always think more about our daughter's future. Don't you agree? Long Yuqing lowered her head and fiddled with the exquisite soup bowl in front of her, the corner of her mouth raised almost imperceptibly. Chen Fan set down his teacup, and the bottom of the cup hit the table, making a soft sound that was particularly clear in the deliberately heavy atmosphere. He raised his eyes and said in a low but resounding voice, Master Long, Madam Long, please speak frankly. There's no need to beat around the bush. Long Xiaoyun cleared his throat and was about to continue when the door of the box was kicked open from outside with a bang.
Lin Tianhao staggered in with a few of his garishly dressed followers. He immediately locked eyes with Long Yuqing, a pug-like smile instantly covering his face. Yuqing! I heard you were here, so I came all the way here to show my support. Hey, who is this? He casually glanced at Chen Fan, startled for a moment, then burst into a shrill laugh. Who the hell was that? Isn't that Chen Fan? He was such a big shot back in Peking University. What's the matter? Now that the Yi family is down, he's here to serve the guests? Or, is he trying to lick our Yuqing's lap and climb the social ladder? The followers behind him also laughed sarcastically, and when they looked at Chen Fan, they did not hide their contempt at all. Long Xiaoyun and his wife looked a little embarrassed. Long Yuqing's eyebrows were raised, and her voice was filled with undisguised disgust. Lin Tianhao. Who let you in? Get out. Chapter 123. Lin Tianhao, grinning playfully, tried to get closer to Long Yuqing, but was forced back by her cold gesture. However, he didn't care at all and turned to Chen Fan with his chin raised high. We're all friends. This Chen Fan. Oh, no, I think I should call him Chen Fanrun now? He and I were college classmates and I know his background very well. Back then, he relied on the Yi family and was so arrogant. Now. He deliberately prolonged his tone, glanced at Chen Fan with a provocative look on his face. Why are you silent? Are you dumb? Or do you have no money in your pocket and can't even pay for the tea here? Are you feeling guilty? Chen Fan still looked calm and composed, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. He slowly took out his cell phone, dialed a number, and pressed the hands-free button. The call was answered almost instantly, and Uncle Fu's steady voice came out. Master, what can I do for you? Uncle Fu, the Lin Group, that company of Lin Dekhang. Chen Fan said indifferently, as if he was saying that the weather was nice today. Teach him a lesson. Yes, master. The phone was hung up. Lin Tianhao was still jumping up and down. Why are you pretending to be so powerful? Lin Group? My father's company, can you really take over? Do you think you are still the eldest son of the Yi family? Ugh. His arrogant words came to an abrupt end, and the phone in his pocket began to vibrate like a death warrant. He fumbled for it, and saw the word Dad flashing on the screen. He subconsciously wanted to show off. See? My dad. You bastard. Who on earth did you offend out there, you little bastard? Lin Dechan's voice on the other end of the phone was murderous, and his roar made Lin Tianhao's ears buzz. The company's stock. The stock has plummeted. In just a few minutes. Over $1 billion. Evaporated. All the partners are withdrawing their investment. Are you provoking those who I can't afford to offend again? Get back here right now. The smug smile on Lin Tianhao's face froze instantly, and cold sweat soaked his back. He couldn't even speak straight. Dad. I didn't offend anyone. How dare you fart? People are naming you because of you, little bastard. If you can't settle this matter, I will break your legs with my own hands. Lin Dekhang roared and hung up the phone. Lin Tianhao clutched his phone, his hands shaking like Parkinson's. He stared in disbelief at Chen Fan, who hadn't even glanced at him the entire time. His lips trembled, and his throat felt like it was clogged with cotton, preventing him from uttering a single word. His henchmen were terrified, their necks hunched, not daring to breathe. Long Xiaoyun and Li Qin exchanged glances, each seeing the turbulent waves churning within the other. Could a single sentence, a single phone call, have caused the considerable Lin Group to crumble? The seemingly downtrodden Chen Fan's power far exceeded their expectations. Long Yuqing's always distant phoenix eyes now fixed unblinkingly on Chen Fan, churning with emotion she couldn't quite articulate. She had initially thought him nothing more than a family outcast, a phoenix with broken wings, but she had never imagined he was a dormant, fierce dragon lurking in the waters. However, Chen Fan, the instigator, acted as if nothing had happened. He slowly picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of exquisite dessert, put it into his mouth, and chewed it carefully, as if the phone call that was enough to change the fate of a family was just a takeout. There was a deathly silence in the box, and you could hear a pin drop. In this strange atmosphere, Zhou Hao's voice, lowered but still unable to conceal his panic, suddenly came from the micro-communicator on Chen Fan's left ear. Master. Ghost Face. It's Ghost Face. He's in the Imperial Dragon Pavilion. He's coming for me. His target doesn't seem to be the banquet hall. Chen Fan's chewing action paused for a barely noticeable moment. Chen Fan paused chewing, swallowed the snack, and wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin.
Master.
Zhou Hao's voice trembled again from the communicator.
He brought at least 3 people with him.
They came straight to the monitoring room where I was hiding.
They seemed to know I was here. Chen Fan put down his napkin. Lin Tianhao. Chapter 124. Lin Tianhao, who was lying limp on the ground, shuddered and looked up at Chen Fan with a pale face.
I don't want to hear another word about what happened today from anyone, in any situation.
Including your father.
Chen Fan said in a flat tone, get lost. Lin Tianhao was as if pardoned. He climbed up using his hands and feet, and fled out of the box with his group of equally distraught followers, crawling and tumbling, as if there were evil spirits chasing them. The door of the box was hastily closed, isolating the people from the chaos outside. Long Xiaoyun lifted the teacup, but his hand was a little unsteady. He looked at Chen Fan. My dear nephew, this.
It's just a little friction between the younger generation. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Master Long.
Chen Fan stood up and said, excuse me for a moment. I have to go take care of some personal matters. Li Qin opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but Long Xiaoyun nudged her with his elbow, making her swallow the words back. Long Yuqing's eyes followed Chen Fan closely. His swift and decisive handling of the matter just now, as well as his calmness at this moment, made her heart stir strange waves. Chen Fan walked out of the box and made a hidden gesture to Qinghuan, who was waiting outside the door. Qinghuan understood and immediately took 2 guards with her, sneaking silently towards the monitoring room Zhou Hao mentioned like a cheetah blending into the shadows.
Zhou Hao, stay calm and tell me their current location and actions.
Chen Fan whispered commands through the communicator while quickly walking towards another employee passage.
They've split into 2.
Zhou Hao's voice was filled with despair.
One is banging on the monitoring room door.
The other 2 seem to have gone to the Central Security Control Center on the 16th floor.
Chen Fan paused. 16th floor? What's there?
The main server and security system core of Yulong Pavilion are right there. That old fox Long Xiaoyun has upgraded the security of the entire building and used military-grade firewalls.
What do they want to do?
Zhou Hao breathed rapidly.
Divert the tiger away from the mountain. Chen Fan immediately understood. Smashing the monitoring room door was a feint. The target is the main control center.
Qinghuan, change the target and go to the 16th floor to stop those 2 people. In the monitoring room, let Zhou Hao find a way to delay them.
Got it.
Qinghuan's voice came, accompanied by the slight sound of clothes rubbing against each other.
Why am I delaying? Zhou Hao was about to cry.
You're a top student in the computer science department of Peking University, and a cyber elite at Blackwater Security.
Chen Fan's tone left no room for doubt. Is breaking through a door more difficult than the firewall at Kuan base?
Zhou Hao was silent for a few seconds, and then there was the sound of rapid keyboard tapping. I tried to remotely lock the electronic lock of that door and then trigger the smoke alarm, but it won't last long.
Chapter 125. Chen Fan has arrived at the 16th floor via the employee elevator.
As soon as I got out of the elevator, I saw 2 men in Yulong Pavilion high-end waiter uniforms at the end of the corridor, in front of the heavy metal door of the Central Security Control Room, trying to break through the door with a special electronic cracking device.
That's pretty quick. Chen Fan's voice rang out in the empty corridor.
The 2 men froze and turned around abruptly. One of them had a fierce glint in his eyes, and without hesitation, he drew a dagger from his waist, which gleamed coldly, and lunged at Chen Fan.
The other continued to operate the cracker. You're overestimating yourself. Chen Fan dodged the dagger sideways, flipped his wrist, accurately grabbed the other person's wrist holding the dagger, and broke it with force. Crack! A crisp sound.
The man groaned, the dagger fell out of his hand, and his entire arm twisted at a strange angle. Chen Fan kicked him in the knee and the man immediately fell to the ground. Almost at the same time, Qinghuan arrived from the other side of the stairs with 2 guards.
Leave the other one to me. Qinghuan's figure flashed, and a short and sharp fight sounded.
The waiter who was still operating the cracker didn't even have time to sound the alarm before Qinghuan chopped him on the back of the neck with a knife and he fell to the ground. It was solved so easily. Chen Fan looked at the 2 people on the ground.
It doesn't seem like Ghostface's style.
He leaned over and searched the body of the waiter with a broken wrist, and soon found a miniature data copier and a small signal blocking device.
They're not here to kill, they're here to steal.
Chen Fan threw the copier to a guard. Let's see what's inside. The guard took it and connected it to the tactical tablet. After a moment, he looked up with a serious expression and said, "Master, this is part of the core code of the Yulong Pavilion's security system and the backdoor program for monitoring permissions in Long Xiaoyun's private office."
Long Xiaoyun? Chen Fan was a little surprised. Ghostface is interested in Long Xiaoyun?
At this moment, Zhou Hao's voice came through the communicator again, with a mixture of relief at having survived and a hint of confusion. "Master."
The guys in the monitoring room suddenly retreated.
They didn't do anything, just banged on the door a few times and ran away.
Sure enough.
Chen Fan looked at the two people who were subdued.
These two are not the real culprits.
Their real goal is probably to use this opportunity to test our reaction, or divert our attention. Before he finished speaking, the waiter who had been knocked unconscious by Qing Wan suddenly had a trickle of black blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. His body twitched a few times before he became motionless. The same happened to the other waiter whose hand was broken.
Suicide by taking poison?
Qing Wan stepped forward to investigate, her brow furrowed.
What a cruel method. They should have something else on them.
Chen Fan signaled the guards to search again. This time, a tiny piece of metal was found inside the collar of one of the deceased.
What is this? Qing Wan took it. Chen Fan took a look.
Some kind of identification chip, or a locator. The people at Ghostface are clearly divided into different levels. He picked up the signal blocking device and weighed it.
It seems they're not the only one operating in the Imperial Dragon Pavilion tonight.
As he was speaking, Chen Fan's personal cell phone rang. It was Sister Hong.
Chapter 126.
"Xiaofanzi, there's quite a stir over there," Sister Hong said in a teasing tone. "I just received word that Hanhai Tower has added an item to tonight's auction list."
It's the final item. It's said to have been obtained through a secret overseas channel and is related to biotechnology, codenamed Pandora.
As soon as the news got out, several groups of unidentified people began to gather at Hanhai Tower, including the people from Ghostface.
Pandora? Chen Fan repeated. Yes, that's the name, so mysterious.
Sister Hong continued, "Also, Long Xiaoyun's second son, that good-for-nothing Long Yufei, will also be going to Hanhai Tower tonight. I heard he's incurred a large gambling debt recently and is looking to get some rare goods at the auction to make up for it."
Chen Fan's eyes flickered.
At this moment, at the other end of the corridor, the elevator door opened with a ding sound, and Long Xiaoyun hurried over with several nervous-looking security guards.
"Nephew Chen. What happened here?"
When Long Xiaoyun saw the two corpses on the ground and the other person who was subdued, his face instantly turned ugly. Chen Fan tossed the small signal blocking device to Long Xiaoyun.
"Second Master Long, it seems the security at your Imperial Dragon Pavilion isn't very reliable. Someone wants to steal something from you."
Long Xiaoyun took the shielding device, his face pale. At this moment, the waiter whose wrist was broken by Chen Fan suddenly let out a strange laugh, suddenly raised his other intact hand, and slapped an inconspicuous bulge on his chest.
Not good. Qing Wan reacted very quickly and wanted to stop it, but it was too late. A powerful electromagnetic pulse instantly spread out from that person.
All electronic equipment screens on the 16th floor, including surveillance cameras, access control systems, and even everyone's cell phone signals, were instantly plunged into darkness and disconnected.
Hanhai Tower, Pandora, is our real target. Chen Fan, we'll wait for you there.
The man roared, took poison again, and collapsed. After a brief period of darkness and chaos, the backup power supply started and the corridor lights were restored.
Damn it! Long Xiaoyun was furious. Seal off all the exits. Check them. Chen Fan looked out the window.
In the distance, in the direction of the Hanhai building, the lights were bright, like a huge whirlpool, attracting forces from all sides. "It seems that tonight's banquet will have to end early," Chen Fan said to Long Xiaoyun. Long Xiaoyun looked at Chen Fan, his lips moving slightly before he sighed deeply. "Nephew Chen, today's events are all thanks to you.
Otherwise, my Imperial Dragon Pavilion would have been in utter chaos."
He waved his hand, signaling his security to handle the situation. "I've already instructed the banquet hall downstairs to clear the food and drinks."
Yuqing's mother has already taken Yuqing back. Li Qin and Long Yuqing were indeed no longer in the box. Chen Fan nodded. "Mr. Long, you're too polite.
Now that I know their target is Hanhai Tower, I should go check it out."
"My dear nephew." Long Xiaoyun hesitated for a moment before speaking with determination. What happened today has made me see some things clearly. In the past, it was Yuqing's mother and I who were foolish and almost delayed Yuqing's lifelong happiness. That engagement. Let's talk about the engagement later. Chen Fan interrupted him. I have something important to deal with. Long Xiaoyun was startled for a moment, then smiled wryly. Okay. If my dear nephew needs any help from the Long family, please feel free to ask. The Long family will remember this favor today. Chen Fan said no more and quickly left the Yulong pavilion with Qingluan, Zhou Hao, and others. Thor sped through the night. Chapter 127. Zhou Hao sat in the back row, still feeling a bit apprehensive. Master, those ghost face guys are so terrifying. They kill people without blinking an eye. And what on earth is that Pandora? The person who can make them go to such great lengths and even expose themselves in the Imperial Dragon Pavilion is definitely not an ordinary person. Chen Fan looked at the street scene passing by quickly outside the window. Sister Hong's call came through again, her voice more serious than before. Xiao Fanzi, I've dug up a little more information about Pandora. It first appeared on an underground black market in Europe, rumored to be an unfinished product from a defunct secret biological laboratory. It involves highly risky gene editing technology, which is said to be able to enhance specific functions in an organism in a very short period of time, but the side effect is extreme instability and the risk of loss of control. After changing hands several times, it was finally acquired by Hanhai Building through special channels. They are touting it as a groundbreaking biotech achievement. Gene editing? Enhancement? Out of control? Zhou Hao's scalp tingled. Isn't this the same technology used to create monsters? No wonder it's called Pandora. Chen Fan mused, once it's opened, what's released is either hope or disaster. The vehicle drove to a secluded intersection, where an inconspicuous black car was already waiting. The car door opened and Long Yuqing got out of the car. Chen Fan. She walked directly to the Thor car. Chen Fan rolled down the car window. I want to go to Hanhai Tower with you. Long Yuqing's tone was calm, but it carried an irresistible tone. Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. My dad has already given me the VIP invitation to Hanhai Tower. He said someone from the Long family should go see what's going on there tonight. Long Yuqing looked directly at Chen Fan. Besides, my second brother, Long Yufei, will be there too, and I'm a little worried about him. Without waiting for Chen Fan to answer, she had already opened the back door of Thor and sat in, right next to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao suddenly felt uncomfortable and moved to the side. Chen Fan said nothing and signaled the driver to continue driving. Hanhai Tower is located in a classical garden in the most prosperous area of Beijing. It has pavilions, towers, and winding paths, but its security is several times stricter than that of Yulong Pavilion. The parking lot was already filled with various top luxury cars. As soon as Chen Fan and his group got off the car, a middle-aged man dressed in a dark golden tang suit and looking like a butler came up to greet them. He bowed slightly to Chen Fan and said, Mr. Chen, my master has been waiting for a long time. Please come in. His gaze lingered briefly on Long Yuqing and Zhou Hao, but he didn't ask any further questions. After passing through several corridors, you enter a private reception room that is decorated in an antique style yet full of technology. In the center of the room, a man wearing a silver mask and with a slightly hunched figure, with his back to them, was admiring a priceless ancient painting on the wall. It's the ghost face. Mr. Chen, you arrived faster than I expected. Ghostface slowly turned around, and his hoarse voice rang out in the room. His eyes swept over Long Yuqing and Zhou Hao behind Chen Fan, and finally fell on Chen Fan. Are you satisfied with the appetizers from Imperial Dragon Pavilion? Ghostface asked with a hint of mockery in his tone. Chapter 128. If you mean those useless bastards who are seeking their own death and your clumsy plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain, then it is indeed quite appetizing. Chen Fan responded bluntly. Ha ha. Ghostface laughed dryly. It seems that Mr. Chen has misunderstood this gift I gave you. Pandora is what I carefully prepared for you. Or rather, it was prepared for the Yi family. Chen Fan paused slightly. Yi family? Long Yuqing couldn't help but speak out. Ghostface seemed to have just noticed her. The young lady from the Long family is here too? Perfect. Perhaps the Long family can get a piece of the action at tonight's auction. After all, when the Yi family spearheaded the Eden project, the Long family seemed to have provided some facilitation, right? Eden project? Chen Fan repeated the unfamiliar name. It seems Yi Junlin hasn't told you all his secrets. Ghostface's tone was meaningful.
Pandora can be seen as a legacy of a certain branch of the Eden Project.
A very interesting legacy. Mr. Chen, don't you want to know what kind of new world your father wanted to create back then? Chen Fan didn't respond to his words, but asked calmly, "What do you want from me?" "You can't give me what I want."
Ghostface shook his head, "But I can give you a chance, to understand the truth and make a choice. Pandora is the key to this opportunity.
Of course, the premise is that you can get it."
He raised his hand and glanced at his watch.
"The auction is about to begin. Mr. Chen, please come in. I hope you won't let me down tonight."
After Ghostface finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the reception room first. Chen Fan brought Long Yuqing and Zhou Hao, and followed the Tang-suited butler to a more secluded and luxurious small auction hall. There were already quite a few people sitting in the hall, all of them were well dressed and had an extraordinary demeanor. They were obviously well-known figures in the capital and even at home and abroad. As expected, Long Yufei was there too. He was sitting with a few equally lazy rich kids. When he saw Long Yuqing and Chen Fan come in together, a look of surprise and a bit of awkwardness appeared on his face. Soon after everyone took their seats, the lights on the auction table came on.
A graceful female auctioneer, dressed in a cheongsam, walked onto the stage.
Her voice was melodious and sweet. "Dear distinguished guests, welcome to tonight's special appreciation event at Hanhalu. Tonight, we have only one lot for auction.
Its name is Pandora."
As she spoke, a special incubator covered with black velvet was carefully pushed up by two staff members. Everyone's attention was instantly focused on the mysterious incubator. The auctioneer smiled slightly and continued, "The starting price for Pandora is $1. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole room was in an uproar. But, the auctioneer changed the subject, his voice a touch mysterious. "To bid for Pandora, besides placing a bid, you also need to meet a special condition, that is, to demonstrate to us that you have the
qualifications to control Pandora."
The ghost face sitting not far away had a curve of his mouth under the mask that no one noticed. Long Yuqing looked at Chen Fan, frowning slightly.
Zhou Hao swallowed nervously.
He had a bad feeling that tonight's events would not end so easily.
Chapter 129. The female auctioneer threw out the words, "Show that you have the qualification to control Pandora," and the entire small auction hall immediately exploded. Qualifications? What kind of words are you talking about? What's Hanhalu up to? Is their identity and background even considered in the auction? What on earth is this Pandora? It's so mysterious. The discussion grew louder and louder. Long Yufei even jumped up and yelled at his friends, "What the hell? What kind of qualifications do I need for something I like? Money. Isn't money the best qualification?" The flatterer next to him immediately chimed in, "That's right. Master Yufei, with just one word from you, who in the capital dares not give you face?"
On the other hand, Ghostface remained completely calm. He slowly picked up his teacup and took a sip, his demeanor showing that everything was under control. The auctioneer waited until the noise died down before she spoke slowly, her voice still gentle. "Dear guests, this qualification is not just about money. Money cannot measure the value of Pandora. It is a kind of recognition, a ticket to a higher level of society. Therefore, Hanhai Towers sincerely hopes to find an owner for Pandora who truly understands it and can bring it new life." She paused for a moment, then spoke again. "So, now, which distinguished guest would like to be the first to demonstrate your qualifications?" There was a moment of silence as everyone wondered what this so-called qualification was. At that moment, Ghostface made a move. A black-clad attendant beside him respectfully held up a rosewood box with delicate grain. Ghostface took it and opened the box, revealing a yellowish silk scroll. He took it out and slowly unrolled it. Ghostface's hoarse voice echoed through the hall, a secret property deed leaked from the Prince Gong mansion in the late Qing dynasty. It clearly records the ownership of 72 hidden businesses in and around the capital. The original deed? It was burned long ago. This one is the only copy that the palace's chief steward painstakingly copied. After many twists and turns, it finally came into my hands. This qualification is barely acceptable, right? As soon as these words were spoken, many connoisseurs in the hall gasped in astonishment. This wasn't just a land deed, behind it lay a hidden history and a terrifyingly vast, hidden commercial empire. The value of this symbolism, this research, couldn't be quantified in monetary terms.
After listening to this, the female auctioneer nodded slightly, her voice revealing approval. Mr. Ghostface's qualification is of great significance.
Han Hai Tower, I approve of it. A low laugh escaped Ghostface's throat, its meaning unclear. His aura was somewhat provocative, clearly directed at Chen Fan.
Long Yufei couldn't sit still any longer.
He stood up with a bang and said, "It's just a few tattered pieces of paper and paintings.
I'll give you 300 million.
I'll take this Pandora.
Isn't the name of my Long family enough for it?"
The female auctioneer's smile remained professional, but she shook her head slightly.
"Young Master Long, I'm truly sorry.
The rules of Han Hai Tower are the same for everyone. If you don't have the necessary qualifications, even if you bid an exorbitant price, you won't be able to participate in the auction for Pandora.
You." Long Yufei choked so hard that his neck felt thick.
He had never been so humiliated in public before. His fingers were about to poke the auctioneer's face.
"Do you know who I am? My father is Long Xiaoyun."
"Yufei, sit back." Long Yuqing stopped him in a low voice, with suppressed embarrassment in her tone.
Chapter 130.
Long Yufei sat down angrily, still cursing, feeling very unhappy. Afterward, several other wealthy individuals stepped forward, attempting to demonstrate their qualifications. Some presented rare antiques and paintings, others produced original equity certificates for a multinational consortium, and still others displayed private correspondence with members of a small country's royal family. The results varied. Some were accepted by Han Hai Tower, while others were politely asked to leave. The atmosphere in the auction hall grew increasingly tense, and an indescribable strangeness permeated it. Unconsciously, everyone's attention was focused on Chen Fan, who had not spoken a word from beginning to end. Ghostface spoke again, his hoarse voice filled with undisguised sarcasm. "Why, Mr. Chen, don't you have anything to show for yourself? Or is it that after the Yi family fell, you can't even come up with anything decent? If you're just here to broaden your horizons and join in the fun, I think you should go back and stop wasting everyone's time." Long Yuqing frowned even more tightly and was about to speak up to defend Chen Fan. Chen Fan, however, moved at this moment. He took a leisurely step, pulled out a folded piece of paper from his suit pocket, and casually placed it on the table in front of him. The piece of paper looked ordinary, even a little old.
"This thing?" Long Yufei was the first to lose his temper and sneered. "Chen Fan, you're not really thinking of using a piece of tattered paper as a qualification, are you? Look carefully, this is Han Hai Building, not a scrap metal shop." There were bursts of suppressed yet uncontrollable laughter all around. Ghostface couldn't help but laugh, his entire body trembling. Chen Fan, are you humiliating Han Hai Tower, or do you think we're all fools?" The female auctioneer also looked at the inconspicuous piece of paper on the table with some confusion.
Chen Fan ignored the laughter around him and spoke calmly. "My qualifications are simple. 20 years ago, my father, Yi Junlin, personally designed a commemorative Swiss franc banknote for the Swiss National Bank, a design that has never been publicly issued. This is the final design manuscript, with his signature and the co-signature of the president of the Swiss National Bank." He paused briefly, his voice still low, but every word was clearly heard by everyone in the auction hall. "This manuscript is the only one in the world. It doesn't represent money, it represents a promise that the Swiss National Bank owes to the Yi family, or rather, to my father. With this manuscript, anytime, anywhere, you can unconditionally mobilize the Swiss National Bank's resources anywhere in the world, up to 1% of its total annual reserves. No collateral or review is required. Is this qualification sufficient, everyone?" As soon as these words were spoken, the entire auction hall was in a state of shock, and one could hear a pin drop. Swiss National Bank. 1% of annual reserves. Unconditional mobilization. These three words, like three heavy hammers, struck everyone's heart hard. How the hell can this be settled with money? What kind of credit is this? What kind of influence is this? This is simply a terrifying force that can stir up global financial turmoil. Long Yufei, who had just laughed the loudest, now had his mouth wide open enough to fit an egg. His throat seemed to be blocked by something and he couldn't utter a single word. He looked more uncomfortable than if he had swallowed a dead fly. No one could tell what expression Ghostface had beneath the mask. But his aura suddenly shifted, and that invisible pressure locked onto the seemingly ordinary piece of paper in front of Chen Fan's desk, as if piercing through it. Chapter 131. Long Yuqing felt her breath catch, her heart skipping a beat. Chen Fan, he actually had such a shocking trump card. The Yi family, it turns out, was so well hidden. The auctioneer was the first to recover. She practically trotted over to Chen Fan's desk, donned specially made gloves, and, as gently as if handling a rare treasure, lifted up the design manuscript. She peered closely at it for a moment, then hurriedly communicated with the backstage staff through her miniature headset. Not long after, she put down the manuscript, turned to Chen Fan, and bowed deeply, her voice filled with suppressed excitement. "Mr. Chen, your qualification has been confirmed by Hanhai Tower with the highest standards. Its weight is immeasurable." From the ghost face side, there was a very slight click sound, as if the teeth were biting together. The female auctioneer walked back to the auction table with a clear voice, but with an unquestionable force. "Mr. Ghostface and Mr. Chen Fan have both proven their strength. Now, the final bidding for Pandora has officially begun. Starting price, 1 yuan. Every time the price is raised, the lowest is 100 million. The last word billion hit everyone's heart hard, and the whole audience gasped. Each bid must not be less than 100 million. As soon as this rule came out, Long Yufei and his group, who were still holding on to the hope of taking advantage of the situation, became discouraged on the spot. With a price increase of 100 million, how the hell is this going to work? Long Yuqing looked at Chen Fan beside her. He was still as calm as ever, as if the earth-shattering qualification before and the bidding that was about to set off a storm had nothing to do with him. From the Ghostface side, a hoarse voice first broke the silence of the auction hall. 1 billion. He said it lightly, as if 1 billion was just an insignificant number. The auctioneer immediately shouted, "Mr. Ghostface bids 1 billion. Is there a higher price?" Chen Fan raised his arm slightly and held the number plate in his hand steadily. 2 billion. These three simple words suddenly made the atmosphere in the auction hall tense. The breathing under the ghost face mask became noticeably heavier. 3 billion. Chen Fan raised the sign again, without any emotion. 4 billion. The price skyrocketed like a rocket, and every price increase was equivalent to the entire net worth of a medium-sized listed company. The rest of the people in the auction hall had now completely become spectators, holding their breath and watching nervously this peak showdown between the top billionaires. Long Yufei's mouth was open so wide that a fist could almost be stuffed in it, and the followers around him didn't even dare to breathe. 5 billion. There was already a hint of uncontrollable anger in the voice of Ghostface. "Chen Fan, do you really want to fight me to the death? Some things can't be touched just because you have money." He leaned forward, his voice low but full of threat. "That lord is equally determined to obtain Pandora. You are openly challenging his authority." Chen Fan seemed to have not heard his words at all, and still maintained his calm demeanor. 6 billion. You. Ghostface suddenly jumped up from his seat, and the followers beside him also tensed up instantly, looking at Chen Fan vigilantly. The female auctioneer's voice sounded at the right time, still soft and pleasant, but containing an irresistible majesty. "Mr. Ghostface, please abide by the rules of Hanhai Building. Any attempt to disrupt the order of the auction will be regarded as a provocation to Hanhailu." At this moment, the miniature communicator in the female auctioneer's ear seemed to flicker. She nodded slightly, then turned to Ghostface, and her voice became more serious. "Also, the owner of Hanhai Tower asked me to pass on a message. Pandora's fate depends solely on strength and fate, nothing else." Chapter 132. Although the words were said politely, the implication of criticism and favoritism in them made Ghostface feel heavy-hearted. The background of Hanhai Tower is mysterious, and even that adult is unwilling to make enemies with it easily. What he said today was clearly a warning to him not to go too far. Ghostface's chest heaved violently several times before he barely suppressed the anger surging in his chest and slowly sat back. 10 billion. He almost squeezed out these three words from between his teeth. This price was already approaching the limit of the liquidity he could mobilize. He stared at Chen Fan intently, wishing he could devour him alive with his eyes. The whole place fell into dead silence. 10 billion. This number has exceeded the cognitive limits of most people present. Long Yuqing was so nervous that her palms were sweaty and her heart was pounding. Chen Fan just leisurely picked up the teacup in front of him, took a sip, then slowly put it down and raised the number plate in his hand. 101 billion. He still only added 100 million. But this seemingly light 100 million seemed as heavy as 1,000 pounds at this moment, hitting the Ghostface's heart hard, becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back. Puff. Ghostface let out a muffled sound from his throat and his body shook violently. If the follower beside him had not quickly supported him, he would have almost fallen off the chair on the spot. He lost. Not only did they lose the bid for Pandora, but they also lost the momentum and reputation they had worked so hard to build. Chen Fan's move was so light and effortless, yet so ruthless that it directly broke down all his psychological defenses. The auctioneer's voice, with a barely perceptible tremor, broke the suffocating silence.
101 billion. Once. 101 billion, twice. Any higher prices, Mr. Ghostface? Her voice echoed in the empty auction hall.
Ghostface was supported by his followers, his body still trembling slightly. No one could know the emotions behind the mask, but the strong atmosphere of decadence infected everyone present. He lost miserably. In front of Chen Fan's frivolous 100 million, all his struggles and unwillingness seemed so pale and powerless.
However, is this really the end of the matter?
Ghostface did not speak, only heavy breathing sounds came from under the mask, one after another, hitting everyone's eardrums.
Will he just admit defeat, or will he fight on like a trapped beast?
Chen Fan still sat firmly on his seat, tapping lightly on the armrest with his fingertips, tap, tap, tap. Every slight sound hit the nerve of Ghostface that was about to break accurately. The clear voice of the female auctioneer sounded again, this time with unquestionable determination.
101 billion. For the first time.
The auctioneer tried her best to keep her voice steady, but the vibration from the bottom of her heart still made her voice tremble slightly. She looked at Chen Fan.
101 billion. Mr. Chen Fan bids 101 billion. Is there a higher price?
The whole place was silent, and no one dared to respond. Ghostface had fallen completely silent, no longer showing any intention of bidding.
Chapter 133. 101 billion once. 101 billion twice.
The female auctioneer's voice was clear and high-pitched, and she raised the auction hammer high in her hand.
101 billion three times. Bang! The auction hammer fell heavily, finalizing the deal. Deal.
Congratulations to Mr. Chen Fan for successfully winning the Pandora at a sky-high price of 10.1 billion.
The female auctioneer's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement.
There was thunderous applause in the auction hall, and everyone was completely excited about the final outcome of this sky-high auction.
The staff quickly brought a specially made constant temperature box to Chen Fan. Chen Fan opened the box.
Inside the box, a peculiarly shaped dark gold metal card lies quietly. In the center of the card is engraved an abstract spiral pattern with deep lines that evokes imagination.
This is Pandora.
On the other side, Ghostface stood up shakily with the help of his followers. He didn't look at Pandora again, but just stared at Chen Fan, and a hoarse voice squeezed out from under the mask.
Chen Fan, don't get too proud. That lord won't let you go. We'll just wait and see.
Before he finished speaking, he was supported by someone and left the auction hall without looking back, leaving behind a back full of resentment. Long Yuqing looked at Chen Fan, wanting to say something but stopping herself, and finally only uttered two words.
Chen Fan, you. Chen Fan put the Pandora card away properly and responded calmly. It's just a piece of cake. Long Yufei stood aside, not daring to breathe.
All his previous contempt for Chen Fan had disappeared at this moment, replaced by deep awe and uneasiness.
The auction has ended. Chen Fan, Long Yuqing, and Zhou Hao walked towards the parking lot, personally escorted by the steward of Hanhai Building.
As soon as Chen Fan sat in the cockpit of the Thor, his personal cell phone vibrated.
Caller ID, Sister Hong.
As soon as the phone was connected, Sister Hong's unique voice came through, with obvious teasing in her tone.
Xiao Fanzi, congratulations. You spent over 10 billion just for an admission ticket. How generous.
Chen Fan started the car. Sister Hong still gets news so quickly.
Of course.
Sister Hong laughed, then changed the subject, her voice much deeper.
However, Xiao Fanzi, there's something you need to pay attention to. I just heard that master is very unhappy with your actions at Hanhai Tower tonight.
He said he wants to personally meet with you, the Qilin child of the Yi family. Moreover, my people have learned that his most mysterious shadow guard is probably already gathering towards the capital.
You've caused quite a mess this time.
Chen Fan gripped the steering wheel, his other hand unconsciously stroking the cold Pandora card in his pocket, the spiral pattern rubbing against his fingertips.
Shadow guard? That lord? Chapter 134.
His voice was calm and unruffled.
I'll wait.
In the Thor car, the pressure brought by Sister Hong's phone call almost froze the air. Zhou Hao's voice was dry. Shadow guard, that lord, master, this is clearly a fatal move. Long Yuqing clasped her hands tightly, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force. Chen Fan, you? Chen Fan held the steering wheel steadily, his eyes fixed on the front. When the enemy comes, we will fight them. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. As the car approached the gate of Hentaying No. 1 Villa District, several strong high beams suddenly came on, and 3 black Bentleys were parked across the front, blocking the entrance. The door of the leading Bentley opened, and a woman in a Chanel suit got out. She was about 50 years old and had impeccable makeup. Behind her, a young man with slicked back hair and powdered face also came out. He was about 27 or 28, dressed in trendy branded clothes, chewing gum, and looking very nonchalant.
Long Yuqing frowned. Aunt? Cousin Zhao Rui?
Why are they here?
Chen Fan braked the car.
The woman was none other than Long Yuqing's aunt, Long Xiaoman, and Long Xiaoyun's younger sister. She was known in the Long family for being shrewd, calculating, and extremely snobbish. She rushed to the side of the Thor car in 2 steps, with an exaggerated and enthusiastic smile on her face.
Oh, Yuqing. And this one? I guess it's nephew Chen Fan, right? It's really better to meet him in person than to hear about him. He is such a handsome man, such a handsome man.
Long Xiaoman raised her voice, revealing a forced warmth. Behind her, Zhao Rui was leaning against the car lazily, looking Chen Fan up and down, with a curl of his lips, showing undisguised contempt.
Chen Fan rolled down the car window without saying a word.
Long Yuqing had already pushed the door and got out of the car. Aunt, why did you come here suddenly? I heard that my nephew spent a fortune at Hanhai Tower and bought that precious Pandora. Long Xiaoman grabbed Long Yuqing's hand, but her eyes kept glancing at Chen Fan in the car.
Auntie, I'm so happy for you and my nephew. I came here specially to congratulate you, and by the way,
I also want to get to know my nephew and make friends.
Zhao Rui scoffed at the side, his voice neither too loud nor too low, just loud enough for everyone to hear. Mom, what's the point of getting to know a nouveau riche? He just got lucky. Over 10 billion, TSK, what a waste.
Long Xiaoman glanced at Zhao Rui sideways, but there was not much blame in her eyes, but rather a bit of indulgence. She turned back, her smile still etched on her face.
Don't mind me, nephew Chen. My son doesn't think before he speaks. But he's not entirely wrong.
This Pandora is a good thing, but it's also a hot potato. My nephew is young and impulsive, and I'm afraid he doesn't realize how complicated this is. She changed the subject, lowering her voice slightly, revealing the familiarity of someone close to her. I'm sure you've heard of that gentleman's name.
He's determined to acquire Pandora.
By doing this, you've really offended him.
Chen Fan finally spoke, his tone flat. So, Auntie is worried about you. Long Xiaoman's eyes rolled.
I have some connections in the capital, and I can barely say a few words to the people around that master. If my dear nephew trusts me, give me this Pandora, well, half of the rights and interests, or let your cousin Zhao Rui participate in this project.
I will risk my reputation to mediate between you and that master and ensure your safety. Maybe I can even let you get a share of the profits. What do you think?
Upon hearing this, Zhao Rui straightened his back immediately, his face filled with unconcealed pride.
Did you hear that? Chen Fan, my mom is giving you face. How can a country bumpkin like you handle something as advanced as the Pandora?
Leave it to me, and I guarantee it'll be 100 times better than in your hands. When we make some money, I'll give you some pocket money, enough for you to live comfortably. Zhou Hao was dumbfounded when he heard this in the car. This mother and son were so shameless. Long Yuqing's face also fell. Aunt, how can you say such a thing? But Chen Fan smiled. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number.
Uncle Fu, check Rich Technology. Yes, it's under Zhao Rui's name. Let's evaluate how much it would cost to acquire it in full. Zhao Rui was stunned at first, then sneered, acquire my company? Do you know how much my company is worth? Do you know how advanced my company's technology is? Let me tell you, my company, Chapter 135. Before Zhao Rui finished speaking, Chen Fan had already ordered the person on the other end of the phone, 500 million? Okay, 500 million. Do it immediately, and the money will be transferred from my personal account. By the way, after the acquisition is completed, that Zhao Rui will be fired immediately. The phone was hung up. Chen Fan turned to Zhao Rui.
His face had lost all color, but a subtle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Brother Zhao Rui, right? Now, you can consider finding a new job.
Or, I can give you some pocket money as your mother suggested.
Zhao Rui's phone rang sharply. He answered it frantically. On the other end of the line was his partner's voice, nearly crying, "Boss Zhao. This is terrible. Our company has been acquired by someone else. They've offered 500 million yuan, and we simply can't refuse. And the new boss specifically wants to fire you. Bang!
Zhao Rui's phone fell to the ground and the screen shattered. He froze, his lips moving, but he couldn't utter a word. Long Xiaoman was so angry that she was shaking all over. She pointed at Chen Fan and said, You, Chen Fan. What do you mean by this? Are you humiliating us? Humiliation? Chen Fan said, half smiled. Ms. Long, you were the one who tried to take advantage of me first. I just want you and your son to understand one thing: if you want to take something from me, you have to see if you have the ability to do it. As for the favors and mediation you mentioned, I don't need them. If that gentleman wants to talk, let him come to me himself. He pressed the window up button. Drive. The Thor engine roared, bypassing Long Xiaoman and her son who were standing still, and drove smoothly into the villa area. Long Xiaoman stared at the rear of the departing car and finally squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. Chen Fan. Don't be so complacent. Pandora is a good thing, but it's also a death warrant. There are some people you can't afford to offend even with the backing of a Swiss bank. Just wait and see. Take care of yourself. Zhao Rui slumped down on the ground, his soul gone. Uncle Fu was already waiting in the living room of Chen Fan's villa. Master, you're back. Uncle Fu stepped forward, his expression uneasy. There's a guest, who's been waiting for a long time. Chen Fan paused slightly. Who? Uncle Fu lowered his voice very low. It's the envoy sent by that master. He said he was ordered to invite you over for a chat. The living room of the villa is dimly lit. Sitting upright on the sofa was a middle-aged man in a black mouse suit. He had a cold and hard face and looked intimidating without even getting angry. He stood straight, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, and the aura around him made people dare not approach him easily. On the coffee table in front of me, a cup of tea had already gone cold and remained untouched. Chen Fan walked into the living room, followed closely by Long Yuqing and Zhou Hao. The three of them had different expressions. Hearing the footsteps, the middle-aged man in black slowly raised his head, and the scrutiny in his eyes made the air heavier, and he pointed directly at Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, I've heard a lot about you. The middle-aged man in black spoke in a low voice without any emotion. My name is Qin, and I'm here on the orders of that gentleman to invite Mr. Chen to come over for a chat. Chen Fan sat down casually on the sofa opposite, and Uncle Fu immediately came forward to pour tea for him. Mr. Qin, you're too polite. Chen Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip. I wonder where the gentleman wants to talk. What else do you want to talk about? Mr. Qin raised his lips in an almost insignificant smile. That gentleman wants to see you, so the location will naturally be decided by him. As for what to say, Mr. Chen took the photo of Pandora, so he must have an idea in mind. He paused, his tone calm but with an irresistible meaning. Mr. Chen has two choices. First, present the original Pandora to him. That lord will forgive the past and even consider giving Mr. Chen some compensation. 2. Come with us and explain everything to that lord in person. Of course, if Mr. Chen chooses the latter, we cannot guarantee that the process will be pleasant. Zhou Hao was horrified when he heard this. This was not an invitation at all, it was clearly a naked threat. Long Yuqing also looked at Chen Fan nervously. What if I choose neither? Chapter 136. Chen Fan put down the teacup, and the bottom of the cup hit the table, making a crisp sound. Mr. Qin's attitude remained unchanged. Then I'm afraid it will be difficult for Mr. Chen to leave this villa tonight. That lord's patience is limited. Outside the villa, my people have prepared a grand welcome ceremony. What this means is that the Shadow Guard has surrounded this place. Chen Fan smiled. Mr. Qin, you seem to have made a mistake. Pandora is in my hands, and the initiative is also in my hands. He leaned forward slightly. If you want to talk, you can. But the location is decided by me. Besides, if we want to talk, let that adult come in person. Sending you as a messenger is not enough. Mr. Qin's aura suddenly condensed. He obviously didn't expect Chen Fan to be so tough. Mr. Chen, you are challenging the bottom line of that gentleman. Bottoms are meant to be broken. Chen Fan's tone remained relaxed. If that lord doesn't even have this much sincerity, then I don't think there's anything to discuss about Pandora. I could find a place to make its contents public, or simply destroy it.
I believe that many people will be interested in it, or many people will be happy to see it disappear. Mr. Chin was silent for a few seconds.
He stared at Chen Fan, trying to find the flaws in his words. At this tense moment, Chen Fan's private communicator suddenly rang.
It's Sister Hong. Chen Fan answered the call and turned on the hands-free mode. Xiao Fanzi, this situation is getting interesting. Sister Hong's voice was filled with excitement. You know the most prestigious private club in Beijing, Purple Palace, right? The one where normally not even a fly can fly into. There's this sudden internal tasting party tonight.
Only a handful of invitations have been sent out, and all the people who showed up are real gods in the capital, so powerful that the ground in the capital can shake with just a stomp of their feet.
My people went to great lengths to get a glimpse of this. Guess who's likely to go? Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. That lord.
Sister Hong lowered her voice a bit.
9 out of 10.
On this level of occasion, few people besides him would have the presence of mind to ask the Purple Palace to temporarily organize such a situation.
The corners of Chen Fan's lips curved even higher. He glanced at Mr. Chin.
The other party had obviously heard the content in the communicator, and the aura around him became a little heavier.
Mr. Chin, it seems your parents have an appointment tonight. Chen Fan stood up. It just so happens that I also want to go to the Purple Palace to join in the fun.
Go back and tell your master that I'm waiting for him at the Purple Palace.
If he doesn't dare come, or if he thinks I'm not worthy enough to enter the Purple Palace, then the matter of Pandora will be dropped.
He turned to Uncle Fu, prepare the car, the most high-profile one. Also, spread the word that I, Chen Fan, will be going to the Zichen Pavilion tonight to showcase some of the results of Pandora and see if there are any discerning buyers or partners.
Chapter 137. Yes, Master. Uncle Fu immediately took the order and left.
Mr. Chin's whole body was filled with coldness. Chen Fan.
You are playing with fire. I like playing with fire.
Chen Fan picked up his coat.
Take care, Mr. Chin. I won't see you off.
Oh, by the way, tell that lord for me that I've reserved a good position for him in Purple Palace. Mr. Chin looked at Chen Fan deeply for a moment, then turned around and left quickly without saying a word. He knew that if he stayed any longer, he would only bring humiliation upon himself. Long Yuqing looked at Chen Fan's back, her heart trembling. This man always finds a way to fight back in desperate situations, and each time is more shocking than the last. Zhou Hao stood aside, connecting the dark golden Pandora card to a specially made portable analyzer.
Master, there's something wrong with this card. Zhou Hao frowned and tapped his fingers quickly on the keyboard.
In addition to the encrypted data area, I scanned a very weak and continuous signal source.
It should be some kind of positioning device.
Before he finished speaking, the analyzer screen suddenly flickered, and the weak signal source disappeared instantly.
Immediately afterwards, a bright red countdown interface popped up on the screen, 5 minutes.
Below the countdown, a line of cold words slowly emerged.
The invitation has been activated, and the destination is locked. Welcome to Hunting Grounds.
Zhou Hao stared at the crimson line Welcome to Hunting Ground on the analyzer screen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead and hitting the keyboard.
Master. This card is a trap. 5 minutes countdown. It's locating us, and the navigation has been forcibly modified.
Zhou Hao's voice trembled slightly, even he himself was unaware of it, and his fingers moved rapidly on the tablet.
The target is Purple Palace.
Long Yuqing's hands on her knees clenched unconsciously.
Chen Fan held the steering wheel steadily and glanced at Zhou Hao through the rearview mirror. Why are you panicking? Since it's an invitation, there has to be some sense of ceremony.
On the navigation system screen of Thor, the original route to Hentaying number 1 disappeared, and a new, irrevocable route was forcibly popped up, and the destination was the top private club in Beijing Zichen Pavilion. They used Pandora as bait to lure us over there.
Chapter 138.
Zhou Hao made a quick analysis. These 5 minutes are probably enough to give us time to prepare or
get going. Chen Fan's lips curled up slightly. It seems that gentleman is more anxious than I thought. That's good. It saves me from having to look for him again.
He stepped on the accelerator slightly, and Thor let out a low roar. Without any hesitation, it followed the modified navigation route and rushed towards the direction of Zichen Pavilion.
The countdown ticked relentlessly on the screen, 3 minutes and 47 seconds. 3 minutes and 46 seconds. Long Yuching looked at Chen Fan, who didn't show any sign of nervousness. Chen Fan, Purple Palace, that place is no joke. Besides, since that lord has set up a trap there, it must be a tight net. That's why it's more interesting, isn't it? Chen Fan sneered. Zhou Hao's fingers were rapidly operating on another tablet connected to the vehicle system. Master, I'm trying to interfere with its positioning signal, or overwrite the navigation system. Damn it! The other party's encryption level is too high, and the physical key is bound to the Pandora card itself. Unless the card is destroyed. No need. Chen Fan interrupted him, the guests have already set up the banquet, let's just go to the banquet. 1 minute and 30 seconds. Thor stopped steadily in front of the magnificent gate of Purple Palace. In front of the door, several men in black suits were waiting in line, and the one leading them was Mr. Qin, who had returned. Seeing Chen Fan getting out of the car, Mr. Qin smiled wryly. Mr. Chen is very quick. It seems that he has received the invitation from that gentleman. Mr. Qin turned sideways and made a pleased gesture. Chen Fan stepped forward, followed closely by Long Yuching and Zhou Hao. Invitation? Chen Fan snorted, I thought it was a declaration of war. Mr. Qin led the three through the heavily guarded courtyard to a brightly lit, detached attic. Mr. Chen, interpret this however you like. That lord has been waiting inside for quite some time. Oh, and by the way, that 5-minute countdown was a small test from that lord, Mr. Chen. It was to see if you had the courage and wisdom to choose the correct game entrance in such a short time. Game? Chen Fan paused and looked sideways at him. I'm not interested in rules set by others. Mr. Qin also stopped in his tracks. He turned around, almost standing in front of Chen Fan. His voice was extremely low, but the sense of oppression he exuded grew stronger. Once you enter the Purple Palace, the rules of the game are no longer yours, Mr. Chen. That lord said that Pandora is a good thing, but he wanted to see if Mr. Chen is worthy of owning it, or rather, if he has the ability to control it. He paused, his tone condescending. That gentleman gave Mr. Chen 2 choices. 1. In front of all the distinguished guests at the Purple Palace tonight, you must demonstrate some of Pandora's achievements to prove your ability. Of course, if the results don't satisfy him, or if you can't produce any results at all, then Pandora, along with the last bit of prestige the Yi family has, will cease to exist. Long Yuching's heart tightened. This was not a choice at all. It was clearly intended to make Chen Fan look bad in public, or even completely deprive him of everything. What about the second option? Chen Fan's reaction was so calm that it was shocking. Mr. Qin's smile deepened. The second option. That lord will personally instruct Mr. Chen on how to use Pandora. However, I'm afraid that process won't be very pleasant. Furthermore, the ultimate ownership of Pandora is self-evident. After he finished speaking, he gestured, please again, Mr. Chen, please come in. Don't keep that gentleman and the other distinguished guests waiting anxiously. Chen Fan remained unmoved. He took out his cell phone and directly dialed Uncle Fu's number, turning on the speakerphone. Uncle Fu, Sister Hong should have spread the news, right? I'm going to showcase Pandora at the Zichen Pavilion tonight and look for partners or buyers. Uncle Fu's steady voice came through the receiver, yes, young master. The news has spread to everyone in the capital who should know. Now, I'm afraid the entire upper class in the capital is keeping an eye on Zichen Pavilion and you. Chen Fan hung up the phone and looked at Mr. Qin calmly. Look, I've already warmed up the place for that gentleman. Since it's a tasting party, the more people there are, the more lively it is. I just wonder if that gentleman dares to come out and see me? Mr. Qin's face completely darkened. He didn't expect that Chen Fan would actually turn the tables and make such a big deal out of it. Chapter 139. At this moment, a slight electric sound came from the invisible communicator worn by Mr. Qin. His expression froze and he quickly lowered his head. After a moment, he raised his head and looked at Chen Fan with a bit more mystery. A hoarse, aged voice, yet filled with irresistible majesty, came clearly through Mr. Qin's communicator, echoing in the small space and drilling straight into the ears of Chen Fan, Long Yuching, and Zhou Hao. Chen Fan, you are very brave. Since you want to see me so much, then I'll wait for you inside. The hunting game has officially begun. However, the identities of hunter and prey may switch at any time. Mr. Qin bowed slightly to the air, yes, sir. He turned to Chen Fan again, his expression becoming unfathomable. Mr. Chen, that gentleman has accepted your invitation. Please come in, the protagonist of the tasting party.
The interior of Zichen Pavilion was even quieter than Chen Fan had expected. Inside the huge banquet hall, the lights were bright, and there were elegant people in fine clothes, but you could hear a pin drop, exuding an indescribable weirdness. Dozens of the capital's top dignitaries and celebrities were now sitting silently in their respective seats, their gazes vaguely cast towards the entrance. When Chen Fan, Long Yuqing, and Zhou Hao walked into the banquet hall under the guidance of Mr. Qin, all eyes were instantly focused on them, with scrutiny, curiosity, and a little bit of anticipation to watch the fun. The main seat was left vacant, obviously reserved for that adult. Mr. Qin led Chen Fan to a special display stand in the center of the banquet hall, then bowed and stepped aside without saying anything more. The atmosphere in the entire banquet hall became more subtle because of Chen Fan's arrival. What kind of Pandora results will he come up with? Or, is this really a carefully planned hangmen banquet, just waiting for the protagonist to fall into the trap? Dear guests, I have been waiting for a long time. A cold female voice suddenly sounded, not coming from anyone in the hall, but coming clearly from the top-notch speakers throughout the banquet hall. Tonight, the Purple Palace is honored to witness the unveiling of the mysterious Pandora. The protagonist, Mr. Chen Fan, must be eager to showcase the truly astonishing treasure he purchased for a whopping 10.1 billion yuan. As soon as the female voice fell, a spotlight suddenly hit Chen Fan. Long Yuqing and Zhou Hao stood a few steps behind Chen Fan. The invisible pressure around them made their breathing stagnate. Chen Fan scanned the room and saw a few familiar faces. The female auctioneer from Hanhai Tower was there, as were several other wealthy customers at the auction. "Where's that gentleman?" Chen Fan asked, his voice low but every word clear, echoing throughout the room. "Since it's a tasting event, isn't it rude for the host to not show up?" The cold female voice spoke again, a barely perceptible smile laced in her tone. "That gentleman is very busy, but he is very interested in Mr. Chen and Pandora. Therefore, he has entrusted me to temporarily take over his duties and host this unique tasting event." As soon as he finished speaking, a woman in a long white dress walked out from the shadows on one side of the banquet hall. Her face was covered with a white jade mask, revealing only a pair of deep eyes and a graceful jaw. "Just call me Madame Jade." The woman in the white jade mask walked to the other side of the display stand and faced Chen Fan across the stand. "Mr. Chen, according to that lord, tonight's tasting will be pure and simple. Please, in the most direct way, prove the value of Pandora. If it is truly worth the money, that lord will not hesitate to buy it back from you at double, or even triple, the price. But if it is just a bluff, or if you simply cannot handle it." Madam Yu paused for a moment, her voice still steady, yet revealing an undeniable threat. "Then, Mr. Chen, I'm afraid you'll have to pay a price for this farce tonight." Below the stage, Long Yufei was also among the crowd. Several playboys beside him lowered their voices. "Brother Fei, this Chen Fan is screwed. He provoked that master and still dares to act like this." Chapter 140. Just wait and see. 10 billion to buy a big lesson, ha ha ha, hilarious. Long Yufei said nothing, just stared at Chen Fan on the stage. His feelings towards Chen Fan were mixed and difficult to describe. Chen Fan ignored Madame Yu and did not touch the brocade box containing Pandora. He casually picked up the microphone on the display stand. "Before I show you Pandora, I would like to ask you a question." Chen Fan's voice spread through the microphone. 101 billion, is it really just a card in the qualification to enter the so-called hunting ground? He paused for a moment, scanning the entire audience, and lingered for a moment in particular on the top wealthy people. The true value of Pandora lies not in what it can enhance, but in what it can reveal. As far as I know, within Pandora, besides some immature biotechnology information, there's also a list hidden deep inside. Chen Fan's voice suddenly rose. A list, enough to overturn the fate of certain individuals and even certain families here. This list involves several cases of unusual capital flows in Beijing and even overseas from over a decade ago, as well as the secret assets of certain bigwigs who are keeping secret. As soon as the words were spoken, the whole room was in an uproar. There was an immediate commotion in the audience. Madame Yu's voice suddenly rang out, carrying a hint of undisguised urgency. "Chen Fan, stop spreading rumors and misleading people. Pandora is just a simple biotechnology project." "Yeah?" Chen Fan raised the Pandora card in his hand. "Then, Madame Yu, or rather, the lord behind you, do you dare to let me reveal the hidden data in public?" He changed the subject with a hint of joking. "Of course, I can also choose not to disclose it. After all, some secrets are more valuable the fewer people who know them, right?" Chen Fan's lips curled up in a playful arc. "Now, what I'm auctioning isn't Pandora itself, but the right to be informed about this list.
Starting price, 1 billion. The highest bidder wins. I believe that among you, there are many who are interested in this list. Crazy. This kid is completely crazy.
Someone in the audience cried out in horror. No one could see Madame Yu's expression beneath her mask, but her hands, hanging by her sides, had their knuckles clenched so tightly that they were turning white.
Chen Fan, you're courting disaster. An undisguised chilling chill finally seeped into Madame Yu's voice. The tolerance of that lord has its limits. My patience is also limited.
Chen Fan gently placed the Pandora card back on the table, and then took out the Swiss bank design manuscript from his arms again. Han Hai Tower has already shown me the value of this manuscript. Chen Fan spoke into the microphone, his words clear.
Chapter 141. This is my new leverage.
Chen Fan's voice was not loud, but every word struck everyone's heart.
I don't want to see an agent, I want to see that lord himself. Let him come and talk to me in person.
He paused and added something even harsher. Otherwise, Pandora, the list, and all the dirty business between the Yi family and the Swiss bank. I wouldn't mind holding a press conference and revealing it all at once.
How dare you threaten that lord?
Mr. Qin shouted angrily, took a step forward, and murderous intent burst out. Qingluan and the 4 guards instantly stood in front of Chen Fan.
Both sides glared at each other, and the atmosphere was about to ignite. Just then. Bang!
The door of the banquet hall was knocked open from outside. Long Xiaoyun strode in with the core members of the Long family. His appearance made the tense situation suddenly become unpredictable. Everyone, please give Long a favor and calm down the storm for now.
Long Xiaoyun's voice was as loud as a bell.
He walked to the center of the field, first glanced at Chen Fan, and then glanced at Madame Yu.
He paused for a moment, finally looked at Chen Fan, and his voice became deep.
Nephew Chen, in some chess games, once a piece is placed, it has no control over its movements.
Are you sure you want to continue?
These words are called persuasion, but in fact they are more like a condescending scrutiny.
Chen Fan didn't even turn his head, still staring at Madame Yu.
Master Long, from the moment they set their sights on me, I was a chess player, not a chess piece. He picked up the design manuscript and tapped it lightly on the table with his fingertips, making a light tap, tap sound.
Master Long, you brought so many people here tonight. Are you ready to participate or are you just here to watch? Long Xiaoyun's expression froze for a moment. He didn't expect Chen Fan to be so disrespectful and not give him any way out. He coughed dryly, Yuqing is here. As a father, I can't just sit back and do nothing. Nephew Chen, our 2 families have an engagement.
Naturally, my Long family will not leave you alone.
Yeah?
Chen Fan smiled, his smile was cold. Then I would like to thank Master Long Air for his kindness.
He changed the subject and faced Madame Yu again. Now, is that gentleman going to continue to be a coward, or is he going to come out and discuss this list business with me in person? Presumptuous. Mr. Qin shouted again.
Chen Fan, you are very interesting. Madame Yu raised her hand to stop Mr. Qin. Her whole feeling changed, as if she had received some new instructions. It seems that that gentleman was right.
Ordinary methods are indeed useless to you. Since Mr. Chen wants to try something exciting, let's try something else.
Madame Yu's voice returned to normal, but it still contained a hint of madness.
Didn't you say there was a list in Pandora?
Yes, there is. She admitted it frankly, causing an uproar in the room. But the list is locked with a key, and the key to unlock it is not on the card. Madame Yu said slowly, the key needs to be won back.
How to win? Chen Fan asked. It's very simple. Madame Yu pointed a finger at the luxurious gambling table, let's have a bet. Just 1 round of Texas Hold'em.
Her voice echoed in the silent banquet hall. The bet is the Swiss bank design manuscript in your hand. The whole audience was shocked.
Gambling that priceless promise on an unknown outcome? That's crazy. Chapter 142. Long Xiaoyun's pupils also suddenly contracted.
This is my bet, Chen Fan raised his manuscript.
What about that gentleman's bet? He can't get something for nothing, right? Of course not. Madame Yu clapped her hands. An attendant immediately brought a metal briefcase and opened it, revealing a document and a platinum seal.
That lord owns the Diamond Star mine in South Africa, with ownership and mining rights for the next 10 years.
Witnessed by a top international law firm and the local government, the valuation can only be high, not low.
After Madame Yu finished her introduction, her voice suddenly became stern. If you win, the mine is yours, Pandora is yours, and the key to unlock the list is also yours. If you lose, the manuscript will remain, but you, and the last trace of the Yi family behind you will completely disappear from the capital.
This isn't just a gamble of money, it's a gamble of life. The future of the entire family is at stake.
Long Yuqing looked at Chen Fan nervously, her throat dry and she couldn't utter a word. Chen Fan seemed to have heard something interesting. He pulled out a chair and sat down at the gambling table.
Okay. But I don't gamble with agents. I want your master to sit opposite me personally. You're not worthy.
A cold male voice came from the door, interrupting Chen Fan. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man in his 40s wearing a top-quality handmade suit walking in, surrounded by a group of bodyguards in black. He walked straight through the crowd, each step carrying an invisible pressure that made the guests around him subconsciously step back.
Long Xiaoyun's face darkened instantly.
Chen Fan's breathing also stopped for a moment at that moment.
Zhou Hao cried out in shock from behind, It's him. Wei Zhe.
The person who came was none other than Wei Zhe, the traitor who was deeply trusted by Yi Junlin in the past, but who took away the core secrets and funds and stabbed the Yi family in the back when the family was in the most critical moment. Wei Zhe walked to the other end of the gambling table and sat down leisurely, completely ignoring everyone else. He only stared at Chen Fan with a cat-and-mouse smile on his face.
That gentleman is so busy that he doesn't need to deal with you personally.
Wei Zhe adjusted his cuffs slowly, as if he was looking at an ant that could be crushed at any time. I'll play with you. He raised his head, his condescending attitude full of pity and sarcasm.
Xiao Fan, long time no see.
I never thought that the eldest son of the Yi family, who used to follow Mr. Yi with high spirits, would now be reduced to having to rely on the gambling table to decide his life and death.
It's so pathetic.
The dealer began to shuffle the cards expressionlessly. The crisp sound was particularly harsh in the silent banquet hall. Wei Zhe lazily leaned back in his chair, his hands crossed, looking as if he had Chen Fan in his grasp.
Xiao Fan, your father is a genius.
Wei Zhe's voice was not loud, but it was like a needle, piercing the ears of everyone present.
What a pity, he's also a fool. He's too soft-hearted and sentimental, always thinking that the dog he feeds will never bite back.
He spread out his hands, first pointing at himself, then pointing at Chen Fan with contempt.
The victor is king and the loser is a bandit. This is an eternal truth. Didn't your damned father teach you that?
Chen Fan ignored him and just looked at the dealer's fingertips. The cards flew in his hands and finally landed steadily in front of the two of them.
First game. Chen Fan called the call.
Wei Zhe didn't even bother to look at his cards and just raised the bet directly. Chen Fan was silent for a moment, then put down his cards and discarded them.
Crash.
The blue chips representing the Diamond Star mining area were gently moved by the dealer's putter and flowed towards Wei Zhe.
Hee, it seems that you haven't been doing very well these years. Even your courage has been worn out.
Wei Zhe chuckled and casually pushed the pile of chips in front of him.
Second game. Chapter 143. Chen Fan took the initiative to raise the bet.
Wei Zhe followed without hesitation, and after the cards were turned over, he directly pushed out a stack of chips and placed a heavy bet. Chen Fan stared at the cards, was silent for a moment, and folded again.
Another pile of golden chips, representing the Swiss bank manuscript, flowed away from him.
In the banquet hall, the suppressed discussions could no longer be contained.
Is Chen Fan any good at all? He's being completely overpowered and has no power to fight back.
I think he was just bluffing before.
If he really gets to the gambling table, he's no match for someone as cunning as Mr. Wei.
Long Yufei, who was in the crowd, was beaming with joy.
He lowered his voice and boasted to his henchman beside him, See? This is what we call background.
How can a country bumpkin like Chen Fan compare to Boss Wei, who fought his way through mountains of swords and seas of fire?
Long Yuqing's palms were full of cold sweat.
She stared at the quiet figure at the card table, her heart almost jumping out of her throat.
The following game of cards almost became Wei Zhe's personal show.
Chen Fan lost more than he won, and the gold chips in front of him became fewer and fewer, as thin as paper. The blue chips on Wei Zhe's side have piled up into a small mountain. The smile on Wei Zhe's face grew whiter and whiter. He began to enjoy this cat-and-mouse game and the pleasure of stepping on the former young master of the master's family.
Xiao Fan, are you out of money?
Wei Zhe tapped the table lightly with a chip. The sound was full of pride and mockery.
TSK, do you want me to lend you some?
For your dead dad's sake, I'll give you a low interest rate, how about that? Madame Yu stood aside, the corners of her mouth beneath the mask already curled up in a confident arc.
Everything is under the control of that adult.
Finally, the new round of cards was dealt. There was only a thin stack of golden chips left in front of Chen Fan, which looked pitifully shabby. As soon as the public cards of this round were revealed, everyone understood. Wei Zhe's cards were excellent, and he was only a hair's breadth away from a straight flush. Chen Fan's cards were a mess and made no sense.
It seems that the game is over.
Wei Zhe leaned back in his chair and pushed out most of the mountain of chips in front of him. His momentum was so powerful that it was enough to crush any opponent.
I'm raising. Can you still afford it?
The whole audience held their breath, and everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Fan and the last bit of chips in front of him.
He is doomed to lose. This is the unanimous thought of everyone.
Chen Fan looked at his 2 whole cards on the table, and then made a move that made everyone drop their jaws. He stretched out his hand and pushed the last thin stack of golden chips in front of him out.
All in.
Those 2 words, without any emotion, exploded like thunder in the dead silent banquet hall.
Crazy. This is not a gamble at all, it is a suicide attack that is doomed to fail using the last bit of dignity.
Wei Zhe was stunned at first, then he burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha.
Good. Well done. You are worthy of being Mr. Ye's son. You will die standing. I follow you. He couldn't wait to push enough chips into the gambling pool. Open the cards, Xiaofan, and let me personally send you off for the last time.
Wei Zhe's face was filled with undisguised ecstasy and cruelty. He seemed to have seen the scene of the last traces of Chen Fan and the Yi family being completely crushed.
Dealer, open the cards. Chen Fan's tone was still terrifyingly calm.
The dealer dealt the last community card with a blank expression.
The river card has landed.
Wei Zhe suddenly flipped over his trump card and slammed it on the table.
Flush.
In Texas Hold'em, this is a big enough hand to sweep most games. Wei Zhe suddenly stood up and looked down at Chen Fan condescendingly, his voice full of the verdict of a victor.
Chen Fan, what can you use to defeat me? Chapter 144.
Straight flush. Wei Zhe stood up suddenly, pointed at Chen Fan, and his voice was distorted with excitement.
Chen Fan.
You're finished. Your Yi family is also completely finished.
Sighs were heard everywhere in the banquet hall.
Long Yuqing could no longer hold on, her whole body felt weak and her vision was black. However, just when everyone thought the outcome was settled, Chen Fan made his move. He slowly and methodically turned over his first card.
An ace.
Together with the 3 aces on the community cards, it makes 3 of a kind. Wei Zhe's smile froze on his face. Chen Fan didn't even look at him, and then turned over the second card.
Still an A.
The moment the ace of spades was revealed, the air in the entire banquet hall seemed to be sucked out.
Dead silence.
The ecstasy on Wei Zhe's face shattered into pieces, replaced by an extreme absurdity and horror.
4 aces. In Texas Hold'em, this is a hand that is almost miraculous. No. Impossible.
Wei Zhe's lips began to tremble, and his whole body was shaking.
You are cheating. You are definitely cheating. This is impossible.
The dealer had an expressionless face as he used a card splitter to slowly push all the chips piled up in the middle of the gambling pool towards Chen Fan. The golden chips and blue chips mixed together, and the clattering sound was the most beautiful music tonight.
Chen Fan stood up.
He didn't look at the chips that were enough to drive anyone crazy, nor did he look at the distraught Wei Zhe. He simply walked over to the platinum seal that served as the key, took it in his hand, and wiped it gently. Then he turned around and walked step by step to Wei Zhe, who was slumped in the chair. He leaned forward, lowered his voice, and spoke in a volume that only the 2 of them could hear.
My father, remembering the old times. I don't want to read it. This one is to pay you back for him. As for what you owe me, we'll settle it slowly later.
After saying that, Chen Fan stopped looking at him and turned to walk towards Long Yuqing. Wei Zhe was struck by lightning, his body shook violently, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell backwards and fainted completely.
Win. This shocking gamble was completed in the most incredible and thrilling way. However, just as the entire audience was still immersed in this huge shock, Madame Yu's cold voice broke the brief calm. The game has just begun.
As soon as she finished speaking, she smashed the wine glass in her hand to the ground.
Bang! The crisp cracking sound is the signal. In an instant, all the lights in the banquet hall went out.
The world fell into a pitch-black darkness. The moment darkness fell, there were no screams, only the whistling of sharp blades cutting through the air.
Protect the young master. Qingwan's fierce shout exploded in the darkness.
Zhou Hao subconsciously pulled Long Yuqing behind him, and with his other hand he had already pulled out the tactical flashlight he carried with him. The strong light was like a sword, stabbing at the nearest shadow. The sound of metal colliding was heard, accompanied by suppressed groans. The shadow guards, who had been lying in ambush for a long time, launched the most deadly raid under the cover of darkness. They are a group of real ghosts, their attacks are precise and deadly, and their target is Chen Fan.
Chapter 145.
The four guards behind Chen Fan instantly formed a battle formation, protecting him tightly in the core, and fighting with the shadow guards with flashes of swords and shadows. In the darkness, it is impossible to distinguish friend from foe, and one must rely entirely on instinct to block and counterattack.
Come on, all of you. Protect the young lady. And nephew Chen. Long Xiaoyun's roar exploded.
The Long family guards he brought with him were also no mediocre people. They rushed into the battle group with roars.
For a moment, the situation was completely out of control.
The shadow guards, Chen Fan's guards, and the Long family's men, three forces collided and fought violently in the darkness. The people of the Long family shouted for help, but their attack routes were extremely strange. Sometimes they blocked the fatal blow of the shadow guards on Chen Fan, and sometimes they completely separated Chen Fan's guards from the outside. They don't seem like support, but more like controlling the game.
Long Xiaoyun, you old fox. Zhou Hao cursed in his heart while protecting Long Yuqing tightly.
Long Yuqing's face was pale in the flickering beam of the flashlight.
She clutched the corner of Zhou Hao's clothes tightly, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Bang! All the crystal chandeliers in the banquet hall suddenly lit up at the same moment. The dazzling light made everyone pause and subconsciously squint their eyes.
When everyone opened their eyes again, they were shocked to find that the banquet hall was surrounded by black-clad security guards holding stun batons. They had expressionless faces, like rows of cold machines, surrounding the entire battle circle. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked out slowly from behind the security wall. He was wearing a dark gray Chinese gown and was slowly turning two walnuts in his hands. He looked at the mess in front of him with a calm expression, as if the life and death fight just now was just a monkey show to liven up the atmosphere.
Everyone, have you had enough fun?
The man's voice was not loud, but it clearly penetrated everyone's ears. Madame Yu's confidant, Mr. Qin, froze for a moment and bowed slightly to the newcomer, head of the management. Long Xiaoyun also put away his angry expression and bowed to the man. It's just a misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding?
The man known as the senior manager laughed. He walked to the center of the field and gently kicked away a piece of broken glass with his toes. When fighting in Zichen Pavilion, there's never been a word like misunderstanding. He looked around, his eyes sweeping over Madame Yu and Long Xiaoyun, and finally fixed on Chen Fan.
We've given face to that gentleman, and we've also given face to the Long family.
Director Gao changed the subject, his voice as cold as steel.
But the Zichen Pavilion has its own rules.
This tasting event tonight ends here. He clapped his hands. Several security guards immediately stepped forward and took away the pile of chips on the gambling table, along with the ownership document of the Diamond Star mining area.
Madame Yu's body tensed instantly.
The senior manager walked up to Chen Fan, took a look at the platinum seal in his hand, and then glanced at the Pandora card on the table.
Mr. Chen, you won the bet.
According to the rules, these two items are yours. He gestured please. However, how you take the items away and where you hand them over is up to us at Zichen Pavilion.
We will provide absolute notarization for this transaction.
As soon as these words were spoken, Madame Yu and Long Xiaoyun's expressions changed.
Zichen Pavilion is trying to intervene forcibly.
They are no longer chess players, but have all become chess pieces on the Zichen Pavilion chessboard.
Before Chen Fan could speak, Madame Yu suddenly laughed. He.
Her laughter was particularly piercing in the dead silence of the hall.
Director Gao is right. Rules are paramount.
It's just, the rules of our game haven't been completed yet.
Chapter 146.
She suddenly turned to Chen Fan, and the eyes behind the mask revealed a cold light like a venomous snake.
Mr. Chen, congratulations, you won the bet. But do you think you really won?
Madam Yu pointed at the platinum seal in Chen Fan's hand.
This seal is indeed the key to unlocking Pandora's list. But it is only half of the key. The one in your hand is the public key.
Her voice was filled with cruel pleasure.
To unlock its private key, a unique biological sequence is required for in vivo verification. As for this living body,
Madam Yu paused, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth.
It's the one who was just carried away, Wei Zhe.
Without his iris and fingerprint for double liveness verification, this seal in your hand is just a piece of expensive scrap metal. There was a sick pleasure in her voice. And Mr. Wei Zhe should be receiving the best care at this moment in a private hospital under our control.
Now, I'll give you another choice.
Madam Yu spread her hands, her attitude arrogant. Hand over Pandora and the public key, and I can guarantee that Mr. Wei Zhe will be safe and sound.
Otherwise, I'm afraid he might accidentally get into an accident.
For example, his fingers and eyes could be permanently lost. These words brought the lively hall to a sudden silence.
What a good move to cut off the firewood from under the cauldron.
Vicious. Even if Chen Fan conquered the whole world, if he couldn't get the most important key, everything would be in vain.
Good move, Chen Fan finally spoke.
He fiddled with the platinum seal in his hand, his tone expressionless. To trade a traitor's life for everything I've won, that lord has a brilliant plan.
Long Xiaoyun immediately seized the opportunity, stepped forward, and acted like a peacemaker. Nephew Chen, don't be impulsive.
He lowered his voice.
Madam Yu, everything can be discussed.
How about this? Pandora will be kept by Zichen Pavilion for the time being, and the three of us can sit down and discuss a plan that we can all accept. Don't worry, nephew, Uncle Long is here, and he will never let you suffer any loss. He said that he would not let Chen Fan suffer any loss, but what he said was that he wanted to take a big bite out of the huge cake of Pandora.
Talk? Chen Fan seemed to have heard a huge joke. Second Master Long, why should I talk to others about my things? He no longer paid attention to Long Xiaoyun, who was speechless for a moment.
His gaze passed through the crowd and fell on Long Yufei, who had been watching the show from beginning to end and was now gloating.
Long Yufei. Chen Fan suddenly called out his name.
Long Yufei was stunned.
He didn't expect the fire to burn him. He subconsciously stood up straight and asked, What are you doing? I heard that you lost badly in Australia a while ago and your legs were broken.
Chen Fan's question was inexplicable, but extremely precise.
What the hell are you talking about? Long Yufei instantly got furious, like a cat whose tail was stepped on.
Which private hospital in Beijing has the best orthopedics department, the most private environment, the most expensive fees, and the tightest-lipped authority, and can handle an injury like yours without anyone noticing?
Chen Fan continued to press the issue. Long Yufei's face flushed red. He looked at his father, then at the people around him who were watching the show, and he hesitated for a long time before finally shouting out in despair. St. Mary's. It's St. Mary's private clinic. What's wrong? I'd love to. Okay, that's great. Chen Fan smiled.
He turned around and looked at Madame Yu, who was already unsteady on her feet.
Did you hear that? St. Mary's private clinic. Chapter 147. Zhou Hao, standing behind Chen Fan, quickly began working on his tablet.
He reported in a low voice, Master, we've locked it down. St. Mary's is a medical institution indirectly controlled by several shell companies under that master, and its security is military grade.
It's more fun when the level is high.
Chen Fan put away the Pandora card and the platinum seal, and slowly straightened his suit, as if he was not going to venture into a dangerous place, but to attend an ordinary cocktail party.
He walked out. Chen Fan. Stop right there. Madam Yu screamed.
If you dare step out of this door, I guarantee you won't even be able to see Wei Zhe's ashes.
Chen Fan walked without stopping and without looking back. Second Master Long.
His voice came from a few steps away, calm but carrying an irresistible pressure.
I want to leave now. Will you stop me or not? Long Xiaoyun's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and his whole body froze in place.
To stop him would mean to completely break off relations with Chen Fan, this unfathomable young man. If he didn't stop him, he would be humiliated by a junior in front of all the powerful people in the capital, and would completely offend that lord. I told you, I won't let you suffer. Long Xiaoyun was still trying to find a way out, as long as you give up some of Pandora's rights.
I won't give you face. Chen Fan interrupted him directly, I'll ask again, will you give way? Everyone in the audience held their breath. Everyone looked at Long Xiaoyun. What choice would this hero who had been rampant in the capital for many years make? Long Xiaoyun clenched and unclenched his fists repeatedly, veins bulging.
Finally, as if drained of all his strength, he waved heavily at the Long family guards blocking the door.
Let him go.
3 words, extremely difficult. The Long family's men retreated to both sides like a tide, making way for a passage.
Chen Fan, along with Qing Wan and Zhou Hao, walked straight through the crowd and headed towards the gate under the gazes of hundreds of complicated people.
Long Yuqing moved her lips, but finally gritted her teeth and quickly followed.
Chen Fan! Madam Yu roared in despair from behind, you will regret this. Chen Fan walked to the door and finally stopped.
He turned his head and smiled at Madam Yu. Go back and tell your master to wash his neck and wait for me.
Oh, yes, there's one more.
He paused, his voice not loud, but clearly carried throughout the hall. If my people, at St. Mary's Clinic, discovered that my private key was missing a hair or a piece of skin, I will buy all the hospitals he owns and turn them into public restrooms. After saying that, he pushed the door open and walked out without stopping. The group quickly boarded the Thor.
The engine let out a low roar and disappeared into the night in an instant like an arrow shot from a bow.
In the car, Chen Fan took out his personal cell phone and dialed Sister Hong's number.
Xiao Fanzi, you've made quite a fuss over there. The entire upper-class circle in the capital has been shaken up by you.
Sister Hong's voice still contained a hint of lazy teasing.
Sister Hong, please do me a favor. Chen Fan's tone was calm. Explain. St. Mary's private clinic.
Yes, it's one of the most profitable brothels owned by that lord. It's heavily guarded and specializes in handling dirty work for those who don't want to see the light of day. I want you to mobilize all your connections, the media, the internet, and official channels, to keep a close eye on it. Chen Fan looked at the street scene rapidly receding outside the window.
Chapter 148. Please prepare another great gift for me. I want to make St. Mary's tonight even more lively than Zichen Pavilion.
Inside the car, Zhou Hao was still reporting on the security deployment of St. Mary's Clinic, speaking very quickly. There are 3 perimeter checkpoints, and over 50 internal security personnel, all armed. The surveillance system is supplied by the same supplier as the military. Young master, the cost of forcing your way through this place is too high. Long Yuqing's palms were sweating as she listened to these data. Chen Fan ignored Zhou Hao's analysis and continued talking to Sister Hong on the other end of the phone. I want this to become the cleanest place in the capital before dawn.
I want more than just people, I want it to be ruined.
Sister Hong on the other end of the phone chuckled. Xiao Fanzi, your appetite is still so big.
But I like it. How big of a gift do you want? Chen Fan looked out the window and said, it's as big as a hole in the sky. Well, then, you'll enjoy the show.
In 15 minutes, when you look at the words St. Mary again, you'll find them quite amusing.
Sister Hong hung up the phone.
Several push notifications immediately popped up on Zhou Hao's tablet.
Master, look. Zhou Hao handed over the tablet. On the screen, the headlines of several mainstream financial media outlets were dominated by the same news, shocking news.
St. Mary's Clinic's parent company, Kongsheng Medical, is suspected of serious financial fraud. An anonymous overseas organization has released a 100-page short-selling report, causing its stock price to plummet before the market opens. Immediately afterwards, several internet celebrities with tens of millions of followers released videos almost at the same time, the content of which directly pointed out several medical accidents at St. Mary's Clinic in recent years, and the chain of evidence was terrifyingly complete. Long Yuqing leaned over to take a look, her mouth slightly open.
Was this done by Sister Hong? This is just an appetizer. Chen Fan's tone was calm.
Zhou Hao swiped his fingers, and more information poured out. Master, the official website of the Beijing Health System has just posted a notice that a special investigation team will be established tonight to investigate St. Mary's illegal operations. Thor did a beautiful tailspin and stopped in front of the gate of St. Mary's private clinic. The expected armed security and solemn atmosphere did not exist at all. Instead, there was a hellish scene. Dozens of news vehicles bearing the logos of major media outlets blocked the entrance, while countless reporters, armed with cameras and cameras, surrounded the clinic's main entrance. Flashbulbs merged into a sea of white, illuminating the darkness like day. Several top internet celebrities were holding their phones, broadcasting live, and screaming at the camera at the top of their lungs.
Family members. See? This is it. The most shady private hospital in Beijing. They disregard human life. Today we will enforce justice.
A group of uniformed, serious-looking health department workers were holding documents and trying to squeeze through the crowd to enter the clinic, but were stopped by the clinic's security. The two sides were arguing fiercely. The scene was as chaotic as a vegetable market.
This is the great gift that Sister Hong mentioned? Zhou Hao was stunned. This isn't just making a hole, this is literally blowing up the sky.
The appearance of Thor immediately attracted everyone's attention. The car door opened and Chen Fan, Long Yuqing, and Zhou Hao got out. The reporters were like sharks smelling blood, instantly turning their guns and swarming in.
Excuse me, who are you? What are you doing here so late at night? Are you rumored to be a family member of another victim from St. Mary's?
A man in his 50s, wearing a white coat and with meticulously combed hair, squeezed out of the clinic with several security guards. When he saw Chen Fan, he was stunned at first, then immediately put on a professional smile.
Chapter 149.
Sir, I am the dean of this hospital.
My last name is Wang. There is a misunderstanding here. Dean Wang forced a smile and tried to stop the person from coming.
Chen Fan walked right past him without paying any attention and spoke into a microphone that was almost hitting him in the face.
I'm not a family member of the victim.
In one sentence, the noise at the scene suddenly stopped.
I'm here to acquire this clinic. Shocking.
The smile on Dean Wang's face completely froze. The reporters were completely excited, as if they had been injected with stimulants.
Acquisition? Sir, are you sure you're not kidding? May I ask which capital you represent? Why did you choose to take action during this scandal?
Chen Fan casually picked up the microphone of a reporter next to him. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted throughout the entire network through countless cameras. I heard that this clinic has some issues with its service and medical ethics. He glanced at Dean Wang, and the other's body shook uncontrollably. So, I'm going to buy it and fix it up. For example, we could cut those departments that charge high fees but are of little practical use and replace them with affordable public medical services.
For example, all doctors with corrupt medical ethics should be fired.
He changed the subject.
By the way, do you have a patient named Weijia here? Dean Wang's body trembled violently and cold sweat began to break out.
Chen Fan continued, I heard he was seriously ill, and I was very worried about him. So, the first thing I did after the acquisition was to immediately establish a top-level expert team to provide him with 24-hour personal treatment. Make sure he walks out of this door healthy and intact.
Every word is heart-wrenching. This is not about stealing people.
This means buying the entire cage in front of the whole world, and then slowly playing the bird in the cage to death. Dean Wang's back was soaked with cold sweat, and the private phone in his pocket was vibrating wildly.
He glanced at the caller ID and began shaking even more violently. He walked to the side tremblingly and answered the call. Madam Yu, no. No.
Please listen to my explanation. He spoke a few words on the phone, and his face turned from pale to ashen, and finally there was only despair as if he had accepted his fate. After hanging up the phone, he walked up to Chen Fan in a daze, and his whole body seemed to have lost its spine and collapsed limply. Mr. Chen, our boss, has agreed to your acquisition offer.
The whole audience was in an uproar. He actually agreed. In just a few minutes. Chen Fan smiled.
Very good, let your lawyer talk to my lawyer.
But...
Dean Wang swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Just 5 minutes before you came, Mr. Weijia, he insisted on being discharged. We couldn't stop him, and he signed and left on his own.
Yeah?
The smile on Chen Fan's face did not diminish. My car should be faster than his legs. Inside the Thor car, the atmosphere was frozen.
Chapter 150. Leave on your own? Long Yuqing's voice was full of absurdity. How could a seriously injured and unconscious person sign and leave on their own?
Zhou Hao's fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard, his expression becoming increasingly solemn. Master, all of Weijia's personal information, including his identity, medical records, and bank accounts, was wiped out 10 minutes ago by an unknown force.
No such person is found in the system. Their methods were very professional.
He paused and pulled up a surveillance screen.
I hacked into the surveillance camera at the back door of the clinic. Here it is. On the screen, a black commercial vehicle had just driven away, and its license plate was completely blocked. We can't catch up. Zhou Hao concluded, there's no tracking beacon on the car. Chen Fan took out his cell phone and called Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu used the Sky Eye Authority. Uncle Fu on the other end of the phone seemed to pause for a moment. Master, once the Sky Eye system is activated, it will alarm many people. I just want to alarm them. Chen Fan's tone brooked no argument.
From now on, I want the route applications and takeoff times of every private plane in Beijing.
Especially those flying abroad. Yes, master. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan's other phone rang, and the caller ID showed that it was Long Xiaoyun. Chen Fan answered the call and pressed the hands-free button.
Nephew Chen, you're quite skillful and courageous.
Long Xiaoyun's voice was filled with the admiration of a seasoned veteran.
You're the first in the entire capital to rub that gentleman's face against the ground.
Master Long, speak frankly.
Okay, straightforward. Long Xiaoyun stopped beating around the bush. I know where they're taking Weijia. It's not just some foreign country, but a private island on the high seas, one of that lord's lairs.
Once the plane takes off, even gods can't stop it.
He paused for a moment and threw out his chips.
I can help you.
My men can seize the plane for you before it takes off. But, Nephew Chen, there's no such thing as a free lunch.
I want half of what's in Pandora.
Let's work together to bring down that lord, and from now on, the capital's business world will be evenly divided between our two families.
How do you say it?
Long Yuqing held her breath and looked at Chen Fan nervously.
The temptation of this proposal is really too great.
But Chen Fan smiled.
Master Long, your appetite is bigger than I thought. But your plane is too slow.
After saying that, Chen Fan hung up the phone. Zhou Hao was full of doubts and was about to speak. Before he finished speaking, Uncle Fu called back. Master, Sky Eye has locked on, and the screening is complete.
In 15 minutes, a Gulfstream G650 bound for Bermuda will take off from Shiyuan Airport on the outskirts of the city. The passenger list is blank, but the applicant is an overseas shell company under Madame Yu. 99%, the target is on that plane.
Very good. Chen Fan tapped the armrest with his fingertips, his tone calm. Uncle Fu, connect me to the Beijing Air Traffic Control Bureau.
I want the overall command.
Zhou Hao and Long Yuqing both stopped breathing for a moment.
Directly order the air traffic control tower?
This is beyond description of overwhelming power. In just a few seconds, the call was connected and a steady male voice came, his tone extremely respectful.
Hello, the tower commander awaits your instructions.
Chen Fan looked at the rapidly approaching red dot of the airport on the navigation screen, and his voice was as calm as if he was giving an order for a trivial matter. 15 minutes from now, that Gulfstream G650 bound for Bermuda, no matter what excuse you give, weather, navigation, mechanical failure, anything, tell it to turn around and return.
Return home?
The voice on the other end was full of surprise.
Yes, we're returning.
I'll send you the landing coordinates later. Also, tell the captain that if he doesn't obey, he'll be gone forever.
Yes. I'll do it immediately. Chapter 151.
Thor quietly stopped at an abandoned factory a few kilometers away from Shiyuan Airport. In the darkness of night, the huge silhouette of a private plane broke through the clouds, approaching from far away, and slowly landed on an open field under the guidance of the beams of light from ground searchlights. The plane stopped and the door opened. Several bodyguards in black walked out first and looked around vigilantly. Immediately, a figure being supported appeared. It was Weijia, who was pale but conscious. But when she saw clearly the person following Weijia, Long Yuqing froze.
Long Yufei.
He had a smug grin on his face and was patting Weijia's shoulder and boasting about something.
His expression was extremely glaring. How dare he? Long Yuqing couldn't believe it.
At this moment, several black off-road vehicles roared out from the darkness of the factory, did a beautiful drift, and stopped steadily next to the plane. The car doors opened, and Long Xiaoyun came in with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, surrounded by a group of elite members of the Long family. He glanced in Chen Fan's direction from a distance with a complicated expression. Zhou Hao's heart sank, and his hand was already on the weapon at his waist.
Long Xiaoyun, this old fox, really wants to be the Oriole. He has no good intentions at all and wants to come here and intercept the prophet.
But what happened next made everyone's brain freeze. Long Xiaoyun did not walk towards Weijia, but walked straight to the front of the Thor car. He actually bowed deeply to the tightly closed, inky black car window.
Mr. Chen, I, Long Xiaoyun, surrender. Inside the car, Chen Fan didn't move at all.
Long Xiaoyun stood up straight, and there was no longer any tentativeness in his voice, only awe. My previous proposal was a test, but also a surrender. I expected Mr. Chen to be extremely resourceful, but I didn't expect you to be able to directly mobilize the control tower. With such power, my Long family can't afford to provoke, and even more so, can't afford to lose. He waved his hand violently. The Long family guards behind him rushed towards the bodyguards who were still dazed by the plane like hungry tigers. Long Yufei was held tightly by two guards and was escorted to Chen Fan's car along with Wei Jia. This rebellious son. Long Xiaoyun pointed at Long Yufei and angrily shouted, his expression filled with frustration. That vicious woman, Madame Yu, has blinded his heart with lard. He actually wanted to send Wei Jia away without my knowledge and go beg for mercy from that master. Long Yufei was still struggling frantically, cursing, Dad. Are you crazy? You're helping an outsider to mess with me? Do you know how terrifying that adult is? Bang! A loud and crisp slap landed heavily on Long Yufei's face. Evil creature, shut up. Long Xiaoyun turned to the car window again, lowering his posture even lower. Mr. Chen, that gentleman's true purpose isn't Pandora's list, but the research manuscript left behind by your father. The list is just bait. He wants to use Wei Jia as a card to force you to hand over the Swiss bank's promise. Then, his next move is to destroy Wei Jia at any cost, so that you will never get that private key. Now, I bring you the key intact. There was a determination in Long Xiaoyun's voice to risk the entire clan's life. I, Long Xiaoyun, have only one request. After defeating that lord, my Long family only wishes to be able to continue to survive in the capital. There was dead silence inside the Thor car. Long Xiaoyun's earth-shattering call of Mr. Chen sucked all the air out of him. The tablet in Zhou Hao's hand almost slipped. Long Yuqing even covered her mouth. Outside the car window, her father, who had once been like a mountain in her life, was now bending over humbly. Yellow bird? No, this is 1,000 times more bizarre and shocking than the oriole catching the cicada. Chen Fan didn't move. The windows weren't even down. Chapter 152. He sat safely in the driver's seat, a spectator who was not involved in the matter, letting the night wind from the abandoned factory blow on Long Xiaoyun's face that was full of struggle. Silence is the best form of pressure. Every second of silence was like a heavy hammer, hitting Long Xiaoyun's heart. The young man in the car was waiting for him to hand over something more than just being a rebellious son and a word of surrender. Finally, Long Xiaoyun seemed to have made up his mind and spoke again, his voice hoarse. Mr. Chen, I know you are doubting my sincerity. If it were me, I wouldn't trust someone who was scheming against me just a second ago. He pointed at his good-for-nothing son, Long Yufei, with no expression on his face. I didn't discipline this rebellious son properly, and his stupidity made me realize one thing. The ship of that lord is leaking. He used profit to drive this idiot to work hard. If it succeeds, Long Yufei will be a hero, and I, Long Xiaoyun, will be a useless pawn who can be discarded at any time. If things fail, just like now, my Long family will be the scapegoat for him. I, Long Xiaoyun, have spent my entire life in the capital. I didn't want to end up not knowing how I died. He took a deep breath, and a fierce and ruthless aura burst out. More importantly, I saw your methods, Mr. Chen. Being able to make the military tower clear the flight path, this kind of power, is not something my Long family can contend with. The sky in the capital is about to change. I don't want to be crushed to death by the falling sky. After the words fell, the car window on Chen Fan's side slowly lowered. A gust of cold air rushed into the car. Chen Fan didn't look at Long Xiaoyun. His gaze passed over him and fixed on the faces of Wei Jia and Long Yufei who were being held. A letter of surrender? Chen Fan's voice was soft, but piercing. Master Long, your pledge of allegiance is a bit too cheap. He turned to the trembling Long Yufei. Did you come up with this idea on your own, or did someone teach you? Long Yufei shuddered all over. He looked at his father's murderous expression, then at Chen Fan, and his psychological defenses collapsed instantly. It's Madame Yu. She was the one who contacted me. He roared out like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. She said that as long as I get Wei Jia out safely, that master will support me, and let me replace my father and become the new head of the Long family. She said that both Pandora and the manuscript were hers, and I would get the biggest piece of the pie. Bang! Long Xiaoyun was so angry that he was shaking all over. He slapped Long Yufei again with such force that blood came to the corner of his mouth. The traitor! The traitor! The corner of Chen Fan's mouth curled up in a playful arc. Using your son's life as a token of your loyalty, Master Long, you are truly ruthless. He opened the car door and got out. The night wind blew the corners of his clothes, and with every step he took, Long Xiaoyun and the guards behind him subconsciously took a step back. The invisible sense of oppression makes this abandoned factory depressing. Chen Fan ignored the Long father and son and walked straight to Wei Zhe, who looked as pale as death. Zhou Hao immediately understood and followed with a specially made portable analyzer. Chen Fan was too lazy to say a word to Wei Zhe. He grabbed his hand and pressed his thumb on the sensing area of the analyzer. Chapter 153. Drop. A soft sound. Then he pinched Wei Zhe's chin and forced him to raise his head. The analyzer's scanning beam was aimed at his iris. Drop. Drop. Two soft sounds sounded like the death knell of a countdown. Zhou Hao stared at the screen intently, his voice trembling. Master. It's done. I got the biometric key, and the double verification passed. Done. The key to unlock Pandora's last shackles is in hand. Long Yuqing watched all this from the car, her heart pounding. She finally understood, ever since the Zichen Pavilion incident, every move Chen Fan had made hadn't been a passive counterattack, but an active hunt. He'd already spread his net, waiting for everyone to fall into it. Chen Fan let go of his hand, and Wei Zhe collapsed like a boneless person, being held tightly by the Long family's guards. After doing all this, Chen Fan turned around and faced Long Xiaoyun again. I will accept your pledge of allegiance for now. Long Xiaoyun's tense body visibly collapsed, and the cold sweat on his forehead soaked his temples. He knew that this time, his gamble was right. From now on, I will be the first to know about any movement of that Lord. Chen Fan's tone brooked no room for argument. If the information you give me is false or contains any concealment. He didn't finish his words, but the oppression of his silence was more frightening than any harsh words. Yes. Yes. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. Long Xiaoyun bowed repeatedly, and his address changed from Nephew Chen to the respectful Mr. Chen. I, Long Xiaoyun, will follow Mr. Chen's lead from now on. Chen Fan's gaze finally fell on the frightened Long Yufei. Long Xiaoyun's heart tightened, and he asked tentatively, then, Mr. Chen, this rebellious son? The corners of Chen Fan's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a bone-chilling coldness. He didn't answer, but opened the car door and sat back in the driver's seat of Thor. The engine roared again. Under the odd gaze of everyone in the Long family, the car slowly turned around. As he passed by Long Yufei, Chen Fan's voice floated out through the car window and clearly penetrated everyone's ears. Tell him to learn from his father. At least his father knows when to kneel. Thor sped through the night, and there was an eerie silence in the carriage. Wei Zhe was thrown in the back row, like a rag doll with all its bones pulled out, his eyes lifeless, having completely given up struggling. Long Yuqing sat in the passenger seat. She tried to speak several times, but her throat felt dry, and she couldn't utter a single word. Everything that had happened tonight had completely overturned her understanding of the world for the past 20 years. Power, conspiracy, betrayal, surrender, the silent confrontation between her father and Chen Fan had brought it all to its fullest. Master, shall we begin? Zhou Hao's voice broke the silence. He had already carefully connected the Pandora card and the platinum seal to the analyzer. Start. Chen Fan looked straight ahead, his tone calm. Zhou Hao clicked the confirmation button and imported the biometric key data he had just obtained from Wei Zhe into the system. Authentication passed. Public key matching successful. Private key unlocking successful. A series of green prompts flashed rapidly on the analyzer screen. Chapter 154. Then, a progress bar popped up in the center of the screen and began to move forward slowly but steadily. Core data area decryption. 1%. 10%. 50%. Zhou Hao and Long Yuqing both stopped breathing. The sky-high price of 10.1 billion yuan, the secret that has driven countless people crazy and even risked their lives on it, is about to be revealed before their eyes. Decryption completed. When the progress bar reaches 100%, an encrypted file will pop up automatically. Zhou Hao's fingers trembled as he clicked on the file. The expected list of names, amounts, and dates did not appear. Instead, there are densely packed yet well-organized records. This is... Zhou Hao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, his mouth opened, and his voice changed. Master! This isn't even a fucking list. He suddenly turned the tablet towards Chen Fan. The content on the screen made Long Yuqing beside him subconsciously lean over to take a look, and then she gasped. That's not a list. That was the Empire's Black Ledger. A sinful book that could turn the entire capital upside down, a book of sins. What is recorded above is far more than just the flow of funds.
Zhang Dihai, vice president of Beijing Construction Investment.
In 2008, he embezzled public funds to cover his son's gambling debts, which were then covered by a master. The price, a 70% profit share of the development project on the west side of the city.
Li Weiguo, chairman of Tianhua Group.
His only daughter was involved in a drug scandal while studying abroad. The master used his overseas connections to suppress the scandal.
The price, a secret 3% stake in Tianhua Group. Director of the Beijing Banking Regulatory Bureau, Wang Liye.
He's fond of antiques and once accepted a Song Dynasty official kiln brush washer as a gift from master, estimated to be worth 30 million yuan.
The price, repeatedly giving his subsidiaries the green light for illegal loan projects.
Every item and every incident was recorded clearly, including the time, place, people, events, and cost, and even included relevant recordings, videos, and document scans as attachments.
What kind of list is this? This is a web that lord has been weaving for decades.
A web that has trapped half of the powerful and famous people in the capital, a death warrant. Once this thing is exposed, it will not cause a financial earthquake, but a chain collapse of officialdom, business circles, and even the entire upper-class society.
I understand. Chen Fan looked at the shocking records and finally spoke. He understood everything.
What that gentleman was really willing to take back at all costs, even at the cost of exposing himself to destruction, was never the manuscript in the Swiss bank. The manuscript was just a bait, an excuse for him to put Weijia's living private key on the table. His real purpose is to destroy Weijia and lock away the evidence that could bury him and the entire interest group forever. So, this is the real Pandora's box. Chen Fan's voice was very soft, but it caused the temperature of the entire carriage to drop to freezing point. Weijia in the back row twitched violently. He stared at the screen intently, a strange hoarse sound coming out of his throat, and then he laughed, but tears rolled down his face.
That laughter is more creepy than crying. I should have thought of it earlier. How could I not have thought of it?
Weijia's voice was distorted, full of self-destructive madness. I am one of the first bad debts on this account.
He completely broke down.
I thought that by betraying the Yi family, I could get a better future.
But I was wrong. I was so fucking wrong.
I went from being Mr. Yi's dog to being a lower class, spineless dog under that lord.
Chapter 155.
I'll bite whoever he tells me to bite. I'll lick whose shoes he tells me to lick. For the past 10 years, I've lived like neither a human nor a ghost.
When he asked me to come back this time, I had a feeling. I wasn't going to make it. That plane wasn't destined for the high seas. He had planned everything long ago. He knew there would be an accident along the way, leaving me and this key to sink into the sea and feed the turtles. Weijia's roar echoed in the narrow carriage, and every word was heartbreaking.
Chen Fan turned a deaf ear to it, as if the collapsed man in the back row was just a piece of air. He took out his personal cell phone and dialed a number.
The call was connected almost instantly. Hey, Xiaofanzi, you're quite nimble. You got the little key so quickly?
Sister Hong's signature voice came, with a hint of laziness and teasing. Sister Hong, Chen Fan interrupted her, his tone frighteningly calm. It's time to change the way the game is played.
There was a pause on the other end of the line. Oh? I have something new in my hand, it's very interesting.
Chen Fan's fingertips tapped on the steering wheel intermittently, at a steady pace.
A ledger that would bring half of Beijing's business community to their knees.
The lazy voice on the other end of the phone disappeared.
Dead silence.
After 3 full seconds of dead silence, a clear gasp was heard. For the first time, Sister Hong's voice was no longer teasing, and revealed an unprecedented solemnity.
Xiaofanzi, you are playing with fire. You've lifted the lid off the volcano that is Beijing's business world.
The corners of Chen Fan's mouth finally curled up into a sinister arc. So, I'd like to ask Sister Hong for a small favor and invite a few old friends over to catch up.
Who do you want to move first? Let's start with Director Wang Liye of the Beijing Banking Regulatory Bureau.
Chen Fan's voice was soft, but it carried an unquestionable command.
Let him be the first one to drink tea in front of me.
Thor slowly drove into an ancient alley. The heavy rosewood door of Jingxin Pavilion should have been closed, but at this moment it quietly opened a gap. As soon as the car stopped, a middle-aged woman wearing a plain cheongsam and with a gentle temperament like jade came out to greet them in person, followed by two waiters. They bowed deeply towards the car door.
Mr. Chen, the private room is ready. It's the best Tinjiuxuan.
The woman's voice was soft and her attitude was extremely respectful.
Obviously, Sister Han's call arrived earlier than their people.
Chen Fan stepped out of the car, followed closely by Zhou Hao and Long Yuqing. As for Wei Jia, Xing Yuan dragged him out of the car like a dead dog and threw him to the Jingxin Pavilion security. Passing through the winding courtyard, you can hear the gurgling water and the swaying bamboo shadows. In Tinjiuxuan, top-grade agarwood had already been lit, and a Wangwali wood tea table was placed in the middle. On the tea table was a set of Ru-kiln sky blue tea sets, as smooth as jade. Chen Fan sat down leisurely in the main seat, and the Cheongsam woman personally made tea for him with elegant movements that were pleasing to the eye.
The Jingxin Pavilion is clear tonight and no one will disturb Mr. Chen.
After the woman said this, she bowed and retreated, leaving the entire space to them.
Long Yuqing was fidgeting.
In her eyes, this elegant tea room was like the center of a storm.
It seemed calm, but in fact, it was brewing thunder that could overturn everything.
Chen Fan picked up the teacup, gently blew away the floating tea leaves, took a sip, and closed his eyes slightly, as if he was really just here to taste the tea.
Time passes by minute by minute.
The agarwood in the tea room is burning quietly. Suddenly, there was a burst of hurried and chaotic footsteps outside the courtyard, accompanied by suppressed scolding. The door of Tinjiuxuan was suddenly pushed open.
Chapter 156.
A man in his 50s with messy hair and a look of panic and anger on his face was invited in. He was wearing a high-end silk robe with a black coat draped over it, and even hotel slippers on his feet. He looked in a dishevel.
It was Wang Liye, the head of the Beijing Banking Regulatory Bureau.
As soon as he entered the room, he saw the extremely young Chen Fan sitting in the main seat. He was stunned for a moment, then he became furious, and the power of an official who had been in a high position for a long time suddenly erupted.
Who are you? You are so bold. Do you know who I am? You are kidnapping state officials, do you want to rebel? Wang Liye roared in a timid manner, trying to calm the situation with his identity. Chen Fan didn't even raise his eyelids.
He just stretched out his fingers and tapped the table lightly.
Zhou Hao understood and silently slid the tablet computer in front of Wang Liye.
The screen was lit, with no complicated diagrams or lengthy text on it.
Just a paragraph and a photo. Wang Liye, director of the Beijing Banking Regulatory Bureau.
A lover of antiques, he once accepted a Song Dynasty official kiln brush washer from a master, valued at 30 million yuan. The price he paid, repeatedly giving his subsidiaries the green light for illegal loan projects. The photo shows the Song Dynasty official kiln brush washer, quietly placed on a mahogany antique display stand. And that antique display cabinet is in the most private study room in Wang Liye's own villa. Wang Liye's roar stopped abruptly, like a chicken with its neck strangled. His eyes were fixed on the photo, and his pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant. An extreme chill instantly shot up from his tailbone to the top of his head. The color drained from his face at a visible speed, from red to pale, and then to ashen gray. His legs gave way, and with a plop, he collapsed into the chair, his body shaking like a sieve. Cold sweat instantly soaked his silk pajamas.
Photo.
That photo is 10,000 times more terrifying than that text. This means that the other party not only knows all his secrets, but can even enter and exit his most heavily guarded home at will without his knowledge. This is no longer a threat, this is a divine judgment. There was deathly silence in the tea room. There was only Wang Liye's heavy and frightened breathing. Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes at this time. He picked up the teapot and personally filled the empty teacup in front of Wang Liye with tea.
The tea soup is clear and steamy. Director Wang, try this tea.
Chen Fan's voice was very soft and calm, but it was like a heavy hammer hitting Wang Liye's heart. The mother tree of Dahongpo only produces a few taels a year. I had to ask someone to get it with great difficulty. If you don't drink it now, it will get cold.
Wang Liye's body shook violently.
He raised his head in horror and looked at Chen Fan's young but unfathomable face. His lips trembled and he couldn't say a word. He stretched out his hand tremblingly, trying to pick up the cup of tea, but the hand that had approved hundreds of billions of funds was shaking so much that he couldn't even hold a small teacup.
Bang!
He knocked over the teacup and the scalding hot tea spilled all over the table.
Chen Fan didn't care.
He put down the teapot, leaned forward slightly, and looked into Wang Liye's eyes. I don't want to know about your past with that gentleman.
I just want to know about his present and future.
He stretched out his finger and lightly tapped the tablet on the wet table.
There are still a lot of people on this account. The corner of Chen Fan's mouth curled up in an arc that made Wang Liye scared to death. Next, I'd like to invite Director Liu of the Financial Secretary for a cup of coffee. Director Wang, can you give me some advice? What do you think? Does he like it with sugar or without? Chapter 157.
A dry gurgling sound came out from the depths of his throat, and Wang Liye felt as if his trachea was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand. Every breath became a luxury, the air in his lungs was sucked out bit by bit, and the enormous pressure was about to crush his soul from this body.
To add sugar, or not to add sugar? This isn't some kind of crappy multiple choice question, it's a fucking death warrant. Director Liu of the Financial Secretary.
The real confidant of that gentleman is the cannon on the chessboard, which is more important than Wang Liye's chariot.
Touch him? What's the difference between this and stabbing that adult in the heart with a knife? But does he dare to say no? He doesn't dare.
The young man opposite didn't even change his posture, just sat there quietly, but that silence was more frightening than any torture.
Wang Liye had no doubt that as soon as he said no, the next second,
he, Wang Liye, will become a prisoner broadcast live on the entire network. The evidence that could kill him 1,000 times would instantly detonate the entire internet and blow him to pieces.
This is a fatal question. There is a guillotine on the left, immediate death. To the right is a bottomless abyss.
If you offend that lord, your fate will be even worse, but
at least not now. Even if you are barely surviving, you are still alive.
Cold sweat soaked his shirt and stuck to his back.
Wang Liye's trembling hand slowly reached for the sugar jar in front of him. Do I still need to answer this multiple choice question? I'll hit you. I'll hit you right away.
Wang Liye's voice had completely changed in tone. He frantically tried to take out his cell phone, but the pocket of his robe seemed to be deliberately playing tricks on him. His hand was shaking uncontrollably, and it took him several tries to grab the phone. He didn't even dare to look up, all his attention was fixed on the tablet. What's on it is not evidence, but a guillotine hanging over his head.
Don't use your phone.
Chen Fan spoke, his voice was not loud, but it made Wang Liye freeze instantly.
Use this.
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Hao pushed a brand new black satellite phone in front of Wang Liye. There is no brand logo on the fuselage, it looks cold and unfamiliar.
Wang Liye's hand stopped in mid-air. Satellite phone.
If you use this to attack, no one can find the source.
Calculation. What a flawless plan. He is a knife. A knife stabbed at Director Liu.
A knife that will be thrown away after use and wiped clean without leaving any trace. A dirty knife. All retreat routes were completely cut off at this moment.
That black satellite phone was now colder than the guillotine.
When my fingertips touched the cold fuselage, the chill instantly penetrated my heart.
Wang Liye's fingers were no longer under his control. He mechanically pressed a string of numbers based on his muscle memory. That string of numbers that once represented supreme power and the ladder to heaven. Beep beep.
The moment the phone was connected, a drunken and extremely impatient voice came from the other end.
Who is it? Oh, Lao Wang. Chapter 158.
The other party obviously didn't check the caller ID, and his tone was full of annoyance at being interrupted in condescending disrespect.
It's the middle of the night, if you want to fart, just do it. I just came back from drinking and I'm sleepy. Director Liu.
That familiar voice came out of the receiver at this moment, but it sounded like the soul-calling chant from the depths of hell.
Liu. Director Liu. Wang Liye's throat tightened and he almost crushed his phone.
He looked at Chen Fan as if for help, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word.
Chen Fan didn't even raise his eyelids. He picked up his cup of tea and tapped the lid against the rim. Click.
There was a crisp sound, as clear as thunder in this silent tea room. Then he slowly blew away the tea leaves and took a sip.
That slight sound completely broke Wang Liye's last psychological defense. He wasn't on the phone. He is shooting.
And the gun was pointed at the person who once controlled his destiny.
The trigger was in the hand of the young man opposite.
He took a deep breath and used all his strength to make his voice sound less trembling, but it was still filled with tears. Old Liu, something happened.
Something happened? What happened? Did your house catch fire or did your wife run away with someone?
Director Liu on the other end of the phone was clearly in a bad mood, his tone full of sarcasm.
The sky isn't falling, so don't get so alarmed.
It's worse than the sky falling.
Wang Lie's voice suddenly rose, with a hint of hysteria.
That account has been damaged.
What did you say?
Director Liu's voice on the other end of the phone changed instantly. The drunkenness and impatience disappeared without a trace, replaced by the fear and solemnity before a volcano erupted.
Lao Wang.
Explain yourself clearly.
What's the account?
He was still trying to deceive himself.
That's the account. Wang Lie practically roared, the account in that gentleman's hand.
It's been exposed. I'm right in front of the creditor now. There was a dead silence on the other end of the phone. Wang Lie could clearly hear Director Liu's breathing, which suddenly became extremely heavy, like the wheezing of an old bellows.
Address.
After a long time, Director Liu squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth.
Jingxin Pavilion, Tingyu Pavilion.
After Wang Lie finished speaking, he seemed to have been drained of all his strength. He collapsed on the chair, and the cell phone slipped from his hand and fell on the precious carpet silently.
Chen Fan put down his teacup and finally looked him in the eye. Director Wang, a smart man.
He stood up, walked to Wang Lie and patted him on the shoulder.
Wang Lie's body shook violently as if he had been electrocuted.
Don't worry, I've always been clear about rewards and punishments. Chen Fan's voice was soft, yet it held a devilish allure.
Even though there are many people on this account, I won't move them all.
The first one to fall will be treated differently from the first one to stand. When Director Liu arrives, just say something to him. Chen Fan leaned close to Wang Lie's ear, and said a few words in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. Wang Lie's eyes suddenly widened, his face filled with disbelief and horror. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he stood up, calmly adjusted his collar, and turned to Zhou Hao and Long Yuqing and said, "Let's go next door for a cup of coffee. I'll leave this place for the 2 leaders to catch up." He walked to the door, and as if he remembered something, he turned back and added, "By the way, Director Wang, the brush washer in your study is fake. That gentleman, with a high-quality imitation, has exchanged your entire future for yours."
Puff.
Wang Lie could no longer bear this last straw, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, staining the precious rosewood tea table in front of him scarlet. His eyes were completely distracted.
Chapter 159.
Half an hour later, another top-level club next to Jingxin Pavilion, Hentang 1. This place is more luxurious and private than Jingxin Pavilion. It is truly a den of debauchery that only a small group of people at the top of the pyramid in Beijing can enter. In the revolving restaurant on the top floor, Chen Fan, Long Yuqing, and Zhou Hao booked the entire place. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, one can see the dazzling lights of thousands of homes in the capital, and the hustle and bustle of traffic below is like a flowing galaxy. The restaurant manager, a middle-aged man wearing Armani haute couture and Patek Philippe, exuding an elite air in his every move, was personally serving dishes to Chen Fan. His waist was bent almost to 90 degrees, and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Just now, he received a call from his boss. On the phone, the mysterious boss, who was usually elusive, was trembling in his voice and said only one sentence: "Serve that gentleman like an ancestor. If he wants the moon in the sky, you build a ladder for him to pick it. Mr. Chen, this is 9+ grade Wagyu beef that has just been airlifted from Australia. Only the most essential part of the sirloin is used. Please try it." The manager's voice was respectful with a barely perceptible tremor. Chen Fan didn't move his chopsticks, but just shook the red wine glass in his hand.
The 1982 Lafite could only be considered as mouthwash here.
His gaze fell in the direction of the restaurant entrance. The elevator door opened with a ding. A man who was also in his 50s, but was in excellent condition and exuded the aura of someone who had been in a superior position for a long time, walked in accompanied by Wang Lie. It was none other than Director Liu of the Financial Secretary. He was obviously much calmer than Wang Lie. Although his expression was equally ugly, there was still a bit of scrutiny and unwillingness in his eyes. As soon as he came in, his eyes were fixed on Chen Fan, who was sitting in the main seat. When he saw Chen Fan's face, which looked a little too young, his brows furrowed slightly. "You're
Chen Fan?"
Director Liu pulled out a chair and sat down, arms folded across his chest, adopting a negotiating stance. He didn't glance at Wang Lie, who was now like a puppet, but stared at Chen Fan. "I don't care where you come from or how you got that thing," Director Liu said in a deep, powerful voice.
"Name your price.
How much will it cost to keep that thing?"
including the negative, rotting inside you? He tried to take the initiative.
In his opinion, the young man in front of him was just a little bolder and luckier, but his ultimate goal was still money. As long as the problem can be solved with money, it is not a problem for him.
Director Liu is indeed straightforward. Chen Fan smiled. He put down his wine glass, picked up his napkin, and slowly wiped the corner of his mouth. My asking price is indeed related to money.
Director Liu showed a hint of contempt on his face, as if to say, as expected.
But, it's not you who's giving me money.
Chen Fan changed the subject, the smile on his face becoming playful. It's you who's spending money for me.
What do you mean? Director Liu frowned even deeper. Chen Fan didn't answer, but snapped his fingers.
The restaurant manager immediately understood, trotted forward and handed over a gold-embossed menu.
Chen Fan took the menu, but did not open it.
Instead, he pushed it directly in front of Director Liu.
Director Liu, take a look, there's something missing from this menu.
Director Liu picked up the menu in confusion, opened it, and his pupils suddenly contracted. On that beautifully crafted menu, the place where the dishes should have been written was now replaced by photos and lines of text. On the first page, there is Wang Liye and his Song Dynasty official kiln brush washer. The second page shows a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The background of the photo is a luxurious suite in a 5-star hotel.
2 sexy foreign models are lying on the bed.
The caption below reads, Sun Xiaolong, president of Huayuan Group. In 2010, he used group funds to manipulate overseas stock markets, which were then covered by his master through his funds.
The price, 10% of Huayuan Group's anonymously held shares and 20% of annual profits.
Page 3, page 4.
Chapter 160.
As the pages turned, Director Liu's heart sank little by little.
Every page depicts a prominent figure in the capital. Every page contains evidence of a crime that could bring ruin upon them, even to the point of eternal damnation. Where is the menu? This is clearly a death sentence.
When he turned to the last page, his hand stopped.
The last page is blank.
But at the very top of the page, his name was clearly written in bright red font Liu Genoa.
There is also a blank space below the name. Now, do you see what's missing? Chen Fan's voice sounded faintly. Director Liu raised his head.
The color on his face had completely faded, and the calmness he had forced upon himself was completely shattered.
He understood.
What Chen Fan meant was that he would fill out the evidence of his guilt himself.
Everyone whose name is on this menu is a lamb to be slaughtered.
And he is the top dish that has been named and is about to be served on the table.
You, what do you want?
Director Liu's voice finally carried a hint of unconcealable panic.
I told you, I'll pay you.
Chen Fan leaned back in his chair and pointed at the dazzling night view outside the window.
This capital city is brightly lit and looks very prosperous.
Unfortunately, some places are too dirty.
I'm a bit of a germaphobe.
He picked up the menu and pointed to Sun Xiaolong on the second page.
For example, Mr. Sunday.
I heard that his Huayuan Group has recently been competing with a consortium from Hong Kong Island for the King of Land in the south of the city. The battle is so fierce that Huayuan Group's capital chain is about to break.
Chen Fan looked at Director Liu with a warm smile. I want to help the Hong Kong Island consortium. So, Director Liu, you understand.
I can't think of anyone else in the entire capital besides you who could completely cut off all bank loans and financing channels for the Huayuan Group overnight.
This. Director Liu was shocked. This was no longer blackmail. He was asked to cut off one of the arms of that gentleman with his own hands. You have no choice. Chen Fan's voice turned cold. Either you write someone else's menu, or someone else writes yours.
He paused and delivered the final blow.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. I've already had 10,000 copies of the menu I just showed you printed.
If I don't hear the news of Huayuan Group's capital chain breaking before tomorrow morning,
then, tomorrow's headlines in the capital's newspapers will be very exciting.
Also, every newspaper comes with the exquisite menu you saw today.
Zichen Pavilion, the brightly lit independent attic. The atmosphere is as oppressive as reality.
Madame Yu knelt on the ground, her body shaking like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. The white jade mask on her face had long been taken off, revealing a beautiful but pale face.
Chapter 161.
Mr. Qin stood aside, his head lowered even lower, and even his breathing was cautious. In the shadows in front of them sat a blurry figure. Their face couldn't be seen clearly, but the coldness and majesty emanating from their bones made the temperature of the entire space drop by several degrees.
Trash. A bunch of trash.
That hoarse, old voice was now filled with fury, roaring like an enraged lion, just a young brat.
A remnant of the Yi family. And he's tricked you all. I lost the bet. He also robbed me.
Now, even the secret lines I've laid for over a decade are being used by him as leverage to undermine my foundation.
Is this how you do things for me? Bang!
An ancient purple clay teacup was smashed to the ground and shattered into pieces. Madame Yu and Mr. Chen's bodies trembled violently at the same time, and they buried their heads deeper.
Sir, calm down. Madame Yu said in a trembling voice. None of us thought that he could actually get his hands on that core data. And we never thought he would dare to overturn the table so brazenly. I didn't expect that?
The voice sneered, its laughter filled with a biting chill.
How could Ji Junlin's son be such a pushover? I should have wiped him out back then. I was careless. I underestimated this little wolf cub.
The figure in the shadows stood up and paced slowly. Every step seemed to be stepping on the hearts of Madame Yu and Mr. Chen.
Wang Liya has fallen, and Lu Genoa has rebelled. Huayuan Group's funding chain was drained overnight.
That idiot Sun Xiaolong is probably kneeling like a dog in front of all my enemies right now.
He's ruining my career.
He's slapping me in the face in front of the entire capital.
Sir, what should we do now?
Mr. Chen finally mustered up the courage and raised his head. If he keeps making such a fuss, we're going to be torn apart by him.
What should we do?
The figure in the shadow stopped and turned around. The pair of eyes that flickered in the darkness looked like a ferocious beast that was ready to devour its prey.
Doesn't he like to play? Doesn't he think that he can do whatever he wants by holding on to those shady things about me?
Then play with him till the end. The voice suddenly became extremely gloomy, filled with madness that wanted to destroy everything. He has his ledger, and I have my trump card. He thought he won, but he only got back a little interest. His father owes me, his Yi family owes me, and I want him to pay it back with his life, including the principal and interest.
Pass on my orders.
First, activate the purification plan.
There's no need to keep those fence-sitters, those wavering pawns.
Tell them to either return wholeheartedly or disappear from this world like Wang Liya did. I want everyone to know that the consequences of betraying me are 10,000 times worse than falling into Chen Fan's hands.
Secondly, doesn't he care about the Yi family's pitiful reputation? Doesn't he want to revive the Yi family?
Take those businesses his father left behind, those companies that are still struggling, and destroy them one by one. I want to turn all his hopes into despair.
Third.
The voice paused, revealing a fierce determination to destroy both oneself and the enemy.
Go and investigate. Investigate everyone around him thoroughly.
His women, his friends, his men. I don't believe he's some monkey king who popped out of a stone, with no relatives or friends, no ties.
If he has a weakness, squeeze it hard. If he doesn't have one, create one for him.
I want him to understand who is the boss in this capital.
Chapter 162. Thor drove smoothly on the way back to Jingxin Pavilion.
The atmosphere in the carriage was still somewhat solemn. Lam Yuqing stared out the window, her heart aching. She knew that after tonight, the world of the capital would truly change. The war between Chen Fan and that lord had completely transformed from a hidden game into a fierce, open struggle.
Just then, Chen Fan's personal cell phone rang. It's Sister Hong. Xiao Fanzi, you're making quite a commotion.
For the first time, Sister Hong's voice lost its teasing tone and gained a hint of seriousness. I just received news that the gentleman seems to be going crazy. He started cleaning up his mess. The first person to be dealt with was Sun Xiaolong, the man you met from the Huayuan group. This afternoon, his car accidentally lost control on the highway, and both he and his car were reduced to a pile of charcoal. There were also several families close to him who wanted to emulate Lu Genoa and switch sides at the last minute. Overnight, their stocks were maliciously shorted and their core company secrets were leaked.
Their fate was even worse than Huayuan's.
Sister Hong's tone darkened. He's killing a chicken to scare the monkeys.
He's using the most bloody method to warn everyone, including you. I understand. Chen Fan's reaction was terrifyingly calm. You just said I know? Sister Hong was a bit amused. Little ancestor, this is no joke. That old man is driven to desperation, and he's capable of anything.
I just got a tip that he's sent his top assassin team across the border from the Golden Triangle, and their target might very well be you. In addition, he has also initiated a comprehensive commercial crackdown. The old businesses left by your father are now facing a devastating disaster. It's better for you to stay out of the spotlight for now. Chen Fan chuckled when he heard this. Sister Hong, do you think I'm someone who would hide? He looked at the ancient gate of Jingxin Pavilion in front of him, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. If he wants to fight, then let him fight. That's perfect. I also want to see how strong the remaining cards in his hand are. By the way, Sister Hong, do me another favor. Explain. Please send me an invitation. There's a charity auction dinner at Sotheby's in Beijing tomorrow night. I'd like to invite an old friend to join us for the fun. Who? Lin family, Lin Wei. Sister Hong on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. Lin Wei, Mr. Ye's most respected disciple back then. He was also the first person to jump out and bite back after the Yi family's misfortune, swallowing up the biggest piece of the Yi pharmaceutical pie. Xiao Fanzi, you are going to kill someone and destroy their soul at the auction. Sotheby's charity auction dinner in Beijing has always been the top fame and fortune place in Beijing's upper-class society. Those who receive the invitation are all billionaires or powerful celebrities. The banquet hall tonight is even more star-studded and filled with elegant ladies. However, everyone was tacitly aware that there was an unusual tension in the air. The war between Chen Fan and that adult had already become a hot topic in their circle. Tonight, many people came here not for the auction, but just to stand in line. When Chen Fan, Long Yuqing, and Zhou Hao slowly stepped into the banquet hall, all the conversations stopped instantly. Chapter 163. Hundreds of eyes were focused on him, filled with awe, curiosity, inquiry, and a hint of fear. In their eyes, Chen Fan is no longer the mysterious rich man who bought Pandora. He is a fierce dragon crossing the river, a killing god that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He is a ruthless man who dares to challenge the huge net covering the sky of that adult with his own strength. Mr. Chen. Good evening, Mr. Chen. As we passed by, people kept coming forward and greeting us respectfully, with an attitude so humble that it was almost flattering. Most of these people were named in that account, but not qualified to be the first to be invited for tea by Chen Fan. In this way, they desperately expressed their position to Chen Fan, and to everyone else. Chen Fan simply nodded and walked straight to the front row, an empty seat with the best view. That position was originally reserved by Sotheby's for Madame Yu, who represented that adult. But now, no one dares to raise any objection. Just as Chen Fan sat down, a slightly bloated middle-aged man wearing a Zegna handmade suit and with sleek hair came over, surrounded by a group of people. He wore a warm smile and extended his hand. Hey, isn't this Xiao Fan? What a coincidence, you're here for the dinner too. Long time no see, you look more energetic. The person who came was Lin Wei. The trader of the Yi family back then, now one of the giants in the pharmaceutical industry in Beijing. Long Yuqing's pretty face turned cold in an instant. Zhou Hao took a step forward and stared at the man with unfriendly eyes. However, Chen Fan seemed not to see his outstretched hand. He picked up the champagne on the table and took a sip. Lin Wei's outstretched hand hung awkwardly in the air. The smile on his face froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal. He withdrew his hand and sat down next to Chen Fan, looking very familiar. Xiao Fan, you're truly a young and promising person. I've heard there's been quite a stir in the capital lately. Lin Wei's tone was that of a caring elder. But listen to my advice, young man. It's good to be full of energy, but sometimes, being too assertive can lead to failure. The waters of the capital are very deep. He lowered his voice, speaking with a touch of boasting and almsgiving. The power of that lord is beyond your imagination. I know you, like your father, are proud. But an arm cannot twist a thigh. So, if you trust Uncle Lin, I'll help you plead with that lord. Hand over what you have and apologize, and I'll guarantee you your life and a safe departure from the capital. He pretends to be doing it for your own good, but his words are full of a condescending sense of superiority. In his opinion, Chen Fan was just a trapped beast fighting desperately, and his willingness to step forward to mediate was already a great blessing. Chen Fan finally put down his wineglass, turned to look at him and smiled. Uncle Lin? I remember that when my father was alive, you would kneel down and call him mentor when you saw him. Lin Wei's face instantly turned the color of liver. You. And. Chen Fan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Who do you think you are?
How dare you mention that lord in front of me? There was deathly silence all around. Everyone was so shocked by Chen Fan's ruthless humiliation that they dared not breathe.
At this moment, the auction officially began. The first lot to be auctioned was a landscape painting by a famous modern and contemporary artist, with a starting price of 8 million. In order to save face, Lin Wei immediately raised his sign, 10 million. He looked at Chen Fan provocatively, wanting to overwhelm him with financial power.
50 million. A calm voice came out of Chen Fan's mouth. The whole audience was in an uproar. A painting worth 8 million is being bid up to 50 million? Is this buying a painting or just burning money? Lin Wei's face turned completely green. He gritted his teeth and was about to raise the price. Chapter 164. Zhou Hao handed him a tablet computer at the right time. There was a video on the screen. In the video, Lin Weizheng and several people in white coats are excitedly discussing something in a secret laboratory while looking at a pile of data charts. And those data were exactly the core research and development information that was on the verge of success for ES Pharmaceuticals but was mysteriously lost. Lin Wei's body was struck by lightning. Cold sweat instantly soaked his expensive suit. You. He pointed at Chen Fan, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Uncle Lin, do you want to follow me? Chen Fan had a devilish smile on his face. Lin Wei made a strange hoarse sound in his throat, and finally, he slumped down in the chair, not daring to say another word. The following auction became Chen Fan's personal show. No matter what the item is, jewelry, antiques, luxury cars. As long as Lin Wei's gaze lingered on an item for even a second longer, Chen Fan would immediately raise his hand and buy it at a humiliating, crushingly high price. He was not auctioning, he was using money, slapping Lin Wei hard in the face one slap after another. Everyone in the banquet hall understood what was going on. They looked at the distraught Lin Wei with eyes full of pity and deservingness. Why offend this god of death when there are so many people to offend? Finally, it was time for the last item to be auctioned. It was a giant pink diamond called Angel's Tears with a starting price of 100 million US dollars. The auctioneer had just finished speaking. Chen Fan didn't even look at the diamond and just raised the sign. 1 billion. He was talking about US dollars. The whole place was in complete silence. Everyone looked at the calm young man in horror as if their necks were being strangled. $1 billion. Buy a diamond. This is no longer just showing off wealth, this is announcing to the world that his wealth is bottomless. The auctioneer's voice was so excited that it changed its tone. 1 billion US dollars. Is there a higher price? 1 billion US dollars once. 1 billion US dollars twice. Just as he was about to drop the hammer, a cold voice came from the private room on the second floor of the banquet hall. 1.1 billion. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a man wearing a top-quality handmade suit standing by the railing on the second floor. It was the traitor who vomited blood and fainted after being defeated by Chen Fan at the gambling table in Zichen Pavilion Weijia. At this moment, although his face was still pale, his eyes had become extremely sinister, and he was surrounded by several powerful bodyguards in black. He's not dead. And he even dares to show up here. Weijia looked down at Chen Fan with a sick, vengeful grin on his face. Chen Fan, you didn't expect that, did you? The game isn't over yet. He pointed at himself and then at Lin Wei, who was already scared silly, downstairs. That lord asked me to bring you a message. What you pulled out were just insignificant rotten teeth. We are his real sharp claws. Tonight, we will take this angel's tear and your life. Chapter 165. Weijia's voice, like a poisoned rattlesnake, echoed in the silent banquet hall. Everyone's eyes were focused on the man who had come back to life on the second floor. He is back. Moreover, he came back with the attitude of a victor, carrying the will of that adult. Lin Wei's face, which had long lost all color, was like a drowning man grabbing the last piece of driftwood the moment he saw Weijia, and his eyes instantly burst into ecstasy. He was saved. That adult didn't give up on him. Counterattack. This is the fiercest counterattack from that gentleman. He stared at Chen Fan intently, expecting to see panic, fear, or even the slightest hesitation on his face. However, he was disappointed. Chen Fan didn't even raise his head. He still sat there calmly, as if the clamoring Weijia on the second floor was just a noisy fly. He picked up the knife and fork, slowly cut a small piece of the top-quality steak in front of him, put it into his mouth gracefully, and savored it carefully.
That extreme, bone-deep disregard is more humiliating than any angry response.
Chen Fan. Are you deaf?
Wei Zhe was completely enraged by this disregard. He felt like a clown who was punching with all his might but hitting cotton.
I'll give you 1.1 billion.
US dollars. He screamed hysterically, trying to cover up his inner weakness with the roar of money. The auctioneer held the hammer, his palms full of sweat. He looked at Wei Zhe, who looked like a madman upstairs, and then at Chen Fan, who was as steady as a rock downstairs.
For a moment, he didn't know what to do.
This auction has long been beyond his control.
1 billion US dollars at a time.
Wei Zhe shouted, his face grim.
Chen Fan, aren't you very capable? Aren't you very rich? Come on. I want to see how much of that little fortune you stole from the Yi family is left. Chen Fan finally swallowed the steak in his mouth and wiped his mouth with a napkin. He didn't raise the sign, nor did he look at Wei Zhe.
Instead, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number in front of everyone.
It's me.
His voice was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted throughout the banquet hall through the microphone in front of him. Sotheby's, Beijing branch auction.
Yes, this one. It's a bit noisy, I don't like it. Buy it. From now on, I don't want to hear any voice here that I don't like. Shocking.
The entire banquet hall, covering thousands of square meters, was filled with hundreds of Beijing's top dignitaries and celebrities. At this moment, it seemed as if all the air had been sucked out of it.
Buy it? Sotheby's. The world's top auction house. Just because it's a little noisy? How crazy. How overbearing.
Wei Zhe on the second floor froze the grim smile on his face. He felt as if someone had poured a basin of ice water on his head, chilling him from head to toe. The several black-clad bodyguards behind him subconsciously tightened their grip on their weapons at their waists, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Before everyone could react to this shocking news, the door of the banquet hall was suddenly pushed open. A white-haired but energetic French old man, surrounded by a dozen bodyguards in black, almost trotted in.
Boss. He's our boss. Chapter 166. Oh my God.
Sotheby's global president, Mr. Pierre.
Why is he here?
There were bursts of exclamations from the crowd. This man, who is like a god in the world of art and luxury goods, now has a face full of panic and anxiety. The first thing he did when he rushed in was not to maintain order, but to frantically search for something in the crowd. When his gaze locked onto Chen Fan, his cloudy eyes instantly lit up, as if he had found his backbone. He pushed through the crowd and trotted all the way to Chen Fan, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle to this man who was younger than his grandson.
Mr. Chen.
The old man's voice was trembling, and he spoke in English with a thick French accent.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's my fault for mismanaging your party and letting some shady people and dirty money taint it. I have received the highest order from headquarters. From this moment on, Sotheby's Asia Pacific, including all its assets and channels, will be 100% owned by you. Also, President Pierre stood up, took out a document from his arms, turned to the frightened auctioneer on the stage, and his voice suddenly became cold and majestic. I hereby declare that due to malicious bidding in this auction, the bidders' funds are suspected of serious money laundering violations. The auction results of the finale lot, Angel's Tears, are void. Furthermore, Sotheby's will permanently blacklist Mr. Wei Zhe and all associated companies and individuals behind him.
Invalid. Blacklist.
Every word was like the loudest slap in the face, slapping Wei Zhe hard in the face.
Slapping the gentleman in the face. No. Impossible.
Wei Zhe completely collapsed. He shook his head frantically and pointed at Pierre. Who do you think you are?
Do you know who's behind me? How dare you offend that master?
Pierre sneered, his eyes full of contempt for the clown.
The Lord?
He turned around and bowed respectfully to Chen Fan again.
In front of my boss, is he worthy of being called sir? Puff.
Wei Zhe could no longer withstand the series of fatal blows. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell backwards. The bodyguard behind him was about to step forward to support him. Outside the banquet hall, dozens of special police officers armed with live ammunition have poured in like a tide, and the black muzzles of their guns instantly locked onto everyone on the second floor. The leading police officer didn't even look at Wei Zhe. He walked straight up to Chen Fan and saluted. Mr. Chen. I'm here to clear the area under orders from my superiors.
Sorry to interrupt your meal.
Chen Fan waved his hand, as if he was just giving instructions for a trivial matter.
Clean it up.
After saying that, he stood up and walked to the booth where the angel's tears were placed. Under the gazes of hundreds of people filled with awe, he casually opened the glass cover and took out the priceless pink diamond that was enough to drive women all over the world crazy. He didn't even take a second look at it, just like holding an ordinary glass marble, and turned around and walked in front of Long Yuching, who was already stunned. For you. He casually stuffed the diamond into Long Yuching's hand.
Just wear it and play with it.
After saying that, he straightened his suit and spoke to Zhou Hao beside him. There's a college reunion tomorrow.
I haven't seen you in a while, so I have to go.
Beijing, Hilton Hotel, top floor banquet hall. Crystal chandeliers shone brightly, and melodious music filled the air.
A grand reunion of university classmates was being held here. Chapter 167.
5 years after graduation, the one-screen classmates have now put on neat suits and evening gowns, holding wine glasses, chatting and laughing in groups of 3 or 5, revealing their respective positions and annual salaries from time to time. The air is filled with the tacit and comparative atmosphere unique to the adult world. When Chen Fan arrived, the party had already begun. He was wearing simple casual clothes, a t-shirt and jeans, looking clean and refreshing, but he seemed a little out of place among the well-dressed classmates around him.
His appearance did not attract much attention.
Only a few classmates who still remembered him cast a few surprised glances at him.
Hey, isn't this Chen Fan? You're here too?
A slightly sharp voice sounded. A young man wearing an Armani suit, a shiny gold Rolex watch on his wrist, with a slicked back hair and a rosy face, walked over with a glass of wine in his hand. Zhao Kai, Chen Fan's roommate in college, is now a department manager in a well-known investment company.
He is one of the recognized successful people at today's class reunion.
Next to him, there was a girl with a hot body, exquisite makeup, and a celebrity-like face wearing all branded clothes.
Chen Fan, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Luli.
Zhao Kai boasted proudly, Lily, this is the buddy from college I told you about, Chen Fan.
He was a very famous person in school back then.
What a pity. He deliberately prolonged his voice and looked Chen Fan up and down, his eyes filled with undisguised superiority and a hint of pity.
Brother, how have you been doing since graduation? Judging from the way you're dressed, you seem to be living a frugal life.
It's okay, men are like this when they first start their careers.
He patted Chen Fan on the shoulder, acting like an experienced person.
I'm a department manager now, managing over a dozen people.
The company is hiring right now.
If you haven't found a suitable job, let me know and I'll arrange an assistant position for you. The salary isn't high, but it's stable, and I'll definitely pay for all 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. His good intentions attracted several classmates to gather around him, and they looked at Chen Fan with a bit more sympathy. The girl named Luli curled her lips openly and held Zhao Kai's arm a little tighter, as if she was afraid of being tainted with poverty.
Honey, why did your classmate come here dressed like this?
If you didn't know, you would think she was a hotel waiter. Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for everyone around to hear. Lily, stop talking nonsense. Zhao Kai scolded, but his face was full of pride as if he was enjoying the flattery. My brother is not particular about trivial matters.
For a man, the most important thing is ability.
He cleared his throat, his voice rising a few notches as he boasted to the crowd, I'm not afraid to tell you all, I just closed a huge deal.
With the renowned Tianjung Group.
I've secured the exclusive financial management project for the new landmark commercial center in the east of the city for the next 5 years.
This year's commission alone is enough for me to buy a house within Beijing's 3rd Ring Road.
Wow!
Tenshou Group? Brother Zhao is awesome.
That's one of the leading real estate companies in Beijing. Brother Kai, please take care of us more often in the future. For a while, there was a constant stream of flattery and compliments.
Zhao Kai was flattered.
He raised his wine glass and looked at Chen Fan, who had a calm face, with a smug look on his face, as if to say, see?
This is the gap between us. Chen Fan smiled. Tianjin Group? Isn't that the most inconspicuous one among the many companies under Sister Hong's name?
He took out his cell phone, not even bothering to look for the address book, and spoke directly to Zhou Hao beside him.
Call the person in charge of Tianjin Group and ask him to come see me within 5 minutes.
Zhou Hao bowed and accepted the order, then walked aside and made a phone call. In the eyes of Zhao Kai and others, this scene became a farce of trying to save face but suffering in vain.
Chapter 168. Ha, Chen Fan, what are you acting for? Why do I come over to see you? Do you know who the chairman of Tianjin Group is?
He is a big shot with a net worth of over 10 billion.
Zhao Kai laughed so hard that he fell over. Luli laughed so hard that her body shook with laughter. My dear, has your classmate read too many novels and really thought he is a domineering CEO?
The classmates around also laughed, and the whole banquet hall was filled with a happy atmosphere.
Less than 3 minutes.
The door of the banquet hall was violently slammed open from the outside. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, a beer belly, and wearing an expensive suit soaked with sweat, rushed in crawling.
Mr. Li! Mr. Li!
The smile on Zhao Kai's face froze instantly, and he almost dropped the wine glass in his hand.
The man who came was none other than Li Weidong, the chairman of Tianjin Group.
The man he had only had the privilege of meeting from a distance once, at the company's annual meeting.
Why is he here? Li Weidong didn't even look at him.
His small eyes scanned the crowd frantically. When he saw Chen Fan and Zhou Hao standing in the corner, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his face was instantly filled with fear and a flattering smile. He pushed away Zhao Kai, who was blocking his way, and rushed to Chen Fan like a tank out of control.
Thump!
As everyone watched in astonishment, Mr. Li, a man with a net worth of hundreds of billions, suddenly felt his legs go limp and he actually knelt down in front of Chen Fan.
Young master. Li Weidong's voice was shaking like a sieve.
I didn't know you were here.
Damn it.
I didn't discipline you properly, and let these ignorant people down there bump into you.
Damn it.
As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped himself twice in the face.
Snap. Snap. Crisp and loud. Zhao Kai was stunned. Luli was stunned.
All the students were dumbfounded.
What is going on?
Chen Fan looked down at Li Weidong, who was kneeling on the ground, then glanced at Zhao Kai, who was petrified beside him, and spoke lightly.
I don't want to see this person again.
Yes. Yes. Li Weidong was as if he had been pardoned. He turned around suddenly, glared at Zhao Kai with murderous eyes, and roared, Zhao Kai! You are fucking fired. All your cooperation with the company is terminated.
Get out of here right now.
Zhao Kai's legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Also, Chen Fan's gaze fell on the girl named Luli. I heard that the decoration style of this Hilton hotel is a bit outdated.
Li Weidong immediately understood what he meant. He scrambled to his feet and roared at the hotel manager behind him. Did you hear that? Young master doesn't like it. Notify headquarters immediately. Tianjin Group is buying this hotel now. Tear it down and renovate it tomorrow.
After a moment of extreme shock, the internet celebrity Luli's eyes flashed with greed. She suddenly shook off the limp Zhao Kai and twisted her waist to press herself against Chen Fan.
Mr. Chen. I just didn't recognize the real man. Chapter 169.
Chen Fan frowned, and Zhou Hao immediately stepped forward and separated her like a chicken.
Roll.
In one word, it was freezing cold.
The class reunion ended in a bad mood.
In other words, from the moment Mr. Li from Tianjin Group knelt in front of Chen Fan, this gathering was already dead in name only. Everyone looked at Chen Fan in awe, as if he were a god. No one dared to come forward and talk to him, and even their breathing became cautious. Chen Fan was too lazy to stay any longer, so he took Zhou Hao and Long Yuqing and walked straight to the elevator.
Hilton Hotel's underground parking lot.
When the Thor with its completely black body, smooth and ferocious lines, and full of futuristic technology appeared in front of everyone, a sound of gasps was heard in the parking lot.
Holy crap! What kind of car is this? It's so cool. I've never seen it before. What brand is it? Lamborghini or Pagani?
The classmates who came out to watch the fun took out their mobile phones to take pictures, with amazement and envy written all over their faces. Just then, a discordant voice rang out.
Heh, what's the point of being handsome? He's just a showpiece.
A young man wearing a racing jacket and with dyed yellow hair walked over with his arms folded across his chest and a look of disdain on his face. Li Feng, a famous rich second generation in college, whose family was in the parallel imported car business, called himself the god of cars and knew all kinds of luxury cars like the back of his hand. He circled around Thor, his eyes growing more and more contemptuous.
Such crude modifications, this knockoff assembly line feel, there's not even a car logo.
Chen Fan, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you shouldn't waste your money like this. You buy a domestic car, spend hundreds of thousands on random modifications, and think it's a supercar? Don't you think it's shameful?
I'm ashamed for you. He pointed at his red Ferrari 488 not far away with a proud look on his face. See? That's a work of art. Pure Italian blood. Yours is just a piece of cobbled together industrial junk at best. His professional comments made some of the students around him who didn't know much about cars look at Chen Fan in a subtle way. It turns out it's just a showpiece. Li Feng, seeing that he had successfully attracted everyone's attention, became even more proud. He cleared his throat and boasted loudly, "I have good news for you. I just got the latest limited edition Bugatti Chiron, the only one available in the entire Chinese region. It will arrive in Hong Kong next week. That's a true top-tier supercar. You probably won't even see it in your lifetime." He patted Chen Fan on the shoulder and said in a condescending tone, "Brother, for the sake of our old classmate, please smash this junky car of yours. It's so embarrassing. I'll get you a second-hand Porsche 718 at a discount, so you can experience what a real sports car is." A layer of frost had already covered Long Yuqing's face. Zhou Hao's eyes turned cold and he was about to step forward. Chen Fan raised his hand to stop him, with a playful smile on his face. He found it very interesting. There are always some people who like to use their pitiful knowledge to speculate about a world that they will never be able to understand. He took out his cell phone and dialed Sister Hong's number again. "Sister Hong, help me find a phone number." "Bugatti's global CEO, yes, that old French guy. I want to talk to him." Sister Hong on the other end of the phone chuckled, "Xiao Fanzi, what tricks are you trying to play? There's a fly, it's a bit noisy." Chapter 170. "Okay, I'll send it to you right away." After hanging up the phone, a message came immediately. Chen Fan glanced at Li Feng, who was still boasting about how close his relationship with Bugatti's top management was. Chen Fan directly pressed the dial button and turned on the hands-free mode. The phone rang twice before being connected, and an elegant and steady male voice with a strong French accent came through. "Bonjour?" Most of the people present did not understand French and looked confused. But Li Feng's expression suddenly changed the moment he heard this voice. As a professional car dealer, he had heard this voice countless times. In various press conferences and interview videos. This is really the voice of Bugatti's global president, Stefan Winkelmann. "Mr. Winkelmann," Chen Fan said calmly, speaking in a more fluent, authentic Parisian accent than the other person. "I'm Chun." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a second. Then, Mr. Winkelmann's voice instantly became extremely respectful, even with a hint of flattered excitement. "Chun. Mon Dieu. Mr. Chen. It's you. You actually called me personally. This is the honor of a lifetime." Chen Fan ignored his politeness and said directly, "I heard that you gave the only limited edition quota in the Huaxia region to a dealer named Li Feng?" "Li Feng?" Winkelmann was stunned for a moment, clearly trying to recall the name. "Yes, that seems to be the case, sir. Is there something wrong with the quota?" "It's a big problem." Chen Fan's tone turned cold. "He insulted the god of thunder in front of me." "Thor?" Winkelmann's voice suddenly rose, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. "Someone insulted Thor? Say impossible. Say unblaspheme. Someone insulted Thor? This is impossible. This is blasphemy." His roar, through the hands-free, reached everyone's ears clearly. Although no one could understand it, everyone could feel the overwhelming anger and fear. Li Feng's face had turned completely pale, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. "Mr. Chen, I assure you, this is absolutely a huge misunderstanding." Winkelmann's voice was filled with panic. "I will immediately revoke all qualifications of that idiot. Moreover, all brands under the Volkswagen Group will permanently terminate all cooperation with him. That limited edition, as our sincerest apology, will be airlifted to any location you specify within the hour. As for Thor..." Winkelmann's voice was filled with awe. "That's a piece of art custom made just for you, created by our entire group with all our hard work. Every screw on it costs more than that Chiron. Comparing it to our mass-produced sports cars is the ultimate insult to you, to Thor." The phone was hung up. There was deathly silence in the parking lot. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, looking at Chen Fan in horror, and then at Li Feng, who had collapsed on the ground. Ding dong. Li Feng's cell phone rang frantically at this moment. He crawled over on his hands and knees, answered the call tremblingly, and heard his father's heart-wrenching roar. Rebellious son. Who the hell did you offend? Our family is finished. It's all finished. Chen Fan opened the car door and got into the driver's seat of Thor. The engine let out a low roar. Chapter 171.
When passing by Li Feng, who was collapsed on the ground, he rolled down the window and said something lightly.
That Ferrari of yours needs maintenance. The engine sounds like a tractor. Yunmeng Restaurant. It is the only one in Beijing and one of only 3 Michelin 3-star French restaurants in the whole of China. The restaurant's owner and chef is the world-renowned French culinary master, Auguste Le Bon.
He's said to have a peculiar temper, and only accepts 10 tables a day. Reserving a table here requires at least 6 months in advance, and it also depends on Le Bon's mood. Being able to dine here is no longer just about eating, but also a symbol of identity and status. Chen Fan brought Long Yuqing and Zhou Hao and walked directly into the restaurant without making a reservation. The welcoming waiter stopped them politely but distantly. Sorry, sir, our restaurant operates entirely by reservation, and we are fully booked tonight.
Zhou Hao was about to step forward to negotiate.
A gentle voice came from not far away.
Chen Fan? Is it really you?
Chen Fan turned around and saw an old man in his 60s with gray hair, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and an elegant temperament, walking towards him with a look of surprise on his face. Professor Zhang Jingde, Chen Fan's college advisor, was a rigorous scholar and a man of integrity. When Chen Fan's family fell on hard times and tuition became a problem, Professor Zhang personally paid for 6 months of his living expenses. Chen Fan has always kept this kindness in his heart.
Professor Zhang.
Chen Fan showed a smile from the heart and took the initiative to greet him.
Oh, what a coincidence. You haven't been heard from since graduation, kid, and I've been thinking about you.
Professor Zhang patted Chen Fan's arm happily, then rubbed his hands a little embarrassedly.
Today is my daughter's engagement, and her fiancé insisted on hosting a dinner here. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you.
Behind him, his family followed, his master's wife, and a pretty girl of the same age as Long Yuqing, who was happily holding the arm of a well-dressed, slicked-back young man. When the young man saw Chen Fan dressed casually and being stopped at the door, a trace of contempt immediately flashed in his eyes.
Dad, this is your student, right?
He said enthusiastically, but with a proud demeanor.
Since she's your student, she's one of us. Waiter, give her another seat. He took out a black card and waved it in front of the waiter. See? There are no more than 20 VIP black gold cards here in the entire capital.
My name is Gao Ming, the project director of Vank Real Estate, and I'm also a friend of your boss, Master Lu Peng.
The waiter looked embarrassed. Sorry, Mr. Gao, there are really no seats. What? You don't give me, Gao, face? Gao Ming's face darkened and his voice became louder, attracting the attention of other guests in the restaurant.
He really enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention.
Chen Fan, right? Can't find a job? It doesn't matter, come back to our Vank, I will arrange a sales job for you.
As long as you are willing to work hard, you can earn 10,000 or 20,000 yuan a month.
He said to Chen Fan in a condescending tone.
Professor Zhang's daughter, Zhang Lan, also tugged at her father's sleeve and complained quietly, Dad, how come you know everyone?
Look at what he's wearing.
He's not afraid of being laughed at by coming to a place like this.
Professor Zhang's expression turned a bit awkward. He said to Chen Fan awkwardly, Chen Fan, how about? I treat you to dinner another day? Chen Fan shook his head and ignored the condescending engaged couple.
He just looked at Professor Zhang and said seriously, Professor, I haven't forgotten the kindness you showed me back then.
I'll treat you to dinner today.
After saying that, he shouted softly towards the restaurant.
August, there are guests coming, aren't you going to come out to greet them?
His voice was not loud, but it had a strange penetrating power.
Gao Ming laughed out loud as if he had heard a huge joke. Are you crazy? Who do you think you are? How dare you call Master Lu Peng by his name? Do you know? Chapter 172. He hasn't finished speaking yet.
The kitchen door was flung open. A tall, burly Frenchman in a white chef's uniform with a full beard rushed out like an angry lion.
None other than Auguste Le Bon himself.
Everyone in the restaurant held their breath, knowing someone was about to get into trouble. What Chef Le Peng hated most was someone making loud noises in his restaurant. Gao Ming was also startled, but then he put on a flattering smile and greeted him, Master, hello, I am Gao Ming. Le Pen passed by him like a gust of wind without even looking at him. He rushed straight to Chen Fan, and in front of everyone's incredible gaze, he took off his chef's hat, put it in front of his chest, and bowed deeply to Chen Fan. That posture was as pious as a believer worshipping his own god.
Boss.
Lo Pen spoke excitedly in French with great respect.
You're finally here. Your arrival makes my kitchen shine. Boss? Boss?
Gao Ming's smile froze on his face.
Professor Zhang and his family were all petrified.
Chen Fan patted Lu Pen on the shoulder, spoke to him in French for a few words, and then pointed at Professor Zhang.
This is my mentor.
Today, I want to treat him and his family to a meal.
I understand.
Lu Pen immediately turned around and faced Gao Ming, his face instantly becoming colder than the Siberian cold wave.
Mr. Gao, right?
He pointed at the door.
My restaurant doesn't welcome uneducated guests. Now, please, you and your companions, leave here immediately. What? Gao Ming was completely stunned. Master, you can't do this. I'm Vang's project director.
The top of the capital project our company is developing is about to become a new landmark for the entire city. He tried to use his status to put pressure on others. But Chen Fan smiled.
Top of the capital? He took out his phone, glanced at the message he had just received, and then said to Gao Ming, "Oh, you were talking about the land in the south of the city.
I'm sorry, just half an hour ago, I bought that piece of land, along with your so-called project. So, from now on, you, Director Gao, are fired."
Gao Ming was struck by lightning, his whole body swayed and he almost fell down.
He looked at Zhang Lan in despair, hoping that his fiancée could say something for him. Zhang Lan, however, shook off his hand without hesitation, as if she was looking at a stranger, and walked quickly to her father. Chen Fan said to Lu Pen, "Please clear the restaurant. I will only entertain my teacher tonight." He turned to the pale and shaky Gao Ming and added, "As for you, you can stay and wash the dishes today. It's just payment for the bread you just had before dinner." He ignored the clown and walked up to Professor Zhang and said with a smile, "Professor, I remember you once said that your biggest wish after retirement was to open your own classical literature research institute. We can talk about the funding issues of this institute while we eat."
Chapter 173.
Inside the Yunmeng restaurant, the atmosphere strangely changed from extremely cold to extremely hot. Those diners who had previously looked at Chen Fan with scrutiny and critical eyes now all wanted to twist their necks 180 degrees, desperately trying to eavesdrop on the conversation in the corner. At the same time, they were afraid of Master Le Pang's murderous gaze, so they could only sit upright, feeling very uncomfortable. Gao Ming had been dragged out like garbage, and from beginning to end, Chen Fan never looked at him again. Zhang Lan's face paled and sank as she stood there, neither wanting to leave nor to stay.
She was utterly embarrassed. She looked at the student of her father, whom she had once despised, now a boss to whom even Master Le Pang had to bow down, a god who could buy the top of the capital plot of land with a snap of his fingers and decide the fate of her fiancé. How could this be called a comeback? This was simply a god descending to earth to experience life. Professor Zhang and his wife were also in great shock. They looked at Chen Fan as if they were meeting this student for the first time. "Chen Fan, what have you been doing all these years?" Professor Zhang's lips trembled, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. "Professor, let's eat first." Chen Fan smiled and personally pulled out a chair for the teacher. "Lo Ban's cooking skills are quite good. This meal was like a dream. Chef Le Pang personally cooks, bringing out all his lifelong learning and his best skills. Every dish is as exquisite as a work of art." Professor Zhang and his family had no appetite for the food. All their attention was focused on Chen Fan. "Professor, you just said that you wanted to open a classical literature research institute?" Chen Fan asked casually while cutting the top-quality pigeon meat on the plate. "Yeah, it's just a thought," Professor Zhang said with a wry smile. "Research is incredibly expensive. Space, equipment, databases, everything costs astronomical. With my pension, I can only dream about it." "Have you decided on a location?" Chen Fan asked. "The best place, of course, is next to Capital University. The academic atmosphere there is the strongest," Professor Zhang answered instinctively, then shook his head. "But land there is so expensive. Don't even think about it." Chen Fan nodded. He took out his cell phone and called Sister Hong again in front of Professor Zhang. "Sister Hong, it's me. Hey, Xiaofanzi, what else do you want to tell me?" "I haven't finished cleaning up the mess here for you yet." Sister Hong's lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. Help me do something. Is there a piece of land next to Jingqing University that was originally planned to be built into a commercial area? There's a piece of land, and the paperwork is almost approved. Several major companies are eyeing it. What? Are you interested? No more commercial areas. Chen Fan's tone left no room for doubt. Take that piece of land. By the way, let's deal with the board of directors of Jingqing University as well. I want to build the best classical literature institute in the world for my teacher on that piece of land. The funds are unlimited. Also, starting tomorrow, this research institute will be directly registered under the name of Jingcheng University, becoming the most important independent research institution of Jingcheng University. Professor Zhang Jingde will be the sole and permanent director.
Sister Hong on the other end of the phone fell silent. A full 5 seconds passed before a soft laugh was heard. Xiao Fanzi, this is truly filial piety.
Okay, I'll do it right away. The phone was hung up. There was deathly silence at the dining table. Professor Zhang's knife and fork fell to the plate with a clang.
He stared at Chen Fan in amazement, completely stunned.
Buy land? Build a research institute? Or even merge it directly into Jingcheng University?
This is no longer just about having money, this is about using money to change the plans and future of a top university.
Chen Fan, you, stop joking. Professor Zhang's voice was trembling. Professor, I never joke. Chen Fan wiped his mouth with a napkin and stood up. This is just a small gift from me as a student. Someone will contact you about the follow-up matters of the institute. You just need to do what you are best at and what you enjoy most. He glanced at his watch and said, it's getting late. I should go back.
Zhou Hao, take Professor Zhang and the others home.
Zhou Hao bowed, yes, master. Chapter 174.
He stepped aside and made a phone call.
A few minutes later, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped silently at the door of Yunmeng Restaurant. The noble car body and the iconic flying goddess made everyone passing by the door look at them in amazement. Zhang Lan's eyes widened instantly. Is this the legendary Rolls-Royce?
Zhou Hao opened the car door and made a pleased gesture. Professor Zhang and his family got into the car dizzy and felt like they were dreaming. Chen Fan himself took Long Yuqing and walked towards the Thor who was parked not far away. Zhang Lan sat in the soft leather seat of the Rolls-Royce, looking out the window at the sinister, sci-fi black sports car. She couldn't help but whisper to Zhou Hao, that Mr. Chen Fan, what exactly does he do now? He's so rich? Zhou Hao glanced at her through the rearview mirror with a flat tone. I don't know how much money the young master has. All I know is that he drove this Rolls-Royce out once and thought it was a bit slow.
So, this car belongs to me now. I'm just the young master's driver. Zhang Lan's head buzzed and went blank. Drivers all drive Rolls-Royce Phantoms? The car owner himself. She didn't dare think about it anymore.
The next day, Beijing International Convention and Exhibition Center.
A top luxury goods joint exhibition, which is said to be the largest in Asia, is being held here.
The latest jewelry, watches, luggage, and haute couture from major brands are dazzling, attracting wealthy celebrities from all over Beijing and even the country.
Chen Fan suddenly felt like coming over for a stroll today.
He was still dressed in casual clothes, walking side by side with Long Yuqing in the exhibition hall, like two ordinary college students who came to see the world.
Hey, isn't this Chen Fan?
A sarcastic voice came from a luxury watch booth nearby. A young man wearing a Versace floral shirt, a big gold chain, and hugging a charming female companion was looking at him with a sarcastic expression.
Sun Yu, Chen Fan's high school classmate.
He was a notorious gangster in school. He made tens of millions of dollars by taking advantage of the demolition of his family's house.
He was idle all day long.
His favorite thing to do was to mock poor students like Chen Fan.
What's the matter? Did you hook up with a rich woman? Are you also following others to visit places like this?
Sun Yu's eyes swept over the beautiful Long Yuqing unscrupulously, his eyes full of jealousy and vulgarity.
Let me tell you, the things here are not something you can afford. If you like something, tell me. I have money and can buy it for your girlfriend. Consider it my sincere appreciation for a poor classmate like you.
He patted his chest arrogantly, attracting the attention of everyone around him. The woman next to him also laughed and agreed, Brother Yu, stop teasing me. Look at him, he probably doesn't even recognize the brand of the watch on our hands. She raised the Patek Philippe watch on her wrist that was inlaid with diamonds.
Chen Fan smiled and didn't even bother to talk to him. Chapter 175.
He pointed to a uniquely shaped watch in the booth and said to the sales manager beside him, "This one, and the one next to it, and that one, pack them all up." He randomly pointed out 7 or 8 models, each of which was a limited edition worth millions. The sales manager was stunned for a moment, looking at Chen Fan's clothes, a little hesitant. Sun Yu laughed even louder. "Pretend."
"Keep pretending. Do you know how much those watches cost in total? Even if I sold you, I wouldn't be able to afford a single part."
At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit and with an extraordinary demeanor ran out from the backstage in a hurry.
"It is the president of Patek Philippe in China."
He ran to Chen Fan and bowed respectfully.
"Mr. Chen, why didn't you inform me in advance that you were coming? I apologize for the poor hospitality."
He turned around and shouted at the stunned sales manager, "Didn't you hear what Mr. Chen said? Pack up all the watches Mr. Chen likes and send them to Mr. Chen's house." Then he turned to Sun Yu again, his expression instantly cold.
"Mr. Sun, right? The watches you and your female companion are wearing are fake. We at Patek Philippe have never produced such an ugly model. Security!
Get these 2 guys out who are wearing fake watches and trying to get free food and drinks." Sun Yu and his charming female companion screamed and cursed, and were soon dragged out by well-trained security and disappeared at the end of the exhibition hall. The way the people around looked at Chen Fan had completely changed. From watching the excitement at the beginning to the awe and fear now. With just one sentence, the president of the China region of a top international luxury brand came running over to obey his orders like a slave. One sentence determines a person's social depth.
"Who is this young man?" The president of Patek Philippe was sweating profusely as he personally introduced the watches in the booth to Chen Fan.
His attitude was even more respectful than that towards his own father. "Mr. Chen, this Sky Dome is our flagship product this year. It's limited to 3 pieces worldwide, and its design is inspired by the starry sky."
"That's enough."
Chen Fan interrupted him impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense."
He looked around the huge exhibition hall.
There are at least hundreds of the world's top luxury brands gathered here. Cartier jewelry, Hermès platinum bags, Vacheron Constantine's complex watches, Loro Piana's top quality cashmere, every product shines with the light of money. Call all the brand managers here. Chen Fan's voice was flat, but it spread throughout half of the exhibition hall.
A few minutes later,
the presidents and directors of the Chinese regions of major brands ran out from behind the booths in fear and trepidation and stood in a row in front of Chen Fan. Many of them were still at various business summits yesterday, giving speeches and making decisions. But at this moment, in front of this mysterious young man, everyone was like elementary school students waiting for a lecture from their teacher, not even daring to breathe. They all received death orders from their respective headquarters. To put it in the shortest and most terrifying terms, this Mr. Chen is the new boss shared by all of them, and the only one. Just last night, a capital storm that swept the global luxury industry was completed quietly. The largest controlling shareholder behind the 3 major luxury giants, including LVMH, Kering, and Richemont, has quietly changed hands. The acquisition was initiated by Chen Fan using the bottomless funds through Sister Hong's channels.
"Starting today, this joint exhibition is cleared,"
Chen Fan announced lightly as he looked at the group of executives in suits in front of him.
"What? Clear the area?"
There were bursts of exclamations from the crowd. "You know, for this joint exhibition, major brands have invested huge manpower and material resources and promoted it for half a year.
How can they just clear the venue?"
Chen Fan ignored the discussions. He pointed at the dazzling array of luxury goods in the exhibition hall and said to Long Yuqing, "Take whatever you like."
Long Yuqing was stunned.
All the women around were also stunned.
Then, their breathing became rapid. Chapter 176. How domineering and romantic this is. The entire luxury goods exhibition. Take whatever you want. This is 10,000 times more dreamy than the plot in the movie.
Long Yuqing's cheeks flushed slightly. Although she was not interested in these things, no woman could resist the feeling of being extremely pampered. She shook her head and said softly, "I don't need these."
"Yeah."
Chen Fan nodded, as if he had expected her to say that. Then he turned to the brand leaders and said something that petrified everyone.
"Since she doesn't want it,
then there's no point in keeping these things. I smashed them all."
Smashed? The entire exhibition hall was dead silent. Everyone thought they had heard wrongly. How much are the things here worth in total? 10 billion? Or 100 billion? No one can figure it out. Just like that, everything is ruined? Mr. Chen, you are not kidding, right? The president of Hermès, an elegant French woman, asked in a trembling voice. Do you think I'm joking? Chen Fan asked back. He walked to a display case showing a limited edition diamond necklace, picked up the security guard's intercom next to him, and smashed it hard at the glass display case. Clang! A loud bang. The bulletproof glass worth millions shattered. The dazzling diamond necklace inside fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Everyone's heart twitched violently with the loud noise. He's serious. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Chen Fan's eyes turned cold. Or do you want me to do it myself? At that moment, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire exhibition hall. The faces of those brand presidents turned pale and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. They had no doubt that if they dared to say no, it might not be the goods that would be smashed the next second. Smash it! Quick! Everyone, get started! The president of Patek Philippe was the first to react. He let out a shrill roar, picked up a chair, and smashed it hard at his brand's display cabinet. Clang! Bang! Crash! It was like the first domino had fallen. Immediately afterwards, the entire exhibition hall was filled with the sounds of crazy smashing and looting. The president of Cartier smashed the display case containing the cheetah brooch with a golf club. The president of Hermès used a fire axe to split open the glass wall displaying dozens of Himalaya Birkin bags. Those business elites who usually act high and mighty and are well dressed are now like crazy, using all means to frantically destroy the commodities that they once regarded as works of art. Hundreds of socialites, wealthy businessmen stared at the magical scene in amazement, feeling that their worldview had been completely overturned. Someone is spending hundreds of billions of dollars to set off the most extravagant and craziest fireworks display in the world. And they seem so humble that they even have the qualifications to be spectators. Long Yuqing was also stunned. Chapter 177. She looked at the man standing in the mess with no expression on his face, and an indescribable emotion surged in her heart. He's not showing off his wealth. He was using this most direct and brutal way to announce to the whole world. Money, rules, power. In his eyes, all the things that the world pursues are just toys that can be discarded and smashed at will. Amidst this crazy clamor, Chen Fan's cell phone rang. It's Weijia. The traitor he sent to prison, who should have never been able to stand up. Chen Fan. Weijia roared hysterically from the other end of the line, do you think you've won? Do you think that just because you've stepped on me, that master won't be able to do anything to you? You're wrong. Absolutely wrong. My lord's real trump card has never been me. You touched his purse, and now he's going to touch your lifeblood. Open your dog eyes and take a look. Look at your precious sister, what's happened to her now? The call was hung up. A video was sent over. The video image is a little shaky. The background looks like an abandoned warehouse. A pure and lovely girl in school uniform and ponytail was tied to a chair with a cloth stuffed in her mouth, her face full of fear and helplessness. They are Chen Fan's only relatives in this world. His sister, Chen Shui, who is still in high school. At that moment, the noise in the entire exhibition hall seemed to be muted. The crowd who were smashing and looting things crazily stopped at the same time. They felt a breath that was 10,000 times more terrifying than the pressure just now, bursting out from Chen Fan's body. It was a pure, cold, emotionless, murderous intent. Long Yuqing was standing next to Chen Fan and felt it most clearly. She felt as if she had fallen into a deep icy cave in an instant, and even her blood was frozen. She saw that for the first time, an expression appeared on Chen Fan's usually calm face. It was a mixture of raging rage and extreme coldness. That lord. He finally touched Chen Fan's only and most untouchable reverse scale. Chen Fan didn't say anything. He just slowly raised his head. Those eyes had turned into a bottomless black vortex, enough to swallow everything. Zhou Hao. His voice was very soft, but it sounded like a judgment from the netherworld. Here. Zhou Hao's figure appeared behind Chen Fan like a ghost, and his face was also filled with murderous intent. Lock down the entire city. I want the capital to become an iron barrel from now on. Not even a fly can fly out. Yes. Zhou Hao nodded heavily, immediately took out a black satellite phone and began to give instructions. Sister Hong. Chen Fan made the second call. Xiao Fanzi, help me find an address.
Chen Fan interrupted her directly. Use all your strength, all your connections, no matter what method you use, within 3 minutes, I want to know my sister's current location.
Something happened to your sister?
Sister Hong's voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became extremely solemn.
He touched someone he shouldn't have touched.
There was no emotion in Chen Fan's voice, only the pure breath of death.
Chapter 178. I understand. Sister Hong didn't ask any more questions. Wait for my news. The atmosphere in the entire International Convention and Exhibition Center was extremely depressing.
Everyone held their breath and looked at the man standing in the center of the storm. They knew that the sky in the capital was about to change completely. An unprecedented, bloody purge is about to take place before their eyes.
Less than 2 minutes.
Zhou Hao's call and Sister Hong's call came in almost at the same time. Zhou Hao's voice was concise and cold. Master, the entire city's transportation system, including the airport, high-speed rail, highways, and all exits, has been taken over by our people and temporarily closed. Military radars and drones have been launched, locking onto the city's airspace.
The dragnet has been laid.
Sister Hong's voice was filled with urgency. Found it. West of the city, an abandoned steel mill.
My people are heading there. No.
Chen Fan hung up the phone and turned his gaze to Long Yuqing. Take good care of yourself. After saying this, he turned into a shadow and rushed out of the exhibition hall. The deep roar of the Thor-S engine, like an ancient beast being awakened, exploded in the parking lot. The tires made a harsh friction sound against the ground, leaving a black mark, and Thor rushed onto the street like a black arrow. A strange scene appeared on the streets of the capital. All the vehicles, as if they had received some mysterious instructions, moved to the sides of the road at the same time, voluntarily making way for an empty life passage. On both sides of the road, countless security personnel dressed in black with solemn expressions were evacuating the crowd and maintaining order. In the sky, there was a buzzing sound of drones flying by. The entire capital city, this megacity with a population of tens of millions, at this moment, seemed to have turned into a sophisticated war machine running madly for someone. And Thor is the sharpest spearhead of this machine. Inside the car, Chen Fan's face was as cold as a piece of 10,000-year-old black ice. The veins in his hands bulged as he gripped the steering wheel. His younger sister Chen Shui is his only relative and the softest spot in his heart. When the Yi family fell and his parents died, he was like a stray dog. It was his young sister who gave him the courage to live. Over the years, he has protected his sister very well, sent her to the best aristocratic school, given her the most comfortable life, and kept her away from the blood and rain in his own world. He thought he was strong enough. He thought that the net he had laid was impregnable. But he was wrong. That sir was like a poisonous snake hiding in the gutter, biting his soft spot in the most despicable and shameless way. He was not only provoking, he was driving Chen Fan crazy. He wants to use the blood of Chen Fan's closest person to tell everyone the consequences of going against him. The speed of Thor has soared to a terrifying value. The pointer on the dashboard has already exceeded the limit. The scenery outside the window turned into streams of light. West of the city, abandoned steel plant. The huge factory building was filled with the smell of rust and dust. Weisha held his cell phone with a sick and crazy smile on his face. He was admiring Chen Fan's face, which was distorted by anger.
Ha 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 ha. Chen Fan. Aren't you very capable? Aren't you very arrogant? How do you feel now? Do you really want to kill me? Come on. Come on. I'm telling you, I've already laid a tight net here.
If you dare to take one step in here, I promise to send you and your precious sister to heaven together.
Behind him stood dozens of desperate criminals holding weapons and looking fierce.
These people were the top killers and mercenaries transferred from the Golden Triangle by that lord. Each of them has been through hundreds of battles and their hands are stained with blood.
Chapter 179.
Chen Shui, who was tied to a chair, was so scared that her whole body was shaking, tears kept streaming down her face, and a woohoo sound came from her throat.
Boss, will that guy really come?
A mercenary with a scar on his face asked uncertainly.
He will.
Weisha's eyes were filled with resentment.
I know him too well. Everyone in the Yi family is the same. Self-righteous arrogance and foolish womanizing. He will definitely come to die. Just then. Boom! A deafening roar came from the gate of the factory.
The half-meter thick steel door seemed to be slammed open from the outside by a mad prehistoric beast. Countless steel parts shot out in all directions. Accompanied by shrill alarms and flying dust, the pitch-black Thor, which looked like a chariot from hell, crushed the broken gate and rushed into the factory. Squeak! A beautiful drift. Thor stopped steadily in the center of the factory. The car door opened. Chen Fan got out of the car. He looked around at the black muzzles of guns and his sister, who was almost fainting from fear. Finally, his gaze fell on Wei's face, which was distorted by excitement and ferocity. Let her go. Chen Fan's voice was terrifyingly calm. I'll give you a chance to choose how you die. Ha 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 ha. Wei laughed wildly as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, and tears came out of his eyes. Chen Fan. Did your brain get damaged? Look where you are now. Look how many guns are pointed at you. He pointed the muzzle of the gun at his own head and then at Chen Fan. You're alone. With a broken car. How dare you break into my encirclement? You still want me to choose how to die? I think the one who should choose how to die is you. The smile on his face suddenly disappeared, replaced by extreme resentment and madness. Shoot. Shoot him and his wrecked car into a sieve. With his order. Da-day-day-day. Bang 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 bang. In the factory, deafening gunshots suddenly rang out. Dozens of automatic rifles, submachine guns, and even large-caliber sniper rifles spewed out deadly flames at the same time. The dense rain of bullets, like a big net woven of death, covered Chen Fan and Thor. Cruel smiles appeared on the faces of the mercenaries. Under such dense firepower coverage, not to mention a person, even a main battle tank would be torn into pieces in an instant. However, what happened next froze the smiles on everyone's faces. Ding dang dang. Countless bullets hit the black body of Thor, but it was like tickling it. Apart from a series of sparks, not even a white mark was left. The bullet shot at Chen Fan seemed to hit an invisible wall less than half a meter away from his body, and hovered strangely in the air. Then, it fell to the ground with a crackling sound. The entire factory fell into deathly silence in an instant. Only the bullet casings that fell to the ground were left, still making crisp sounds. This is impossible. Wei's eyes were bigger than copper bells, and his face was full of disbelief and horror. Those battle-hardened mercenaries were so frightened that their hands holding the guns were shaking uncontrollably. Blocked? Blocked a bullet with bare hands? Is this guy still a fucking human? Monster. He's a monster. A mercenary with poor psychological quality let out a desperate scream and turned around to run. Puff. A soft sound. His head exploded instantly like a smashed watermelon. Red and white splashed all over the floor. No one saw how Chen Fan moved. Chapter 180. He still stood there, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. I did. Chen Fan's voice, like a death knell from hell, echoed in the empty factory. Let her go. Wei's body began to shake like a sieve. Extreme fear gripped his throat, preventing him from uttering a single word. The mercenaries behind him were even more frightened and retreated step by step, trying to stay away from this devilish man. A bunch of trash. Wei suddenly let out a hysterical roar. He grabbed Xin Shui, who was tied to a chair, and pressed the cold muzzle of his gun against her temple. Don't come over here. Chen Fan, don't come over here. So what if you're so powerful? Can you be faster than a bullet? If you dare take another step forward, I'll make you watch your sister's brains splatter on the ground. He regarded Chen Shui as his last amulet. However, a trace of pity appeared on Chen Fan's face. Do you think you have a hostage in your hand? Chen Fan shook his head. No. That was the hammer that sounded your own death knell. As soon as the words fell. Crack. 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 A teeth-grinding sound of metal deformation came from the body of Thor. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the sports car, which originally only had a sci-fi appearance, began to transform in an incredible way. The streamlined body can be quickly disassembled and reassembled. Pieces of black armor plates flipped upwards. The gun muzzles and weapon modules hidden inside the vehicle body slowly extended out. Just a few seconds. The original super sports car suddenly turned into a small combat mecha full of metallic texture and breath of death. Dozens of black gun muzzles and micro-missile launchers extended from various parts of the mecha, locking onto every living thing in the factory.
This is. Weijia was completely dumbfounded. He felt that his brain could no longer process the scene before him that was beyond his cognition. What kind of car is this? This is a fucking Gundam. Target locked. Threat elimination mode activated. A cold, emotionless electronic synthesized voice came from the mecha speakers. Next second. Swish, 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 swish. Dozens of red laser beams shot out from the muzzles. Quick. Almost reaching the limit. Those mercenaries didn't even have time to scream before their bodies were pierced through by high-energy laser beams and vaporized. The whole process takes less than a second. In the factory, there was no one alive except Wei Zhou and Chen Shui, who was held hostage by him. The air was filled with the pungent smell of burnt protein. Wei Zhou froze in place, like a puppet with its soul drained out. He lowered his head and looked at the fist-sized hole in his chest that was emitting smoke. Blood was gushing out from inside. His vitality was rapidly fading away. He couldn't figure it out. Why? Why could the laser pass through his body accurately without hurting the hostages behind him? He raised his head and, using his last bit of strength, looked at the godlike man who was slowly walking towards him. Who are you? Chen Fan walked up to him and looked down at him. I. Chapter 181. Chen Fan reached out his hand and gently wiped away the tears from Chen Shui's face. Then, he looked at Wei Zhou's gradually dilating pupils, and a sinister arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. I'm here to collect the debt. Wei Zhou's body fell heavily to the ground, but his eyes were still wide open, filled with endless fear and regret. Until his death, he could not understand why the fatal plan he had carefully planned completely collapsed in such an absurd and magical way. He couldn't understand even more where Chen Fan, who in his eyes was just a stray dog who was surviving on the Yi family's legacy, had obtained such divine and demonic power. Chen Fan untied the ropes on his sister and held her body, which was trembling coldly with fear, tightly in his arms. Xiaoxue, don't be afraid. Brother is here. His voice was so gentle that it seemed to melt all the ice in the world. Chen Shui's tense nerves finally broke at this moment. She cried out wow and burst into tears. All the fear, all the grievances, all the helplessness, at this moment, turned into tears that burst out. Brother! I was so scared. I thought I would never see you again. It's okay, it's all over. Chen Fan patted his sister's back gently to comfort her. He held his sister in his arms and walked out, step by step, of this iron hell filled with the smell of death and burning. The Thor, which had been restored to its sports car form, opened its door automatically. Chen Fan carefully placed his sister in the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. Just as he was about to get in the car, he paused. He turned around and looked deep into the factory, where Wei Zhou had been pierced through the chest by a laser and was dead beyond death. There was no expression on Chen Fan's face. He simply raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Boom! A deafening explosion came from inside the abandoned steel plant. The terrifying flames shot up into the sky, illuminating half of the night sky blood red. The violent shock wave, carrying countless steel fragments, swept in all directions. The entire huge steel plant, along with all the crimes and corpses inside, was completely razed to the ground in this violent explosion and turned into the dust of history. Destroy the body and cover up all traces. Without leaving a trace. After doing all this, Chen Fan sat in the driver's seat as if nothing had happened. The engine of Thor let out a low roar and slid silently into the night of the capital. Inside the car, Chen Shui's crying gradually subsided. Perhaps she was tired of crying, or perhaps she finally felt safe. She leaned back in the seat and fell into a deep sleep, with crystal tears still hanging on her long eyelashes. Chen Fan slowed down the car and raised the temperature of the air conditioner in the car by a few degrees. His cell phone rang at this moment. It's Sister Hong. Xiao Fanzi, how are things going over there? As soon as the phone was connected, Sister Hong's anxious voice came. It's solved. Chen Fan's tone returned to its usual calmness. Where are the people? Dead. Is it clean? There is no such steel plant in the world anymore. Sister Hong on the other end of the phone fell silent. She could imagine the bloodiness and violence behind Chen Ling's words solve. That gentleman is forcing you. After a long pause, Sister Hong finally sighed. He knows you don't care about money or those so-called assets. He's using your sister's life to test your limits, to force you to lose control, to drive you crazy. Chapter 182. Then what? Chen Fan asked back.
Then, he'll be able to use his network's truly hidden power to completely wipe you out.
Sister Hong's voice was extremely solemn. Xiao Fanzi, you're dancing on a cliff right now. One wrong step and you'll be doomed. Sister Hong. Chen Fan looked at the rapidly receding street outside the window and said calmly, "Do you think he has the qualifications to be my opponent?"
Sister Hong fell silent again.
Yes. Qualifications. Is a person who needs to resort to such despicable means as kidnapping a little girl to intimidate his opponent worthy of being called an opponent? He doesn't even have the qualifications to stand in front of the chessboard. He is just a slightly larger chess piece.
A self-righteous chess piece that is about to be crushed.
I understand. Sister Hong's voice regained its usual calmness and confidence. What do you want to do next? Doesn't he like to play?
Chen Fan glanced at his sister who was sleeping beside him, and his voice turned cold.
Then I'll accompany him and have some fun.
I'm tired and want to find a place to take my sister and rest for a few days.
Outside of Beijing, on the shores of Yanqi Lake, there's a resort hotel called Yunding Tiangong.
It's not open to the public, and security is at the highest level. It's also our property, Sister Hong said immediately.
I've already made arrangements. You can just go there.
Good. Chen Fan hung up the phone and switched the navigation destination to Yunding Palace. What he didn't know was that in the short half hour that he was dealing with the garbage from the steel plant, a magnitude 12 earthquake had already set off in the entire upper-class society of the capital. A shocking explosion at an abandoned steel plant in the west of the city. Hundreds of billions of luxury goods at the International Convention and Exhibition Center were treated like garbage and smashed to pieces. Sotheby's auction house changed hands overnight.
The chairman of Tianjin Group knelt down in public.
Bugatti's global president apologized remotely. Each and every one of these things is enough to become the hottest topic of conversation in Beijing circles for the next 10 years. And when all these things point to the same person,
that person's name is no longer just a name. It became a symbol. A symbol that represents absolute power, absolute wealth, and absolute dominance. A myth.
Everyone was frantically trying to figure out who this Mr. Chen who suddenly appeared was. At this moment, this mythical figure was driving his chariot, which was unique in the world, carrying his only weakness, to a paradise far away from the hustle and bustle.
He needs rest. A storm also needs a moment of calm to brew the next devastating blow. Yunding Palace.
Located on the central island of Yanqi Lake, covering tens of thousands of square meters, it is the top and most mysterious private resort hotel in China.
To call it a hotel is not actually accurate.
It is more like a futuristic palace suspended between mountains and water.
The entire hotel has only 12 independent courtyard-style villas.
Each one was designed by a world-class designer and took several years to build. They have different styles, but without exception, they are all extremely luxurious.
If you want to live here, money alone is far from enough.
Here, only the most important guests in Sister Hong's huge business empire are welcomed. When Chen Fan's Thor passed through the several kilometer-long lakebed tunnel and appeared at the entrance of the hotel lobby.
Chapter 183.
The general manager of the hotel, an intellectual woman in her late 50s who still had charm, had already lined up with dozens of employees waiting.
Mr. Chen, welcome to Yunding Palace. The female manager is called Chinya.
She is one of Sister Hong's most trusted confidants and the real helmsman of this hotel. Her attitude was respectful but not fawning, just right.
Is the room ready? Chen Fan asked.
Courtyard number 1, Wentian Pavilion, has been prepared for you. In addition, we have also prepared a star dream house full of childlike fun for Miss Chen Shui.
Chinya's arrangements were meticulous.
Chen Fan nodded, holding his still sleeping sister in his arms, and, under the guidance of Chinya, walked towards the villa called Wentian Pavilion. Long Yuqing and Zhou Hao were arranged to stay in the adjacent courtyard number 2.
No words were spoken that night.
The next day, when Chen Shui woke up, she found herself in a room that looked like a fairy tale. The ceiling is a brilliant starry dome, and the Big Dipper and the Milky Way seem to be within reach. The walls are huge floor-to-ceiling windows, and outside the windows is the vast scenery of lakes and mountains. The room was filled with her favorite dolls and snacks. The horrific memories of last night seemed to be diluted a lot by this dreamy beauty. Elder brother. She ran out of the room in surprise and saw Chen Fan sitting on the terrace in the yard, leisurely drinking morning tea.
Awake? Chen Fan smiled and waved to her. Brother, where are we? It's so beautiful. Are we in heaven?
Chen Shui threw herself into Chen Fan's arms like a happy little bird.
Do you like it? I like it. I like it so much. Then stay a few more days.
The brother and sister enjoyed this rare warm time.
Long Yuqing also came over.
She changed into a comfortable sports outfit, which made her look even more heroic.
Chen Fan, I just took a walk around the lake. The scenery here is really nice. At this moment, an inappropriate voice destroyed the tranquility. Hey, isn't this Long Yuqing, our class's iceberg goddess? What's up? Has she hooked up with a rich man too?
A young man wearing fancy beach pants and sunglasses, hugging a model with an internet celebrity face, walked over from the yard next door, his tone frivolous and full of sarcasm. Wang Song is a college classmate of Chen Fan and Long Yuqing. A typical playboy, his family made a little money from demolition, but he was idle all day long. He had been pursuing Long Yuqing in school, but was ignored countless times, so he held a grudge. When he saw Long Yuqing, he was stunned at first, then his eyes fell on Chen Fan, who was dressed casually. The expression on his face immediately turned into undisguised contempt and jealousy. In his opinion, the only explanation for a poor student like Chen Fan appearing in such a place with Long Yuqing and another equally beautiful girl was that he was being kept by a rich woman.
Wang Song, watch your mouth. Long Yuqing's pretty face turned cold in an instant. What? Are you angry because I hit the mark?
Wang Song smiled even more smugly.
That's right.
A woman like you with such high expectations, what other options do you have other than finding a rich old man? He arrogantly hugged the internet celebrity next to him and kissed her on the cheek.
See?
This is a woman who knows what's happening.
Unlike some people who are just pretending to be noble. Chen Fan, right? I remember you. Wang Song's gaze finally landed on Chen Fan. Back in school, you were so poor you couldn't even afford to eat, right? So, you found your meal ticket now? And you're helping 2 people? Not bad, brother, you're doing a good job. Chapter 184.
The internet celebrities around him also giggled, looking at Chen Fan with an expression full of superiority. Chen Shui's face turned red with anger, and she was about to retort. But Chen Fan held her down. He didn't even bother to look at Wang Song, he just picked up the teacup and took a sip. This extreme disregard made Wang Song feel like he had punched the air, and he felt very uncomfortable. What he hated most was others looking at him like that.
What are you pretending for? Wang Song was irritated. Don't think you're upper class just because you've come to a place like this. Let me tell you, my dad spent 50 million to buy a week's stay here from a big shot. What about you? This is the worst staff dormitory in the hotel, right?
He showed off proudly, as if the 50 million was earned by himself.
Manager Qin. Wang Song shouted loudly to Qinya, who was passing by not far away. Mr. Wang, how can I help you?
Qinya walked over, her professional smile just concealing her inner disgust.
I have something to complain to you about. Wang Song pointed at Chen Fan and said arrogantly, what's wrong with your hotel? Why do you let all sorts of people in? People like this drag down the quality of our entire hotel. I demand that they be kicked out immediately.
He thought that as a distinguished guest who had spent 50 million yuan, he was qualified to have direct say in the hotel's operations. The smile on Qinya's face did not change. But her voice turned cold.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. Our hotel has no right to drive our boss away. Boss? The expression on Wang Song's face froze instantly. The internet celebrity next to him also opened his mouth wide enough to fit an egg. Boss? Him? Wang Song pointed at Chen Fan, his voice changing. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He's just a poor bastard. Are you mistaken? We won't make any mistakes. Xinya's tone left no room for doubt. She turned to Chen Fan and bowed slightly. Mr. Chen, do you need me to take care of this? Chen Fan finally put down the teacup. He glanced at Wang Song, who looked as pale as death, and then at the panicked internet celebrity beside him. My sister doesn't like flies here. His voice was very soft. Qinya understood immediately. She took out the intercom and gave instructions in a cold tone. Security department, there are 2 guests in courtyard number 3 who require assistance. Have them leave immediately. Also, notify the finance department to investigate all of the Wang Group's operations.
From now on, Yunding Tiangong and all of our affiliated businesses will permanently terminate all cooperation with them. Also, notify the Ministry of Justice to send a lawyer's letter to Mr. Wang Song, alleging defamation and provoking trouble. A series of instructions, clear, decisive and deadly. Wang Song's legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. He's finished. How could his small demolition company possibly withstand the sanctions from such a behemoth? The internet celebrity was so frightened that he turned pale. He wanted to distance himself from Wang Song immediately, but was suddenly stopped by two security guards in black, one on each side.
No. Mr. Chen. Chen Fan. I was wrong. We are classmates. Please forgive me.
Wang Song crawled towards Chen Fan using his hands and feet, crying and begging for mercy. Chen Fan stood up, walked in front of him, and looked down at him.
Chapter 185. I remember you just said that this villa is the staff dormitory where I live?
He pointed to the room where Wang Song lived, and then pointed to the room under his feet. Then where you live, in my opinion, is not even as good as a toilet.
Wang Song and his female companion were dragged out like two stray dogs.
From beginning to end, Chen Fan never looked at them again. Ants of this level are not even worthy of causing him any emotional fluctuations.
Peace returned to the yard.
But Chen Shui and Long Yuqing could not calm down for a long time. Especially Chen Shui, her little head was full of big question marks. She only knew that her brother had become very rich and powerful. But she had no idea how rich and powerful her brother was. It can make the general manager of this top resort hotel obey orders like a subordinate.
One sentence can determine the life or death of a company.
This is beyond the comprehension of a high school girl.
Brother. She carefully tugged at the corner of Chen Fan's clothes. What on earth happened in our family?
Chen Fan patted her head and smiled. Nothing, I just won the lottery, the special prize. He didn't want his sister to be exposed to the bloodiness and cruelty of his world too early. He just wanted her to grow up carefree like an ordinary little princess.
Chen Shui nodded, not quite understanding.
In her heart, no matter what her brother becomes, he is still the brother who loves her the most.
That's enough. Afternoon.
Chen Fan took Chen Shui and Long Yuqing for a yacht ride on the private lake attached to the hotel.
Zhou Hao was like the most loyal shadow, guarding a speedboat not far away. Sunshine, lake, breeze. Everything seems so pleasant.
At this moment, a luxurious Italian speedboat came speeding from a distance and stopped next to Chen Fan's yacht. On the speedboat stood a middle-aged man, about 50 years old, wearing a white linen suit and a Panama hat, with an elegant temperament. Behind him, there were two black-clad bodyguards with calm auras and bulging temples.
Presumably, this is Mr. Chen Fan, right?
The middle-aged man took the initiative to speak, his voice gentle, with the calmness and confidence of someone who had been in a superior position for a long time.
My name is Lu Mingxian. I apologize for disturbing you.
He introduced himself with a warm smile on his face, making people feel like they were in the spring breeze.
Lu Mingxian.
If this name were placed in the business world of Beijing, it would be enough to scare countless people. The chairman of Mingxian Group, one of the largest energy giants in the country, has a net worth of hundreds of billions in businesses across the world. More importantly, everyone in the circle knows that he is the most important and mysterious card under the command of that lord.
A real trump card.
He is not like thugs and traitors like Lin Wei and Wei Zhe. He is more like a military strategist and a manipulator. The actual builder and manager of that gentleman's business empire.
Chen Fan's yacht did not stop.
He didn't even look back, just uttered a word lightly.
Roll. The smile on Lu Mingxuan's face froze for a moment.
He has been in the business world for decades, and no one has ever dared to speak to him in this tone. But he didn't get angry, instead the smile on his face grew even wider.
Mr. Chen, please don't be so angry. Young people, it's good to be motivated.
But sometimes, you also need to listen to the advice of your elders.
He looked very open and honest.
Wei Zhao and Lin Wei were just unpresentable idiots. Their deaths were insignificant. Their actions did not represent the will of that lord.
Chapter 186.
He casually distanced himself from that adult and the kidnapping behavior of Wei Zhou and others.
That lord has always admired you.
He feels that it would be a shame if a talent like you were to perish just because of a small misunderstanding.
So, he sent me here to talk to you. Let's talk about the possibility of cooperation.
He paused and threw out his chips. Mingxian Group is willing to give away 30% of its shares in exchange for your friendship, Mr. Chen.
From now on, we will keep our distance.
You go your way, and we go ours.
We can even join forces to reshuffle the economic landscape of China, and even the entire Asia. Mr. Chen, what do you think of this proposal?
He spoke with great sincerity, as if he really came to resolve grievances and seek cooperation. Lam Yuqing and Chen Shui were both stunned after hearing this.
30% of Mingxian Group S shares? What does that mean? That is an astronomical figure that is enough to make any country take notice. Using such a huge fortune just to exchange for a friendship? This is a huge move. However, Chen Fan smiled. He finally stopped the yacht, turned around and looked at Lu Mingxian as if he were an idiot. You just said that Wei Jia and the others are idiots?
Yes.
Lu Mingxian nodded, a bunch of idiots whose minds are blinded by desire. So how much smarter do you think you are than them?
Lu Mingxian was stunned for a moment, not understanding why Chen Fan asked this. But he still maintained his composure and said with a smile, "At least, I understand what a win-win situation is."
Win-win? Chen Fan shook his head.
No, you're just as stupid as them.
Even dumber than them. Lu Mingxuan's face finally darkened. Mr. Chen, I come here with sincerity. I hope you won't be ungrateful. Sincerity? Chen Fan's lips curled up in a sarcastic arc. You're testing my limits by kidnapping my sister. Is this your sincerity?
You're using shares in a multi-billion-dollar corporation to bribe me, hoping to make me forget what you did to my family.
Is this your sincerity? Do you think money is meaningful to me? Chen Fan's voice became colder with each word. Do you think you have the qualifications to stand in front of me and negotiate with me? Do you think that the master behind you is qualified to be my opponent? Lu Mingxuan's pupils suddenly contracted. He felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Zhou Hao. Chen Fan ignored him and just called out lightly to the speedboat not far away. Zhou Hao's figure instantly appeared on the yacht.
In his hand, he held a tablet computer. Let him see what true power is.
Zhou Hao bowed and handed the tablet computer to Lu Mingxian.
On the screen, there is a colorful K-line chart. It is the real-time stock price of Mingxian Group. In the few short minutes they had just talked, the stock price of Mingxian Group plummeted wildly at an incredible angle, as if it was on a free-falling roller coaster.
90%. 80%. 50%.
On the other side of the screen, various negative news push notifications kept popping up.
Chapter 187. Breaking news.
Mingxian Group is suspected of massive financial fraud and has been investigated by the China Securities Regulatory Commission. Several overseas oilfield projects under Mingxian Group have been urgently halted by local governments due to serious environmental pollution issues and face hefty fines.
Mingxian Group's largest partner, the European Royal Fund, announced that it would unilaterally terminate all contracts and file an international lawsuit against it.
Every piece of news, one by one, is like the sharpest knife, stabbing the heart of Mingxian Group.
Lu Mingxuan's body began to tremble violently.
His elegant and calm face had long lost all its color and became paler than a dead person.
No. Impossible.
He muttered to himself, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief.
How is this possible? These things are the Group's top secrets.
Some of them were even hidden lines and chess pieces laid by him personally.
How could they all explode at the same time?
It was as if an invisible hand of God pushed the business empire he had built his entire life into an abyss of no return in just a few minutes.
Mr. Lu, do you still think you are qualified to negotiate with me now?
Chen Fan's voice came slowly.
You, who are you?
Lu Mingxian roared hysterically.
Chen Fan didn't answer. He just waved at Zhou Hao. Get rid of it. Yes. Zhou Hao walked forward expressionlessly. The two bodyguards behind Lu Mingxuan's face changed drastically and they were about to take action. Puff. Puff. Two soft sounds. A tiny bloody hole appeared between their eyebrows, and then they fell straight down.
Zhou Hao had a pistol with a silencer in his hand at some point. Lu Mingxian completely collapsed. He fell to his knees on the deck with a plop and cowed out frantically to Chen Fan.
Mr. Chen. Master Chen. I was wrong. I deserve death. Please spare my life. I am willing to give you all my assets. I only ask that you give me a way to live.
He no longer had the composure and grace he had just had, and became like the humblest dog. Chen Fan looked down at him condescendingly.
What does it have to do with you if I kill you?
The words fell.
Zhou Hao's gun was pressed against Lu Mingxuan's forehead. Bang!
On the surface of Yanqi Lake, a small blood flower quietly bloomed, and then was swallowed up by the green lake water without a trace. Lu Mingxuan's body, along with his luxury speedboat, were disposed of cleanly by Zhou Hao using the most professional methods. It was as if he had never come to this world.
On the yacht, Chen Shui's face turned pale.
Although she didn't see clearly what happened just now, the dull gunshot still made her feel scared. Chen Fan held her in his arms and gently covered her eyes.
Xiao Xue, don't look.
Brother, you
killed someone?
Chen Shui's voice trembled slightly.
Yeah. Chen Fan didn't deny it.
I killed a man who deserved to die. He looked at the sky in the distance, his voice was soft, but with an unquestionable determination.
There is always some garbage in this world that needs someone to clean up. Some people don't deserve to live in the sun. Long Yuqing stood aside, silent. Chapter 188.
She looked at Chen Fan's profile, and her heart was filled with huge waves. In the blink of an eye, $1 trillion empire was reduced to ashes. The life and death of a business giant is decided in the midst of conversation and laughter.
Is this Chen Fan's true power?
She suddenly realized how naive and ridiculous her previous understanding of power and wealth was.
In front of Chen Fan, those things were really just a number, a symbol that could be erased at any time. That night,
Chen Fan received a call from Sister Hong.
Xiao Fanzi, Lu Mingxian is dead. That master is probably going to go completely crazy. Sister Hong's tone was filled with excitement and worry.
That's perfect. Chen Fan's tone remained calm. It saves me from wasting time searching for them one by one.
He really doesn't have time. Sister Hong chuckled. I just received news that there's a secret underground auction taking place tonight at a private winery in the western suburbs of Beijing.
The organizers are the closest confidants of that master.
Things being auctioned are all shady things. Antiques, stolen money, and even people. Most importantly, this auction is their small circle's annual loyalty meeting.
All of that master's most trusted minions and lackeys will be present. Sister Hong's voice paused, with a hint of murderous intent. It can be said that tonight, the core nodes of his giant network covering the sky will gather in that winery. It's the best chance to catch them all in one fell swoop. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Chen Fan's mouth.
Address.
It's been sent to your phone, Sister Hong said.
My people are already deployed outside. With just one order, we can clear the area at any time. No need. Chen Fan refused. How can a party like this be without me as the protagonist? You want to go in person?
Sister Hong was a little surprised.
Doesn't he like watching plays? Tonight, I will give him the most exciting performance.
I want him to see with his own eyes how I break his claws, which he is so proud of, one by one.
After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan stood up.
Zhou Hao, prepare the car. Yuqing, take good care of Xiao Xue.
He gave a few brief instructions and changed into a black suit.
The suit was well tailored, making his tall figure look even more slender. However, his entire temperament became as cold as 10,000 years of ice, making people dare not look directly at him. He was going to a feast of killing.
Beijing, western suburbs, Romanée Winery.
This winery is ostensibly an industry in China of a famous French wine group. But in fact, it was one of the secret bases used by that lord to handle black assets and raise private soldiers.
Tonight, the winery's underground auction hall is brightly lit and bustling with people. All those who can appear here are the real big shots hidden under the surface in Beijing and even in the whole of China.
Some are powerful officials, some are unscrupulous businessmen as wealthy as a country, and some are desperate drug lords from the Golden Triangle. Each of them has sin and blood on their hands. They are the strongest and darkest nodes in the giant network of that adult. At this moment, they were holding expensive red wine, chatting and laughing in groups of 3 or 5.
Have you heard? That old fox Lu Mingxian is doomed. It's more than just failure.
I heard that the entire Mingxian group evaporated in a single day.
Everyone disappeared with it.
Hiss.
Who on earth has such great power? Who else could it be?
It's that guy named Chen recently.
Humph, you're just a brat, relying on the little inheritance left by the Yi family. You dare to challenge the master. You really don't know how to live or die. Chapter 189. That's right. My lord has laid a tight net. Tonight is his death.
Everyone was talking about it, and their words were full of disdain and contempt for Chen Fan. In their view, Chen Fan was just a grasshopper in autumn, and he wouldn't be able to jump for many more days.
Just then, the heavy door of the auction hall was kicked open by someone from the outside. Bang! A loud bang.
Everyone's conversation stopped abruptly. Hundreds of fierce gazes were directed at the door at the same time. I saw a young man in a black suit, with an upright posture, walking in slowly. Behind him, there was a man with an expressionless face but a powerful aura.
It was Chen Fan and Zhou Hao. Who are you? How dare you barge in here? Are you tired of living?
A bald strong man stood up and shouted sternly. He is the host of this auction, nicknamed the Butcher, and is one of the most capable killers under that lord.
Chen Fan ignored him.
His eyes swept across the entire audience as if he was looking at a group of dead people.
Finally, he walked to the front row, found an empty seat, and sat down.
That position is reserved specifically for that adult.
Court death. The Butcher was completely enraged by Chen Fan's disregard.
He roared, pulled out a sharp saber from his waist, and slashed it towards Chen Fan's neck.
The knife flashes as fast as lightning. Everyone present showed a cruel smile.
They seemed to have seen the scene of Chen Fan's head falling to the ground.
However, clang! A crisp sound.
The Butcher's knife stopped in front of Chen Fan's neck and could not move forward any further. It seemed as if there was an invisible barrier there. Zhou Hao's figure had appeared in front of Chen Fan without him noticing. He simply stretched out two fingers and casually grasped the saber that was powerful enough to split stones and split rocks. The Butcher's face changed drastically with horror. He wanted to pull back the saber, but found that the knife seemed to be welded and did not move at all.
Crack!
Zhou Hao applied slight force with his fingers. The saber made of fine steel broke with a sound. Then, Zhou Hao made a lightning-fast move, using the half-broken blade to slash with his backhand.
Puff! A line of blood bloomed on the Butcher's neck.
The Butcher covered his neck with his hands, his eyes widened, and a hoarse sound came from his throat. Finally, he fell down unwillingly. The whole place was in deathly silence.
Everyone was terrified by this sudden and unexpected scene. The Butcher is dead? Killed instantly after just one encounter? What kind of monster is this follower?
The young man behind him. An ominous premonition arose in everyone's heart.
Okay, the fly is solved.
Chen Fan looked like he had done something insignificant.
He picked up the auction brochure on the table and flipped through it. Can we begin? I'm in a hurry.
His gaze turned to the frightened auctioneer on the stage. The auctioneer's legs went weak and he almost collapsed to the ground. He looked at the devil-like man in the audience, and then looked at the big guys around him who were looking at each other but dared not make any move.
He knew that something big was going to happen tonight.
Trembling, he picked up the auction gavel.
Everyone, tonight, the last lot of the auction. Chapter 190.
Due to the special circumstances, we started early.
He stammered. Two hostesses in Cheongsam's tremblingly brought up a tray covered with a red cloth. This item, has no name. There's no starting price.
Whoever can take it, it belongs to him. The auctioneer's words were all mixed up. But all the core members present understood what it meant.
This item is the ultimate test of their loyalty from that lord.
It was also the final bait used by that adult to lure out Chen Fan.
The red cloth was unveiled.
What was placed on the tray was not some rare treasure,
but a photo.
A photo of Chen Shui wearing school uniform and smiling like a flower.
Next to the photo, there is a time bomb with a countdown. Time, only 10 minutes left. The whole audience was in an uproar.
Then, cruel and ferocious smiles appeared on everyone's faces.
They understand. This is a trap. A trap designed to kill Chen Fan. Chen Fan. You didn't expect that.
Your sister has long been under our control.
This bomb is tied to her body. Now, if you dare to move, we will detonate immediately. Aren't you a good fighter? Aren't you rich? Now, what can you use to save her?
A sinister old man sitting in a wheelchair said with a grin. He is the chief think tank of that lord and is nicknamed the Poison Master. Chen Fan looked at the photo with no expression on his face. He just stood up slowly.
You think this is the end?
He looked around the room, a strange smile appearing on the corner of his mouth.
The real auction has just begun.
He snapped his fingers. In the auction hall, all the lights went out instantly. Plunged into darkness. Only the huge display screens on the walls lit up at the same time. What appeared on the screen was nothing else.
It is the real-time image of everyone in the auction room,
as well as each of their names, positions, and pieces of criminal evidence that are enough to kill them 1,000 times. Money laundering, drug trafficking, contracting murder, corruption, and bribery.
So densely packed and shocking. Welcome to the feast of hell. Chen Fan's voice was like a judgment from the underworld. Now, the auction begins. The first lot is the lives of all of you. Starting price, not a single one will be left. As for the last lot.
He picked up the photo of Chen Shui on the table and gently blew away the non-existent dust on it.
It's the head of the master behind you.
Inside the auction hall, dead silence replaced all the noise and ferocity. The hundreds of underground bosses who had been so arrogant just now were now like chickens with their throats strangled, staring at the huge display screens on the wall. Every screen is like a mirror of judgment, exposing their dirtiest and most shameful secrets nakedly to the public.
Name, identity, bank account, secret assets, money laundering routes, murder records.
Even which mistress they spoke to on the phone last night and what they said were recorded word for word.
This is no longer intelligence. This is goddess perspective.
The sinister old man in the wheelchair, the poisoned scholar, had his facial muscles twitching wildly. His wisdom, the strategies he prided himself on, the plans he thought were flawless, now seemed like a childish joke.
Chapter 191. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He let out a dry roar.
This information is encrypted at the highest level.
How? How did you get it? Who do you think you are talking to? Chen Fan didn't even look at him.
He just pulled over a chair and sat in the center of the auction table, legs crossed, as relaxed as if he was in his own backyard.
Now, I'm the auctioneer. He picked up the small auction gavel and knocked it lightly on the table. Boom.
There was a light sound, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard.
The auction has officially begun. Chen Fan's voice was cold and emotionless.
In the first round, you're bidding on your chance to survive. The rules are simple. He pointed at the poisonous scholar whose face was as pale as death.
Who, kill him. Whoever survives will be able to move on to the next stage. Now, begin. As soon as the words fell, the entire auction hall fell into an eerie silence.
Everyone looked at each other, their expressions switching wildly between fear, suspicion, and struggle.
Ha 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 ha.
The poison master suddenly burst into wild laughter, his laughter sharp and piercing.
Chen Fan. You're too naive. Do you think you can use such a childish divisive tactic to make us kill each other? We are all warriors serving the Lord. He hasn't finished speaking yet. Puff. A dinner knife was stabbed into his heart from behind.
The person who took action was his most trusted deputy, a middle-aged man who had followed him for more than 10 years. The poisonous scholar turned his head slowly in disbelief and looked at the man he had promoted, his eyes full of resentment and confusion.
Why? I'm sorry, sir. The middle-aged man pulled out his knife.
There was no trace of guilt on his face, only a kind of morbid fanaticism. Compared to loyalty to master, I want to live more. The poison doctor's body slid softly from the wheelchair and died completely. The middle-aged man threw away the dinner knife and knelt in front of Chen Fan with a plop.
Mr. Chen. I killed him. According to your rules, I can live, right?
He called out frantically, his tone full of relief for surviving a disaster. Chen Fan looked at him, a playful smile on his lips.
Well, congratulations. You made it to the second round. The middle-aged man's expression froze on his face. Round, second? That's right.
Chen Fan stood up, walked in front of him, and looked down at him.
The second round of auction items is his life.
Chen Fan pointed his hand at a fat businessman standing next to the middle-aged man who had just been treating him like a brother.
And the rest of you are bidders. Now, begin. Boom. The entire auction hall was completely blown up.
If we say that the death of the first person was just the beginning of the fire.
Then Chen Fan's second sentence directly detonated the entire powder keg. The desire to survive completely overwhelmed all reason, loyalty, and morality. Kill. Go to hell. Fatty Wang. His life is mine. The big guys who were dressed neatly and chatting and laughing just now have now completely turned into a group of crazy beasts. They used knives, chairs, wine bottles, teeth, and all other weapons they could use to attack, and rushed at each other frantically. No enemies, no friends. Everyone around you is a stepping stone for your survival. Screams. Roar. Chapter 192. The sound of bones breaking. The entire auction hall instantly turned into the bloodiest and cruelest Shura field. The blood dyed the precious carpet red. Severed limbs and arms were mixed with broken wineglasses and jewelry. And Chen Fan stood in the center of this hell on earth. He lit a cigar and silently looked at the bloody scene in front of him that he had directed with his own hands, without any expression on his face. It was as if he was just an audience enjoying the opera. Zhou Hao, like a silent statue, stood behind him. Any beast that tried to approach would have its neck twisted in the simplest and most direct way in an instant. 10 minutes. Countdown, only a few seconds left. There were few people left standing in the auction hall. The one who survived in the end was a thin, gentle-looking middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He was covered in blood, and in his hand was a broken champagne bottle, the mouth of which was as sharp as a knife. There were more than a dozen corpses under his feet. He gasped for breath and looked at Chen Fan, his eyes filled with extreme fear and a hint of hope. Mr. Chen, I won, I am the final victor. Yeah. Chen Fan nodded and exhaled a smoke ring. He glanced at the ticking time bomb. Unfortunately, the time has come. As soon as the words fell. Beep. The bomb countdown has reached 0. However, the expected shocking explosion did not happen. The thin middle-aged man was stunned. Chen Fan smiled, walked forward and picked up the bomb. He pressed it a few times casually, and with a click, the bomb's shell was opened. Inside, there are no sophisticated circuits or high explosives. There is only a small recording module. Chen Fan pressed the play button. Brother! Save me! I'm so scared! Chen Shui's voice, filled with tears and fear, came from inside. The thin middle-aged man was completely stunned. This is. It's just a tape recorder. Chen Fan threw the toy-like bomb to the ground. You think you can threaten me with my sister? Do you think your plan is perfect? Chen Fan shook his head, a look of pity appearing on his face. From the moment you touched her. In my eyes, all of you are already dead. He no longer paid attention to the completely collapsed survivor, but walked to the deepest part of the auction hall, to an inconspicuous secret door. He knew that adult was behind this door, watching everything that happened here through the surveillance. Chen Fan smiled at the camera on the door. Have you finished watching the show? Now, it's your turn. Behind the secret door is a secret room decorated in an extremely luxurious manner. The huge circular screen displayed the bloody scene in the entire auction hall in full 360 degrees without any blind spots. An old man wearing a tang suit, with gray hair but in good spirits, was sitting on a leather sofa. In front of him was a set of precious purple clay tea sets, filled with the fragrance of tea. But his usually calm face was now covered with dark clouds. Chapter 193. He is that adult, the mastermind behind the scenes who has used money and power to weave a giant web covering the sky in China and even the whole of Asia over the past few decades, Yi Xiaotian. He was once a branch of the Yi family, an inconspicuous character, but after the fall of the Yi family, like a shark smelling blood, he frantically devoured the huge inheritance and connections left by the Yi family, and step by step built his own dark empire. He looked at the young man on the screen who looked like a demon descending from the sky. For the first time, fear flashed in his eyes. He calculated everything. He calculated that Chen Fan would go to the meeting alone for his sister. He calculated that Chen Fan would rely on force to try to break the deadlock. So he set up this trap, using Chen Shui's bait and his most core subordinates as blades, preparing to strangle Chen Fan completely here. But he didn't expect this. Chen Fan's power has completely exceeded his comprehension. That is neither military force nor financial power. That is a kind of dimensionality reduction attack that can make and modify the rules of the game at will, like a god. Ding ling ling. The red phone in the secret room rang shrilly. Yi Xiaotian took a deep breath, calmed his turbulent emotions, and answered the phone. Have you finished watching the show? Chen Fan's calm voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen Fan. Yi Xiaotian's voice regained its usual calmness and majesty. I admit, I underestimated you. You are much better than your damn father.
But, young man, don't get too worked up.
Do you think you've won by killing these useless men of mine and destroying one of my strongholds?
I tell you, the power I possess is beyond your comprehension. My network spans the globe, and my roots have long since penetrated every corner of this country. If you touch me, you're making an enemy of the entire world. He tried to use the huge power he had built up over the years to intimidate Chen Fan.
Really?
Chen Fan chuckled.
Zhou Hao.
Yes, young master. Zhou Hao's voice came from the background sound of the phone.
Next second,
the picture on the huge screen in the secret room suddenly changed.
It's no longer that bloody auction hall.
Instead, there are countless split screens. Yes, it is the trading hall of the New York Stock Exchange, where countless traders are selling something in panic. Some of them are the internal systems of Swiss banks, where rows of astronomical accounts are being forcibly frozen and cleared. Some of them are secret military bases in a Middle Eastern country. Countless mercenaries he has recruited are being disarmed and surrounded by a group of well-equipped mysterious troops.
Yes, it's an ancient castle in Europe. The secret meeting place he used to contact dignitaries from various countries is being broken into by the FBI.
Wall Street, London, Tokyo, Dubai. The financial empire he was proud of was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye.
The power network he carefully laid out is being uprooted.
He has hidden wealth, troops, and connections around the world. In just a few tens of seconds, it was precisely, devastatingly, and completely eliminated.
No.
Yi Xiaotian's face, which had pretended to be calm, finally became completely distorted. He suddenly stood up and fiercely swept the purple clay tea set in front of him to the ground.
My money. My empire.
He howled like a wild beast. That wasn't the result of his decades of hard work.
That was everything to him.
It was the foundation of his power and the food for his ambition.
Now, everything is gone.
Yi Xiaotian. Chen Fan's voice came from the phone again, like a final judgment. Now, do you still think you are qualified to negotiate with me?
You, who are you?
Yi Xiaotian's voice was filled with fear and despair.
Chapter 194. It doesn't matter who I am.
The important thing is that you will soon learn what true despair is.
Beep beep beep. The call was hung up.
Bang! The secret door of the secret room was forcibly blasted open from the outside by a huge force. Chen Fan walked in slowly, followed by Zhou Hao. Yi Xiaotian looked at the young man in front of him, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He couldn't figure it out.
Why?
The dark empire that he had built up for his whole life and thought could cover the sky and the earth would be as fragile as a paper toy in front of this young man.
Chen Fan! You can't kill me!
Yi Xiaotian roared fiercely, there's someone behind me. If you touch me, he won't let you go. He tried to throw out his last trump card.
Oh? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Are you talking about Mr. John, the abandoned son of the Rothschild family who hid in America and made his fortune by selling arms and human organs?
Yi Xiaotian's pupils suddenly contracted. That was his biggest secret. It was the real financial backer and supporter behind his current situation.
Chen Fan actually knew this? Don't count on him.
Chen Fan seemed to see through his thoughts and said lightly, just 5 minutes ago, I donated all his assets to African refugees.
As for him.
Chen Fan glanced at his watch. Right now, it should be at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, feeding sharks.
Gudong. Yi Xiaotian's legs went limp and he collapsed completely to the ground.
His last hope was shattered. He looked at Chen Fan, with only endless regret in his eyes. He regretted why he had provoked this devil. He regretted why he had touched his precious sister. Before you die, I'll let you watch a good show. Chen Fan snapped his fingers. The screen in the secret room lit up again. On the screen, there are live broadcasts from major news media around the world. CNN, BBC, Reuters. The focus of all live broadcasts is on this Romani winery. Countless police cars, military vehicles, and even armored vehicles have surrounded this place. In the sky, the roar of helicopters is deafening. Sister Hong's beautiful and majestic face appeared on the main screen. Facing cameras all over the world, she declared with a clear and powerful voice. Everyone, just now, we received reliable intelligence that a major criminal group that has been entrenched in China for decades and is suspected of hundreds of serious crimes, including financial fraud, transnational money laundering, drug trafficking, smuggling, and murder, is holding a secret meeting in this winery with its core members. Now, I declare that the arrest operation has officially begun. Following her order, the fully armed special forces poured into the winery like a tide. Yi Xiaotian watched all this in amazement. He understood. Chen Fan not just want to kill him. What he wants is to nail him and his dark empire to the pillar of shame in history, so that they will never be able to turn over. Heartbreaking. This is the most cruel way to hurt your heart. Chapter 195. You devil. Yi Xiaotian used up his last bit of strength and uttered a desperate curse. Chen Fan walked up to him, squatted down, and patted his face, which was distorted with fear. No. I'm just a brother who came to collect a debt. He stood up and gave Zhou Hao his final order. Clear the area. The incident at Domaine Romani caused a huge uproar around the world. A huge transnational criminal group that had been hidden for decades was uprooted overnight and all its core members were arrested. Its mastermind, Yi Xiaotian, committed suicide out of fear of punishment during the arrest process. All illegal assets have been frozen and confiscated. This operation, which the media called the purge of the century, was so efficient and drastic that it shocked everyone. However, the man behind all this, Chen Fan, had already left without a trace, hiding his achievements and fame. He took his sister and Long Yuqing back to Yunding Palace and continued to enjoy his leisurely vacation. It seemed as if the bloody storm that night was just an insignificant episode. Chen Shui's emotions have also completely calmed down. For her, as long as her brother is by her side, she has nothing to fear even if the sky falls. That day, Chen Fan was in the yard, playing gobang with Chen Shui. Sister Hong called. Xiao Fanzi, everything's been cleaned up. Sister Hong's voice on the other end of the line was a little tired, but more excited. You've really cut off the firewood from under the cauldron. Now, the entire Chinese underground world is empty, which makes it easy for our people to take over and reshuffle the cards. Yeah. Chen Fan responded and placed a black piece on the chessboard, blocking Chen Shui's white piece tightly. Oh, there's one more thing. Sister Hong changed the subject. Tomorrow, there's an Asian Future Economic Summit in the Beijing Financial Center. Several investment banks and funds we previously acquired are among the organizers. As per convention, as the largest shareholder, you need to attend and make a presence. Not interested. Chen Fan refused without even thinking. He has never been interested in this world of fame and fortune. Don't be so quick to refuse, Sister Hong said with a sweet laugh. I heard that this forum has invited a very important guest speaker. Li Moran, Harvard University's youngest tenured professor and a world-renowned financial genius on Wall Street. Li Moran? Chen Fan's hand paused as he made his move. He had some impression of this name. He was a lecturer at the School of Economics when he was at Jingqing University. Back then, Teacher Li loved to show off his connections and talents in class, and he also looked down on people like Chen Fan, who he considered to be losers who did not strive for progress. Once, Chen Fan pointed out a fatal flaw in his theoretical model in class. As a result, he was severely humiliated by Teacher Li in front of the whole class. Student Chen Fan, I understand you want to show off, but you have to eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. You don't even understand the most basic Keynesian theory, and yet you dare to question my model? Do you know that my model is used by the top quantitative funds on Wall Street? You're just grandstanding and wasting everyone's time. When you can earn $1 million on your own, come and discuss this with me. Chen Fan still remembers the scene vividly. Interesting. Chen Fan's lips curled up slightly. Okay, I'll go to this forum. He wanted to see what insights Mr. Li, who used to be so arrogant, would have now that he had become an international master. The next day. Chapter 196. Beijing International Financial Center. Here, financial tycoons and business leaders from all over Asia and even the world gather. Each of them is a top billionaire with a net worth of tens of billions or hundreds of billions. Inside the venue, people were well dressed and drinking happily. Chen Fan was still dressed in casual clothes and walked into the venue side by side with Long Yuqing. He didn't disturb anyone and just sat down in a corner like an ordinary participant. Ha! Chen Fan? Why are you here? A surprised voice came from the side. Chen Fan turned around and saw a woman wearing a professional suit and with a capable temperament. Lin Feifei, Chen Fan's class president in college, was also one of Li Moran's most proud students. After graduation, she followed Li Moran to Wall Street and is now said to be a senior executive at a well-known investment bank.
You're here too? Chen Fan nodded as a greeting. Of course I'm coming.
Lin Feifei's tone was filled with an unconcealable sense of superiority. Teacher Li is today's guest speaker, and as his student and assistant, of course I have to come and support him. She looked up and down at Chen Fan's clothes, and her brows frowned slightly.
What about you? How did you get in? The security here is very strict.
In her opinion, an occasion of this level is not something that an ordinary person like Chen Fan is qualified to enter.
Oh, my friend gave me a ticket.
Chen Fan said casually.
Friend?
Lin Feifei curled her lips, and the expression on her face became even more disdainful. Naturally, she thought of Chen Fan as a low-level person who was just hanging out in circles and making connections.
Chen Fan, I'm not saying anything bad about you. You just have to be down to earth.
She said, giving a lecture. Look, I've been with Teacher Li for the past few years. Although it's been hard work, I've learned a lot. Now, with my annual salary and bonuses, I'm making 7 figures.
What about you? Are you still dreaming those unrealistic dreams?
The gap between people begins to widen the moment they graduate from college. Some are destined to soar into the sky like eagles. Others, on the other hand, are destined to be ants crawling on the ground their entire lives. Her words were sharp and harsh. A layer of frost had already covered Long Yuqing's face, and she was about to speak. But Chen Fan held her back and shook his head. There's no point in arguing with such people. At this moment, the lights in the venue dimmed. The spotlight was on the podium. An elegant middle-aged man wearing a high-end custom-made suit and gold-rimmed glasses walked onto the stage.
It was Li Moran.
After not seeing him for a few years, the scholarly air about him has faded a lot, replaced by the confidence and arrogance of a Wall Street elite.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. He began his speech in fluent London English. There was thunderous applause from the audience.
Lin Feifei looked at her mentor on the stage, her eyes full of admiration and fascination. She looked back at Chen Fan with a smile of victory on her lips.
As if to say, see? This is the gap between you and me. Li Moran's speech was indeed wonderful.
He put forward a grand concept called Digital Model of Asian Economic Integration and used various complex data and charts to paint a beautiful blueprint for the future Asian economy.
Chapter 197. The financial tycoons in the audience were fascinated by the speech and expressed admiration from time to time. Professor Li's model is truly a genius concept.
If this can be achieved, it will definitely change the economic landscape of the entire Asia.
The speech ended and the question and answer session began.
Hands were raised one after another.
Li Moran answered various professional and tricky questions calmly and with a smile on his face. Until
Chen Fan raised his hand. When Li Moran saw him, he was stunned for a moment, and then a trace of imperceptible contempt flashed in his eyes.
But he still maintained his composure and called out the name, "Girl in the corner, what questions do you have?" Chen Fan stood up without picking up the microphone.
But his calm voice was clearly heard in every corner of the venue. "Professor Li, I've finished looking at your model. It's just a bunch of gaudy garbage. In a word, it's earth-shattering."
The entire audience instantly fell into deathly silence.
Throughout the entire conference hall, hundreds of top financial elites were all staring at the young man standing in the corner in amazement, as if they were under a spell.
Crazy. This guy who came out of nowhere must be crazy. Does he know what he is talking about? Does he know who he is talking to? That's Li Moran,
a tenured professor at Harvard University,
a recognized financial genius on Wall Street. The theoretical model he had spent years on, and which was admired by countless top institutions, had become a pile of garbage in the mouth of this young man. This is no longer a question. This is the most blatant humiliation in front of the whole world. What did you say?
The first one to react was Lin Feifei. She stood up suddenly, pointed at Chen Fan, and trembled with anger.
Chen Fan! Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you speak so arrogantly here? Do you know what finance is? Do you know what a model is?
You're jealous.
Blatant jealousy. Security. Where are the security? Get this lunatic out of here to cause trouble.
She screamed like a madman. However, the security guards at the venue seemed not to have heard anything and stood there motionless. On the podium, Lee Moran's face had turned ashen. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, suppressed the anger in his heart, and looked down at Chen Fan coldly. This, classmate. He still remembers Chen Fan. The poor student who was so ignorant of the world that he dared to talk back to him in public in class. I don't know how you got in here. But this is a place to discuss serious academic issues, not a stage for clowns like you to attract attention. You say my model is garbage, fine. So, please tell me where the garbage is? There was a hint of sneer at the corner of his mouth. He wanted to make this overconfident guy make a fool of himself in front of everyone and ruin his reputation. In his opinion, Chen Fan just wanted to use this extreme method to attract attention. However, Chen Fan's next words made the sneer on his face freeze little by little. Your model is based on 3 basic assumptions. Chen Fan's voice remained calm. First, the political environment in Asian countries will remain absolutely stable over the next decade. Second, the dollar's global hegemony will not be shaken. Third, and most importantly, all the underlying data you cited are true and valid. Chapter 198. Yeah? Lee Moran's heart sank suddenly. These 3 assumptions are indeed the cornerstone of his entire model. They are also his core secrets that have never been made public. How did this guy know? Well, I'll tell you. Chen Fan's tone suddenly became sharp. During the half hour of your speech, the Southeast Asian island nation of Cambodia has just undergone a military coup. Its new leader has announced his withdrawal from all economic agreements related to your model. Your first assumption collapsed. Wow! The whole audience was in an uproar. Countless people immediately took out their mobile phones and started checking the news. Really? The headlines of major news media are frantically pushing this breaking news that just happened. A fine layer of cold sweat oozed out of Lee Moran's forehead. How is this possible? It's too much of a coincidence, right? As for the second hypothesis, Chen Fan didn't give him any chance to breathe. The Federal Reserve will hold an emergency press conference in an hour to announce that the US dollar will be completely decoupled from gold. At the same time, the Central Bank of China will join forces with over 30 countries in Europe and the Middle East to launch a new supranational settlement currency anchored by physical resources and carbon emission rights. From now on, the US dollar will become worthless. Your second assumption also collapses. Boom! If the first piece of news just shocked everyone, then Chen Fan's second sentence was like dropping an atomic bomb on the entire venue. The dollar is decoupled from gold? Super sovereign currency? This is simply a fantasy. This is enough to subvert the entire world financial system. Nonsense. Total nonsense. Lee Moran could no longer maintain his composure. He pointed at Chen Fan and roared, "Who do you think you are? Can you decide the direction of the world economy with just your mouth?" That's right. Chen Fan looked at him and nodded as a matter of course. I am the rules. At that moment, the entire venue was dead silent. Everyone was so shocked by Chen Fan's domineering attitude that looked down on the world and regarded everything as straw dogs that they couldn't say a word. As for your third assumption, Chen Fan's gaze turned to the center of the first row below the stage. There sat several white-haired old men from Europe and America. They are the organizers of this forum and the biggest financial backers behind Lee Moran. Goldman Sachs, Morgan, Blackstone. These are the top giants on Wall Street. Professor Lee, how much of that underlying data you're so proud of was fabricated by them just to cooperate with you? Do you need me to read it out to you in public, one by one? The faces of those Wall Street giants turned pale in an instant. They looked at Chen Fan as if they had seen a ghost. Lee Moran also completely collapsed. His legs went weak and he collapsed onto the stage. Everything he was proud of, his talent, his models, his honors. In just a few minutes, he was smashed to pieces by this poor student whom he once despised. How is this a slap in the face? This is a dimensionality reduction attack. Just then, those Wall Street giants suddenly stood up as if they had received some instructions, and rushed to Chen Fan at a quick pace, or even a trot. Chapter 199. Under the incredible gaze of everyone in the audience, they bowed deeply to Chen Fan. Boss, we were wrong. We shouldn't have believed the liar Lee Moran, and we shouldn't have used false data to fool the market.
We are willing to bear all consequences. Boss? Boss? Lin Feifei's head buzzed and went blank. She looked at the man who was respected as boss by the top bosses on Wall Street, and felt that her worldview had been completely overturned. Chen Fan ignored the trembling giants. He walked up to the distraught Li Moran and looked down at him. Teacher Li. He smiled. I remember you said that I would come back to discuss the issue with you after I made $1 million. Excuse me, just now, I bought the company you work for, Goldman Sachs. So, from now on, you, Professor Li, are fired. This news was like the second wave of impact caused by the atomic bomb dropped in the conference hall just now. Chief Economic Advisor of Goldman Sachs, tenured professor at Harvard University, financial wizard on Wall Street. Just like that, he was thrown away like garbage by a poor student whom he once looked down upon in front of the financial giants of the world? This is no longer magical. This is a myth. No, this is divine punishment. Lin Feifei stood there blankly, as if all her strength and soul had been drained away. Everything she was proud of, the sense of superiority she relied on to survive, the mentor she relied on, the poor classmates she despised. At this moment, everything collapsed. It was broken into pieces, not even a residue was left. She remembered what she had just said. The gap between people begins to widen the moment they graduate from college. Some people are destined to soar like eagles in the sky. Some people, however, can only be ants crawling on the ground their entire lives. Now it seems that I am the ridiculous ant who was ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. And the man she looked down upon. He is not an eagle. He is the sky that allows eagles to soar. No. This is impossible. I must be dreaming. She muttered to herself, her face pale and her body swaying. At this moment, the venue was in complete chaos. Oh my God. Check the news. The Federal Reserve actually held an emergency press conference. Oh my God. The dollar is really decoupled from gold. Wall Street is crashing. A supranational currency. The Central Bank of China has united over 30 countries. This is to establish a new world financial order. There really was a coup in Cambodia. The news just came out. Pieces of confirmed news frantically flooded into everyone's sight through their mobile phone screens. Panic. Extreme panic. Everyone present was a financial tycoon with enormous wealth. They knew better than anyone what Chen Fan's few casual words just now meant to the world. It was a financial crisis that swept the world and was 100 times more terrifying than any tsunami or earthquake. And the center of this storm, the creator of the storm. This is the young man in front of me, wearing casual clothes and looking harmless. Everyone's attention was once again focused on Chen Fan. There was no longer any doubt or contempt in that look. Chapter 200. All that is left is awe and fear, as if looking up to a god. He is not predicting the future. He is making the future. He is the rule. At this moment, those Wall Street giants didn't even dare to raise their heads, and their bodies were shaking like sieves in the wind. They finally understood why headquarters had just sent that top-level order, demanding that they obtain the boss's forgiveness at all costs. To make an enemy of this man is to seek death. That is, in a way, a more painful destruction than death. Boss, The chairman of Goldman Sachs, the white-haired old man, mustered up the courage to beg for mercy. But Chen Fan didn't even bother to look at him. He turned around, walked to Long Yuqing's side, and naturally took her somewhat cold hand. Let's go, it's too noisy here. His voice was still so calm, as if all he had done just now was just flicking off a speck of dust from his clothes. Long Yuqing's brain was still blank. She let Chen Fan lead the way and followed him out mechanically. Wherever he passed, the crowd automatically made way for him. All the big guys subconsciously lowered their proud heads and bent their noble waists. No one dared to look him in the eye. No one dared to stop him. In the face of absolute power, all wealth and power seemed so pale and ridiculous. Chen Fan! Chen Fan, wait a minute! A sharp voice broke the silence. Lin Feifei rushed over desperately like a madman, trying to grab the corner of Chen Fan's clothes. I was wrong. Chen Fan. I know I was wrong. We are classmates. Can you give me another chance? Please. I can do anything. I can work like a slave for you. As long as you. She cried and begged, no longer having the elite demeanor she had just had, and became like the humblest beggar. However, Chen Fan's footsteps did not pause at all. He didn't even look back. Zhou Hao's figure, like a ghost, appeared in front of Lin Feifei, blocking her way. He didn't speak or make any movements. But the icy breath that was as solid as a substance made Lin Feifei feel as if she had fallen into an icy cave, and she couldn't utter a word. She could only watch helplessly as the man's back walked further and further away. Until he completely disappeared at the entrance of the venue. Plop. Lin Feifei's legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground, whimpering in despair. She knows. Her life is completely over. Thor drove smoothly on the streets of the capital. Inside the car, the atmosphere was somewhat silent. Long Yuqing sat in the passenger seat, looking at the rapidly receding street scene outside the window with complicated eyes. She still hadn't recovered from the shock that had just happened, which could be said to have overturned her worldview. The boy who was unknown and even poor in college. Surprisingly, he is the king behind the scenes who can determine the direction of the global economy with a single word and make even the giants of Wall Street bow down to him? The contrast is really too great. It was so big that she felt that the past 20 years of her life were like an unreal dream. What are you thinking about? Chen Fan's voice broke the silence. Nothing. Long Yuqing answered subconsciously, but then she felt something was wrong. She turned her head and looked at Chen Fan seriously. Chen Fan, who are you? She finally asked the question that had been in her heart for a long time.